Chapter 1. I am here to learn. In the realm of Wanling, strength reigns supreme. Here, there are no dazzling technologies, only martial arts that have been cultivated to their utmost potential. In the Qian domain lies the illustrious Piaomiao Academy. Today, the academy is unusually lively, as it marks the time for enrolling new disciples. As one of the three supreme powers in the Qian domain, being accepted into Piaomiao Academy and becoming a member is an unparalleled honor. Countless aspirants are willing to go to great lengths to join its ranks. However, the requirements for entry into the academy are exceedingly stringent, which means that those who do make it are indisputably exceptional talents. Is this really Piaomiao Academy? It's just a slightly larger building with more people. What's the big deal? I really don't understand why the old man insisted I come here. At that moment, a youth clad in animal skins, carrying a large burlap sack, appeared at the academy's entrance. Well, since I'm here, I might as well take a look. If it's not to my liking, I can always return later and spare myself the old man's incessant nagging. Lin Yi muttered to himself as he strode towards the academy's gates. Who let this beggar in? Get lost. This is no place for you. Just as Lin Yi reached the entrance, a tall young man blocked his path. What the hell? A beggar? I'm here to study at the academy. Caught off guard, Lin Yi felt speechless. If it weren't for the old man's misguided insistence, he wouldn't have bothered coming here at all. This place can't compare to his quaint village, where he could chat about life with a neighbor girl Xiaohua or venture into the mountains to find his loyal companion Xiaohong. His thoughts drifted to his beloved Xiaohong, weighing in at a hefty 800 pounds. And now, he had to deal with such an insufferable fool. Ha ha ha, studying? You? Just look at yourself in your animal skins. You're clearly a beggar. You think you can enter Piaomiao Academy? It's downright laughable. Open your eyes and see. Who here isn't a dragon among men? And yet you dare to dream? A derisive voice rang out as a group of elegantly dressed young men and women strolled past. Leading them was a young man of 18 or 19, whose contemptuous voice had just echoed. His name was Zhang Quan, a prodigy from the Zhang family of Tianyan City. All right. Just look at him. Not only does he look like a beggar, but he might also be a bit dim-witted. As those words fell, laughter erupted from the others. Lin Yi's peculiar eteria, full ensemble of animal skins, grass sandals, and a burlap sack led them to instinctively assume he was a beggar seeking alms. Oh, is that so? And who are you to speak so arrogantly? In my village, someone like you would have been beaten into a pulp. Lin Yi replied, exasperation creeping into his tone. Had it not been for the old man's warning to refrain from violence outside, he would have already taught these fools a lesson. How dare you speak so insolently? This young man is a peerless talent from the Zhang family of Tianyan City. You think you can just insult him? If you kneel and bow 100 times, I might consider sparing you otherwise. Bang! Before the white-clad youth could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed through the air. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Old man, I swear it wasn't my intention to strike. He charged at me. You can't blame me. Lin Yi rubbed his knuckles, a resigned expression on his face. You dare lay a hand on Lu? You have some nerve. You won't be leaving here today. Seeing his companion downed, Zhang Quan roared in fury, launching himself at Lin Yi like a tiger pouncing on its prey. How could he tolerate such arrogance from a mere wildling? However, in the next moment, he froze in place. He felt his fist caught in a powerful grip that wouldn't budge. No matter how hard he struggled, it was as if it were gripped by a vice. Is this all you've got? You dare to make a scene before me? Fortunately for you, I'm in a good mood today. Consider yourself lucky. But if there's a next time, Lin Yi snorted coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent Zhang Quan flying, just as he had done to the one before him. How dare you openly harm a disciple of Piaomiao Academy? You must be seeking death. Where's the enforcement team? At that moment, the tall young man bellowed, and figures began to converge from all directions, surrounding Lin Yi. What's this? Trying to bully me with numbers? I didn't want to resort to violence, but if you insist. Lin Yi scoffed. Before coming here, he had promised the old man not to resort to violence indiscriminately, so he had merely given Zhang Quan a light lesson. But that didn't mean he was a coward. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they do, I will undoubtedly smash their heads. How dare you be so brazen? Capture him. The young man seethed with rage, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a crimson long blade appeared in his grasp. As the blade materialized, flames erupted along its edge, causing the temperature around them to soar. "Stop!" Just as tensions peaked, a commanding voice rang out. A venerable elder with silver hair and a commanding presence soared into view. Master He has arrived. This youth is doomed now. Umph, how dare he cause a ruckus at Piamiao Academy? He truly knows no balance." The onlookers murmured as they witnessed the arrival of the elder. "What's all this noise? What sort of decorum is this? Do you not know where you are?" The elder scanned the crowd before unleashing a terrifying aura. The pressure was overwhelming in that instant. Everyone felt as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs, making it difficult to breathe. Many of those with lesser strength fell to their knees under the weight of his presence. At that moment, the elder noticed the youth in animal skins, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if his aura had no effect on him whatsoever. "Master, please calm your anger. This is all because of him. He not only trespassed into the academy, but also injured one of our disciples. I acted in defense of the academy's honor." "Oh, is that so? Is what they say true?" The elder's cold gaze fell upon Lin Yi. Though he was surprised by Lin Yi's ability to withstand his pressure, the honor of Piamiao Academy must not be tarnished. "Indeed, it was I who struck them. But before you condemn me, perhaps you should inquire why I felt compelled to do so." Before the imposing elder, Lin Yi maintained an expression of calm indifference. While others might fear him, he did not. Chapter 2. Wang Xiaoya. What exactly is going on here? HM? "Ah, Master, please see, clearly it was he who intruded upon the academy, and we merely—" "Oh, is that so? Why were they allowed in while I was turned away? Does your academy discriminate? Or do you simply have poor judgment? That's nonsense. They are here to participate in the academy's assessment. Of course they can enter." The tall young man sneered, his heart filled with delight. "With elderly present, I wonder how you will wriggle out of this one. Ha, what a joke. They are here for the assessment, am I not? Or does your academy only judge by attire?" At that moment, Lin Yi erupted into laughter. You, how can this be? Do you think anyone can just walk into Piamiao Academy for an assessment? You need an invitation. Do you have one? Who says I don't?" As his words fell, Lin Yi pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his burlap sack and tossed it forward. This is impossible. How could you possibly have this? Tell me, where did you steal it from?" The young man's face twisted in disbelief as he gazed at the crumpled paper. Those who possessed such an invitation were either disciples of prestigious families or extraordinary talents. Yet how could he fathom that someone who looked as if they had just emerged from a primitive society could belong to either group? Typically, when someone received an invitation, they would cherish it like a treasure. How could he treat it so carelessly? Upon seeing the invitation, the elder's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his face before it was swiftly concealed. "Very well, since you possess an invitation, you may enter the academy for the assessment. This was all a misunderstanding. Young man, we apologize for our error. I hope you can forgive us. To be honest, had I not promised the old man, even if you invited me, I wouldn't have come. They'll let this slide this time, but it's a one-time deal. If it happens again..." With a cold snort, Lin Yi turned and walked into the academy. How utterly arrogant! Upon hearing this, the young man felt as though his lungs were about to explode. He had spent many years in Piamiao Academy, and every candidate who had come for assessments had shown him the utmost respect. Never had he encountered someone so audacious. Were it not for Elder He's presence, he would have truly relished the opportunity to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Damn it, while others are begging and pleading to join the academy, you actually dare to show disdain? Very well, I shall let this matter slide for now, but should there be a next time, I will show no mercy. And you, Wang Meng, the academy teaches us not to judge by appearances, yet you refuse to heed this advice. Were it not for the friendship between your grandfather and myself, your behavior alone would suffice for your expulsion from the academy. I urge you to conduct yourself wisely. With a cold snort, the white-haired elder soared away into the depths of the academy. Wang Ge, that person is exceedingly arrogant. He has already struck me, and now he dares to disregard you. How can I tolerate this? After the elder's departure, Zhang Quan spoke with a frosty expression. As a prodigy of the Zhang family, He had never endured such humiliation. Tolerate? How is that possible? As long as he remains in the academy, I possess ample means to make him kneel and beg for mercy. However, with Elder He around, we cannot act overtly. Zhang Quan, find someone to keep an eye on him. At the first opportunity, we shall. Rest assured, Wang Gu, anyone who dares to offend you in the Misty Academy, even if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, shall be subdued. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having entered the Misty Academy, began to wander about the premises. One must concede, his appearance certainly garnered attention. TSK, this one won't do a bit too unattractive. This one's backside is too small, not suitable for bearing children. This one has a modest chest, the child would starve. Although this one possesses a commendable chest and rear, she is too old, unacceptable. As he strolled along, Lin Yi muttered to himself. It felt as though he had come to the academy not for cultivation, but rather in search of a wife. Alas, I have fallen for the old man's trick again. He prattled on about the abundance of beauties here, yet I have wandered a considerable distance without encountering a single one. After a long while, Lin Yi tossed the burlap sack he had been carrying to the ground and despondently sat upon it, letting out a sigh. His reasons for coming here were twofold. He could no longer endure the old man's incessant nagging, and he had been lured by tales of numerous beautiful women, hoping to find a few wives to take home. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that there were no beauties to be found, only an abundance of dinosaurs. Hello. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through his thoughts, and a young maiden appeared before him. Dressed in flowing white garments, the girl possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin as radiant as snow, her waist slender, and her teeth like pearls. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, silky and smooth. As a gentle breeze swept by, a delicate fragrance enveloped him. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a stunning woman! You, hello. Were you calling for me?" Lin Yi rose to his feet, offering a slight smile. "My name is Wang Xiaoya. Are you here to participate in the Academy's assessment? Your attire is quite unique." The young beauty regarded Lin Yi with curiosity. "Yes, indeed. My name is Lin Yi. A pleasure to meet you." "Lin Yi, what a lovely name. Where do you hail from? Why are you dressed like this? Did you encounter bandits on the way? How unfortunate." Oh well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt utterly speechless. "Is this what you call fashion? In my village, I am a trendsetter. They all refer to me as the handsome one. What do you mean I encounter bandits? If bandits were to cross paths with me, it would be their misfortune. Indeed, in order to come to the academy, I faced 18 waves of bandits. It was truly dreadful. Not only did they strip me of my clothes, but they also left me battered and bruised. My old man, in his concern for me, you can feel my chest. This is the result of their misdeeds. I am in such a dire state." Lin Yi, pointing to a blemish on his chest, spoke with a tone of profound sorrow. Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. The expression on his face was one of utter despair. "Truly tragic. This is too lamentable. Those bandits are utterly despicable. Rest assured, once I have perfected my skills, I shall avenge you." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the young lady gently patted her chest and replied, her expression irresistibly adorable, leaving Lin Yi utterly captivated. "Thank you, fair maiden. Your kindness is beyond measure. I am at a loss for how to repay such generosity, except to offer myself in gratitude." With that, Lin Yi lunged toward the maiden's embrace, his heart racing with excitement. This little girl was remarkably easy to deceive. However, in the next moment, he froze in place, for a long sword appeared before him, compelling him to halt. "Sister, Fletcher, how dare you be so brazen? You seek death." The speaker was a young woman clad in a green robe, whose beauty was striking, possessing a maturity that contrasted with Wang Xiaoya's youthful innocence. Exuding an air of cold arrogance, that moment, she brandished her sword, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi, a chilling aura radiating from the blade, suggesting that any further provocation would lead to violence. Chapter 3. Is it merely a ginseng? Lin Yi, utterly bewildered, wondered what was happening. "Forgive me. She is my sister, Wang Xing, that I hope I haven't caused you any harm." The young maiden expressed her remorse. "It matters not. Thank you for your concern. I shall rely on myself from now on. Yet my poor old man met a truly tragic end. You cannot imagine. He was literally hacked into 18 pieces, and they even sprinkled salt on his remains. Sister, he doesn't seem to be lying. We ought to help him. He is far too pitiful, Wang Xiaoya said, her heart filled with compassion. Xiaoya, have you forgotten my earlier admonition? Do not trust strangers so readily, especially someone like this lecher. I warn you, do not approach Xiaoya again, or you shall face my wrath. Come, Xiaoya. With that, Wang Xiaoya took her sister by the hand and departed. Yet, as they left, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with pity. At last, he had encountered a rather charming beauty. When I return, I shall spare my old man a few of his whiskers. Watching the two depart, Lin Yi smiled faintly. He then slung his sack over his shoulder and walked towards the academy. Time flew by, and before long, night descended. Lin Yi sat in his newly assigned room, diligently studying the little book he had brought. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed from outside the door, and an elderly man in gray appeared in his room. "Uve come, young Master Lin, it truly is you," the old man exclaimed with great excitement, his voice trembling. "It has been ages, Li Lao." Lin Yi responded with a gentle smile that he was very familiar with this elder, recalling how he often trailed behind his family as patriarch in his youth. After all these years, young Master has grown so much, resembling Master in his prime. I wonder how Master is. Fear not. The old man is in good health, eating and drinking well. Though it has been many years since I last saw you, I have missed you greatly. I have brought you something. Lin Yi then retrieved a bundle of ginseng, thicker than a radish, from his sack and handed it to the elder. Is this the Xianling ginseng? The elder gasped in astonishment. Such a rare treasure, particularly one of this size, was indeed a rare find. He had exerted considerable effort in the past to obtain such a thing, yet to no avail. Who could have imagined that he would acquire it today? Is it merely a ginseng? You seem overly excited. Is it truly so precious? We have plenty of it in our yard. When I have time to return, I can fetch a couple for you. Lin Yi remarked, bemused by the elder's fervor. The elder was momentarily speechless. Do you think everyone is like you? Such treasures, if they were to fall into the hands of others, would incite fierce competition among powerful figures. Yet, considering Lin Yi's background, he understood that what was deemed precious by others was trivial for him. Thank you for your kindness, young Master. Due to my busy schedule over the years, I have not visited Master, but I will certainly pay him a visit when I have the opportunity. You mustn't. You have no idea how comfortably the old man has been living to protect himself. He even drove me away. If you go, you may very well meet the same fate. I advise you, unless absolutely necessary. Do not seek him out. Lin Yi recalled the lengths the elder had gone to in order to rid himself of his presence, and he felt a headache coming on. He indeed. The elder nodded and continued. Since Master has sent you to the Piao Miao Academy, he undoubtedly has his reasons that I will arrange for you to become the Academy's holy son, granting you access to the finest cultivation resources. I hope you will not find this distasteful. Oh, please do not. The old man specifically instructed me to be treated like an ordinary person, without any special privileges that if he were to find out, he would surely come running from home. Do not put me in such a position, and please keep my identity a secret. I do not wish to be regarded as a monster. Yes. I will comply with your wishes. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Shu, wait a moment. I have a question. Just as the elder was about to depart, Lin Yi suddenly called out. What is it, young Master? Are there any beautiful women in your academy? Could you introduce me to one? This is not my request. It is the old man's. He insists that I cannot return home without finding a girlfriend, so I have no choice but to seek your assistance. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling the Master's character, he felt it was understandable. Truly a creature of bloodline. Young Master, if you wish for beautiful women, I am not entirely certain. However, I recall there is a beauty ranking within the Academy. You may inquire there. Of course, with your status, any beauty fortunate enough to catch your eye would be truly blessed. A beauty ranking, you say? Lin Yi mused, recalling the two lovely maidens he had encountered earlier. He wondered if they had made the list. Oh, splendid. Thank you, Li Shu. Please attend to your matters. With that, Lin Yi resumed his reading of the little book. A night passed in silence, and morning arrived. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the land, the entirety of Piao Miao Academy was enveloped in a veil of hazy light, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden cloaked in mystery. Lin Yi performed a brief morning routine before making his way to the Academy Square, for today was the day of the official assessment. Having chosen to cultivate alongside ordinary people, he felt compelled to witness the proceedings. Upon arriving at the square, he found it teeming with a throng of young men and women, most of whom were of similar age to him. They were all ablaze with excitement, for this moment would determine their destinies. Should they pass the assessment and become disciples of Piao Miao Academy, they would soar to great heights. Conversely, failure would result in their return to obscurity. Look, it's him, the one who caused a ruckus yesterday, not only beating Zhang Quan, but also offending senior brother Wang. As Lin Yi arrived, all eyes turned toward him. There was no way to avoid recognition. News of his actions had spread, and he was indeed the first in centuries to dare such audacity. Lin Yi paid no mind to the attention. He had already spotted the Wang sisters from yesterday. "Good morning, Miss Ya." "Lin Yi, you are here as well." Wang Xiaoya greeted him with a gentle smile, while Wang Xinyue regarded him with a frosty demeanor, her piercing gaze scrutinizing him as if he were a thief. Chapter 4. Is this an academy of feelings? Indeed, today is the assessment that I naturally had to come. But it seems your sister harbors some misconceptions about me. Am I a source of trouble for you? Not at all. My sister is quite amiable, although her demeanor may seem a bit frigid. You will come to understand her better once you are more acquainted. Xiaoya, do you recall what I told you yesterday? Do not converse with strangers, particularly with such lecherous individuals. Maintain your distance from him. Furthermore, you should keep away from my sister, or else. Humph, sister. I truly believe that Lin Yi is not a bad person. Your words are quite hurtful to him. Do you comprehend the distinction between good and evil? I have promised our parents that I would take good care of you, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals bring you harm. Yet Wang Xiaoya's face was a picture of conflict, torn between her sister and the person she deemed good. Forget it, Xia, it's nothing to worry about. Thank you for your trust. However, I assure you I am indeed a good person. Rest assured, I will not bring you any harm. In response, Lin Yi had no intention of engaging in a debate. For such matters cannot be resolved merely through words. I sent this the beggar. What brings you here to take the assessment? Do you really think you can become a disciple of the Miao Miao sect? You are simply dreaming. At that moment, a sharp and scathing voice rang out as several figures approached him. It was Zhang Quan and others, including a man with the surname Wang, whom Lin Yi had previously bested. At this moment, his gaze was as cold as ice. Having lost face to Lin Yi yesterday, he had long harbored resentment, wishing for an opportunity to retaliate. How dare a beggar speak to him in such a manner? Oh, I assent that Zhang the fool. Did you not get enough satisfaction yesterday? Do you wish to test my fist again today? Here is the deal. Do not claim I'm bullying you. Why not all come at me at once to save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one? Ew. What do you mean by you? You worthless wretch, lacking even the courage to strike. What audacity permits you to speak here? Very well, just wait. One day, I shall make you pay 100-fold. Zhang Quan was furious, yet he knew that this was the assessment venue, filled with numerous elders. So he dared not act upon his anger. You are Lin Yi, right? Remember this. In the Miao Miao Academy, crossing paths with Wang Meng will lead to your regret. Regret? No, the word regret does not exist in my dictionary. If I had not promised the old man to refrain from acting rashly, someone like you would have long since become a pig's head, so unrecognizable that even your mother would not know you. Lin Yi sneered. Had he maintained his former disposition, these individuals would have met their demise countless times over. How arrogant! Upon hearing this, Wang Meng seethed with anger. How could he, a renowned genius of the academy, be likened to an ant in Lin Yi's words? Were it not for the prohibition against violence, he would certainly teach Lin Yi a lesson about the extent of his own power. Humph, we shall see. With a cold snort, Wang Meng led his companions away. Lin Yi, how could you have offended them? You must be cautious within the academy. Watching Wang Meng and his group retreat, Wang Xiaoya expressed her concern. It's nothing. They are merely a handful of fools, hardly worth worrying about. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. These individuals had never warranted his attention, and he merely hoped they would not seek their own demise. Otherwise, they should not blame him. Although he had promised the old man not to act impulsively, everyone has their limits. If this group continued to haunt him, he would not hesitate to ensure their eternal rest. Such arrogance at that moment. Wang Xingyue scoffed disdainfully. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was left speechless. He merely spoke the truth. How did he become the arrogant one? Furthermore, was this woman mentally challenged, constantly targeting him? Were it not for her ample bosom, he would have dealt with her long ago. Are you unaware of my nickname, the little tyrant of Jiangdong? Do you truly think you can take them on? Do you know who they are? Oh, who are they? Zhang Quan, the unparalleled talent of the Zhang family from Tianyin City, merely 18 years of age, has already achieved the pinnacle of bronze 8 stars. With a talent level reaching the low tier of the Xian rank. Then there is Wang Meng. His grandfather is an inner elder of the academy, and his strength is at the pinnacle of bronze 9 stars. Just a step away from reaching the silver rank, his talent surpassing even Zhang Quan, reaching the intermediate tier of the Xian rank. Oh, you still believe they are inconsequential? Wang Xingyue spoke coldly. For reasons unknown, the moment she laid eyes on Lin Yi, she felt an overwhelming aversion, especially since he had the audacity to approach her sister. The man clad in animal skins dares to dismiss such talents as nothing. Is that not the height of arrogance? Hearing this, Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Was the bronze rank truly impressive? Was the talent of Xian rank truly remarkable? The dogs raised in his household had talent levels at the very least at the peak of the earth rank. What are the bronze cultivation level? I reached that at the age of 3. Are the people in this academy all trash? With such a standard, is that truly called a genius? I could simply bring my dog. Wang Kai, over tomorrow, and Wu Ti that make him the number 1 prodigy of the academy. In the realm of cultivation, one faces numerous challenges. That it was once said that cultivation could be divided into 8 levels. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starshine, monarch, and glorious monarch. Correspondingly, talent is classified into 4 tiers. Yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. At this moment, he felt his grandfather must be deranged to have sent him to such a place. Lin Yi, with diligent practice, you too can become as powerful as they are. Observing Lin Yi's contemplative expression, Wang Xiaoya offered comfort. In her view, Lin Yi was undoubtedly intimidated by the strength of these individuals, for in the realm of Wanjing, strength is revered, and exceptional talent can facilitate a person's rapid growth. Thus, offending a person of extraordinary aptitude is hardly a wise choice. So, do you all consider the Xian rank to be remarkable? Lin Yi asked weakly in their village, if one claimed to have awakened talent of the Xian rank, they would be cast into the valley to feed the wolves. It would be too shameful for the villagers. Hence, he had always believed that the earth rank was the lowest. Is it impressive? I am uncertain whether to call you ignorant or arrogant. Within the Qian domain, amidst billions of beings, those who awaken Xian rank talent are but a rare few. Would you not say that is impressive? Wang Xingyue felt certain that this person must be lacking in judgment to pose such a question. Why is Zhang Quan regarded as the unparalleled genius of the Zhang family? It is solely due to his awakening of Xian rank talent. As for the earth rank, there has yet to be a single instance reported throughout the Qian domain, which suffices to demonstrate the strength of Xian rank talent. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was even more speechless. It seems this is a rather inferior academy, and the old man had exaggerated its significance to him. They're coming, Elder Ma is here. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred, and then a middle-aged man clad in gray robes descended from the sky. Ahem, I am Ma Dong from the Miao Miao Academy. I will be overseeing this entrance examination. The rules this year are the same as in the past. As long as you reach the bronze 3rd level before the age of 20, with talent not lower than the intermediate yellow rank, you shall qualify. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Those who met the requirements were overjoyed, while those who did not felt disheartened. After all, failing the assessment meant they were barred from entering the academy, extinguishing their hopes for the future. Very well, with that said, let us not waste any more time. Who shall come first? As his words fell, Ma Dong retrieved from his storage bag an object resembling a crystal ball. The crystal ball was entirely translucent, appearing to contain something within. Chapter 5. The testing sphere explodes. I shall go first. The first to step forward was a young man clad in black robes, his face beaming with a smile. Excellent. Grasp the orb and input your spiritual energy. Understood. As the black-robed man infused his spiritual energy into the orb, the originally clear crystal sphere began to change gradually, and a faint yellow glow began to radiate. 9 black lights manifested on its surface. Black iron 9 stars. Low-tier yellow rank. Disqualified. What impossible! I am clearly at the intermediate yellow rank. How could I be assessed as low-tier? Elder, is there a mistake? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man was momentarily stunned. What is happening? I distinctly possess intermediate yellow rank talent. How has it reverted to low tier? Furthermore, my cultivation level is at bronze 1. How can I be assessed as black iron 9 stars? At that moment, Ma Dong let out a thunderous shout, and a formidable aura erupted from his being, instantly forcing the man in the black robe to the ground. In our academy, we have always upheld the principles of fairness and justice. Rest assured, there is nothing wrong with this testing orb. However, I must mention something I previously overlooked. The testing orb reveals each individual's true capabilities. Simply put, it assesses your authentic combat strength. Take, for instance, the gentleman from earlier. Although he has reached the bronze 1 star, his actual combat power is merely at the black iron 9 star level. We have no interest in individuals who rely on potions to inflate their abilities. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand. The slots for the Piao Academy are exceedingly rare, and to gain entry, many might resort to unscrupulous means. The Academy had clearly anticipated this. Hence their current measures that a wave of concern washed over numerous students, as there were indeed many like the man in the black robe. Very well, next, I'll go. No matter the test, I fear nothing. A robust young woman stepped forward. With a formidable physique, her single arm seemed to weigh several dozen pounds, causing the male students to regard her with trepidation. A woman so imposing, whoever ends up with her in a fight would surely be at a disadvantage. Buzz! The moment the young woman grasped the orb, a blinding blue light erupted, and 7 green beams flickered across its surface. Bronze 7-star cultivation, with a low-level Xian rank talent. Not bad. What is your name? Ma Dong inquired with a slight smile. That I am Lu Mei'er. Upon hearing her name, Ma Dong spewed the tea he had just sipped. You look like this, and are named Lu Mei'er. Lu Mei'er was at a loss for words. Yet given that he was an elder, she refrained from retorting. Instead, she made a mental note of all those present, thinking, I can't strike an elder, but dealing with you lot is certainly feasible. Among them was Lin Yi, who appeared to be dozing off. That I'm so impressive, yet you didn't even spare me a glance. How disrespectful. My apologies, I choked. Congratulations, you passed. Please take a moment to rest. After the test conclude, someone will guide you to obtain your identity token. Yes, elder. As time progressed, the assessments unfolded in succession. The phrase some rejoice while others lament aptly captured the atmosphere. Those who succeeded wore radiant smiles, brimming with joy, while the failures bore expressions akin to those mourning 100 lost fathers. That, of course, several individuals did achieve what many deemed genius-level standards, with the most dazzling being Wang Xiaoye. Though her cultivation was only bronze 3-star, her talent reached the pinnacle of intermediate Xian rank, nearly attaining high-level status, which left Elder Ma Dong utterly astonished. Second in line was Zhang Quan. His circumstances starkly contrasted with Wang Xiaoye's. After completing his assessment, he provocatively glanced at Lin Yi, conveying a clear message. I'm so exceptional, your days will be quite difficult from now on. As for Lin Yi, he harbored a singular thought, to find an opportunity that night and turn Zhang into a swollen pig's head. Next, with Ma Dong's voice resounding, all eyes in the arena turned to Lin Yi, for he was the last participant. Finally my turn? It took an eternity. Rising, Lin Yi stretched languidly before making his way to the center of the plaza. At the sight of Lin Yi, a flicker of surprise crossed Ma Dong's eyes. He recalled being summoned by the dean before coming out, instructed to look after a young man clad in animal skins. Would you like to take a moment to rest? There's no rush. This prompted an uproar among the crowd. What was happening? Even prodigies like Wang Xiaoye and Zhang Quan had only received a nod of acknowledgement from the elder. Why was he treating Lin Yi with such deference? It was less about courtesy and more akin to flattery. Fine, Let us conclude this swiftly, so I can return to rest. I just need to grip this orb, right? Indeed, please. Ma Dong promptly handed the orb to Lin Yi with utmost respect. Bang! However, the next moment, a tremendous sound erupted, and the orb shattered into a cloud of powder. The arena fell into stunned silence. What was happening? The testing orb had exploded. How could this be? Such artifacts were crafted from exceedingly precious materials. Even a formidable golden-ranked warrior would find it difficult to break one. You see, Ma Dong was equally bewildered. He had presided over countless assessments, but had never encountered such an anomaly. Perhaps it's just worn out. Let us try a new one. He then retrieved another pristine testing orb from his storage bag. Yet in the next instant, another resounding bang echoed, and that orb too disintegrated into dust. I refuse to believe this. Let us try again. Frustrated, Ma Dong produced 3 testing orbs, determined to see them all explode. Yet a minute later, his expression darkened considerably. The 3 orbs met the same fate as the previous 2, shattering upon impact. 5 testing orbs had exploded, and his only thought was how to compensate for the loss. The cost of such items was exorbitant, and losing 5 at once could lead to financial ruin. Cheating! Lin Yi must be cheating. He has definitely tampered with the testing orbs. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Wang Ming. In his view, Lin Yi must have cheated, resorting to sabotage to mask his lack of talent. Yes, indeed. Lin Yi is surely cheating. Otherwise, why did the orbs explode only upon his use? His innate gifts must be lacking, prompting such vile tactics. Exactly. Seize him and hand him over to the enforcement hall. In an instant, Wang Ming and his companions erupted in cacophonous shouts, unable to tolerate Lin Yi's presence. Meanwhile, Ma Dong gazed at them as if they were fools. Frankly, if not for his favorable relationship with Wang Ming's grandfather, he would have been tempted to slap him. Why don't you go ahead and cheat to break them yourself? Yet his curiosity piqued about how Lin Yi had accomplished this feat. Did he employ an unknown method? The notion that Lin Yi might have shattered the orb through sheer strength never crossed his mind. After all, Lin Yi appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Could someone under 20 truly unleash golden-level power? Impossible. As for the theory that exceptional talent could lead to the orb's explosion, he dismissed that outright. Even if Lin Yi's talent was high, how high could it realistically be? Advanced Qian rank? Earth rank? Such prodigies were unheard of in the entire Qian domain. They might exist in the heart of Dongzhou or Zhongzhou, but certainly not here. All right, due to equipment issues, the assessment is concluded. Those who passed will be escorted shortly to obtain their identity tokens. As for you, Lin Yi, please accompany me to the instruction building. With that, Ma Dong led Lin Yi toward the instruction building. 15 minutes later, within the dean's courtyard. Uncle Li, so you are the dean of this academy? How come you've never mentioned it before? There simply hasn't been time. So, how did the test go? I'm not sure, Lin Yi replied. Not sure? What do you mean? Elder Ma, did he not take the test? Dean, he did take the test, but there was a little unexpected incident. Ma Dong spoke hesitantly. A little incident. What kind of incident? Well, the testing orb exploded. What? The testing orb exploded. Couldn't you just replace it? Does our academy lack funds? Dean Li said incredulously. How could someone be so incompetent? It appeared he would need to reconsider Ma Dong's position as an elder. If he continued like this, the students would end up being misled. We did replace it, but they all exploded. With that, Ma Dong felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Have 5 orbs detonated at once. If he were to be held liable for the damages, he would be financially devastated. All of them exploded? Upon hearing these words, Dean Li was left utterly bewildered. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be? Instinctively, he recalled a phrase once uttered by his esteemed mentor. Calamity will soon descend. You must depart. Could it be that the calamity spoken of by his master referred to young Master Lin? Or perhaps, foreseeing this impending disaster, he sent the young master away to avoid it? In that instant, he began to grasp the reason why his mentor insisted on sending Lin Yi here. It undoubtedly related to the calamity his mentor had mentioned. Very well, let this matter rest here. Regarding Lin Yi's assessment, simply attribute it to a malfunction of the instruments. This incident must not be spoken of to anyone. Do you understand? Yes. Upon hearing this, Ma Dong nodded eagerly in agreement, feeling an immense wave of relief wash over him. As long as I am not held accountable, Everything else is trivial. Chapter 6. The pummeling of a fatherly figure, Uncle Wang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After Ma Dong departed, Lin Yi also rose to bid farewell. Having arrived at this place, it was only natural for him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Very well, should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Lin Yi took his leave. Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, Li Jun, known as Old Li, fell into deep contemplation. Master, what was your true intention in sending the young master here? Initially, he believed Lin Yi had come to evade the calamity mentioned by his mentor. But upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. What kind of person was his mentor? If even he could not protect the young master, what hope was there for the ethereal academy? Could it be that there existed some unknown force here? After leaving the teaching building, Lin Yi proceeded to obtain his identity token from the academy. Staring at the garments he had just received, Lin Yi felt a sense of dismay. He had not anticipated that the academy would require him to wear a specific uniform. Back in his village, he had always donned animal hides, having grown accustomed to such attire. Suddenly being asked to wear this was quite an adjustment that, oh well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. With a sigh, Lin Yi changed into the new clothing. One must admit, the attire of the Ethereal Academy was quite impressive. Once clad in it, Lin Yi's allure seemed to ascend at least 3 tiers. Reclining on his bed, he casually flipped through the cultivation techniques provided by the academy, only to cast them aside in disdain to others. These techniques might be treasures, but to him, they were scarcely better than refuse. And thus he discarded them without a second thought. Time slipped away, and before long, nightfall enveloped the land. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, and a faint azure light began to emanate from his being. Simultaneously, a star in the heavens suddenly flared brilliantly, converging its radiance towards Lin Yi. Bang! At the moment the starlight met the azure glow surrounding Lin Yi, a tremendous sound erupted, causing Lin Yi to tumble from his bed. Ah, still not working? What could possibly be the issue? Lin Yi sighed. This was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Since childhood, he had displayed an extraordinarily terrifying aptitude for cultivation. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of silver rank, he discovered he could not advance further. He had inquired about this matter with the old man, but each time he received the same reply. The time was not yet ripe. Yet, 5 years had passed since then. And still, nothing had changed. He remained in the dark about when that elusive moment would finally arrive. Brother Wang, this is the place. Just then, a familiar voice reached Lin Yi's ears. It was none other than Zhang Quan. Truly unaware of the peril that awaits. With a cold smirk, Lin Yi vanished from the room in an instant. Outside, 2 figures stealthily approached Lin Yi's quarters. Are you certain there is no mistake? Fear not, Brother Wang. You have faith in my abilities, do you not? I exerted considerable effort to have the elder assign him to this location. That brat dared to offend you. So tonight he shall pay the price. Zhang Quan boasted confidently to enact his revenge on Lin Yi. He had invested a significant sum to ensure Lin Yi was placed in this secluded spot, all for the purpose of confronting him that very night. Having been sent flying by Lin Yi at the academy's entrance, his fury had only intensified. How dare he offend me? Wang Meng, if he does not beg for mercy on his knees tonight, I shall not believe it. Wang Meng shared Zhang Quan's anger. Typically, new students greeted him with the utmost respect, yet Lin Yi not only disregarded him, but also caused him to be scolded by Elder He. Such disrespect was intolerable. Bang! Upon arriving at Lin Yi's door, Wang Meng wasted no time, delivering a powerful kick to the entrance. However, upon entering the room, they were met with an empty space. Lin Yi was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Did you not say he was here? I distinctly saw him enter. Could he have vanished? Zhang Quan replied, bewildered. Just then, a voice resonated from behind them. Are you looking for me? They turned to see Lin Yi regarding them with a cold smile. Lin Yi, I must commend your audacity. Knowing we sought you, you still dare to remain here. You must be tired of living. With that, Wang Meng clenched his fist, launching a punch toward Lin Yi's formidable bronze rank 9 star. His strike unleashed a fierce wind, exuding considerable force. For offending Brother Wang, you shall pay the price. Just as Zhang Quan anticipated Lin Yi would be pummeled by Wang Meng, he was left utterly dumbfounded in the next moment. For Lin Yi had effortlessly seized Wang Meng's fist, rendering the latter unable to break free, no matter how hard he struggled. How is this possible? The sight left Zhang Quan in shock. Wang Meng was a genius of the academy. A bronze rank 9-star. How could this be happening? Is this all you've got? My pet, Wang Kai could best you. Lin Yi scoffed, then with a swift kick, propelled Wang Meng like a cannonball, causing him to spew blood and turn pale. Brother Wang, are you all right? I'm fine. Get up and help me. I'll make him pay for this. Wang Meng roared, scrambling to his feet, brandishing a long sword that emanated a blue glow, infuriated by being kicked away. He was determined to retaliate. All right, let us do this. Zhang Quan, recovering his wits, quickly formed hand seals, summoning a ferocious tiger spirit to accompany his fists. Tiger descends from the mountain. Gale slash. The winds howled, and the tiger roared as the duo combined their might, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yet, Lin Yi merely shook his head in response. Too weak, with a stomp of his right foot, a powerful gale erupted from him. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious winds were overwhelming, sending both Wang Meng and Zhang Quan hurtling back against the wall, crashing through it and creating a gaping hole before they finally came to a stop. Who are you? How can you be so strong? At that moment, Wang Meng was truly alarmed. The first time he had been sent flying was due to his carelessness. But now it was evident. Lin Yi was formidable. Even when he and Zhang Quan attacked together, it was an effortless display of strength. Wang Meng had reached the bronze rank 9-star level. Yet Lin Yi defeated them with such ease. Could he be a silver rank warrior? As this realization struck them, both men inhaled sharply. A silver rank powerhouse at such a young age. How could this be possible? Chapter 7. The Annihilation Fist. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Yi paid no mind to Wang Meng and Zhang Quan's astonishment. Instead, he approached them step by step. Didn't come any closer. What do you want? My grandfather is Elder Wang Kun. You. But before Wang Meng could finish a sentence, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before his face. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of anguished cries reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi came to a halt, and before him lay two figures resembling pig heads sprawled on the ground. My grandfather is Wang Kun. My grandfather is Wang Kun. Do you still not believe that I can reduce you to pig heads? Lin Yi sneered, casting another glance at the two. Why does this person's left cheek appear so much smaller? With a sudden punch, both sides of their faces swelled up equally. Clang, clang, clang. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resonated at the door, prompting Lin Yi to recall that he had closed it earlier to deal with these two. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Could there be accomplices? With this thought, Lin Yi hurriedly stepped out and opened the door, revealing a young woman in a flowing pink dress standing outside. She was stunningly beautiful, her eyebrows like green hills, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, embodying an indescribable charm, especially with her rosy cheeks resembling perfectly ripe apples, making one irresistibly tempted to take a bite. Who are you? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, he would have invited her in for a chat about the philosophies of life. However, the situation was different now. There were still two pig-headed figures inside. If they were discovered, it would spell trouble. Although he was unafraid, he did not wish to complicate matters. I am a mentor at the academy. My name is Yu Rushuang. I heard sounds of a scuffle from this direction, so I came to investigate. Oh, hello. I am Lin Yi. A couple of rats came by earlier, but it's nothing serious. I've already chased them away. That's good to hear. May I come and take a look? Yu Rushuang asked. As a mentor. She naturally did not believe Lin Yi's words, and through the crack of the door, she had caught a glimpse of two shadows and sensed a faint whiff of blood. Well, there's really no need to trouble the mentor. It's a bit messy in here, and I wouldn't want to frighten you. It's all right. I'm not easily scared. With that, Yu Rushuang stepped past Lin Yi into the room. As a mentor, she felt it was her duty to investigate any sign of conflict. However, when she beheld the scene before her, she was utterly taken aback. Two creatures with pig heads were shivering on the ground, and a large hole marred the wall. Impudent pig demons, daring to come to the academy, seeking death without a moment's hesitation. Wang struck down with her palm, sending the unfortunate Wang Ming and his companion flying once more. Blood gushed forth as if it were water. What the hell? Lin Yi was completely flabbergasted. He had not anticipated that this beautiful mentor would act with such decisiveness. Don't. Mentor you. It's me, Wang Ming. Wang Ming lamented internally. After enduring a thrashing from Lin Yi, he was already in a terrible state, and now he was being mistaken for a pig demon and struck again. What was going on? Ah, you are Wang Ming? This, Wang was momentarily dumbfounded. She had assumed they were indeed pig demons and had instinctively attacked. She never expected it to be Wang Ming to, oh no, as a mentor I've struck a student. If the academy finds out, I am finished. In that instant, Wang was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. According to the rules of the mysterious Cloud Academy, students could engage in fights as long as they did not result in serious consequences. But if a mentor intervened, the situation was entirely different. Wang Ming? What Wang Ming? Mentor you or your eyes deceiving you. There are no Wang Mings here, only two pig demons. As Wang's anxiety peaked, Lin Yi interjected, after which he delivered a swift kick towards Wang Ming. Yes, no Wang Ming here. I must have mistaken you for a pig demon. I almost fell for it. It seems I need to get some beauty sleep. I must be getting old. My eyesight is failing. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang quickly nodded in agreement and began to walk towards the exit, even giving a thumbs up as she went. While the pig demons are indeed despicable, heaven has a benevolent nature. Do keep an eye on things, and do not go too far. I shall take my leave now. Understood. Mentor, take care. After bidding farewell to Wang, Lin Yi returned to the room, where he looked at Wang Ming and his companion, a faint smile creeping onto his face. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, even if you kill us, you cannot escape. Zhang Quan was in a state of panic. Had he known Lin Yi was so formidable, he would have never come here. Kill you? No, that would merely sully my hands. Look at what you've done to my place. Shouldn't you compensate me for repairs, depreciation, and emotional distress? You are being excessively unreasonable. Wang Ming seethed with rage. Having been beaten to such a state, to demand compensation was simply outrageous. One could tolerate a lot. But this was too much. Exactly, this is way too much. We will not pay, and I don't believe you have the guts to kill us. Oh, really? I wonder if you have heard of a certain martial art. A martial art? What martial art? Both of them looked utterly bewildered, unsure why Lin Yi was mentioning such things at this moment. Once a renowned master established an incredibly powerful martial art called the severing offspring and grandchildren fist. This technique had the unique advantage of allowing one to forever abandon their emotions and desires, rendering them incapable of harboring any chaotic thoughts. Moreover, the strikes were imperceptible, executed without anyone being able to discern them. Coincidentally, I have learned this very technique. So, how about we give it a try? Rest assured, I will simply hammer away at you with a total of 81 punches. It's quite easy, you son of a BTCH. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and his companion could only muster one thought for Lin Yi. What is this nonsense about abandoning emotions? This is a matter of life and death. They were young and full of promise. They did not wish to end up like that. So, do you want to give it a try? Lin Yi declared, forming a seal with his hands as a faint green light burst forth from them. I'll pay. Wang Ming quickly exclaimed. Though he was seething with anger, wishing to chop Lin Yi into pieces, he realized that under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. If Lin Yi truly knew this technique, he did not wish to test its effects. Oh, is that so? And what about you? Do you want to try? I will pay too. Excellent. Now let's calculate how you will compensate. You see, there's a hole in the door. There'll be 10,000 spirit stones. The floor is damaged quite a bit, so that has 20,000 spirit stones. The wall has a huge hole. At least 50,000 spirit stones. And the blood on the ground will require cleaning, which is another 10,000 spirit stones. And for the pain in my hand from punching you, let us say 3,000 spirit stones for emotional distress. And, all right, the total comes to 180,100 spirit stones. But as fellow students of the academy, I will waive the odd cents for you, so just 18,000 will suffice. I believe I am being quite reasonable. Lin Yi smiled. I'll be damned. 18,000 spirit stones? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The two were rendered speechless. 18,000 spirit stones were an astronomical sum. With that amount, one could purchase thousands of such rooms. Now that sounds more like it, so let us settle the payment. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. But I don't have that much money on me. Can you allow me to pay you tomorrow? At that moment, Zhang Quan spoke weekly. 18,000 spirit stones was no small amount. It represented the Zhang family's entire income for a year, and he was merely a junior member. Even if the two share the cost, 9,000 spirit stones was an impossible sum for them to produce. You don't have that much spirit stones? How much do you have? I only have 60,000 spirit stones, but this gauntlet is a low-tier mystical artifact. I can give it to you. Please, I beg you, do not use the severing offspring and grandchildren fist. Zhang Quan was in a state of panic. He was still a youth with a bright future ahead. The thought of Lin Yi incapacitating him was terrifying. Yes, that all? You're broke. Lin Yi replied, utterly unimpressed. 10,000+ spirit stones. Was that a lot? He recalled a time in the village when his monthly allowance amounted to several million spirit stones, leading him to consider a mere 100,000 as insignificant. To his surprise, these two individuals appear to be quite impoverished. However, I must say, your attire is rather decent. It should be worth quite a sum, no? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and he extended his hands towards the two. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? No, please don't. Within a minute, the two were left with only their undergarments, their bodies completely bare, coupled with their faces swollen like that of pigs, creating a comically absurd scene. All right, you may leave now, but consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple. Yes, absolutely. Upon hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards the exit. This was truly an embarrassing moment for them, wishing they could sprout an extra pair of legs. Help! A pig demon has appeared. Quickly, capture the pig demon. However, the next moment, a voice resounded throughout the academy from behind them. Damn you! Hearing this, the two were taken aback and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Where's the pig demon? Where is it? My goodness, it truly is a pig demon. And there are two of them. Someone over here, don't let them escape. What the hell? How can this pig demon be so formidable? It even possesses martial prowess. Why do these two pig demons look so familiar? They remind me of Senior Brother Wong. Nonsense. Senior Brother Wong is handsome and charming. How could he resemble a pig demon? Hurry, chase after them. We must not let them get away. In an instant, the academy was in an uproar, while Lin Yi had already returned to his chamber. Sigh, back to being a handyman again. Glancing around the room, Lin Yi sighed, then commenced his repair work. Fortunately, this wasn't his first encounter with such a situation, so he was quite experienced. After an hour, everything was concluded. Time flew, and it was now the early hours of the morning. Lin Yi had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon him, and a faint azure light began to emanate from his body. Suddenly, a shadow materialized from the void, revealing an elderly man clad in black. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, radiated no spiritual energy, giving him the appearance of an ordinary old man. Observing the slumbering Lin Yi, the elder let out a soft sigh. Old man Lin, have you truly brought him here? Is it time for that? With a wave of his hand, a purple radiance emerged. Shooting towards Lin Yi, buzz. The moment the purple light entered Lin Yi's body, several star-like beams flickered in the sky, converging towards this location. I could see that moment. Azure, purple, and starlight intertwined upon Lin Yi, and a soft rainbow glow ascended from him, illuminating the entire room in vibrant hues. As the rainbow light intensified, it gradually formed an unusual pattern. Break. The instant the peculiar pattern appeared, the elder shouted, unleashing a far more terrifying burst of purple light from his being. Boom! The purple light surged towards the pattern, and a muffled sound echoed as the pattern shattered under the relentless assault of the purple light, vanishing into the ether. Sigh. After completing this, the elder sighed once more, then vanished into the void. Once the elder departed, the room reverted to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired. At dawn, sunlight bathed the earth, and the entire Miao Academy radiated with vitality. What is happening? In his room, Lin Yi wore a puzzled expression. For some reason, he felt slightly different. That it was as if he had been shackled by an invisible bond, which now seemed to have vanished. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his family's secret technique, the 9 Star technique. Instantly, he felt wisps of spiritual energy, like ethereal sprites, converging into his body, gradually circulating within him, strengthening his cultivation along with the flow of energy. Feeling this transformation, Lin Yi was overjoyed he could once again absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. What exactly transpired? Why am I able to cultivate once more? Could it be related to yesterday? He instinctively recalled the events of his training from the previous day. But he quickly dismissed the notion. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Thus, it was improbable. Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't arrive at a conclusion. Never mind, I'll ask the old man when I return. Shaking his head, Lin Yi exited his room and made his way towards the academy square, for today was the day of class assignments. The sun warmed his body, enveloping him in a delightful sensation. Upon arriving at the square, he found it bustling with people, newcomers like him who had successfully passed their assessments the day prior. Hey, did you hear? A pig demon appeared in our academy yesterday. Of course I heard. I even tried to chase it, but unfortunately, those 2 pig demons were too powerful and escaped. It's strange, though, that I can't shake the feeling that those 2 pig demons look familiar. I must have seen them somewhere. Indeed, I share that sentiment. They bear a resemblance to Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Zhang. Shoo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know that a few people who mentioned those similarities this morning were beaten to a pulp by Senior Brother Wang? All right, enough of that. Here comes Senior Brother Zhang. Just then, Zhang Quan approached, his face looking markedly better after a night of recovery, though he still appeared somewhat bloated. You know, one of those pig demons resembled Senior Brother Zhang quite a bit. You imbecile! Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan erupted in anger and threw a punch, sending the unfortunate man flying, utterly bewildered. Senior Brother Zhang? The crowd was stunned, completely a loss as to why Zhang Quan had reacted with such fury. If I hear anyone mention pig demons again, I'll end you. Zhang Quan huffed, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi, brimming with rage. Chapter 9. Do not look down on me, Lin Yi, you've arrived. A gentle voice rang out, revealing 2 beautiful sisters, one older and one younger, from the Wang family. Wang Xiaoya wore a charming smile, exuding cuteness, while Wang Xingyue had an icy demeanor, as if she were owed a great debt. Congratulations on your top score yesterday. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. During the previous day's assessment, Wang Xiaoya had displayed the highest talent, prompting him to extend his congratulations that, it was merely luck. But what about you? How did your test go? What did the elders say? No worries, I passed. Just barely. Perhaps the testing orb was faulty yesterday. Ah, that is good to hear. Make sure to train diligently and avenge your family as patriarch. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I will help you. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are fellow disciples. It's only right to support one another. Have you heard? 2 pig demons appeared in the academy yesterday. It is quite bizarre for pig demons to be here. About that. Lin Yi instinctively glanced at Zhang Quan, his lips twitching slightly. To be honest, he was just as bewildered by the uproar surrounding this incident. Whoosh! Just as they conversed, several whooshing sounds broke through the air, and 5 men and women soared down from the sky. Among them was Yu Ruxiang, whom Lin Yi had encountered yesterday. Wow, Mentor Yu Ruxiang is so beautiful. If I could be in her class, I'd gladly sacrifice 3 years of my life. Indeed, it would be such a blessing to be under her guidance. I wonder if we'll have that luck. As the crowd buzzed with excitement at the prospect of joining Yu Ruxiang's class, Zhang Quan's expression darkened with fury. It was she who had failed to lend assistance yesterday, even mistaking him for a pig demon and attacking him. Causing oneself such embarrassment, if given the chance, I shall ensure this wretched person meets their end. In contrast to Zhang Quan, Yu Ruoxuang appears somewhat constrained. Unbeknownst to her, she had struck one of the academy's students yesterday. Although Lin Yi ultimately helped her extricate herself from the situation, her heart remained in disarray. Instructor Yu? At that moment, a voice pierced her thoughts, belonging to a middle-aged man in his 30s. Ah, what is it? Oh, it's nothing, I just didn't rest well yesterday, so, I see. Indeed, yesterday the academy was quite raucous due to those 2 pig demons. Had I been present, I would have surely reduced them to mere pieces to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's face turned ashen. Thank goodness I didn't encounter them. Otherwise, I would be done for. Zhang Shixiang, what is the matter? Why do you look so pale? Were you frightened by the pig demons yesterday? Who on earth are you calling frightened? Are you an idiot? Zhang Quan was utterly speechless. Were it not for the multitude of people present, he would have surely retaliated. All right, since everyone is gathered, let us commence with the class assignments. According to the Academy's regulations, you will be selected by the instructors. However, regardless of which instructor you end up with, your future accomplishment shall ultimately rest upon your own efforts. After all, a master can only guide you to the door. The journey of cultivation is entirely up to you. The speaker was an elderly man, and as he concluded, his gaze fell upon Wang Xia. Brimming with excitement, as an instructor, he was well aware of the testing results from the previous day. A mid-tier talent of the Xian level is indeed a rarity within the entire academy. In truth, he was not alone in this sentiment. All other instructors were equally eager to enroll Wang Xiaoye in their classes. In that case, I shall select Wang Xiaoye as my student. No sooner had the old man's words left his lips than a man clad in a red robe interjected, gang, where is your sense of propriety? Why do you get to choose first? Exactly, regardless of the order, it shouldn't fall to you that I claim the first choice. Indeed, when it comes to qualifications, it is naturally the candidate instructors who should choose first. In terms of popularity, Instructor Yu deserves the accolade, and in terms of strength, Instructor Yu is undoubtedly the best. What do you amount to? The red-robed man's face turned an awkward shade upon hearing this, as he had only sought to secure a promising student. Enough! Instructor Yu is the only female instructor among us and has garnered immense popularity that I propose we allow her to select first. What say you? Agreed. I have no objections. I, too, have no objections. I concur, since everyone hold me in such high regard. I shall not delay any further. I choose Wang Xiaoye. With that, Yu Ruo Shuang selected Wang Xiaoye, eliciting sighs from the other instructors. Then I shall choose Zhang Quan. I will take Lu Mei'er. I select Wang Xing'e. Thus, as the instructors continued to make their selections, the number of students in the square dwindled, until only Lin Yi remained. Observing that Lin Yi was the sole one left, the instructors wore expressions of discomfort. The primary concern was that Lin Yi had previously offended Wang Meng, whose grandfather, Wang Kun, was an esteemed elder of the inner academy, a position far beyond the reach of these outer academy instructors. Moreover, Lin Yi had stated that his test results were mediocre at best, barely passing. Thus, there was no reason to jeopardize their standing with Elder Wang Kun on his account. In fact, the mysterious academy was divided into inner and outer sections, with newcomers typically starting in the outer academy. Only upon breaking through to the silver level or making significant contributions to the academy could one apply for admission to the inner academy. Lin, would you be willing to join my class? At that moment, a gentle voice rang out. It was none other than Yu Ruo Shuang. To be honest, her decision to accept Lin Yi bore considerable pressure, as they had received prior warnings from the inner academy. Then I thank you, Instructor Yu. Let us see how long you can gloat. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Quan snorted derisively, harboring immense hatred for Lin Yi. Had he not felt outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to confront him. The memory of being extorted for spirit stones and his own humiliating state from yesterday gnawed at him with frustration. All right, since class assignments have concluded, you may all disperse. Tomorrow, commence your training with your respective instructors. In 3 months, there will be a newcomer assessment that I hope everyone exerts themselves in their cultivation. With that announcement, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Yi, is it? Just as Lin Yi intended to leave, a robust figure obstructed his path. It was none other than Lu Mei'er. What is it? I want to spar with you. Huh. Why? Lin Yi was taken aback, bewildered by the request to engage in combat. Observing her arms, thicker than his own thighs, left him utterly speechless. Because you disregarded me yesterday. I wish to see you kneel and plead for mercy. When did I ever disregard you? Why didn't you pay attention to me during the test yesterday? Lin Yi was left dumbfounded. Just because he hadn't noticed her meant he had disrespected her. What kind of logic was that? Come on, let me show you my strength. Without further ado, Lu Mei'er formed a fist with her right hand and lunged forward. Stop! At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, and a graceful figure approached. It was Yu Ruo Shuang. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time. As Yu Ruo Shuang arrived, Lu Meier huffed disdainfully and departed. Hello, Instructor Yu, Lin Yi greeted with a faint smile. Lin Yi, I hardly know what to say to you. How did you manage to offend her again? Observing Lin Yi's playful demeanor, Yu Ruo Shuang felt a slight headache coming on. Just moments ago, she had felt pity for him and invited him to her class. Yet here he was, embroiled in another issue. Didn't he realize that the reason no instructors wanted him was because he had offended Wang Ming? I can't be blamed for this. I was completely unaware of the situation. She just approached me to attack. I can hardly believe you. Yu Ruo Shuang rolled her eyes, her skepticism evident that I believe you not at all. By the way, Instructor Yu, is there something you need from me? I owe you my thanks earlier. How about I treat you to a meal? A meal, but the Academy's food is quite expensive. Yu Ruo Shuang initially intended to inquire about the events of the previous day, why Wang Ming and Zhang Quan had been in his room, and why it had escalated to such a state that she mistook them for pig demons. No worries, it's just a meal. I can afford it. Oh, is that so? I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Let us go. With that, the two made their way to the Academy's dining hall. The dining hall of the mysterious Academy was quite expansive, with most of the food containing materials conducive to cultivation. However, correspondingly, the prices were exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for the average student. Instructor Yu, what would you like to eat? Please feel free to order anything. Don't hesitate. Lin Yi, I must admonish you that I've heard about your circumstances. Your family has made significant sacrifices to allow you to train here. Therefore, you must focus on your cultivation and resist the temptation of indulgence. Allow me to treat you this time. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, she had heard about his attire and appearance, leading her to subconsciously assume he was a rather impoverished student with mediocre talent. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. What did this imply? Was it possible? Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with Wang Xiaoya from the previous day. Could it be that Yu Ruo Shuang had learned about it and taken it seriously? It was him. He was the one who robbed me of my spirit stones and left me in a wretched state. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi, one of whom was Wang Ming. The other bore a resemblance to Wang Ming, likely a sibling or relative. You there, are you the one who bullied my brother Wang Hao? Kneel and bow 3 times, and I might consider sparing one of your arms. Fool! What did you say? Wang Hao seethed with rage, fully aware of his status as a silver-tier powerhouse in the Inner Academy to be insulted by a newcomer, and in front of Yu Ruo Shuang no less, was utterly intolerable. Subsequently, he clenched his right fist and launched a powerful punch. However, just as his fist was halfway through its trajectory, a formidable aura suddenly erupted, halting him in his tracks. It was none other than Yu Ruo Shuang who had intervened. Wang Hao, Lin Yi is my student. What do you intend to do? Regardless of your grievances, as long as he remains my student, I shall not stand idly by. Humph, Lin Yi, do you only hide behind a woman? I wonder how long she can protect you. Wang Ming scoffed, his frustration boiling over from being brutally beaten by Lin Yi the previous day. He was aware of Lin Yi's overwhelming strength and felt he was no match, leading him to seek assistance from his older brother. I see you didn't get enough yesterday. Do you wish to experience my annihilation fist? Lin Yi regarded the two fools with disdain. At the mere sound of those 4 words, Wang Ming trembled uncontrollably that he was still young and did not wish to test his limits. Yu Ruo Shuang, the Academy stipulates that matters between students can be resolved amongst themselves. As a mentor, you openly shield him. It appears I must have a word with my grandfather. Yu Ruo Shuang's expression turned grim, acknowledging that the Academy indeed had such a rule. If Wang Kun were to intervene, even she could not protect Lin Yi. Wang Hao, while the Academy has this regulation, I recall that inner court students are also prohibited from recklessly attacking outer court students. Are you intending to violate these rules? You. Consider yourself fortunate. We shall see. Wait, just as Wang Hao was about to leave, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. That aren't you looking for a fight? I am more than willing to oblige. Let us set a time. Do not say I am bullying you. I'll let your 2 brothers join as well. Lin Yu Ruo Shuang panicked. After all her efforts to prevent Wang Hao from acting, how could this person be so reckless? Do not worry. They are merely 2 fools. Nothing to concern ourselves with. Now, as for you, Mentor Yu, let us order. I would not want them to spoil our enjoyment. Huh. Minter you. It seems he does not appreciate your kindness. In that case, tomorrow afternoon at the training arena. However, as your senior, I shall only use one hand, that I hope you can withstand 2 moves. Oh, is that so? I await it with anticipation. Lin Yi then took Yu Rushuang to order, dismissing the 2 fools entirely. Lin Yi, I do not even know how to advise you, but you realize that Wang Hao possesses the cultivation of a silver 4-star. Yu Rushuang gazed at Lin Yi's calm demeanor with great concern. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yi was her student, and if anything were to happen, how could she explain it to his family? After all, she had heard that to allow Lin Yi to cultivate here, his grandfather had suffered grievously at the hands of bandits. That I understand. I will be cautious. How about some demon wind rabbit meat? It is said to enhance one's complexion, and that phoenix spirit bird meat is also excellent for sleep. The earth dragon meat is smooth and delectable. No, did you even hear what I said? Hold on. At that moment, Yu Rushuang exclaimed loudly. What is it? Lin Yi looked at her in confusion. What exactly did you order? Just what I mentioned earlier. However, the quality here is rather poor. I shall treat you to a proper meal another time. Poor quality? A proper meal? Yu Rushuang felt as if she might go mad. How could she have such a student? This was simply too pretentious. Put it into perspective. These were all precious ingredients from the academy. For instance, the wind demon rabbit meat was a tier 3 magical beast, with a single piece costing 30,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the phoenix spirit bird meat was something even ordinary mentors could rarely afford, priced at 80,000 spirit stones per piece as for the earth dragon meat. It reached a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Think you would deem it poor quality. This was unacceptable. I only have a limited amount of spirit stones each month that I could at most afford a single wind demon rabbit. Yu Rushuang hastily grasped Lin Yi's hand to stop him. Knowing she only had 50,000 spirit stones a month, and beyond cultivation, she could barely save 2,000. How could she possibly afford such luxuries? Lin Yi was left speechless. Did he really appear to be impoverished? Chapter 11. A first encounter with a bucket junior sister. You. Is that truly you? What brings you here? I thought I was mistaken. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, and a man, around 26 or 27 years of age, dressed in a white robe, approached. The man had a shifty gaze, and his appearance was one that could frighten the bravest of souls. What does my presence have to do with you? Upon seeing the white-robed man, Yu Rushuang let out a cold snort, her face filled with disdain. The white-robed man's expression fell at her words. However, upon noticing Lin Yi, his countenance darkened with rage. How dare you hold my goddess's hand? This is intolerable. You clearly do not regard me at all. You brat, who do you think you are? Remove your hand from hers at once. Junior Sister Yu's hand is not for you to touch. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. What was happening today? Why was he constantly being targeted? Did he possess some sort of innate ability to attract hostility? First, it was Lu Mei'er, and now this fool. Who else might show up next? Wang Bad Egg. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Rushuang seethed with anger. She had merely aimed to prevent Lin Yi from ordering those extravagant dishes and harbored no ulterior motives. However, as she thought of removing her hand, a large hand suddenly clasped around hers. I shall not let go. What will you do about it? Lin Yi smiled lightly, unable to tolerate such individuals. Lin Yi. You. Having her hand suddenly grasped by her own student, Yu Rushuang's face turned crimson, and she instinctively sought to pull away. You. How dare you? Do you know who I am? The white-robed man was furious, a terrifying aura erupting from him, stirring the winds violently. Were it not for the Academy's rules prohibiting mentors from acting against students, he would have slapped Lin Yi flat, daring to compete with me for a woman. Seek death, fool, Lin Yi shouted. Then, as if ignoring him entirely, he led Yu Rushuang towards the ordering area. Yet he had etched this fool's identity into his memory, vowing to make him experience the annihilation fist when the opportunity arose. Playing the part of a grandee, you are still far from it. No need to say anything that I promise to treat you, and I shall certainly do so. Don't worry, order whatever you wish. I have the means. With his handsome features and charming smile, Lin Yi inadvertently captivated Yu Rushuang's attention. However, the next moment, she regained her composure, chiding herself internally for becoming flustered, and quickly added, I am your mentor. I shall treat you. But I do not possess that many spirit stones. You must keep an eye on the expenses, or else we might not afford it. In her view, Lin Yi was merely a headstrong youth, unwilling to lose face in front of others. Ha ha, so you're merely a pauper, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Junior sister you, how about I treat you instead? I have heard the nourishing soup here is excellent. What do you think? At that moment, the white-robed man erupted into laughter. Having heard Yu Rushuang's voice, he concluded that this audacious young man was undoubtedly a pauper, providing him the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Wang Bad Egg, give up on that idea. Lin Yi, let us go. Yu Rushuang's face was filled with revulsion towards this man, whom she utterly detested. Humph, pauper, what did you say? Just as Yu Rushuang attempted to pull Lin Yi away, he suddenly halted. Oh, you still have some attitude. What is wrong with calling you a pauper? With your appearance, do you even have the face to pursue women? Have you ever looked at yourself in a mirror? Can you even afford the food here? Perhaps you have never even seen any magical pig meat? Oh, is that so? Minter, you let us dine here. I suddenly feel that nourishing soup might be acceptable. Let us give it a try. Lin Yi smiled faintly, yet a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Initially, he merely desired to remain in the academy for a while to hone his skills before returning home to placate his father. Moreover, his father had instructed him not to act recklessly, which made him reluctant to engage. Unexpectedly, there were so many fools at this academy, each one trying to show off before him. Well, enough with the pretense. Let the cards be laid on the table. In truth, I am a wealthy second-generation heir, and quite an impressive one at that. Yu Rushuang, you have indeed chosen a boastful character. Even the nourishing soup is not bad. And I must admit, your act is worthy of full marks. Wang Badan felt he was on the verge of laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The nourishing soup is a rare delicacy at the academy, one that even he seldom indulged in, yet this lad had the audacity to claim it was merely acceptable. Does he even realize how he is behaving? Lin... At this moment, Yu Rushuang wore an anxious expression. She had heard of the nourishing soup, known to be concocted from 108 precious herbs, offering tremendous benefits for cultivation, yet its exorbitant price, 13,000 spirit stones per bowl, had prevented her from ever tasting it. Is the nourishing soup truly so precious? Observing Wang Badan's expression, Lin Yi could only shake his head in disbelief. Back in the village, he had provided far superior nourishment to his pet. Yet here it was treated as a treasure. To be honest, he found it difficult to comprehend the values of these people. Yu Rushuang, I cannot help but say this fellow is an exceptional pretender. Is the nourishing soup really that valuable? If you sold your parents, you still couldn't afford a drop. Is it truly precious? Let us see how long you can keep up this facade. My friend, bring me a barrel of that 1982 nourishing soup. As Wang Badan erupted in laughter, Lin Yi spoke up directly. You are killing me with laughter, country bumpkin, wanting a barrel. This pretender is too much. I can hardly contain myself. Wang Badan felt he was about to burst with laughter, that he believed this person should not be honing his skills in the academy, but rather sharing tales, as his talent for humor could surely amuse a crowd. Lin Yi, let us leave. In stark contrast to Wang Badan's mirth, Yu Rushuang's face was filled with concern to her. It was evident that Lin Yi, in his youthful arrogance, had been provoked by Wang Badan. Young people possess pride, and she was willing to assist Lin Yi. However, to boldly request a barrel was beyond comprehension. Even selling her would not cover the cost. Lin Yi was genuinely speechless. Was it merely a matter of drinking some nourishing soup? Were it not for the lack of better options here, he wouldn't even consider it, for even the worst food he had consumed back in the village far surpassed this. Lin Yi, let us depart. I implore you. At this moment, Yu Rushuang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Oh, junior sister you are mistaken. If he wishes to drink, let him do so. What does it matter? It is just a trivial, nourishing soup. After all, Wang Badan, you gazing at the nearly convulsing Wang Badan. Lin, he suddenly wore a peculiar smile. Minter you, I must say that this scoundrel is right. It is merely a trivial, nourishing soup. Nothing of consequence. Fear not. I shall treat you. Let us start with a barrel. Drink to your heart's content, and if it is insufficient, order more. Today, I shall cover it all. Madness. This is sheer madness. Yu Ruo Shuang felt that Lin Yi had truly lost his senses. At that moment, she regretted agreeing to accompany him here. Now, she found herself utterly humiliated. Chapter 12. The king turtle soup is quite good, dear guest. We do not have that much nourishing soup available. Would you consider? At that moment, the waiter in charge of taking orders spoke up, though his gaze was laced with disdain. Nourishing soup is sold at 10,000 spirit stones per bowl. And few partake in it, so it is unlikely they would stock such a quantity down a barrel. This was the first time he had heard such a request. Were it not for his professional training, he would have burst into laughter like Wang Badan. This was simply too pretentious. Is that so? Then how much do you have? We shall take that amount. Also, bring me an entire dragon's head, 8 phoenix spirit birds, and just a few wind demon rabbits. Let's say 3 of those. Since you think I'm putting on airs, let me truly indulge that. Upon hearing this, the waiter was left speechless. Are you here for a feast, or what? An entire dragoness head? Do you think this is pork? Do you have any idea how many spirit stones that costs? Lin Yi, if you continue like this, I might just get angry. Observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Yu Ruo Shuang felt a wave of irritation. Young people can be proud. That is normal, but this is excessive. No, please, junior sister Yu. Let him continue his charade. Let us see how far he can take it. Oh, by the way, add a 1,000-year-old king turtle as a gift for this scoundrel. A scoundrel eating a turtle is a perfect match. After saying this, Lin Yi laughed heartily. Pretending? Who cannot? You. Upon hearing this, Wang Badan was furious, yet he ultimately restrained himself. After all, getting angry at someone seemingly unhinged would only make him appear more foolish. Are you sure you want all of this? The waiter inquired. To be honest, were it not for his professional decorum, he would have expressed his outrage. He had seen many pretenders, but none quite like this. Understand that according to Lin Yi's order, it would cost no less than several 100,000 spirit stones. While the Mysterious Academy is one of the 3 major powers of the Qian domain, and there are indeed many affluent individuals, few would spend over 100,000 spirit stones on a single meal. However, those individuals are all renowned scions of illustrious families, not including the one sitting before him. Confirmed, but the 1,000-year king turtle must be substantial. Otherwise, I fear this esteemed mentor will not have enough to satisfy his appetite. Very well, but might I suggest we settle the bill first? The waiter rolled his eyes. Oh, do we need to pay up front here? Very well. With that, Lin Yi patted his back, only to realize he had forgotten to bring his money bag today. Haha. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Observing Lin Yi's expression, Wang Badan was filled with joy, relishing the thought of Lin Yi's impending embarrassment. How dare he compete with me for women? I will surely ruin him. Meanwhile, Yu Ruo Shuang felt utterly humiliated, her countenance radiating extreme awkwardness. I seem to have forgotten my spirit stones today. Would this suffice? With that, Lin Yi produced a black card from his waist. This item was a gift from his father when he left, said to contain a significant amount of spirit stones, though he was uncertain of the exact sum. This, very well. Let me take a look. Upon seeing the card, the waiter's disdain only intensified. Truthfully, he looked down on individuals who flaunted their wealth. However, adhering to his professional ethics, he accepted the card and headed inside. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. What shall we do now? I'm going to be ruined by you. Let us leave immediately. Yu Ruo Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wondering why she had agreed to accompany Lin Yi here. Oh, junior sister Yu, I must chastise you a bit. How could one reject the sincere intentions of student Lin? Furthermore, once ordered at the academy, items cannot be returned. Even if we leave, we must still pay. Ha ha. Indeed. Mentor Yu, you should learn from Mentor Wang Badan. Look at how delighted he is, anticipating the 1,000-year king turtle. He will surely be grinning from ear to ear. Lin Yi chuckled. Let's see if he can still laugh later. Upon hearing this, Wang Badan's fury ignited. Oh, Yu Ruo Shuang sighed, contemplating how to resolve this predicament. However, the amount was far too great. Even if she borrowed from all her friends, it would still fall woefully short. Time passed slowly, each of the 3 lost in their own thoughts. Lin Yi remained expressionless. Wang Badan was jubilant, while Yu Ruo Shuang was fraught with anxiety. Tap, tap, tap. A minute later, the previously departed waiter reappeared, though this time he was rushing back. Let's see how you can keep pretending now. Wang Badan was in high spirits, convinced that Lin Yi's facade would soon crumble, that he eagerly anticipated witnessing Lin Yi's disgrace as he was unable to settle the bill. However, in the next moment, he was left utterly bewildered. The waiter approached Lin Yi with a look of utmost respect, saying, "Young Master Lin, I was blind not to recognize you. I hope you can forgive me. Our elders have decreed that all your expenses today will be waived. You may order whatever you desire, and your previous selections will be served promptly." The attendant's heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. He could not forget the expression on the elder's face when he presented the card given to him by Lin Yi. It was over. He had inadvertently offended a significant figure, and now he was in deep trouble. What did you say? Impossible. How could that be? You must be colluding with him. How could he possibly be of any consequence? Wang Badan wore a look of disbelief. How could this happen? He had been anticipating Lin Yi's downfall, but now the situation had completely reversed. This was unreal. Could this person truly be of such high status? However, as he looked around, he saw that apart from being somewhat handsome, Lin Yi exhibited no semblance of a person of importance. In stark contrast to Wang Badan, Yuru Shuang's face was alight with astonishment. Earlier, she had worried about being unable to pay and being expelled, questioning how she would manage in the academy thereafter. How could everything change so suddenly? Yet, there was also a glint of horror in her eyes. It turned out she had been mistaken all along. Lin Yi was not merely provoked by Wang Badan, but genuinely possessed such prowess. Curiosity about Lin Yi's true identity surged within her. She knew that the elder overseeing the cafeteria held a status only second to a few deans, and it was rumored he was a level 5 spirit chef. Spirit chefs were a unique profession, akin to alchemists or artifact masters, capable of maximizing the efficacy of spiritual materials to aid others in their cultivation. For him to offer Lin Yi a complimentary meal was a privilege that even the deans did not enjoy. "Oh, is that so? My gratitude to the elder. Then, by the way, Master Wang seemed to have exhausted himself with laughter earlier. Perhaps he could use 8 more eggs to recover, as it was quite a strenuous ordeal." Lin Yi exclaimed with hearty laughter as he accepted the card. "You wanted to see me stumble? Are you satisfied now?" However, he also felt a hint of curiosity towards the elder he had not yet met, surprised by the offer of a complimentary meal. After all, if he could save some spiritual stones, why not? "Certainly. Please hold on," the attendant replied before departing. "Master Yu, do you see anything else you'd like to eat? Feel free to order. Since it's free, we might as well indulge. And Master Wang, do you think 1 immortal turtle and 8 eggs will suffice? Or should I fetch a bowl of turtle soup as well? I hear it's quite nourishing." "Humph, nourish your grandpa." Wang Badan fumed internally. Initially, he wished to witness Lin Yi's embarrassment, but now it seemed he was the one made a fool. "Turtle soup? I'll show you who the real turtle is." With that, Wang Badan cursed under his breath and stormed off, humiliated beyond measured. "Ah, Master Wang, why must you be so dramatic? If you don't want soup, why break the chair and leave in a huff? If all else fails, the 1,000-year turtle soup would have sufficed." Chapter 13. Do I appear weak? With a chuckle, Yuru Shuang couldn't help but laugh at Wang Badan's disheveled state, her laughter blooming like a radiant flower, exquisite and captivating, leaving Lin Yi momentarily spellbound. "Lin, what is it? What's the matter? Why won't you respond no matter how I call?" "And nothing, I was just entranced by how beautiful you are, Master Yu." The food is here. Let's eat." Lin Yi scratched his head sheepishly. Despite his usual carefree demeanor and casual talk about seeking a girlfriend, he had never even touched a girl, leaving him somewhat flustered. "Lin Yi, tell me honestly, who are you really? Why did Elder Zhou grant you a free meal?" Yuru Shuang inquired, scrutinizing him. Previously, she had assumed Lin Yi was a child from a poor family, but that no longer seemed plausible. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. I've never met him. Perhaps he just thought I was handsome and decided to treat me. Whatever the case, free food is free food," Lin Yi replied with a chuckle. "Sigh, forget it. I won't pressure you to share. However, you must prioritize your cultivation. Your talent is lacking, and you must work even harder. Only through personal strength can one truly succeed. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master Yu. You are truly wonderful." No one has ever cared for me like you do, that I will certainly work hard to cultivate and not bring shame upon you, Lin Yi said, moved. Well, you are my student. If I don't care for you, who will? Just try not to stir up too much trouble, and I'll be satisfied. Wow, this smells amazing. Let us eat. All right, time flew by, and before long, an hour had passed. The two of them savored the sumptuous dinner, leaving not a morsel behind, with Lin Yi consuming the vast majority. That was delightful. I feel as though I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I shall head back now. You should also return to your cultivation. Take care. Master Yu. After bidding farewell to Yu Ru Shuang, Lin Yi made his way to his room, intending to reflect on why he could cultivate once more. Whoosh! However, just then, a whoosh of air pierced through his ear as a robust figure charged towards him. None other than Lin Yi. Back again? Lin Yi was speechless. This person was truly relentless, pursuing him despite his desire to ignore her. Now that Master Yu was absent, he thought, who could stop him? Underestimate me. I shall ensure you regret it. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lin Yi was perplexed. She had heard of Lin Yi's examination results, which were barely satisfactory. So what did that imply? What do I mean? This is what I mean. With that, Lin Yi clenched his right fist and launched it forward. Roar! The force of his punch roared like a tiger, accompanied by a whistling wind, exuding tremendous power. What? Lin Yi's face paled in shock. She never expected Lin Yi to possess such terrifying strength. Before she could react, she was sent flying by his punch, crashing heavily to the ground. You are too weak. Come back after a few years of cultivation. With that, Lin Yi departed. To be honest, had Lin Yi not been a woman, he might have considered turning her into a punching bag. After all, he was no saint. Why should he endure trouble caused by others? In his view, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they seek trouble, I shall retaliate. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his bed and began to channel his family's ultimate technique. Soon, a faint azure light enveloped him as the azure light emerged. A small vortex appeared in the room, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body at an accelerated pace. I can truly cultivate. After a while, Lin Yi opened his eyes, filled with delight. He was now certain that he could cultivate just as he had 5 years ago. Could it be that the old man brought me here for this reason? He began to ponder the possibility that the old man had gone to great lengths to send him here for this very purpose. Though he was not entirely certain. Never mind. I will ask the old man when I return in a while. It's time to cultivate. Time flew by, and soon it was the next clear morning. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a soft smile gracing his face. After a night of cultivation, his strength had solidified, and he felt on the verge of breaking through to the golden level. Lin Yi, why did you accept Wang Hao's challenge? Upon entering the academy, he was greeted by Wang Xiaoyu, who looked at him with concern. What is the matter? Oh, you don't know. The entire academy is buzzing with the news that you accepted Wang Hao's challenge. Master Yu is at her wits' end over it. Wang Xiaoyu looked exasperated. If it were anyone else, she could help. But Wang Hao is a different story altogether. Who is Wang Hao? An upperclassman. A silver 4-star genius powerhouse, while you are merely a newcomer who has just passed the assessment. This is not even a fair match. Lin Yi, you should hide for a few days. Come back later. I heard Wang Hao is extremely ruthless. Many have suffered grievous injuries at his hands. You must leave quickly. Lin Yi looked at Wang Xiaoyu's anxious expression, feeling utterly bemused that, I really appear that weak. He felt that the people in this academy must have some vision problems. With his striking looks and charm, how could he not come off as a martial arts expert? Why did they see him as mere fodder? Not to worry. Wang Hao has nothing to fear. Thank you for your concern. Lin Yi, this is not a time for jesting, that I assure you. I am not joking. How could you behave in such a manner? Just as Wang Xiaoyu was about to say something further, Lin Yi had already departed. He understood that mere words would prove fruitless. No matter how clearly he explained himself, they would remain unconvinced. Thus, he resolved to let the facts speak for themselves. Meanwhile, within the college's teaching building, several figures stood in the dean's office, among them the unmistakable voice of Yu Ru Shuang. Mentor Yu, your assertion is misguided. Wang Hao challenged Lin Yi on his own accord, and how could he possibly retract his word? Furthermore, Lin Yi's willingness to accept the challenge indicates his confidence in his own abilities. Are you truly so concerned for your paramour? The speaker was none other than Wang Badan, who, after being humiliated by Lin Yi the previous day, was filled with rage and had rushed over upon hearing this news. Mentor Wang, please mind your language. Lin Yi is my student, and I have a duty to protect him. Wang Hao is an inner court disciple. This is unjust to Lin Yi. Yu Rushuang's expression darkened considerably. So, Mentor Yu is suggesting that this challenge be cancelled? This was agreed upon by both parties. Can you simply call it off? Will my grandson's honor? At that moment, a powerful voice resonated, belonging to an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His countenance was stern, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. This man was Wang Kun, the grandfather of Wang Meng and Wang Hao. Upon hearing his words, Yu Rushuang's expression grew even more severe. Wang Kun was a senior elder of the inner court, far more formidable than she. Moreover, Lin Yi had indeed consented to the duel, leaving her without a solid argument. Enough. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. It was Li Zhen, the dean of the Piao Academy. Since both parties have consented, in accordance with the Academy's rules, the challenge between Lin Yi and Wang Hao shall proceed as stipulated. Now, everyone may disperse. But as we are all members of the same academy, I hope you will keep a close eye on them during the duel. Upon hearing this, Yu Rushuang felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 14. Two Maidens in the Bath sigh. I hope the young master does not strike too harshly. Otherwise, it could become rather troublesome. Watching the crowd depart, Li Zhen sighed. He had no concerns regarding Lin Yi's strength. After all, how could one born in such a village possibly be weak? Rather, he worried about the potential consequences if Lin Yi inadvertently killed Wang Hao. After all, Wang Kun was an elder of the inner court, and should his grandson perish, he might resort to actions that could jeopardize the academy. Alas, one could only hope that Wang Kun would exercise caution. Otherwise, the Wang family would face utter ruin. Meanwhile, as Wang Kun walked along, he suddenly sneezed. Elder Wang, is everything all right? Inquired a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to a foolish character. It's nothing. Perhaps someone is thinking of me. I shall return now. My 9th concubine is still waiting for me. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Fear not. With me around, young Master Wang Hao has assured victory. Indeed, how audacious to offend a member of the Wang family. Such folly will lead to their demise. I shall find an opportunity to deal with that young man. With that, Wang Kun made a gesture across his throat. Rest assured, in a month's time, it will be the period for the new students' trials. By then, the absence of a few individuals will seem quite normal. I shall take care of everything. My status as an elder is merely that of an inner court elder. Once you finish, I will ensure matters are settled. Trust me, the mentor has arrived. The mentor has arrived. In the outer court of Piao Academy, Ding Yi sat idly on a stool, lost in thought, while other students looked on and whispered amongst themselves. Just then a voice sounded, and Yu Rushuang, dragging her weary frame, approached. Observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, she sighed softly. Today, you shall each focus on your cultivation. Lin Yi, step outside with me for a moment. With that, Yu Rushuang exited, and Lin Yi followed suit. Lin Yi, you should leave and avoid the storm for now. Return after some time. Mentor Yu, what is the matter? Have they been bullying you? I can handle them. Sigh Lin Yi, do you truly not understand? Zhang Hao is a silver 4-star cultivator. How could you accept his challenge? Now even the dean has intervened. What are we to do? You must leave at once. I will bear the brunt of this. The dean? Uncle Li? Lin Yi mused internally before inquiring. What did the dean say? The dean stated that the challenge will proceed as per regulations and hopes you will keep an eye on things. However, you know Wang Hao's temperament. Once he strikes, it will either be death or injury. If he gets to you, oh, you really should go. Ah, so he merely wants me to keep a lookout? Uncle Li is truly. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant. I won't let Zhang Hao suffer too grievously. You know what? No, wait. Did you even hear what I just said? Yu Rushuang appeared utterly exasperated, realizing her words had been in vain. I heard you. You said to keep an eye on things, right? I will at most turn him into a pig's head. I will not kill him, so do not worry. Yu Rushuang was a loss for words. How had she ended up with such a student? He was a silver 4-star genius. Even within the inner court, Few could surpass him, and yet he thought he could merely turn him into a pig's head? Oh, that is right. At that moment, an idea struck Yu Shuang, and she exclaimed, Elder Zhou has a good relationship with you, does he not? Seek him out. He should assist you. With him around, Zhang Hao would not dare strike too hard. Though a bit of physical punishment is unavoidable, consider it a lesson. Do not act recklessly in the future. Now, it was Lin Yi's turn to be speechless. Why did everyone here perceive him as a weakling? Was being a silver 4-star really that impressive? Well then, thank you for your concern, Minter. I understand. With that, Lin Yi departed, though he had no intention of seeking out Elder Zhou. Instead, he made his way to his chamber. Boom! As he walked halfway, a fist shadow suddenly appeared beside him, revealing Lu Meyer once more. How long will you continue this? Do you not need to cultivate? Lin Yi, now quite exasperated, swiftly dodged her punch with ease. I told you. I will make you pay for this. Lin Yi was inwardly cursing. Was it only because he had dozed off during the assessment that she insisted he look down on her? If she were not a woman, he would have long since taken her down. Bang, bang, bang. It must be said, Lu Meyer truly embodied the prowess of a bronze 7-star genius. Her punches and strikes exuded formidable power. However, they were utterly ineffective, not even grazing the hem of Lin Yi's clothes. That I told you. Train for a few more years before coming back. Your skills are still too lacking. After evading yet another of Lu Meyer's punches, Lin Yi remarked, Why are you not fighting back? Are you looking down on me? If so, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer's expression soured further. With a grand sweep of her arm, a wolf-toothed club, towering high enough to reach a person's head, materialized in her grasp. Gazing at the glistening spikes under the sunlight, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. This woman was truly formidable. Using such a weapon, whoever married her would likely face a deadly fate. Fine, I concede. I cannot provoke you, I'll simply avoid you. With a loud shout, Lin Yi hastily fled into the distance. Not run. Take this. Several minutes later, Lin Yi found himself in a secluded valley. Phew, I must have truly exhausted my luck to encounter such a madwoman. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly heard the sound of flowing water ahead. It reminded him of the times he would take Wang Kai and Xiaohong to hunt in the mountains, then find a water source to cook their catch. How joyous those days had been. Well, let us see if there are any wild delicacies around. Suddenly, Lin Yi strode forward. At a few minutes later, he finally arrived by the riverbank. At a glance, the picturesque landscape of verdant mountains and azure waters. Under the expanse of a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, appeared in perfect harmony. To his astonishment, he spotted 2 young women bathing in the river. 2 graceful figures frolicked, their fair skin and stunning visages accentuated by the gentle ripples of water. Chapter 15. The Fiery Spirit Who Goes There? Just then, the 2 beauties in the water noticed Lin Yi and shouted in unison. Suddenly, a splash of water surged forth like a piercing arrow, aimed directly at him. Damn, Lin Yi exclaimed, swiftly dodging the onslaught. As he contemplated a hasty retreat, 2 figures blocked his path. If I were to claim this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Lin Yi was at a loss. What an unexpected turn of events. He had merely sought some wild game, only to find himself in this predicament. A cold voice rang out, and one of the women positioned before him flipped her right hand, summoning a long sword that glimmered with an ethereal blue light. Lecher, prepare to meet your end. With sword in hand, she lunged at him. Simultaneously, the woman behind her shouted, charging toward Lin. Why must it come to this? Lin Yi sighed. As he stamped his right foot, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. The sheer intensity of this energy fractured the ground beneath him, and a fierce wind howled through the air. Bang! Bang! The sound echoed as both women were propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Fortunately, Lin Yi had restrained his power, sparing them from injury. A rather formidable lecher, it seems. Nevertheless, even if you possess great strength, there shall be no escape today. Shao Qing, let's advance. With a resounding command, the 2 women charged at Lin Yi once more. This time, their anger was palpable, and the aura they exuded was exponentially stronger than before. Alas, I had no desire to engage, but if you insist, do not blame me for what follows. Lin Yi scoffed, swiftly forming a hand seal, causing a faint azure glow to manifest in his palms. Bind, the glowing tendrils surged forth, transforming into two azure ribbons that raced toward the women. Bang! Moments later, Lin Yi stood firm on the ground, while the two lithe figures lay sprawled at his feet. Why must you act this way? I've already stated it was unintentional, and besides, I saw nothing while you were in the water. Humph. Who are you truly? If you possess any skill, release me, and I shall ensure your demise. The speaker was the young woman named Xiaoqing. She felt her lungs might burst with indignation. After all, she had merely sought to relax with her friend after an arduous training session, only to be accosted by a lecherous intruder who had overpowered her effortlessly. Smack. Just then, a sharp sound echoed against her rear. What is it with girls and incessant talk of violence? Simply agree to cease hostilities, and I shall let you go. I will kill you. Xiaoqing's face flushed with rage that it was her first experience of being struck, and even more so, in such a sensitive area, igniting her fury. Suddenly, she radiated a brilliant glow, and flames ignited around her body. The azure ribbons began to dim under the scorching blaze. The fiery spirit. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized that this was no ordinary flame. It was a spirit fire, akin to the azure tendrils he had conjured, which were also formed from spiritual energy. Spirit fire, as the name implies, is ignited by harnessing spiritual energy. It is worth noting that an individual's spiritual energy is finite, particularly before reaching the golden level, where the spiritual sea has yet to be opened, making such a blaze unsustainable. Yet, exceptions exist. Legends speak of certain unique physiques capable of feats unattainable by others, and one such is the fiery spirit. Those born with the fiery spirit possess innate control over fire, resonating with external spiritual energy to unleash formidable might. Boom! 10 minutes later, a resounding crash echoed as the azure ribbons succumbed to the inferno and shattered. Before Lin Yi appeared a figure wreathed in flames. Xiaoqing. The other woman gasped in shock at the sight of Xiaoqing engulfed in fire. I will kill you. This jest had escalated beyond measure. Lin Yi's expression hardened as he realized that Xiaoqing had lost her composure. She waved her arms, summoning serpentine flames that coiled behind her, raising the temperature in the vicinity. Die. 9 fiery dragons surged toward Lin Yi, their ferocity incinerating everything in their path to ashes. Sighing at the impending onslaught, Lin Yi unleashed a radiant light that burst forth like a constellation from his being. Dissipate, with a commanding shout. The fiery dragons vanished as if melting in a spring snow. Simultaneously, a shimmering glow enveloped Xiaoqing, extinguishing the flames and restoring her to her former self, albeit unconscious. The other young woman was left in a state of shock. She understood all too well the terrifying nature of Xiaoqing's flames, yet never anticipated they could be extinguished so effortlessly by the figure before her. She simply exhausted her spiritual energy. She will awaken shortly. Please take good care of her, and I assure you, I truly did not intend any harm. I hope for your understanding. Who are you? Me? I am but a student of the academy. Lin Yi is my name. With that, Lin Yi departed, leaving the two women by the riverbank. Lin Yi, why does that name sound familiar? Wait, isn't he the one who challenged Wang Hao that has caused such a stir at the academy today? A smile crept upon the woman's face as she pondered this newfound intrigue. Time flew, and soon afternoon descended upon the realm, the mysterious academy. The training grounds buzzed with life. The vast arena was thronged with spectators eager to witness the clash between Lin Yi and Zhang Hao. What manner of being is this Lin Yi, daring to accept Brother Wang's challenge? I heard Lin Yi is a newcomer to the academy, and his assessment scores were rather lackluster. Why would he have the audacity to accept a challenge? Is he courting death? You are unaware, I presume. Upon his arrival, Lin Yi had a conflict with Wang Meng, whom he bested in a confrontation. Wang Hao seeks to avenge his brother. What? You must be mistaken. Lin Yi defeated Wang Meng, but Wang Meng is a bronze 9-star practitioner. If he can best Wang Meng, how can his assessment scores be so poor? Are the newcomers truly this formidable now? Well, I cannot speak to that. As time passed, the crowd swelled, for it was the first time in decades that an inner academy student was set to challenge an outer academy student, igniting curiosity in all to behold the enigmatic Lin Yi. Amidst the throng, a sudden commotion erupted as two exquisite figures descended from the sky. It was none other than the two women Lin Yi had encountered by the river. It was Lu Qing and Lin Yi. What brought them here? Wow, they truly embody the beauty rankings of the academy. To find a girlfriend akin to them, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. You. Have you even glanced in the mirror? The only individuals worthy of them are the top-tier figures on the Inner Academy's leaderboard. Indeed, speaking of the leaderboard, isn't the annual ranking battle approaching in a month's time? Certainly, just think of those titans, and then look at us. Such is the disparity. Buzz! At that moment, another figure swooped down from the heavens, a young man clad in a flowing white robe. His features were strikingly handsome. With piercing eyes and elegantly arched brows, his tall physique resembled a peerless spear, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Chapter 16. The gathering of the strong on the heavenly rankings, it was Wu Changfeng. How had he arrived here? The appearance of the white-robed man sent the already bustling martial arena into a frenzy. Wu Changfeng, one of the extraordinary geniuses of the mysterious academy, held the prestigious third position on the heavenly rankings, and his looks had earned him immense fame within the institution. Wu Changfeng. He has come too, exclaimed a girl named Xiaoqing, who had just regained her composure. She had intended to observe Lin Yi, hoping to find an opportunity for vengeance. Junior Sister Lu, Junior Sister Lin, I did not expect you two to be here as well. Wu Changfeng smiled slightly at the two young women, and his charming grin incited a wave of fervent cheers from the female students. Wow. Senior brother Lu Wu is so handsome. If only I could marry him and bear him 100 children, I would willingly sacrifice 30 years of my life, exclaimed a youthful girl, her eyes alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, Wu Changfeng wore an expression of utter disbelief. If I would ever consider you, 100 children. Have you lost your mind? Am I some kind of pig? If it weren't for the throngs of people around. He would have wanted to teach her a lesson on cruelty. You can come. So why can't I? If I remember correctly, you and Zhang Hao are cousins. Are you here to support him? Support? No. Does Lin Yi even require my assistance? I merely wish to see what the audacious new student looks like. Oh, is that so? You might be in for a disappointment. Lu Qing retorted disdainfully. Previously, she would have believed that Lin Yi was bound to lose. But now her perspective had shifted that if she herself was no match for him, how could Wang Hao possibly stand a chance? Oh, so junior sister Lu knows this Lin Yi. Do you think he can rival Wang Hao? What? Afraid. Haha, afraid. Lin Yi is nothing but an insignificant insect before me. Easily crushed. I hope you can still utter such words later. Whoosh! Just as the two engaged in verbal sparring, three figures suddenly soared from the sky. Among them were two men and one woman. The men were strikingly handsome and exuded confidence, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial maiden. It was Lin Shixiao, Ho Shixiao, and Du Shiji. How had they all arrived? They were indeed unparalleled geniuses on the heavenly rankings. What was happening? Why were so many talents, rarely seen on ordinary days, gathered here today? Was it truly all for this challenge? This was unprecedented excitement. Aside from the annual heavenly rankings competition, when had so many prodigies ever assembled? Lin Wuyo. Upon seeing the trio, Wu Changfeng's expression darkened significantly to, "Oh, Wu Changfeng, you defeated foe, you have come as well?" Lin Wuyo, the annual prodigy ranking is about to commence, and this time I will surely defeat you, proving who the true genius of the mysterious academy is. Is that so? I recall you saying the same thing last year. What was the outcome? I hope you can provide me with a bit of pressure this year. Enough. I'm not here for you. We can settle our matters during the heavenly rankings. Lin Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze towards the arena below. Initially, he and T planned to come. Although Wang Hao was talented, he did not consider him significant. However, just moments ago, his master had made an appearance. Lin Wuyo was a legendary figure at the mysterious academy. Having reached the 9th star of silver cultivation at merely 23 years of age, and was a disciple of the academy's president, ranking first on the heavenly rankings. Accompanying him were Ho Qingsong, the 6th-ranked genius, and Du Ling'e, the 5th. Thus, for this challenge, 6 of the top 10 on the heavenly rankings had gathered. First, Lin Yi. Third, Wu Changfeng. Fourth, Lu Qing. Fifth, Du Ling'er. Sixth, Ho Ching Song. And ninth, Lin Yi. Lu Qing, I did not expect you to be here. At that moment, Du Ling'er, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. She ranked 5th, while Lu Qing ranked 4th, making them perennial rivals. What a joke. Just because you can come, does that mean I cannot? Do you dislike seeing me? Who fears whom? If you have the ability, come at me. With that, Du Ling'er soared towards the arena that a year ago she had been defeated by Lu Qing, which had irked her immensely. Thus she had long sought to avenge herself. However, she was ultimately intercepted by Lin Yi. Consider yourself fortunate. They're here. Senior brother Wang Hao has arrived. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a voice rang out. And soon Wang Hao and his companions made their way to the arena. Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of joy today, imagining the moment he would force Lin Yi to kneel before him and call him daddy. He had donned what he deemed his most stylish attire. What is happening? Why are senior brothers Lin, Ho, and Wu here? Upon stepping onto the arena, he was utterly bewildered. How had these usually elusive figures all gathered today? And what of Du Shiji and Lu Shimi? Could it be that they had all come to witness his battle? As he pondered this, a radiant smile spread across his face that he could hardly believe his good fortune. Not only would he be able to trounce that foolish Lin Yi, but he could also leave a favorable impression on several senior sisters that it felt incredible that in that moment. He resolved to showcase his might and present his most formidable self. Senior brother Lin, who exactly is this Lin Yi? And why has the esteemed president instructed us to observe this challenge? Ho Ching Song inquired from above. Having accompanied Lin Yi, he was aware that Lin Yi's presence was due to the president's directive. I'm not entirely sure. Since my master has summoned me, there must be a reason that we need only to observe, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. To be honest, he too found it puzzling. Why go through the trouble for just a new student? As time passed, Lin Yi's figure remained elusive, igniting Wang Hao's fury. Where is Lin Yi? Has he fled in fear? He bellowed from the arena, I've already assumed my pose for the grand display. If you do not show up, how can I perform? I was merely taking a nap earlier. Half an hour later, a resonant voice echoed through the crowd as Lin Yi scratched his head and approached the arena. Chapter 17. You all come together, Lin Yi. It is Lin Yi. He has finally arrived. The moment Lin Yi appeared, the entire venue erupted once more. In the history of the mysterious academy, spanning thousands of years. Lin Yi was the first outer academy student to challenge an inner academy student. Just this act of audacity garnered him significant respect from many present, of course. This admiration was limited to his boldness. The majority believed that this challenge would hold no suspense. That Lin Yi. He doesn't seem particularly special, remarked Ho Ching Song, who had initially expected Lin Yi to be some hidden powerhouse. Now, he appeared to be just an ordinary person, albeit slightly more handsome, taller, and perhaps better endowed. Wait, why am I even thinking this? Lecture. In contrast, Lu Qing's expression was one of intense fury. For the first time in her life, she had been subjected to such humiliation, and thus Lin Yi had immediately entered her blacklist. An insignificant insect dares to shake the heavens. Wang Hao's cousin, end this battle swiftly. Do not waste any more time. Wu Changfeng remarked dismissively, having come primarily to support Wang Hao, as they were all relatives. Rest assured, I will ensure he is unable to rise with just one strike. Wang Hao declared confidently, though. Is that so? Just you? Well then, where is Wang Ming? Let us have him join in as well. And that fool in white too. Let him come up. I shall deal with them all at once. Lin Yi spoke with an expression of utter disbelief. Why do the people in this academy take such pleasure in posturing? Their abilities may be lacking, yet their pretentiousness is unparalleled. However, since you all enjoy putting on a show, I shall indulge you until the very end. How audacious of you to speak to senior brother Wu in such a manner. Lin Yi, you possess an immense amount of gall. Quickly kneel and beg for senior brother Wu's forgiveness, lest you face dire consequences. The speaker was a man whose appearance could only be described as foolish. He was a supporter of Wu Changfeng, and the fact that Lin Yi had the audacity to insult Wu Changfeng to his face was utterly intolerable. Ah, another fool has arrived. Come forth, let me deal with you all at once. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Step up, all of you. Such arrogance, such hubris. It was truly excessive. The moment Lin Yi's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. A mere freshman dared to be so brazen, disregarding senior brother Wu and even inviting them all to step forward. This was beyond outrageous. Zhang Shixiang, crush him and let him learn what cruelty truly means. Indeed, this individual is far too arrogant. Let him kneel and call me father. I have lived many years and have never encountered such an insufferable person. Zhang Hao, make him regret even being born. In an instant, Wu Changfeng's supporters began hurling curses, their expressions filled with a desire to rend Lin Yi asunder. Huh? Lin Yi, did you see that? I initially intended to spare you and allow you to retain some dignity. But alas, your arrogance has left me no choice. Now, I shall ensure you experience the full extent of my methods. Zhang Hao laughed heartily, his expression one of uncontainable excitement. Oh, is that so? But you are merely a group of rabble, all bark and no bite. I invite you to step forward, yet you lack the courage to do so, especially you, the fool in white. You think yourself handsome, yet you resemble a simpleton. You seek death. Wu Changfeng was furious. No one had ever dared to insult him in such a manner. I could see that moment. His only thought was to reduce Lin Yi to mere pulp and toss him into the street to be fed to dogs. Lin Yi, beneath the arena, Yu Yun's face was filled with concern. To be honest, she was utterly speechless regarding Lin Yi, wondering how he could attract so much animosity. After all, Wu Changfeng was the third-ranked genius of the heavenly rankings. Why provoke him? Both sides prepared, and the challenge officially commenced. Just then, a middle-aged man, looking rather foolish, stepped onto the arena, glanced at Lin Yi, and said, "Wait a moment," just as Zhang Hao was about to make his move. Lin Yi suddenly interjected. What if a student from the outer academy challenges a student from the inner academy? Is that permissible? The middle-aged man was perplexed, unsure of Lin Yi's intentions. You see, this group of fools was making such a racket earlier. How could I let them down? I plan to challenge them all at once. Surely that poses no issue. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless. How could one be so pretentious to challenge a group single-handedly? Most of those individuals were inner academy students, and even the strongest among them might not possess the requisite strength for such a challenge. Moreover, as a freshman, Lin Yi had yet to even surpass Zhang Hao. Yet he aspired to take on them all. What on earth was he thinking? According to academy rules, if an outer academy student challenged an inner academy student, the latter was obligated to accept. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the inner academy. The one speaking was Lin Wuyo, and he was now somewhat intrigued by Lin Yi. Not to mention anything else, he found this kind of personality quite appealing. Oh, is that so? Then it's settled. You all can wait a moment. After I deal with Zhang Hao, I'll attend to you, especially you, the fool in white. Don't leave. Your turn is coming. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. His nature was such that he would not provoke others unless they instigated him first. Since they chose to challenge him, he could only respond in kind. Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your demise. Zhang Hao was furious. It was clear that Lin Yi did not regard him with any respect. The Academy's genius. At least, that was how he viewed himself. How could he tolerate such insolence? With a roar, he charged at Lin Yi, his right hand clenched into a fist, embodying the ferocity of a beast. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a punch that stirred the air with a fierce wind. Yet in the next moment, he found himself utterly bewildered. He felt as though he had struck a steel wall. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not budge Lin, even slightly. Is that it? You are far too weak. Even my pet, Wang Kai, is stronger than you. Lin Yi scoffed coldly before delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Hao hurtling through the air. However, that was not the end. As Zhang Hao soared through the air, Lin Yi followed closely, seizing Zhang Hao's right foot with his hand. Now, experience my methods. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi slammed Zhang Hao into the ground, creating a massive crater on the arena floor. I will kill you! I will kill you! Zhang Hao felt as though his lungs would explode with rage. He had envisioned a glorious display of strength against Lin Yi, yet here he was, the one being thoroughly beaten. Oh, you certainly have a thick skin, smashing the ground in the process. I wonder how many more times you can endure this. Lin Yi smiled slightly, once again lifting Zhang Hao and preparing to slam him down once more. Chapter 18. The ferocity of Lin Yi. Bang, bang, bang. With each swing of Lin Yi's right hand, Zhang Hao's face repeatedly met the ground, the sound echoing loudly. What? How can this be? Am I seeing things? Zhang Hao is actually being beaten by Lin Yi. Impossible. It cannot be. Zhang Hao is a silver 4-star genius. How could he not be a match for Lin Yi? It must be an illusion. Yes, it has to be. Good heavens, Lin Yi is too formidable. If this continues, Zhang Hao might be killed. In an instant, the entire arena was shocked, everyone staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their faces etched with horror. Initially, they all believed it to be a one-sided fight. Yet now the tables had completely turned. Lin Yi is actually this powerful. Beneath the arena, Yu Riyun's mouth was agape. She finally understood why Lin Yi appeared so unfazed by the challenge. She had completely misunderstood him. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy that Lin Yi was winning. After all, having such a formidable student brought her a sense of pride, did it not? In contrast to everyone else, Zhang Hao was filled with 1,000 curses. Who the hell said Lin Yi was just a newly enrolled student? Who claimed he had only recently passed his assessment? Who said he was worthless? I truly feel like I bought a watch last year. Held aloft by Lin Yi, his foot clutched tightly. No matter how Zhang Hao struggled, it was utterly futile. Each slam against the ground drove him closer to madness. Stop! Just then, a powerful voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to Wu Changfeng. His face was now more pallid than that of a pig's liver. Moments ago, he had urged Zhang Hao to finish the fight quickly, yet now it had devolved into this. It was a blatant slap in the face, a resounding one at that. Yet, Lin Yi seemed to have not heard his command, continuing to slam Zhang Hao down with vigor. I said stop. Wu Changfeng roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the arena, causing weaker students to collapse to the ground under its pressure. Oh, Lin Yi paused, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Changfeng. What are you, to command me to stop? He then kicked Zhang Hao away, sending him crashing to the ground, eliciting a scream akin to that of slaughtered pig. My hand, Zhang Hao barely managed to cry out before he suddenly fainted, his consciousness slipping away. You have some nerve to defy my orders. You seek death. Wu Changfeng was enraged, raising his hand to unleash a massive palm strike that loomed above the arena, aimed squarely at Lin Yi. Stop! At that very moment, Lin Wuyo made his move. With his right hand shaped into a sword, he gently sliced the air towards the enormous hand looming in the sky, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that flickered in the atmosphere. Subsequently, the colossal handprint dissipated like a mere bubble, vanishing into the void. Lin Wuyo, what do you mean by this? Wu Changfeng, this is the academy, not your home. Your actions have already breached the rules that if you wish to fight. I shall oblige. Enough with your nonsense. Isn't it simply your desire to engage in combat? Come forth, and let us not forget those foolish ones from before. Yes, don't let their words deceive you. It is indeed your group they refer to as the foolish ones. Come together. Did you not wish to confront me? Let us see. At that moment, Lin Yi interjected. Initially, he had no intention of fighting within the academy, as the elder had advised against it. However, since these individuals sought confrontation, he was willing to see it through. After all, the elder only instructed him to refrain from attacking others indiscriminately, not to mention when provoked. You are utterly arrogant, daring to act so brazenly. Wu Shixiang. Strike him down and let him know the consequences of inciting your wrath. Indeed, this is excessive. How dare he challenge us all alone? We must obliterate him. Exactly. Lin Yi's assault was so ruthless that Wang Hao was left in this state that I refuse to relent until he is on his knees, begging for mercy. In an instant, the supporters of Wu Changfeng voiced their outrage, their faces flushed with indignation. Very well, Lin Yi, since you are so audacious, I shall show you what true strength entails. With a cold snort, Wu Changfeng leaped onto the battle platform, a ferocious aura erupting from him. Terrifying in its intensity, Lin Yi, come down. Wu Changfeng is a silver 7-star cultivator. You are no match for him. Upon seeing Wu Changfeng ascend the stage, Yu Ruo Shuang shouted anxiously. Wang Xiaoye and others closely associated with Lin Yi were equally tense. Wu Changfeng was not comparable to Wang Hao. He was a formidable powerhouse ranked third on the heavenly list. Defeating Wang Hao did not imply that Lin Yi could contend with Wu Changfeng. Leave? After defeating Wang Hao and provoking me, you wish to depart. Lin Yi, I must commend your audacity to not say I'm bullying you. Kneel and bow to me 10 times, and I may consider granting you a swift death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Changfeng stomped his right foot, unleashing an even more terrifying aura that erupted from him. Instantly, the battle platform cracked and splintered like a spider's web beneath this overwhelming force. Humph, indeed. Let's crush this Lin Yi for daring to offend me. Among those reveling in Wu Changfeng's ascent were Wang Ming and Wang Badan. One had been brutally beaten by Lin Yi, while the other had lost face before him. Thus they were eager to witness Lin Yi being subdued and even annihilated by Wu Changfeng. Despite the raging tempest, Lin Yi stood resolute upon the battle platform, as unyielding as a rock, his clothing remaining undisturbed by the chaos around him. Seeing this scene, Lin Wu's eyes brightened. Is this all you've got? I expected much more from you. Just then, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and stomped his right foot, unleashing an aura even more potent than Wu Changfeng's. Boom, boom, boom. The two ferocious forces clashed, causing the already chaotic battle platform to completely collapse, prompting those on either side to hastily retreat. Enough games. Show me your true prowess. If this is all you can muster, I shall be sorely disappointed. As his voice fell, another powerful aura erupted from Lin Yi, causing Wu Changfeng's expression to shift dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. The two auras intertwined, overwhelming Wu Changfeng's force, sending him staggering backward. What? Lin Yi's might surpasses that of Wu Changfeng. How is this possible? Shock rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated on Lin Yi. Interesting. It seems this year, as heavenly ranking competition will not be so dull after all. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Wu's eyes. Chapter 19. The brutal defeat of Wu Changfeng since you seek death. Do not blame me. Wu Changfeng's face darkened as he was forced back by Lin Yi's aura. With a swift motion, he summoned a long spear radiating golden light into his grasp. Roar, roar. The moment the spear appeared, a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tiger echoed through the heavens, causing all students below silver rank to collapse in terror, some even spitting blood. The tiger-patterned spear. I can't believe Wu Shixiang has summoned the tiger-patterned spear. Lin Yi is doomed. The tiger-patterned spear, forged from the ancient bones of the fourth-rank ferocious beast, the howling tiger, was immensely powerful. Wu Shixiang had once withstood 5 strikes from a golden-ranked powerhouse wielding it. Let us see how Lin Yi maintains his arrogance now that he has offended Wu Shixiang. With the spear in hand, Wu Changfeng's supporters were filled with fervor, shouting with rage. Lin Yi, I must admit, your strength is indeed impressive, but this is where it ends. Prepare to meet your demise. Wu Changfeng bellowed, thrusting the spear forward with unmatched vigor toward Lin Yi. One could not deny that Wu Changfeng, as the third-ranked genius on the heavenly list, wielded remarkable prowess. The wind howled and the tiger roared with every thrust, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. Is that all? Facing the formidable Wu Changfeng, Lin Yi merely smirked, shaping his right hand into a fist and launching a direct punch. What, he actually intends to withstand the tiger-patterned spear with his bare hands? Is he insane? The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly Yu Ruo Shuang, who was utterly flabbergasted. It was well known that the tiger-patterned spear was a 4th-rank spiritual weapon, so sharp that even a 4th-rank ferocious beast could not withstand its strike. Yet Lin Yi sought to absorb its force with his flesh. However, in the next moment, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. With a resounding impact, Lin Yi's fist shattered the incredibly sharp tiger-patterned spear, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal that clattered to the ground. What? This at that moment, the entire audience was left dumbfounded. One punch had obliterated a 4th-rank spiritual weapon. How could this be? Even a golden-ranked powerhouse could not possess such strength. Yet, the evidence lay before them, compelling them to accept the truth. He was indeed astonishingly powerful. Standing beside the arena, Lu Qing's expression grew grave. While she knew Lin Yi was formidable, She had never anticipated he would reach such heights, demolishing a fourth-rank spiritual weapon with a single punch. Reflecting on the earlier battle, a shiver coursed through her. Fortunately, Lin Yi had not unleashed his full strength. Otherwise, she might not have even known how she perished. In contrast to Lu Qing, Lu Meyer was utterly pale. She finally comprehended Lin Yi's earlier advice to practice for a few more years before returning. How could she have foolishly entertained the thought of educating him? Impossible, impossible. How could he be this powerful? No. Gazing at the scattered remnants of the broken spear, Wu Chanfeng felt fear for the first time. His eyes fixated on Lin Yi. Impossible? There is nothing impossible. You are merely a frog in a well. Lin Yi scoffed coldly, then took a large stride forward, instantly appearing behind Wu Chanfeng before delivering a powerful punch. Ugh! With that single blow, Wu Chanfeng was sent flying like a projectile, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion paling drastically. Yet that was not the end. Lin Yi surged forward once more, moving faster than Wu Chanfeng could retreat. Appearing at his back in an instant. Bang! Another punch struck down, sending Wu Chanfeng careening in another direction. Bang! 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 Thus Wu Chanfeng was battered like a sandbag, unable to halt his relentless flight. Silence. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the arena. All gazes were riveted on Lin Yi, fear etched in their features. Even Lin Wuyo, the top-ranked on the heavenly list, wore a grave expression that Wu Chanfeng was the third-ranked powerhouse, although he was inferior to Lin Wuyo. The gap was not insurmountable. The simplest truth was that had he faced Wu Chanfeng, he could not have dominated as Lin Yi did. You were simply too weak. 1 minute later, Lin Yi shook his head, and with a powerful punch, Wu Chanfeng was sent flying off the battle platform like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth as if it were free, and he fell into unconsciousness, resembling Wang Hao from earlier. Defeated, Wu Shixiang is lost. Lin Yi brutally assaulted Wu Chanfeng, which is utterly terrifying. This truly someone who has just entered the academy, as they gaze at the unconscious Wu Chanfeng lying on the ground. The crowd could not help but swallow hard. From the onset of this challenge match, no one had anticipated such an outcome. Lin Yi not only vanquished Wang Hao, but rendered Wu Chanfeng unconscious, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. Now, it is your turn. Come forth. Lin Yi coldly addressed the previous onlookers atop the battle platform. Since he had already struck, he intended to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. I know, I don't want to. Under Lin Yi's intense gaze, the others felt a chill run down their spines, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. This is absurd. If Wu Chanfeng has been beaten to such a state, stepping up would surely be courting death. Not willing to step up. I recall that when outer courtyard students challenge inner courtyard students, failing to respond results in expulsion from the academy. You wish to be expelled. Lin, you're going too far. Ha ha ha. Am I going too far? How utterly laughable. I had no intention of striking, yet you press me relentlessly. Now you think avoiding me will be of any use? With that, Lin Yi stepped forward, instantly leaving the battle platform and lunging towards them. Stop. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, and an elder, resembling a fool, stood in front of him. You dare to block me? You dare to openly confront an innocent student? You are disregarding the rules of the academy. Do you intend to become an enemy of the institution? Enforcement Hall, heed my command. Lin Yi has fallen into madness. Apprehend him and restore order. What a grandiloquent proclamation. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. If you wish to act, then come at me directly. Your baseless fabrications will only earn my disdain. Impudent! How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? Today, no one can save you. The speaker was Wang Badan. Initially, he sought a way to intervene, but was taken aback by Lin Yi's audacity in attacking an elder. A chance he would not let slip by. Wang Badan, you dare? Just then, a delicate voice interjected, and the figure of Yu Rushuang flew over. Lin Yi was her student. She would not stand idly by. Yu Rushuang, do you intend to shield this demon? Wang Badan, your audacity is astonishing. Everyone has seen what transpired. If you wish to deal with Lin Yi, you must first contend with me. Very well, since it has come to this. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Elder He, we advance. Wang Badan, furious, roared and charged directly at Yuru Shuang, with the elder resembling a fool following suit towards Lin. Chapter 20. Never have I heard such a demand. Aha. Is this truly the visage of your faction? If so, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. Mentor you, step back. These are merely two insignificant chickens, so allow me to handle this. Lin Yi burst into laughter. In an instant, an incredibly brilliant azure light erupted from his being, illuminating the entire Piao Academy. Concurrently, 3 stars in the night sky emitted dazzling brilliance. Stop! Just as Lin Yi was about to act, a commanding voice resounded. A figure in a black robe appeared in the sky. It was Li Zhen. The dean, the esteemed dean, has arrived. The appearance of Li Zhen brought immense relief to the crowd. There was no denying the terror of battles among elders. With their strength, even the aftermath could spell death or injury. Dean, Lin Yi has disregarded the Academy's regulations and attacked an elder. Please, take him down. The elder, resembling a fool, was the first to complain. Dean, Lin Yi had no choice in this matter, but I hope you will see the truth. Yuru Shuang's expression darkened upon seeing Li Zhen. While she had confidence in stopping Wang Badan, she felt none when it came to the dean's authority. Ha! Lin Yi, were you not arrogant? Now the dean is here. Let us see how you maintain that bravado. Did you not wish to strike me? Come on. Wang Badan was ecstatic, certain that the dean would side with him. After all, they had 2 elders on their side, while Lin Yi was merely a newcomer. The dean should be able to discern the weight of the situation. Oh, is that so? Observing the boastful Wang Badan, Lin Yi smiled slightly and then swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Lin Yi's speed was akin to lightning. By the time Wang Badan realized what was happening, a bright red handprint had already appeared on his face. Why are you so despicable? You dare to ask me to hit you. This is a request I have never encountered in my lifetime. You dare strike me? I will kill you. After being slapped, Wang Badan felt as if his lungs would explode. His mind was consumed with the singular notion of slicing Lin Yi into 8 pieces. Sighing at Lin Yi's overwhelming display, Li Zhen waved his hand, unleashing an aura that suppressed the entire arena. In that instant, everyone felt as if they bore the weight of a mountain, unable to move a muscle. Dean, I've been informed of the events. This is not Lin Yi's fault. Let it end here. Anyone who dares to act further will face my wrath. Lin Yi, follow me. With that, Li Zhen led Lin Yi away. Huff, huff, huff. Once Li Zhen departed, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. The previous pressure had been utterly terrifying, and they feared that if it had continued for a few more seconds, they might have been crushed to death. Lin Yi, this matter will not conclude so easily. Wang Badan bellowed angrily, taking the unconscious Wu Chanfeng away, his murderous intent towards Lin Yi intensifying. Sighing at the scene before her, Yuru Shuang reflected on how Lin Yi's strength had completely overturned her expectations, while his knack for creating trouble surpassed her imagination. Since this matter is settled, let us depart. In the sky, Lin Wuyo spoke, though a fierce fire burned in his eyes. For long, others had recognized him as the top of the heavenly rankings. But few understood that lacking a worthy opponent was a burden in itself. Lin Yi's emergence had provided him with a target. Little Qing, with Lin Yi the strong, our aspirations for revenge may be. One day, I shall defeat him. Lu Qing scoffed, then departed with Lin Xinyu, leaving the once bustling training ground in a profound silence. In the dean's courtyard within the teaching building, Lin Yi casually sat on a bench, an array of spirit fruits before him. Uncle Li, these fruits are far too unpalatable. They're vastly inferior to those at my home. Lin Yi remarked, swallowing a spirit fruit whole. Li Zhen was speechless. These were 5th-tier spirit fruits. Others begged for them, yet he had the audacity to complain. However, recalling Lin Yi's village, he understood that indeed, his fruits were subpar in comparison. Young master, do you resent me for not intervening? Sigh, I understand your predicament. Moreover, a true man must handle his own affairs. If I were to let you act, the old man would surely flame my skin. Indeed, do not be deceived by my position as the head of a courtyard. I have my own difficulties. Li Zhen sighed. All right, Uncle Li, spare me the lamentations. Speak. What do you need me to do? Young master, you truly are a dragon among men. You have already perceived my intentions that I indeed have a task for you. Tisich, You might as well have it written on your forehead. Anyone could figure it out. Lin Yi replied, unimpressed. Well, I wonder what young master thinks of our Piao Academy. At that moment, Li Zhen's expression grew serious. Thoughts? Too weak, and the internal conflicts are far too severe. If not resolved promptly, calamity will surely arise. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, the Piao Academy has been passed down for thousands of years. From a modest institution, it has served to become one of the three great powers of the Dayu Kingdom. However, such rapid development has left many hidden dangers unaddressed, which over time have culminated in the present situation. The Academy has now split into two factions, one led by myself and the other by the Grand Elder. Over the years, the conflict between these two factions has severely drained the Academy's strength. Li Zhen sighed. Uncle Li, I must say, you're at fault in this matter. Oh, what do you mean? Though I am not privy to the Academy's specific circumstances, the saying goes, a family cannot have two masters, nor a country two sovereigns. Since you have become the headmaster, it proves your strength surpasses that of your opponents. Why not eliminate the threat at its root? Sigh, do you think I haven't considered it? If war were to break out, the strength of Piao Academy would be gravely weakened, and the other two sects would surely seize the opportunity. Furthermore, there are countless entanglements involved, far too complex to elucidate in a short time. Well then, should I summon the old master? If he is present, it should resolve the issue, shouldn't it? My master, I left him precisely to hone my own skills if I rely on him for everything. How could I face him? Moreover, forget it. Are you aware of the upcoming new student trial in a month? The new student trial. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was somewhat perplexed. He was, of course, aware of the new student trial, which was said to be designed to temper the Academy's disciples, and it seemed to carry some danger, as many lives were lost each year. However, he did not grasp the significance of Li Zhen's words. The new student trial is merely a facade. The primary focus lies in the competition among the three great powers. The level of danger is exceedingly high, and the Grand Elder's faction will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to act. Thus, I seek your assistance in protecting certain individuals. Certain individuals? Indeed. Each new student assessment is a contest between the two factions. Do you understand? Is that so? Very well. Ding Yi nodded in agreement that he understood Li Zhen's intent. The struggle between the factions extends from the elders to the students. Each time new students enter the academy, they vie against each other, and those aligned with the opposing faction will exert every effort to suppress them. This is quite normal. As the saying goes, if something cannot be put to use, it is better to destroy it. This will trouble you. Young master, I have a list here. Take a look. With that, Li Zhen retrieved a list from his storage ring. These were all new disciples belonging to his faction, and Lin Yi's task was to protect them. Chapter 21. New Student Trial. Lin Yi. Stop right there. After parting from Li Zhen, Lin Yi intended to return to his room. As he walked midway, he caught sight of the figure of Ruo Shuang. Mentor Yu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Lin Yi chuckled. That question should be directed at me. Speak, who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in coming to the Piao Academy? Moreover, what is your relationship with the headmaster? Ruo Shuang coldly retorted, her expression icy. Previously, she had believed Lin Yi to be an ordinary individual. But now it seemed otherwise. As for his earlier claim about coming to the academy to rescue her from the mountain bandits, it was evidently a fabrication. After all, how could someone who had caused Elder Zhou to go unpaid and defeated Wu Changfeng be an ordinary person? Well, since you asked, I shall tell you that I am the destined child sent by heaven, here specifically to rescue you. Rescue me? Ruo Shuang appeared bewildered, unsure what he meant. Oh, mentor you, think about it. You are so beautiful, kind-hearted, and your words are so pleasant that a person as perfect as you deserves someone worthy. And here I am. Lin Yi, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall ignore you. All right, I confess. The truth is I was tricked by the headmaster into coming here. He said there would be many beautiful women, so I came. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that aside from you, the rest are merely mediocre. Mentor you, every word I utter is the truth. That if you doubt me, I cannot help it. I could swear that if I speak even a single falsehood, well, since you are reluctant to speak, I shan't press you further. I merely wish to convey that as long as you remain my student, I will protect you. However, do not act recklessly in the future. The situation within the academy is far more complex than you can imagine. Although your strength is commendable, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Ruo Shuang said gravely. Minter you? What is it? I am deeply touched. You know, you're the first person to care about me in such a way that it makes me feel as if I should dedicate myself to you. With that, Lin Yi departed, leaving Ruo Shuang standing there, blushing and in a daze. Am I truly that wonderful? Ah, Ruo Shuang, what are you thinking? Yet he isn't too bad, if only. Subsequently, Ruo Shuang shook her head and hurriedly left. In a grand pavilion within the Piaomiao Academy, several figures stood in order, among them Wang Bat Dan and the foolish elder. Suddenly, Wang Kun slammed his hand down, causing the table before him to shatter into dust, scattering into the air. Initially, he had thought it would be an ordinary challenge match, yet it had turned into this. Wang Hao and Wu Changfeng remained unconscious, inciting his fury. Elder Wang, that Lin Yi is far too arrogant. Not only did he injure young Master Wang Hao, but he also left Changfeng in this state. If we do not kill him, my heart will harbor resentment. Wang Badan spoke, his desire for vengeance against Lin Yi palpable. Having been humiliated before so many. Indeed, previously, even the headmaster acted on account of Lin Yi. This indicates that he is aligned with the headmaster's faction if we do not deal with him promptly. Once he grows stronger, it may pose a significant threat to us. Having injured my Hauer, how could I let him go so easily? However, since Li Zhen has already intervened, we cannot act within the academy. Otherwise, Li Zhen will not let it go. Now is not the time to completely sever ties. Wang Kun's expression was cold and devoid of warmth. He had just been enjoying an intimate moment with his concubine when such an incident occurred, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. What shall we do? Let him go. Let him go. How could that be? If I recall correctly, in a month the new student trial will commence. As a new student, Lin Yi will undoubtedly participate, and that will be our opportunity. What do you mean? But Lin Yi's strength is formidable. Ordinary individuals are no match for him. Formidable. And so what? With that, Wang Kun produced a sword emanating flames from his storage bag. The flame sword. Upon seeing the sword, the other's expressions changed dramatically. Indeed, this flame sword is a 6th-tier spiritual weapon, and no matter how strong Lin Yi is, he will only meet his demise during the new student trial. You must take this sword and ensure Lin Yi is slain in the trial grounds. Since Li Zhen has already moved, I should also report this to the Grand Elder. After speaking, Wang Kun departed, leaving the flame sword for Wang Ba Dan Lin Yi. Let us see how you will continue to be arrogant. Offending me, Wang Ba Dan, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. With the flame sword in hand, Wang Ba Dan's face gleamed with excitement. He felt absolute confidence that, combined with his strength and the flame sword, he would surely slay Lin. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Throughout this month, Lin Yi's life had been remarkably fulfilling. Day, he conversed with Ruo Shuang and Wang Xia, among other ladies, about life's intricacies. By night, he practiced the family's martial arts. After a month of diligent training, he had reached the pinnacle of silver 9 stars, poised to break through to the golden level at any moment. However, due to concerns about the potential commotion his breakthrough might cause, he did not plan to do so within the academy on a bright morning. The sun shone brilliantly over the vast square of Piaomiao Academy. The square was already teeming with people, buzzing with excitement, as today marked the day of the new student trial. Iga, you've arrived. Iga, you look even more handsome. Iga, missing you feels like a year. Upon the arrival of Lin Yi, the students greeted him enthusiastically. Ever since Lin Yi triumphed over Wu Changfeng, his fame soared to remarkable heights, earning him the respect of even some inner academy students, many of whom regarded him as their ideal partner. Lin Yi, you have arrived, exclaimed Wang Xiaoya, who, after a month of rigorous training, had successfully attained the cultivation level of bronze 7 stars, thanks to her extraordinary talent. Indeed, I am here for the Ferocious expedition. However, Xia, I must say, you have become increasingly beautiful, to the point where I find it difficult to contain myself. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Their relationship had flourished over the past month, allowing for light-hearted banter. Not at all. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiao's face flushed crimson, her exquisite beauty radiating an undeniable charm. Humph. Lecher. At that moment, a cold snort pierced the air, belonging to the ever-icy Wang Xingyu. Lin Yi felt quite exasperated by this woman. Every encounter with her felt as if he owed her a significant debt. Her tone perpetually frosty, he often wondered if she had been wronged by a multitude of men, as her animosity towards him seemed unfathomable. The elders have arrived. Just as Lin Yi was chatting with the other students, 5 figures soared through the sky, among them the unmistakable forms of Wang Badan and the foolish elder. Lin Yi, this time marks your demise, Wang Badan thought to himself, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as his murderous intent towards Lin Yi only intensified over the past month. Chapter 22. The Convergence of 3 Great Powers. Surely you are all aware of the purpose of our gathering today. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe began, his expression stern. Elder He, let us commence without delay. Who doesn't know we are here for the expedition? Others chimed in, including Wang Badan and the foolish elder. Their primary desire was to eliminate Lin Yi, leaving them little patience for idle chatter. Oh, do you seem quite eager? You may proceed ahead. This matter is of great significance. And as it is your first participation, we must ensure clarity. Now, listen carefully, for what I am about to say concerns your safety, and I shall only state it once. The middle-aged man scanned the crowd before continuing. The expedition will take place in the Beast Mountains, where members from the other 2 great factions will also participate. Danger lurks at every corner, so you must exercise utmost caution that we will distribute a token to each of you. Should you find yourselves in peril, you may shatter the token, and we will be informed. However, breaking the token signifies the end of your expedition, a choice you must make. Furthermore, I shall not elaborate any further. Let me reiterate one last time, prioritize your safety above all else, and I hope you all return victorious. As his voice faded, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a colossal warship materialized in the sky. The ship was immense, nearly the size of the plaza itself, surrounded by dazzling lights that shone brilliantly. It is a Spirit Yuan warship. I cannot believe the Academy has brought out such a treasure for this expedition. Upon seeing the warship, the crowd erupted in discussion. The Spirit Yuan warship, in simpler terms, was a 4th-tier spiritual treasure, a significantly rarer and more precious item than spiritual artifacts. All right, everyone aboard. The journey is long, and we must hasten. With that, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Yi before soaring onto the warship, followed by all the students. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak of the Miao Miao sect, Li Zhen gazed at the departing warship with a soft sigh. What is the matter? Reluctant to part? At that moment, a shadow emerged from the void, revealing an old man clad in black robes. Indeed, they represent the future of the Academy, and I dread to think how many will be lost on this journey. It pains me to witness their youthful lives at such risk. Such is the way of things, be the way. How goes the plan? Everything is proceeding as scheduled. Unless absolutely necessary, I truly do not wish to take this course of action. No matter how it unfolds, they are our Academy's kin. Li Zhen shook his head. Li Zhen, a small sacrifice is crucial for greater plans. Do you not understand this principle? For the sake of the Academy, for humanity, you must act accordingly. As for Elder Lin, I wonder how he is faring. He must be equally troubled as he does. It is undeniable that you 2 share some similarities. Elder Master, I hope he can weather this storm. Alas, it is yet another tumultuous season. Within the dark, expansive underground palace of the Miao Miao Academy, a white-clad elder stood respectfully on the ground, exuding an overwhelming presence that radiated a subtle yet terrifying pressure. This elder, known as Dugabo, was the Grand Elder of the Miao Miao Academy. Buzz! Suddenly, the pitch-black palace was engulfed by fierce winds, and a figure with distinguishable features emerged from the void. Master, according to the plan, Lin Yi has already ventured to the Beast Mountains. Upon seeing the shadow, Dugabo spoke with reverence that, "Oh, is that so? Lin Tian believes sending Lin Yi here ensures his safety. Such a notion is but a fantasy. Dugabo, you must ensure Lin Yi is slain in the Beast Mountains. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master. I shall exert every effort." "Excellent. When our clan ascends to power, you shall be rewarded handsomely. Now go." With that, Dugabo departed. leaving the vast hall empty save for the shadow. Lin Tian, 3,000 years ago, your clan thwarted our grand designs. Now, let us allow you a taste of the anguish of losing a descendant. When our clan arrives, it will also mark your downfall. Wow, look ahead. It is the Beast Mountains. How magnificent. On the warship, Wang Xiaoya exclaimed in delight, captivated by the breathtaking vista ahead. This was her first visit, and she could not help but express her awe, a sentiment echoed by other students. Humph, what an overreaction. It is merely the Beast Mountains. Nothing extraordinary. Country bumpkin. A disdainful voice interrupted, belonging to Zhang Quan, also a newcomer participating in the expedition. Humph. I was speaking to Lin Yi. Your opinion is irrelevant. Are you eager to experience Lin Yi's infamous destruction of Lineage Fist? Wang Xiaoya retorted, visibly annoyed by Zhang Quan's presence. You, humph. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Zhang Quan's expression soured. Ever since Lin Yi had turned him into a laughingstock, he felt as fearful as a mouse in the presence of a cat. There was no escaping the fact that Lin Yi was formidable. Even Wu Changfeng was no match for him, making Zhang Quan's chances seem utterly futile. Humph, enjoy your fleeting bravado while you can. After offending Wu Shixiang, your demise is inevitable. All right, we have arrived at the Beast Mountains. Everyone disembark. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, signaling that the warship had reached a vast valley. Haha, Hiyun, I did not expect the Miao Miao Academy would send you this time. It seems they are rather short-handed. Upon disembarking, a hearty laugh echoed as a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back approached. People from the Starry Sky Pavilion. Recognizing the man's attire, Lin Yi discerned he was affiliated with the Starry Sky Pavilion. In the Qian domain, where powerful beings abound and various factions thrive, only three truly stand at the pinnacle: the Miao Miao Sect, the Starry Sky Pavilion, and the 10,000 Demon Sect, who have been engaged in a covert struggle for millennia, each refusing to yield to the other. Humph, Sima Yang, you were sent by the Starry Sky Pavilion? Be cautious. Your disciples may meet their end here, and you shall have a difficult time justifying it. Hiyun replied without reservation. The annual new student expedition is, in essence, merely a competition among the three great factions. Humph, do you truly believe you can slay the disciples of the Starry Sky Pavilion? Perhaps you should focus on the students of the Miao Miao Academy. I have heard a rumor that you have accepted a genius with intermediate Shin-level talent. Should she perish here, will it not bring you great sorrow? Ha! Is that so? I have heard your Starry Sky Pavilion has two as well. I wonder if they have both met their demise. Wouldn't that cause you significant trouble upon your return? It seems everyone is quite early today. As the two individuals stood at odds, a sudden thunderous voice resonated from the heavens, and before long, a colossal warship materialized within the sight of the gathered crowd, the disciples of the Wan'er sect. Upon the sight of the warship, the expressions of Sima Yang and He Yuan darkened instantly. Unlike the other two major factions, although there was a competitive relationship, there were at least some rules that everyone adhered to. Chaos was avoided. Yet the Wan'er sect resembled a band of demons, for during each new disciple's trial, the greatest number of casualties fell at their hands. Chapter 23. The slaying of Wang Badon the warship came to a halt, and the first to emerge was a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. His countenance was as cold and unyielding as eternal ice, and the moment he appeared, the temperature in the surroundings began to plummet. Upon seeing this young man, Lin Yi felt a stirring of unease. Inexplicably, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. The others shared a similar feeling, particularly Sima Yang and He Yuan, who exchanged glances and discerned an incredulous expression reflected in each other's eyes. Yin Nantian, is it truly you who has arrived from the Wan'er sect? Sima Yang exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed the figure beside the young man. Yin Nantian? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi recalled that Yin Nantian was an inner elder of the Wan'er sect, possessing formidable strength akin to Wang Kuin's position within the Miao Miao Academy. His presence, following closely behind the young man, was enough to signify the latter's astonishing status. What is this? Are you afraid? If so, you might as well retreat, Yin Nantian declared imperiously. Afraid. The Wan'er sect holds no terror for me. However, I find myself quite curious. Your deployment suggests that there are indeed some extraordinary individuals among your new disciples. He Yuan responded, clearly discerning the young man's unusual nature. Attempting to extract information from me. Nonetheless, I shall share this much. The top spot in this trial shall undoubtedly belong to my Wan'er sect. Out of goodwill, I advise you to have your disciples shatter their tokens and withdraw when the trial commences, lest they risk their lives. Is that so? We shall see about that. He Yuan retorted with a cold snort. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of fear, but this time, with Lin Yi's presence in the Piao Academy, he felt emboldened. After all, even the third ranked on the heavenly rankings, Wu Changfeng, had fallen before Lin Yi. He found it hard to believe that this young man could be so formidable. All right, since everyone is present, let us commence. The rules remain unchanged from previous trials. 3 days for the trial, with the collection of beast cores as the criterion. The faction that gathers the most shall be crowned champions, Sima Yang announced, though a hint of concern lingered in his heart. This opportunity for trial was rare, and he could not allow himself to concede merely due to Yan Nanshan's words. Excellent. Then let us begin. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement, subsequently briefing their disciples before setting off. Charge forth. For the first place, we shall prevail. The mere Piao Academy dares to vie for first place. The championship shall undoubtedly belong to my Xingqian Pavilion. What is the Xingqian Pavilion even worth? With my Wan'er sect here, you should be contemplating your demise. Utter nonsense. The Wan'er sect is of no consequence. My senior brother Xian Yuan will surely triumph over you. How dare you insult me? I shall end your life. Come at me. Who fears whom? With your ragtag group, I alone could take on 10 of you. How dare you bully my Xingqian Pavilion disciples? Brothers, let's take him down. Kill. Kill. As the trial commenced, chaos erupted fervently, with disciples from all 3 factions embroiled in battle. First, I must find a place to break through. While the disciples of the 3 factions clashed, Lin Yi had already advanced deeper into the area. His primary objective remained the protection of those individuals Li Zhen had previously mentioned. Regarding the trial itself, he paid it little mind. Humph, Lin Yi, today shall mark your downfall. Just as Lin Yi had distanced himself, Wang Bidan emerged from behind a large tree. From the outset, he had been trailing Lin Yi, and while the elders were supposed to ensure the safety of the students, his only desire was to eliminate Lin Yi. The fates of the students were of no concern to him. Lin Clan's Lin Yi, I never anticipated it would be you. Could it be that you are here for that matter? After Wang Bidan departed, a dark figure suddenly appeared. It was the young man from the Wan'er sect. Unexpectedly, he too had arrived at this location. Moving forward without pause, Lin Yi reached a vast river and stopped. He found himself deep within the monster beast mountain range. Come forth, Lin Yi stated calmly. At the sound of his voice, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was none other than Wang Bidan. That I must admit, you possess considerable audacity. Knowing I am here, you still refuse to flee. Flee? You overestimate yourself. A mere waste like you thinks you can kill me. It is rather pathetic that you have been sold without even realizing it. What do you mean? Wang Bidan inquired, confusion etched upon his face. That, if I'm not mistaken, it was Wang Kuan who instructed you to kill me. Have you considered why he himself does not strike, but sends you instead? Humph, Lin Yi, cease your pretentiousness. Why would Elder Wang need to take action to kill you? Prepare to die. With a loud bellow, Wang Bidan brandished a flaming longsword, an inferno emanating from it, gifted to him by Wang Kuan. Die. The longsword cleaved through the air as Wang Bidan unleashed his formidable aura, unleashing a torrent of fiery dragons that surged through the sky with tremendous force. Alas, observing the bloodthirsty Wang Bidan, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation. With his right hand clenched into a fist, a surge of azure energy coalesced upon it. Bang! As the longsword swung, the fist's shadow enveloped the heavens. And at the moment of their collision, a resounding explosion echoed through the skies. Puffed! With a single punch, Wang Bidan was sent flying as if struck by an ancient beast. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his countenance turned ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Yi appeared unscathed, standing serenely in place. Impossible. How can this be? How could you withstand an attack from a 6th-tier spiritual weapon? Wang Bidan's face paled in disbelief, that he had anticipated this would be the moment to eliminate Lin Yi. Yet it had turned out so differently. A six-tier spiritual weapon, truly so formidable. Lin Yi scoffed. Then, with a wave of his hand, a spear radiating with prismatic light materialized in his grasp. The spear was terrifyingly powerful. As it appeared, the skies darkened, transforming from clear blue to a kaleidoscope of colors. In that instant, colossal dragons manifested from thin air, and within 100 miles, all flora and fauna shattered. Even the ground erupted. Point 9, a ninth-tier spiritual weapon. This is impossible. Who on earth are you? Wang Badan was engulfed in despair. He could hardly believe that Lin Yi possessed a legendary ninth-tier spiritual weapon. A treasure that was scarcely seen even in the entirety of the Qian domain. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that in your next life, you should open your eyes a little wider. It is truly tragic to be sold without awareness. Lin Yi shook his head, then pointed the spear forward, unleashing 9 roaring dragons that surged towards Wang Badan. No. Please no. Boom! With a tremendous roar, Wang Badan was obliterated, reduced to a shower of flesh and blood raining down upon the ground. Chapter 24. The Heart of a King. Alas! Observing the scene around him, Lin Yi sighed, then turned to face a particular space ahead. Come forth. Must I invite you out? As expected, the young man from the Wan'er sect appeared. Oh, you recognize me? Who might you be? Lin Yi asked, puzzled as he regarded the young man. He had never encountered this individual and did not recognize him. Yet the young man seemed to know him well. The illustrious Lin clan's divine body. I certainly recognize it. However, I never expected to encounter you here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chun, and I trust you can deduce my origins. Jiang Chun? You are a member of the Jiang clan. The Jiang family, a lineage of remarkable distinction, is steeped in legend. It is said that 3 millennia ago, the demon race invaded the WNL incontinent, resulting in the demise of numerous formidable warriors. Just as despair enveloped the populace, for enigmatic clans emerged from the shadows, their origins shrouded in mystery. These families, Ji, Jiang, Di, and Lin, led the charge against the demons, ultimately driving them from the WNL incontinent. However, following this monumental victory, these 4 clans vanished once more from the collective consciousness of the people. These tales were recounted to Lin Yi during his childhood by his grandfather, yet he never anticipated encountering a member of the Jiang clan here. Indeed, you must be here for the tomb of the king, Jiang Chun remarked, nodding in affirmation. To be candid, Lin Yi's unexpected meeting with Jiang Chun took him by surprise. Had it not been for the portrait he had seen of Lin Yi within his family, he might not have recognized him. The tomb of the king? What does that signify? Lin Yi inquired. You are unaware of the tomb of the king. Then what brings you here? Jiang Chen's astonishment was palpable. He had assumed Lin Yi sought the same prize. You need not concern yourself with my reasons for being here. Speak. What is it that you seek from me? Lin Yi replied with a hint of impatience. Well, ignorance is no hindrance. I have come to propose a transaction. Jiang Chun declared. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Lin Yi asked, perplexed. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, the most powerful monarch fell, and I am here in pursuit of the monarch's heart. However, the heart was concealed in the depths of the Beast Mountain range by that monarch before his demise. I require your assistance, and should I obtain the monarch's heart, I am willing to share it with you. The monarch's heart. Upon hearing this phrase, Lin Yi's breath quickened. The monarch's heart was the most coveted treasure belonging to the mightiest of kings, rumored to bestow the legacy of its owner, an inheritance that countless individuals yearn for. Why would you wish to share it with me? Lin Yi questioned, his skepticism evident. Generally, such news would be kept secret, or worse, the bearer would eliminate anyone privy to the information. Acquiring the monarch's heart is no simple feat. To be honest, I had little hope of success. Yet, having encountered you, my chances have improved significantly. Surely, you cannot resist the temptation of the monarch's heart. Jiang Chun replied with a slight smile, confident that no one could turn down such a lure. Least of all Lin Yi. Very well, but should you attempt any deceit, do not expect my leniency, Lin Yi said after a moment of contemplation, although he was unaware of Jiang Chen's true intentions. He could not deny the irresistible allure of the monarch's heart. Excellent. Then let us proceed, Jiang Chun exclaimed, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight, with Lin Yi following closely behind. The monarch's heart? I never anticipated that my quest to eliminate Lin Yi would lead me to such tantalizing news. After the two departed, a shadow emerged from the void. The figure murmured softly, then vanished once more into the ether. Traveling swiftly alongside Jiang Chun, the duo raced towards the innermost depths of the Beast Mountain range. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable beasts, each falling to their combined might. Roar! After 2 hours, Lin Yi found himself before a colossal mountain range. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, and a figure akin to a mountain appeared before them. It was a creature resembling a demonic ape, though its size was staggering. Titanic great ape. A peak-tier 5th-grade beast. Upon sighting the massive creature, both Lin Yi and Jiang Chen's expressions darkened. But a peak-tier 5th-grade beast was a terrifying entity, equivalent to a human of 9-star yellow rank. The classification of beasts differs from that of humans. Beasts without a developed beast core are classified as 1st grade, followed by ascending tiers. In simpler terms, beast ranks are generally one level lower than human ranks, although both warriors possessed remarkable strength, capable of combat beyond their ranks. Facing a peak-tier 5th-grade beast posed a considerable challenge. The Tomb of the King lies just ahead. We must defeat it to proceed, Jiang Chun stated, his demeanor grave. In any other circumstance, he might have chosen to avoid confrontation. As a member of one of the 4 great clans, he had means of escape. Yet, the Tomb of the King was within reach, and he could not pass without vanquishing the beast. Agreed? Lin Yi nodded. Although the beast's rank surpassed his own, he was not without the capability to fight back. Roar! As the two prepared to engage, the great ape unleashed another furious roar, charging towards them with earth-shaking strides. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. Attack! At the moment the giant ape lunged, both Lin Yi and Jiang Chun sprang into action. Jiang Chun conjured a massive hammer, towering as high as a person's head, which radiated a blinding light and emanated a force that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens. Boom! As the hammer swung, the earth quaked, and even the void trembled. Lin Yi, not to be outdone, summoned his spear, aglow with a brilliant spectrum of colors, which surged forth like a dragon, exuding a formidable presence. The clash of their battle against the beast was cataclysmic, akin to the apocalypse itself, as galaxies reversed and space trembled. Roar! After a prolonged struggle, the great ape, unable to subdue the two, let out a furious roar that caused the very void to quake. It struck the ground with its massive hand, creating a colossal palm print that descended upon them, as if intent on obliterating all existence. Demon suppressing hammer, under the weight of the terrifying palm strike. Jiang Chun shouted, causing his hammer to enlarge further as it swung towards the beast. Simultaneously, 9 colossal dragons erupted from the tip of Lin Yi's spear, charging forth. Boom! The giant palm, hammer, and dragons collided in mid-air, producing a sound that resonated like a nuclear explosion throughout the realm. Retreat! Lin Yi shouted urgently, his figure flickering as he evaded the impending chaos. In his wake, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, a tempest of destruction that fractured the ground and rendered all life to nothingness. Is this truly the extent of his power? In the shadowy void, the figure observed the battle. His complexion paled. He felt fortunate not to have confronted Lin Yi directly. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed. Yet his desire to eliminate Lin Yi intensified. Given a few more years, Lin Yi would undoubtedly become an insurmountable force. Chapter 25. This gallstone is enormous. Roar! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the Beast Mountain range as the titanic great ape roared, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that enveloped its form. In an instant, the world transformed into a blood-red expanse, and an aura far more potent than before enveloped the surroundings. This is bad. It has gone berserk. Jiang Chen's expression darkened at the sight. Berserk is a unique trait of beasts, allowing them to ignite their bloodlines to gain immense power. However, the repercussions of such fury are severe. Generally, beasts refrain from going berserk unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Chun had not anticipated that this giant ape would resort to such a tactic at this juncture. Roar! With another thunderous roar, the great ape stomped the ground, causing the earth within a 100-meter radius to collapse, while two terrifying auras surged towards Lin Yi and Jiangchun. Having failed to subdue the two humans for an extended period, the beast was now thoroughly enraged. No more holding back. It's time to reveal our true strength, Jiangchun bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals as an immense figure resembling an ancient demon appeared behind him. Heaven and earth shatter as the demon's shadow manifested. It charged at the titanic great ape, exuding an explosive force that he had indeed attained the golden level. Gazing upon the colossal shadow of the demon, Lin Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. A hallmark of the golden tier could only be forged upon reaching such a level. Yet merely attaining the golden tier does not guarantee the manifestation of these are entirely distinct concepts. Only those with extraordinary talents stand a chance at crystallizing them. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not remain idle. With a deft flick of a spear, a brilliant starlight erupted from him, and simultaneously, 9 celestial bodies in the sky responded in kind. Falling stars, boom, boom, boom. 9 immense starry phantoms descended from the heavens, their impact reminiscent of Mars colliding with Earth, instilling a sense of dread. Bang, bang, bang. The demon's shadow surged, while the stars sparkled brilliantly. Under the combined might of the two, the Titan giant ape roared in fury, and the battle escalated to an unprecedented intensity, truly apocalyptic in nature. This the Lin family's ultimate technique, the 9 heaven star technique. Observing the 9 colossal starry phantoms, Jiangchun's expression turned somber. It is said that when the 9 heaven star technique is cultivated to its zenith, it can summon genuine stars. Contemplating such a scene left him in profound astonishment. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle. The cloaked figure's complexion drained of color. The power of these two was overwhelmingly formidable. Whether it was the monstrous shadow or the 9 stars conjured by Lin Yi, he knew he could not withstand it. Were it not for the irresistible allure of the heart of the king, he would have fled post-haste. Moments later, under the relentless assault from the two, the giant ape finally collapsed, unable to endure any longer. The scene returned to a semblance of calm, though the ravaged ground bore witness to the ferocity of the previous battle. Brother Lin, just as Jiangchun was about to suggest continuing onward, Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared before the giant ape's corpse, unceremoniously extracting its beast core. You would think this giant had grown such a large gallstone. Doesn't it cause him discomfort? With that, Lin Yi produced a burlap sack and stowed it away to die. Watching this unfold, Jiangchun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Gallstone? That was a 5th-tier beast-s core, and yet it was dismissed as a gallstone. Moreover, using a mere burlap sack to store it. If the Titan giant ape were to learn of this, it would surely be enraged, exclaiming, "What about my dignity?" However, he ultimately held his tongue. Although a 5th-tier beast core was extraordinarily precious, the primary objective remained the heart of the king. Brother Jiang, what about you? Oh, it's nothing. Let us proceed. The tomb of the king lies ahead. Oh, is that so? Very well. Lin Yi nodded, then moved forward, though both he and Jiangchun exchanged discreet glances toward the void behind them, a hint of cold amusement gracing their faces. Could they have discovered my presence? That seems unlikely. After escorting the two away, the cloaked figure emerged from the void, his expression grave. Very well, for the sake of the heart of the king. I shall risk it all. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked figure vanished once more into the ethereal realm. They proceeded onward, and after some time, Lin Yi and Jiangchun arrived at a vast plain. The plain stretched endlessly, and within it, Lin Yi sensed a faint pressure enveloping them. This the tomb of the king? Surveying the surroundings, Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is said that the king constructed this tomb before his demise to conceal his heart of the king, only to have it later discovered. Jiangchun nodded affirmatively, his face alight with excitement. The heart of the king is an exceedingly precious treasure. With that, he waved his right hand, and 4 small flags materialized in his grip. Scatter! Jiangchun shouted, and the 4 flags flew off in different directions. The flags expanded in the wind, transforming into towering banners. And at that moment, the once tranquil plain underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Rumble! Gale force winds howled. Flames surged, fiery torrents erupted from the void, engulfing the entire plain in a sea of fire. Fortunately, the fire arrived swiftly but dissipated just as quickly, leaving behind a magnificent palace before Lin Yi's eyes. Staring at the palace, Lin Yi was utterly astounded. Before the palace stood a statue towering 1,000 feet high. It depicted a young man bearing a long sword and holding a wine gourd. The figure exuded an aura akin to that of a transcendent sword immortal, a mysterious energy radiating from him. The wine sword immortal, Li Taibai. Could it truly be him? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun was even more exhilarated. Li Taibai, upon hearing this name, Lin Yi's breath quickened. That in the realm of Wanling, where strength reigns supreme, countless unparalleled individuals have emerged over millennia. Li Taibai is among them. It is said he was infatuated with swordsmanship from a young age, mastering the art by 18. With countless powerful foes falling before his blade, the BY-38, he was unrivaled across the continent, only to vanish without a trace, leaving no knowledge of his whereabouts. Encounter his presence here is beyond belief. Could it be that the one entombed here is Li Taibai? How is that possible? Could someone his caliber have truly perished? At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly contemplated that Li Taibai, the undisputed supreme monarch. Yet this is a tomb. If what is said is true, does that mean even he has fallen? Chapter 26. My name is Li Taibai. Let us first assess the situation. This place is fraught with danger. Brother Lin, do exercise caution. Jiang Chun sighed softly. He shared Lin Yi's sentiments. The passage of time is inexorable. Is it truly impossible for mortals to escape the cycle of life and death? Indeed, Lin Yi nodded, following closely behind, yet he remained vigilant. Despite Jiang Chen's current amiable demeanor, who could predict what actions he might take later? Buzz. As the two approached the palace, the sky above trembled, and a colossal phantom manifested within the void. It was none other than Li Taibai. My name is Li Taibai. I have traversed the realms, encountering few worthy opponents. Yet, I fell victim to treachery after a millennium. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped with my life. Any who are fated inherit my legacy and exact vengeance on my behalf. Li Taibai's gaze burned with intensity, a torrent of sword intent erupting from the statue. Rest assured, if I obtain the legacy, I shall not disappoint you. I will avenge you, esteemed predecessor. Jiang Chun hastily replied. Oh, I see there are members of the Jiang clan and the Lin clan. No wonder you could arrive here. Additionally, there are two more who should emerge. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Jiang Chun's expression stiffened. There are two more. They had only sensed one presence. To learn of another was unexpected. The ability to evade their detection indicated a formidable opponent. As the words fell, the void shimmered, and two figures stepped forth. One was the cloaked figure who had previously accompanied Lin Yi, while the other, also clad in black, appeared to be a woman by her stature. I am Wan'er. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed predecessor. Upon her arrival, the other cloaked figure quickly bowed in respect. Casting a glance at Jiang Chun, Wan'er, you are from the underworld. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chen's expression darkened further. The underworld is a notoriously treacherous assassin organization, its terror beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It is said that those marked by the underworld have no hope of survival. Oh, you know of me, Li Taibai remarked, intrigued. The wine sword immortal who roamed the continent. How could I not recognize you? Our underworld has had the fortune of acquiring a treasure of yours, which is now housed in our vault. The wine sword immortal, merely a title. Now that you are here, I shall not elaborate further. My life has been one of indulgence, a wanderer of the seas. Yet it is regrettable that my ultimate techniques may fade into obscurity. I constructed this tomb to seek a successor, to impart my lifelong knowledge. Please, esteemed predecessor, how may I inherit your legacy? Throughout my life, I have dedicated myself to swordsmanship. Inherit my legacy. One must possess a profound affinity for the sword. Within this statue lies the essence of the 81 sword intents I have comprehended. Among you four, whoever can grasp it first shall become my successor. Having spoken, the ethereal figure of Li Taibai vanished. Simultaneously, the black-clad figure who had previously accompanied Lin Yi wasted no time and approached the statue. As for Lin Yi and his companions, they stood rooted to the spot, motionless. "Is your target me?" Lin Yi coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Mu Wanxiu. "The sacred body of the Jiang clan. Someone has offered a handsome price for your life. Our hell organization shall not decline. However, I did not expect the young master of the Lin clan to be here as well. How fortuitous. We can resolve this matter together." Mu Wanxiu replied nonchalantly. "Oh, is that so? I did not realize that those from hell were so big and reckless." Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile. He had heard of Mu Wanxiu, renowned as a top-tier assassin of the Earth level. With an impressive task completion rate of 100%, no one had ever escaped her pursuit. Young Master Lin is indeed bold, but this is not the time for idle chatter that I did not anticipate encountering Li Taibai's legacy here. My arduous journey has not been in vain. Mu Wanxiu scoffed, then advanced toward the statue. Oomph! At the same moment, Jiang Chun also snorted and proceeded toward the statue. However, Lin Yi chose not to follow their lead. Instead, he strode confidently into the palace. While Li Taibai's legacy was undeniably alluring, it was not suited for Lin Yi, who wielded a firearm rather than a sword and had no desire to change. Observing this scene, the other three were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Yi's decision to forego the legacy. "Lin Yi, when I comprehend the essence of the sword and obtain the legacy, that will be your downfall," the black-clad man uttered, his expression revealing excitement. Although he was unaware of Lin Yi's reasoning, he felt elated. Fewer competitors meant greater opportunities for him, as the three outside contemplated the sword essence. Lin Yi entered the palace. The palace was vast, stretching endlessly before him. Yet it was eerily empty, devoid of any objects. Just then, at the deepest part of the palace, a figure clad in white emerged from the void. It was none other than the earlier Li Taibai. Though now he appeared in a solid form, no longer ethereal. Could he have gained awareness? How intriguing! As Lin Yi ventured further into the palace, a sudden radiance appeared before him, invigorating his spirit. His choice to relinquish the opportunity stemmed from his unsuitability for swordsmanship and a desire to seize the moment to break through to the gold rank. Among the four present, only he had yet to reach that level, and should a confrontation arise, he would find himself at a disadvantage. While he possessed confidence, the prospect of enhancing his strength was too enticing to resist. Approaching the source of light, Lin Yi soon beheld a magnificent pond, its surface shimmering with brilliance. The dazzling radiance emanating from within it appeared that the earlier glow originated from here, the spirit refining pond. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi's countenance lit up with joy. The spirit refining pond was a reservoir formed from the essence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, its potency far surpassing that of any he had encountered at home. "This shall be the place for my breakthrough." After a moment of contemplation, he made his way toward the pond. Boom! As he entered the spirit-refining pond, Lin Yi settled cross-legged in the water and began to circulate his family's secret technique. Instantly, the once tranquil pond erupted into a frenzy. Streams of intensely concentrated energy surged into his body, bombarding his limbs and bones. In that moment, Lin Yi's cultivation soared. Bang! After a full 10 minutes, a tremendous sound reverberated within Lin Yi, followed by an incredibly brilliant azure light bursting forth from his being. Chapter 27. Beastly Heavenly Tribulation. The azure brilliance illuminated the heavens, and in the starry sky above, 9 stars shone brightly, converging their light upon Lin Yi. The starry luminescence intertwined with the radiance emanating from Lin Yi, transforming the sky into a vast azure ocean. In that instant, the entire plain was enveloped in this terrifying radiance. Before the colossal statue, Jiang Chun and his companions gazed upward, their expressions growing grave. They understood that this was a sign of a breakthrough, yet such a spectacle accompanying a breakthrough was exceedingly rare. Even if you do break through, it changes nothing. Once I acquire the legacy, your demise is inevitable. The black-clad man scoffed, returning his focus to comprehending the sword essence. So, he has not yet broken through to the gold level? Jiang Chun murmured softly. Mu Wanxiu merely glanced at the phenomenon in the sky, saying nothing. Boom, boom, boom. As the brilliance in the sky intensified, Lin Yi felt an increasing surge of power within him. 5 years of accumulation erupted at this moment. Massive stars materialized in the air, 9 in total, arrayed in the void, unleashing an aura that suppressed the heavens at that instant. In a small village countless miles away within the beastly mountains, an elderly man with wispy white hair stood atop a towering peak. Gazing at the horizon, has this day finally arrived? It seems it is time for me to take action, he murmured before vanishing into the ether. The Qiaomiao Academy. Within a vast valley, a black-clad elder looked up at the sky, his face brimming with delight. Old Lin, I have fulfilled your instructions. I hope not to disappoint you. With a wave of his hand, several shadowy figures emerged from the void. Let us commence. After uttering these words, the black-clad elder vanished from sight. 9 celestial stars, with divine beings restrained, break for me. Within the spirit-refining pond, Lin Yi roared, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. The azure light that had spread across the sky transformed into a flowing river, cascading into Lin Yi's being. Boom, boom, boom. The river surged forth, and under the influx of azure light, Lin Yi's cultivation soared. Gold 1 star, gold 2 stars, gold 7 stars. The culmination of 5 years propelled him into the realm of gold 7 stars, unleashing an aura reminiscent of an ancient celestial deity. This the power of the gold level? Truly formidable. Relishing the sensation within, Lin Yi smiled faintly. After 5 long years, he had finally stepped into the gold rank. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously as a black cloud, spanning thousands of feet, materialized. Accompanying it were endless flashes of lightning and an overwhelming aura of destruction. Heavenly tribulation. Lin Yi's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated that his breakthrough would summon the tribulation. Yet, he felt no fear. While formidable, the tribulation was not insurmountable. With a decisive gesture, a spear radiating with 7-colored light appeared in his grasp. Holding the spear, Lin Yi pointed skyward, and 9 colossal dragon phantoms manifested at its tip. Come, let me see what you are capable of. Lin Yi sneered, his figure darting toward the ominous clouds above. He was prepared to challenge the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps sensing Lin Yi's provocation, the thunder above grew increasingly furious, culminating in a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashing down. The lightning was terrifying. Upon its emergence, it felt as if all existence would be obliterated. Kill. Where the spear points, all shall perish. Where the dragon leads, all shall retreat. Boom! In the instant of collision, an earth-shattering roar echoed, shaking the entire beastly mountain range. Every beast and human cultivator was compelled to utilize their spiritual energy to withstand this overwhelming force. Within the beastly mountains, atop a massive ancient tree, He Yuan's face turned pale. What is this force? Why is it so terrifying? Meanwhile, on a peak within the beastly mountains, Yin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the work of that esteemed individual? It is truly terrifying. In that moment, the entire beastly mountain range experienced similar phenomena. Some of the weaker individuals could do nothing but lie on the ground, enduring the overwhelming pressure. Within the Hualing pool, Lin Yi let out a muffled groan as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. The previous thunderstorm had been utterly terrifying. He felt as if he had been struck by an ancient beast, his entire being tossed violently within. However, fear did not consume him. Rather, a fierce battle intent ignited within his eyes. The more formidable the heavenly tribulation, the greater his potential must be. Boom! At that moment, the second heavenly tribulation descended, this time manifesting as a colossal red thunderbolt, several dozen zhang in thickness. As the thunderbolt struck, the world around him shattered, leaving even the 3 individuals outside, who were comprehending sword intent, utterly aghast. This was the blaze thunder tribulation. How could it be possible? How could he provoke such a terrifying heavenly calamity? The man in black turned pale with fear. The blaze thunder, a legendary phenomenon, was said to be elicited only by those with extraordinary talent, those who transcended the ages. Could Lin Yi truly be such an unparalleled genius? In that instant, he set aside his comprehension of sword intent and unleashed all the spiritual energy within him to safeguard his own safety. The other two also ceased their understanding, bracing themselves against the ferocity of the impending tribulation. Blaze thunder tribulation. Ha! Ha ha! It seems the heavens truly regard me highly. Gazing at the terrifying thunderbolt, Lin Yi laughed heartily, and a more formidable aura erupted from him than before. 9 colossal stars materialized once more, aligning in a celestial formation as they hurtled toward the red thunderbolt. Boom, 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 1, 2, 3. With a cataclysmic roar, Lin Yi detonated the 9 stars, sending shockwaves akin to the explosion of celestial bodies, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Truly, a descendant of the Lin family is formidable indeed. Deep within the palace, Li Taibai squinted slightly, murmuring to himself as he waved his hand. Instantly, an unusual force emanated from him, calming the previously tumultuous palace. Cough, cough! The explosion of stars rendered Lin Yi's complexion pale, his garments tattered, and his hair singed black, resembling a beggar. Yet he had no time to tidy himself, for the third wave of tribulation was already upon him. Boom! This time, the tribulation was not merely thunderclouds, but a colossal beast formed of lightning, resembling a qilin, yet distinctly different. The beast towered hundreds of zhang in size, dwarfing the earlier Titan ape as if it were a mere child. This is a beast form tribulation. Witnessing this scene, even the usually silent Mu Wanqiu was filled with astonishment. The beast form tribulation was a legendary phenomenon, one she had never before witnessed. It was said that only those capable of provoking such tribulations could ascend to the realm of kings, those who stood at the pinnacle of existence across the heavens and earth. Roar! The ferocious beast bellowed, sending ripples through space that it charged directly at Lin Yi, its momentum explosively powerful. Come on, Lin Yi shouted, and a phantom of immense proportions, towering 100 zhang, materialized behind him. The law of the universe. Boom! In that moment, he unleashed his law of the universe for the first time. Chapter 28. The meaning of cultivation. Kill! With a furious roar, the gigantic phantom lunged forward to confront the beast. Boom! 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 The two colossal entities clashed in the air, the spectacle rivaling that of a nuclear explosion, causing the void itself to tremble violently. Thud, thud, thud. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Initially, Lin Yi found himself at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by the lightning beast. However, as time passed, his combat prowess steadily ascended, ultimately reversing the tide and decimating the lightning beast's defenses. Bang! After exchanging 500 blows, the lightning beast was shattered by a single punch, dispersing into pure energy that wafted throughout the cosmos. As the lightning beast dissipated, the tribulation clouds above gradually faded away. Huff, huff, huff. Watching the clouds disperse, Lin Yi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The battle had been perilous. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, he might have met his end. Yet, he had emerged victorious at last. Buzz! Just then, the sky trembled, and the energies that had spread throughout the cosmos seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, flooding into Lin Yi's body. Under this infusion of energy, his injuries began to heal at a visible rate. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi stood up, feeling an unprecedented vigor. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of golden 7 stars. And this was still a result of his self-imposed restraint. Otherwise, he would have reached 8 stars. Not allowing the overwhelming power to cloud his judgment, he understood the importance of gradual accumulation. Impressive. Deep within the palace, Li Taibai nodded in approval, glancing up at the void above with a slight sigh. Has it finally come to an end? Outside the grand hall, the man in black was utterly astounded, recalling the overwhelming terror he had just faced. If another wave had come, he felt he might very well have met his demise. Simultaneously, his desire for Li Taibai's inheritance intensified. With Lin Yi's incredible strength, if he could not obtain the inheritance, he would undoubtedly perish today. Buzz! Just then, a resounding voice echoed beside him. It was Jiang Chun, his powerful sword intent surging forth. What? He has actually comprehended sword intent. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the faces of the man in black and Mu Chuan darkened considerably. Indeed, to grasp sword intent in such a short time, truly worthy of the Jiang clan. At that moment, Li Taibai's phantom reappeared, casting a glance at Jiang Chun. Nodding, he spoke, "The elder's praise is unwarranted. May I now inherit your legacy?" Jiang Chun asked, his voice brimming with excitement. "Indeed, since you have comprehended sword intent, you may inherit it. However, before that, I have a few questions to pose to you. Please, elder, ask away." Jiang Chun replied eagerly, "Why do you seek to inherit my legacy? In other words, what do you intend to achieve with it?" Jiang Chun was momentarily perplexed. He did not understand Li Taibai's meaning. Wasn't the purpose of obtaining a legacy to become stronger? "I wish to eradicate the injustices of the world, to safeguard humanity from oppression by other races," Jiang Chun declared. "Oh, is that so?" Li Taibai nodded with a smile, then waved his hand, sending a beam of light straight into Jiang Chun's forehead before vanishing once more. "Thank you, elder," Jiang Chun exclaimed, feeling the surge of information within his mind, and immediately sat cross-legged to comprehend it. Meanwhile, within the Hua Ling pool, Lin Yi changed into a new robe and stood up, preparing to step outside. Just then, a figure appeared beside him. It was none other than Li Taibai, in his flesh and blood. "Elder," Lin Yi was taken aback that he realized that the figure before him was not a mere phantom, but a living person. What is happening? Could it be that Li Taibai did not perish? Why then did he construct this grand tomb and leave behind a legacy? "Surprised, are you?" Li Taibai smiled slightly. "Indeed, I have a question to ask you. I wonder if you could enlighten me." "Oh, please, elder," Lin Yi urged. "The world yearns for great power and thus diligently cultivates. Yet, what is the meaning of cultivation? Simply put, why do you cultivate?" After speaking, Li Taibai gazed at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. He too did not grasp Li Taibai's intent. That, if someone else were to ask, he would say it was to protect humanity and safeguard loved ones. Yet, since the elder posed the question, he decided to speak candidly. "The reasons I cultivate are twofold. First, to avoid being beaten by my father, and second, simply for the thrill of it." "Thrill? What do you mean? The path of cultivation is ethereal and fleeting. Life is but a brief moment. Like passing clouds, since we will inevitably face death, why not live a little more freely? Cultivation allows me to acquire what I desire, to enjoy experiences beyond the reach of others. Is that not exhilarating?" Lin Yi smiled slightly and spoke, "These are my true thoughts for saving the world and maintaining the harmony of the universe. Let others take care of such matters. That I merely wish to live freely and according to my own desires. To do as I please, to confront those who irk me, and to pursue any beautiful woman I fancy. If I cannot win her over, I shall simply take her. Such a life not enticing?" Upon hearing these words, Li Taibai expressed his astonishment. He had never anticipated Lin Yi would articulate such sentiments. What a refreshing perspective. Had I possessed such clarity of thought in my youth, I would not have become what I am today. Li Taibai sighed. "Senior, you? Well, if you were to voice such opinions in front of others, you might find yourself in trouble. But before me, rest assured, I shall not only spare you, but also bestow upon you a fortuitous gift." Before Lin Yi could respond, Li Taibai waved his hand, and a heart radiating golden light appeared before him. "Is this the heart of the king?" Lin Yi's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. The heart of the king was an extraordinarily precious item, typically acquired through rigorous trials. Why then was it presented to him so easily? "Indeed, this is the heart of the king. Within it lies the essence of my life's insights. You and I share a kindred spirit, both free-spirited and unafraid to express our innermost thoughts that I hope you do not follow in my footsteps." With another sigh, Li Taibai clapped his hand, and the glowing heart seamlessly entered Lin Yi's body. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him. Boom! 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 The energy was so formidable that it coursed through Lin Yi's body chaotically, as if threatening to burst him apart. "Senior, you," Lin Yi exclaimed, quickly sitting cross-legged to guide the energy within him. Fearing for his life. Observing Lin Yi's flushed face, Li Taibai smiled gently, then pointed towards his forehead, causing the raging energy to transform into a gentle stream within his body. Young one, cultivate diligently. I look forward to the day we meet again. With that, Li Taibai's figure dissolved into a flurry of starlight, vanishing into the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the boundless void, a towering figure emerged, unmistakably Li Taibai, though he appeared far more weathered than when Lin Yi had last seen him. My wish is fulfilled. It is time to depart. Chapter 29. This is Igui. Thunder rumbled. As Lin Yi sat cross-legged, channeling the energy within him, the palace suddenly shook violently, debris raining down from above. Is this place about to collapse? Opening his eyes, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and, without hesitation, made his way outside the palace. By the time he exited, the grand structure had completely crumbled into ruins. The three individuals who had been outside earlier were nowhere to be found. Alas, it is time to leave. Lin Yi sighed as he gazed at the scene before him, then soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. His journey to the Tomb of the Kings had yielded satisfactory results. Not only had he broken through to the Golden Seven Stars, but he had also inexplicably acquired the heart of the king. However, this heart differed somewhat from his expectations. It contained no teachings of Li Taibai's martial arts, only his insights into the martial path. Despite this, Lin Yi felt content. After all, he practiced the spear, not the sword. Had it been filled with sword techniques or sword intent, it would have been of little use to him. But the insights of a king were an invaluable treasure, enabling Lin Yi to avoid many pitfalls on his future cultivation journey. Upon leaving the plains, Lin Yi did not linger but flew directly towards the trial grounds of the three major factions. His primary objective was to protect certain individuals assigned to him by Li Jun. The Tomb of the Kings had merely been a fortunate coincidence. As he proceeded, now at the golden level, Lin Yi's speed was several times faster than before. Within about an hour, he arrived at the training grounds of the disciples from the three major factions. Kill. Annihilate the scum of the mysterious Book Academy. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, revealing several bloodied disciples of the mysterious Book Academy lying on the ground, while 6 or 7 young men clad in the garb of the 10,000 Demon Sect confronted them. Wang Quan, you despicable coward! You dared to ambush us while we battled the fierce beasts. You have killed us, and the mysterious Book Academy will not let you go, cried a pale young man, around 17 or 18 years old. You should blame your own foolishness. This trial was meant for the clash of the three major factions. Did you think the mysterious Book Academy would mobilize for your sake? And does the 10,000 Demon Sect fear you? In your next life, be more discerning about whom you provoke, boomed a burly man from the 10,000 Demon Sect as he brandished a large blade and charged at the disciples of the mysterious Book Academy. The other members of the 10,000 Demon Sect followed suit, launching their attacks. But it's over. The disciples of the mysterious Book Academy despaired, heavily wounded and outmatched. Boom! Just then, a powerful whirlwind erupted, and a strikingly handsome young man appeared before everyone. None other than Lin Yi. The disciples of the mysterious Book Academy rejoiced upon seeing him. They were well aware of his reputation. Who dares to obstruct the 10,000 Demon Sect? Seeking death, are you? The burly man roared. His face contorted with rage as he swung his blade at Lin. Why, is that all you've got? Lin Yi scoffed, flicking his finger to unleash a gust of wind that surged towards the burly man. Bang! The wind sliced through the man's weapon as if it were but paper, piercing into his forehead. You! The burly man collapsed, his life force extinguished in an instant. Impossible! Who are you? The remaining members of the 10,000 Demon Sect were struck with terror. To have their strongest member killed with a mere flick of a finger. What kind of power was this? Humph. This young man is the unparalleled genius of our mysterious Book Academy. It's good. Wang Quan's demise at his hands is a privilege. Surrender your demon cores while you still can, and perhaps Ego will grant you a complete corpse, spoke the earlier young man, now brimming with satisfaction. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, he felt secure and was eager to take revenge on the 10,000 Demon Sect for the earlier incident. After all, Lin Yi had defeated Wu Changfeng. A few disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect were no challenge at all. Lin Yi found himself a loss for words. This lad certainly had a knack for flattery and the potential to be a loyal subordinate. Our senior brother is nearby. If you kill us, he will not let you off easily. kneel and bow 3 times, and we might spare you. Oh, is that so? I intended to let you off, but since you are so ungrateful, you shall meet your demise. Lin Yi retorted coldly, then flicked his fingers rapidly, sending forth 5 powerful gusts of wind that, in an instant, all the members of the 10,000 demon sect collapsed to the ground. Who dares to kill my 10,000 demon sect members? Seeking death, just then, a furious voice boomed, and a massive figure, towering 2 meters tall, appeared before Lin Yi. ITSU. You are Lin Yi. The man was momentarily stunned. Unlike the previous opponents, he had some standing within the 10,000 demon sect and was aware of recent events, including Lin Yi's victory over Wu Changfeng, and had even seen Lin Yi's portrait. Yes, so you wish to kill me? Lin Yi teased that. I know, that's not it. Please spare me. I am willing to give you all the demon cores. Please do not kill me. He whimpered, tears streaming down his face. In an unexpected turn of events, the stout man suddenly burst into tears, his figure rendering the scene exceedingly comical. It was futile. Lin Yi had effortlessly defeated Wu Changfeng, a practitioner of the Silver 7 stars, while he himself was merely a novice at Silver 1 star, making him no match at all. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Piao sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. Just moments ago, he had exuded an aura of ferocity akin to a ravenous beast, yet now he had transformed into this pitiful sight. The shift was alarmingly swift. Did he truly think that a mere demon core would suffice to spare his life? Absolutely not. Surrender all your possessions, and if Lin Yi is pleased, you may be granted mercy. What? What do you mean? The young man scoffed coldly. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. In a desperate bid for survival, the stout man begrudgingly complied, promptly removing all his spiritual artifacts and storage rings. Can I leave now? He asked, his voice trembling. Leave? You're thinking too highly of yourself. I see that your belt is also a spiritual artifact, and those shoes of yours seem to be as well. And ultimately, the stout man was left with nothing but a pair of shorts. Even those shorts turned out to be a spiritual artifact. Hurry up and take them off? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened. What a scoundrel he had encountered, not even sparing his undergarments. This was sheer bullying. Enough. You may go, but consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, you shall meet your demise. Just as the stout man reached for his shorts, Lin Yi interjected. These items were merely common first-tier spiritual artifacts, of no consequence to him, and he had no desire to witness a hefty man running about naked. Now, if it were a beautiful woman, that would be another story. Thank you for your mercy. The stout man fled at an astonishing speed. What a pity. These are all yours. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have Chapter 30. A bunch of rascals. Enough of this. I have no use for these items. You may divide them amongst yourselves. What is your name? I am Jean, and you are my idol. My admiration for you flows like an unending river from the moment I laid eyes on you. Your visage and demeanor have been indelibly etched in my mind. I have resolved to become your devoted follower. All right, enough of that. Focus on healing. Oh, you know where the other academy students are? Lin Yi was at a loss for words. This man truly lived up to his name, Ma Pi Jin, with an unrivaled talent for flattery. Yet it was oddly pleasing to hear. Since we entered the Beast Mountain Range, the 3 major factions have erupted in battle, and we became separated. However, I recall there being a herd of spirit demon goats not far ahead. Many academy students should be there, spirit demon goats. You say? Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this. The primary objective of this training was to hunt ferocious beasts and acquire their demon cores, so it was very likely that many had ventured there. You all rest here. I'll go take a look. Please don't. Just as Lin Yi was about to proceed, Ma Pi Jin suddenly knelt down, clutching his clothing and gazing up at him with pleading eyes. I implore you, don't leave us behind. With our strength, we are no match for anyone else. Please. Fine. You can follow me, Lin Yi conceded after a moment of contemplation. The Beast Mountain Range was fraught with danger, and among them, the strongest was merely at Bronze 7 stars. Should they encounter others, it could prove perilous. Thank you, Ego. We will follow your lead. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the group ventured forward. Before long, they arrived at the location of the spirit demon goat herd, where chaos reigned. Dozens of figures were locked in fierce combat, with numerous corpses of spirit demon goats and humans strewn across the ground. Amidst this turmoil, Lin Yi spotted several familiar faces, all individuals listed on the roster provided by Li Jun. Everyone, cease at once. Just as Lin Yi was about to step forward, Ma Pijin suddenly bellowed, causing the combatants to halt and stare, bewildered by Lin Yi and his companions. Everyone, stand down. My Yi Ge has arrived. Hand over all the beast cores, and if Yi Ge is in a good mood, he may let you off easy. Otherwise, Lin Yi was once again at a loss for words. This fellow may be inept in many areas, but his ability to draw aggro was truly remarkable. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant, actually trying to rob us of our beast cores. How can we tolerate this? Attack him. Stop. We'll deal with him first. Indeed, mere trash from the Piao Miao Academy dares to be so presumptuous. They clearly do not know who they're dealing with. In an instant, the members of the Xingqian Pavilion and the Wanma sect turned their attention toward Lin Yi and his group. Charging forward with murderous intent. Ego this? Humph, just a bunch of ruffians. Lin Yi snorted disdainfully, stomping his right foot upon the ground. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantly flattening the two factions to the ground. Who exactly are you? How are you so powerful? A bunch of country bumpkins. This is the unparalleled genius of our Piao Miao Academy. Ego, you think you can lay a hand on him? You're courting death. Seeing Lin Yi's formidable presence, Ma Pijin rejoiced and quickly stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, the others charged out, launching an assault on the members of the two sects, leaving behind dozens of individuals clad only in shorts. What is this? The members of the Piao Miao Academy were left utterly dumbfounded. Scram. My ego is in a good mood today, so I shall let you off. But should there be a next time, you will undoubtedly meet your end. Now, let us regroup and prepare to move to the next location. Yes, ego. In that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded within the Beast Mountain range that a group of Piao Miao Academy students, led by Lin Yi, descended upon the other two sects like bandits, stripping them bare until they were left with naught but their shorts. The female disciples of the two sects were not spared from this nightmare either, though Lin Yi kindly left them with a single undergarment. Ha ha! Look at these fools. Do they dare act arrogant in front of the Ge? Bow down, in a vast valley of the Beast Mountain range. Ma Pijin laughed heartily as he sorted through the spoils. Previously, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearing that a single misstep would lead to his demise. Yet now he reveled in this newfound freedom. Whoever they are, once I invoke Lin Yi's name, I can seize everything. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Yes, ego is magnificent. Ego is powerful. Ego is incredible with ego in their presence. The title of champions for this training exercise surely belonged to the Piao Miao Academy. Indeed, the other students nodded in agreement, in stark contrast to their excitement. Lin Yi wore a troubled expression. Throughout this time, he had traversed numerous locations within the Beast Mountain range, yet he had not encountered Wang Xiaoya or Wang Xingyue, which left him feeling anxious. Now that we are nearly gathered with your current strength, you should face little danger. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Lin Yi stated, noting that nearly 100 students from various academies had assembled. Ma Pijin wished to say more, but Lin Yi ignored him, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. That on a secluded peak within the Beast Mountain range, two graceful figures were fiercely battling the ferocious beast before them. Sister, we are so lucky this time. We stumbled upon a pack of spectral wolves. If we manage to slay them all, we should secure a considerable amount of merit for the academy, right? Wang Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. Initially, she had intended to search for Lin Yi, but had instead encountered the pack of wolves. Indeed, spectral wolves are third-tier beasts, so there should be quite a few. Wang Xingyue nodded, equally thrilled. The better their performance, the greater the rewards they would receive. What a delightful pair of sisters they were. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, and two figures materialized before them. They recognized them as Zhang Quan and the foolish elder. Zhang Quan, it's you. This is our discovery. If you wish to hunt ferocious beasts, go elsewhere. Wang Xiaoya spoke coldly. She harbored an immense disdain for Zhang Quan. Huh, and what of it? Not only the ghost wolves, but all of you shall undoubtedly perish. Zhang Quan replied with a mocking sneer. What do you mean, Zhang Quan? Elder Zhu is here. Do you dare to strike against us? The Academy will not let you off. Ha ha! How navi? Elder Zhu, wouldn't you agree? To even entertain the notion that the Academy would come to your rescue is foolish. Ever since you embarked on this trial, your fates were sealed. Not just yours, but Lin Yi's as well. The foolish elder scoffed. The reason he had applied for this was solely to eliminate these individuals. You all. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two women turned as pale as death. They never anticipated that Elder Zhu would actually turn against them. Chapter 31. Is the golden level really that strong? Elder Zhu, these two sisters are quite lovely. How about we savor the moment before they meet their end? Certainly, with Lin Yi being so close to them, I cannot allow them to die so easily. The foolish elder snorted disdainfully, after being harshly reprimanded by Wang Kun due to the previous challenge. He held an immense grudge against Lin Yi, and anyone associated with him also became his target of hatred. Xiaoye, run. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xingyue's complexion turned ghostly pale as she urgently shouted. Then her long sword flew into action. Aiming to strike at the two men, she intended to sacrifice herself to secure Wang Xiaoye's survival. Sister, don't. Where can we run to? The foolish elder chuckled coldly, then with a wave of his hand. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire mountain range. Bang! Bang! The pressure was overwhelming. Wang Xiaoye and her companion, mere bronze-level cultivators, were utterly unable to resist, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Tiske. What a pitiable sight. It's south your close association with Lin Yi that has led you to this fate. Now, let you experience what it means to be a woman. Ha ha! Zhang Quan cackled as he approached Wang Xingyue. His demeanor as lecherous as it was repugnant. No, please no. Wang Xiaoye felt despair wash over her, but with her limited strength, there was nothing she could do but watch helplessly. Don't be in such a hurry. You two will have your turn. The foolish elder reveled in the sisters' anguish, finding delight in their despair. You two beasts, Lin Yi will not let you off? Lin, he can barely save himself, let alone deal with us. Dream on. Oh, is that so? Just then a cold voice resonated through the air, and a shadow descended from above, landing beside Zhang Quan. Lin Yi, it's you. How is it possible? Zhang Quan was immediately struck dumb by the sight of Lin Yi. How could I possibly have died? I apologize for disappointing you. Now, let me send you on your way. With a gentle grip of his right hand, Zhang Quan's head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering onto the ground in a horrific spectacle. What? Lin Yi's speed was so astonishing that by the time the foolish elder processed the situation, Zhang Quan had already been reduced to nothingness, shocking him profoundly. I had no desire to unleash a massacre. But since you seek death, I shall oblige. Lin Yi was not inherently a killer in the academy. He had merely sought to teach these individuals a lesson, only to find that they had not repented but escalated their transgressions. Lin Yi, I do not know how you escaped Wang Badan's pursuit, but now you come to your demise, that I shall grant you your wish. The foolish elder sneered, believing Lin Yi to be merely a silver-level cultivator. While he himself had reached the golden level, die, he roared, summoning a massive blade radiating golden light into his grasp. As he swung the blade, a tempest ensued, shattering the surrounding trees into dust that scattered through the air. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Yi and swung down with lethal intent. Lin Yi, be careful. Wang Xiaoye and Wang Xingyue were horrified at the sight. The power of a golden level cultivator was truly terrifying. Is the golden level really that strong? Lin Yi shook his head dismissively. Then, stomping his right foot, an aura emanated from him, far surpassing that of the foolish elder. Bang! This overwhelming energy obliterated the foolish elder's figure, reducing him and his weapon to mere fragments that fell to the ground. This shocking scene left both women aghast. With a single strike, Lin Yi had annihilated a golden-level elder. Just how powerful was he? A question formed in Wang Xingyue's mind. Are you both all right? Lin Yi inquired, glancing around at where. We're fine. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have. Wang Xiaoye felt immense relief wash over her. Thank you, Lin Yi. Wang Xingyue added, though her tone was somewhat awkward. Previously, she had always targeted Lin Yi, accusing him of harassing her sister, yet he had now come to their rescue to ITS nothing. Let us move. The Academy's disciples are gathering. We should join them. Yes, of course. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the three swiftly made their way to the previously designated gathering spot of the mysterious academy, only to find the atmosphere thick with tension. Before the mysterious academy stood the disciples of the other two major factions, glaring at them with palpable hostility, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. However, many among them appeared rather comical, with half of them clad only in short pants. What do you mean? My brother, he has shown you mercy, and yet you remain ungrateful, still wishing to make a move. Ma Pijin interjected, having become the de facto leader of the mysterious academy due to his long-standing association with Lin Yi. Lin Yi is too arrogant, openly seizing our possessions. This is intolerable. Today we shall seek justice. Indeed, return our beast cores, our spirit artifacts, and our clothing. The disciples of the mysterious academy are nothing but thieves. Let us not waste words. Let us strike. Our two factions have gathered their strongest, and I want to see what Lin Yi can do. Yes, vengeance. We shall have our revenge. 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 The cries of both factions echoed, their momentum rising to the heavens, shaking the very earth. Witnessing this, Ma Pijin's expression darkened considerably. With Lin Yi absent, they stood no chance against the opposing forces. The mysterious academy has committed heinous acts. Brothers, charge. Let them experience the thrill of being stripped bare. Kill. Charge. Boom. Just as the two factions surged forward with ferocity, a figure descended from the sky, unleashing an aura that suppressed the entire scene. In an instant, the disciples of both factions were sent flying backward by this terrifying force. Brother, you have finally arrived. Ma Pijin exclaimed with joy upon seeing Lin Yi, and he turned to the opposing factions, declaring loudly, "You insignificant ants dare to act so arrogantly in my brother Yi's presence. Surrender all that you possess, or else." Lin Yi, I have heard of your strength. Allow me to witness your prowess. At that moment, a young man around 20 emerged from the crowd. Xin Yuan Xiao, a prodigy of the Starry Pavilion. He intends to make his move. Xin Yuan Xiao? Upon hearing the name, Lin Yi recalled that he was indeed a remarkable talent, having reached the silver level during the entrance examination for the sect. With talents that peaked at the mid-level of the profound tier, a truly extraordinary individual. Chapter 32. Strip them bare. Are you certain you wish to engage? Do you understand the consequences of crossing blades with me? Lin Yi smiled slightly. Perhaps influenced by Ma Pijin, he found the thought of stripping these individuals bare to be quite amusing. Don't think that defeating Wu Changfeng makes you invincible, that I will show you that there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Prepare yourself. Xin Yuan Xiao let out a cold snort, and then, with a forceful stamp of his right foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching a powerful punch towards Lin Yi. Mountain collapse. This punch, a signature move of his, was meant to devastate. That all? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, effortlessly grasping Xin Yuan Xiao's fist with his right hand. With a swift motion, he slammed him against the ground, sending Xin Yuan Xiao flying like a sandbag, tossed back and forth mercilessly. You cannot know. The pitiful Xin Yuan Xiao was subjected to Lin Yi's brutality, his head spinning and his face paling to an extreme, as if he were a mere chick being lifted by the scruff. How can this be? Senior brother Xin Yuan isn't even his match. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of both sects were utterly astonished. Bang! A minute later, Lin Yi ceased his assault, revealing Xin Yuan Xiao lying bloodied on the ground, his head swollen from repeated impacts with the earth. A truly tragic sight. Pijin, get to work. Yes. At this command, Ma Pijin joyfully rushed forward, stripping Xin Yuan Xiao of his belongings. What the hell? This belt is actually a 3rd-tier spiritual artifact, and these shoes are 4th tier? Even this hairpin is 3rd tier, and these shorts, how could he possibly be wearing a peak 4th tier level? Not long after, Xin Yuan Xiao lay on the ground, reduced to just a pair of shorts, a picture of misery. Lin Yi, I will not let you go. Xin Yuan Xiao felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Throughout his life, he had never endured such treatment. Is that so? If I were you, I wouldn't speak so boldly. Lin Yi scoffed, then delivered a kick, sending Xin Yuan Xiao flying. I ask there anyone else who wishes to intervene. Lin, you have gone too far. My brother and I will teach you a lesson. The speaker was a man from the Wan'er sect, his face flushed with rage, accompanied by another man who bore resemblance to him. Kill, without hesitation. The two unleashed their full strength, charging towards Lin Yi. It must be said that their prowess was indeed formidable, far superior to Xian Yuan Xiu's earlier efforts. But, oh no, how are you so powerful? No, please. 2 minutes later, the brothers lay on the ground, their faces resembling that of pigs, helplessly watching as their clothes were stripped away. Is there anyone else who wishes to intervene? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of terror. Damn it, Xian Yuan Xiu. And now these two brothers have been brutally beaten. If I step up, wouldn't that be courting death, with no further challengers? Lin Yi declared, since there are none, it is now my turn to act. With that, his figure flashed, and he charged towards the members of the two factions. Damn it, run. Where can we escape to? 5 minutes later. A large group of individuals clad only in shorts lay strewn across the ground, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Among them were several female disciples who had also fallen victim to Lin Yi's ruthless hands. Wang Xiaoye and her sister exchanged glances, both speechless. This is too brutal. If it were us, the scene was too vivid. They could scarcely bear to imagine it. How vile, utterly vile. At that moment, 1,000 meters away, atop a large tree, Yin Nanshan's face was contorted with rage. He had witnessed his disciples being stripped bare and beaten to a pulp. But the rules of this training session were clear. The elders were forbidden from intervening, lest they face severe punishment. Damn you, Lin Yi. One day, I will find an opportunity to bring you down. Perched on another tree, Elder Sima Yang of the Xingqian Pavilion wore a grim expression. It was worth noting that among the stripped Xingqian Pavilion disciples was his own niece. Ha! Well done, young man. This is precisely how it should be. You are bringing great honor to the Piaomiao Academy. In contrast to the two elders, He Yuan was elated. Historically, during the trials of the three major factions, Piaomiao Academy had always been bullied by the other two, but never had it experienced such glory. This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. After a while, Lin Yi spoke up. All right, that should suffice. It's time to depart. You all may head back. I have some matters to attend to. Now that he had looted the demonic cores from the other two sects and the disciples of the academy had performed admirably, there was no need to hunt any more ferocious beasts. It was time to leave. His reluctance to depart stemmed from his desire to locate the three individuals he had encountered previously at the Tomb of Kings. Igu, aren't you coming back with us? No, I have a few things to handle. You all head back first? Very well then. We shall return out at Igu. Take care. Shortly thereafter, the disciples of Piaomiao Academy departed, leaving Lin Yi standing alone. Come out. Do you need me to invite you? Lin Yi suddenly snorted, and a 7-colored spear appeared in his hand. But he pointed the spear, and 9 massive dragon phantoms surged forth into the void to his left. Bang! Just then, a loud crash echoed, and a shadow emerged from the void. None other than the hellish assassin Mu Qiuan, whom he had previously encountered at the Tomb of King. That moment, Mu Qiuan appeared somewhat disheveled, with streaks of blood on her attire, her clothing torn in several places, revealing her snow-white skin in an alluring manner. It's you. Seeing Mu Qiuan, Lin Yi exclaimed, surprised, as he had initially thought it was the black-clad figure pursuing him. Lin Yi, surrender the heart of kings, and I may spare your life. Mu Qiuan gazed coldly at Lin Yi, a dense aura of murderous intent emanating from her, casting a shadow over the entire area. Heart of kings? What is that? Do you think you can kill me? Lin Yi scoffed. Although he was unaware of how she knew he possessed the heart of kings, he realized he could not let her live now that she intended to kill him. Stubborn fool! Since you failed to eliminate Jiang Chun, then you shall perish. As her words fell, Mu Qiuan's figure flickered and vanished from Lin Yi's sight, but simultaneously, her overwhelming murderous intent intensified. The void concealment technique? Is that all? Lin Yi roared, a presence akin to an ancient demon god surging from within him, instantly reducing everything within 100 miles to ashes, while the ground trembled and collapsed under the weight of this terrifying aura. Buzz! A dark flash surged forward, and a remarkably sharp dagger suddenly emerged from the void, aimed directly at Lin Yi's throat. However, at that moment, Lin Yi swept his spear, conjuring several colossal dragons once more. "I found you!" With a swift turn, Lin Yi pointed his spear, causing the void above him to explode, revealing Mu Qiuwan, who was forcefully thrown out. Chapter 33. "Is it you?" Being struck out by Lin Yi. Mu Qiuwan's expression darkened, and she waved her hand, summoning a long sword radiating a menacing black HUIS. This the extent of the top-tier assassin from hell. "Then today, you shall not escape." The spear danced in the air, the roar of dragons resounding. This time, Lin Yi unleashed his full power, the cultivation of the golden 7 stars erupting from him. Instantly, it was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, leaving devastation in its wake for miles around. Yet Mu Qiuwan, a top-tier assassin from hell, despite being somewhat beleaguered, did not succumb to defeat. "You have forced my hand. Perish!" Mu Qiuwan cried out, her hands rapidly forming seals, summoning strange lights into her palms. Purgatory, soul devour, the lights converged, morphing into a colossal and bizarre creature. The moment this creature appeared, a chilling, violent, and murderous aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, a hellish demon. Lin Yi's expression tightened at the sight of this being. It was rumored that the Hell organization was not of human creation, but was connected to the underworld. He never expected this to be true. "Roar!" the demon bellowed, unleashing a wave of destructive energy aimed squarely at Lin Yi. Falling stars! In that instant, Lin Yi no longer held back, forming seals with both hands, summoning 9 massive star phantoms that floated in the sky. Boom, boom, boom! The stars ignited, and at that moment, the very fabric of space began to tremble violently. The 9 celestial bodies erupted in a cataclysmic display, reminiscent of the heavens fracturing, a sight most terrifying. In the instant of the 9 stars' explosion, the sinister entity was obliterated, while simultaneously a copious amount of blood spewed from Mu Qiuwan's mouth, rendering her visage even more pallid. "You have actually attained the golden 7th stage. How is that possible?" The overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yi left Mu Qiuwan in a state of utter horror. Previously, she had sensed that Lin Yi was merely at the silver 9th star. How could he have ascended to the golden 7th stage in such a short span of time? It was utterly inconceivable. "Nothing is impossible. Submit to me." At that moment, Lin Yi altered his incantation, and instantly, 9 brilliant stars shimmered in the cosmos, casting 9 beams of light that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. 9 stars spirit sealing array. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qiuwan's expression turned to one of sheer terror, and she swiftly retreated. However, at that instant, Lin Yi's figure appeared before her as if by teleportation. "Can you escape?" With a single palm strike, Mu Qiuwan was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, a fresh wave of blood erupting from her lips. "I have heard that those from hell will take their own lives if their visage is seen." "I wonder if that's true." Lin Yi sneered, then stepped forward again, materializing behind Mu Qiuwan, his hands clawed toward the black cloth obscuring her face. "You dare! What is there to fear?" With a swift grasp and pull, a flawless visage emerged before him, one of exquisite beauty beyond reproach. "You!" Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically, for this was someone he recognized. Blood escape technique, vanish into the void. Just as Lin Yi stood momentarily stunned, Mu Qiuwan shouted, and in an instant, her form disintegrated into countless droplets of blood, scattering into the ether. Impossible! How could it be her? Lin Yi's face was a mask of disbelief. He recalled a time when he was 13. His cultivation had stagnated for reasons unknown. The old man had taken him to visit an old friend, where he encountered a girl named Meng Ying, a charming and beautiful child. Those days had been the happiest of Lin Yi's life. He remembered how Meng Ying had followed him around, declaring her intention to marry him when they grew up. However, he had been too young to take her seriously, and after departing with the old man, he had never seen her again to encounter her here, transformed into the fearsome assassin Mu Wan'er, was beyond his imagination. Despite the changes in her appearance, he knew it was undoubtedly the same person. "Meng Ying, Yi Wan'er, what on earth has happened to you?" he murmured, waving his hand, causing the celestial lights to vanish in an instant. "Enough. I shall inquire upon my return. For now, I must deal with another matter. With that, Lin Yi shot into the sky, disappearing from view. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Beast Mountain Range, a vast lake lay nestled between towering trees, where a few small creatures leisurely quenched their thirst by the water's edge. The gentle breeze stirred the lake, creating ripples, while the leaves danced in harmony, painting a picturesque scene of tranquility. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the air, and Muqiuan appeared, her complexion as pale as death, her aura chaotic and disordered. Lin Yi, I will not let you escape, she roared, waving her hand and causing the surrounding trees to explode into dust in the depths of a sprawling bamboo grove within the Beast Mountain Range. A figure fled in haste, cloaked in black. Behind him, a young man wielding a massive iron hammer, adorned with severed heads, relentlessly pursued him. Oh, you intend to eradicate me entirely. The black-clad man was engulfed in despair. No matter how he evaded, the youth behind him was far too powerful. What do you think? Jiang Chun scoffed, swinging his enormous hammer down upon the black-clad figure. If you seek to kill me, I shall fight back, the black-clad man shouted, launching himself at Jiang Chun with a ghostly grace. Such trivial skills. Do you dare to show off in front of me? Boom! The hammer struck with a force that shook the heavens. The black-clad man was smashed into the ground, flung away like a kite severed from its string. The mountains may bend, but the river shall flow eternally. We shall see about that. Just as Jiang Chun prepared to strike again, the black-clad man suddenly burst into laughter and transformed into hundreds of figures, scattering in all directions. Blood Shadow escape technique? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this ability, and with so many images, he could not discern the true form, rendering him unable to attack. Can you truly escape? Just then, a chilling voice echoed, and from the sky descended countless azure lights, each one like a blade, piercing through every shadowy figure. Within a heartbeat, all the black figures dissolved, leaving behind a trembling, pallid form lying on the ground. Lin Yi, it's you? How could you? Surprised are you? When you sought to kill me, you should have anticipated such an outcome. Now, I shall send you to join your companions. Lin Yi sneered. Then, with a swift motion, crushed the black-clad man's head as if it were a ripe melon. Chapter 34. Lin Yi, you old devil. Lin Yi, it is you. Jiang Chen's expression darkened at the sight of Lin. He had escaped during the palace's collapse, while the two others had fought fiercely over his inheritance. Though he had emerged victorious, he had sustained considerable injuries. If Lin Yi were to seize his inheritance now, it would spell disaster. Brother Jiang, long time no see. I never expected to encounter you here. It appears you have suffered quite a bit. Lin Yi smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Lin Yi, what do you mean? If you wish to seize my inheritance, feel free to make your move. No, Brother Jiang, you worry too much. While the inheritance is indeed valuable, it holds little use for me. However, hee, as the saying goes, to the victor go the spoils. Though I have no interest in the inheritance, I have heard that the Jiang clan possesses many rare treasures. I wonder if Brother Jiang might. Lin Yi, you are too much. Jiang Chun fumed, realizing Lin Yi's intentions to take advantage of his misfortune. But you misunderstand me. I merely wish to lighten your burden. If I were to accidentally indulge myself and speak out of turn, it would not be. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Although he hailed from the Jiang clan, due to personal reasons, he could not return for the time being. If word got out that he had obtained the inheritance, it would lead to significant trouble. After a moment of contemplation, he conjured a long sword radiating blue light in his hand. Here, take this 5th-grade spirit weapon. Oh, a 5th-grade spirit weapon? Brother Jiang, that seems rather unkind. You think I can be satisfied with mere scraps? Here is a vial of 5th-grade spirit elixirs. Take it. 5th-grade spirit elixirs, not bad, but still insufficient. Lin Yi, do not push your luck? Jiang Chun was furious. This was going too far. What exactly do you want? My demands are modest. Perhaps 100 top-grade spirit stones, 7 or 8 8th-grade spirit weapons. Not too many, and if Brother Jiang is willing to part with that hammer, it would be splendid. Additionally, I would not refuse any treasures or spirit herbs. Curse your ancestors. Do you truly speak such words? Top-grade spirit stones, 8th-grade spirit weapons, treasures, spirit herbs. The Jiang clan may be affluent, but we are not in the habit of casually discarding top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, 8th-grade spirit weapons are items that even many diamond-level powerhouses do not possess. Ah, Brother Jiang, you are mistaken. Why resort to insults? To soothe my fragile heart, may I request 10 tomes of heavenly grade techniques. Curse your second uncle. Amidst the incessant haggling between the two individuals, they ultimately reached an agreement. Exchanging 3 exquisite spirit stones, 1 8th-tier spirit weapon, 2 7th-tier spirit weapons, and 3 bottles of 6th-tier elixirs. Brother Jiang, take care on your way. I shall not see you off. Oh, Brother Jiang is so generous. Even offering to send my sister to me? Then I shall not hold back. I will simply come to claim her when I visit your clan. In the sky above, Jiang Chun nearly plummeted to the ground. Were it not for his current injuries, he would have certainly dealt with Lin Yi, who had gone too far. Wanting even his sister, truly a remarkable person. After Jiang Chun departed, Lin Yi promptly retrieved the previous sack and stuffed all the items inside. Then soared into the sky, vanishing from sight to the entrance of the fierce Beast Mountain range. The disciples from the 3 major factions had mostly returned. Those who had not returned would signify that they were lost forever. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. This time, the Academy has reaped substantial rewards. I wonder how Taoist Sima and Taoist Yin fared. Yet, I find it peculiar why your disciples prefer to strip down when hunting fierce beasts, observing the magic course submitted by the students and contrasting them with the other 2 sects clad merely in shorts. He Yuan was immensely pleased. This experience had indeed been exceedingly gratifying to He Yuan. You, upon hearing these words, Sima Yang and Yin Nantian were infuriated. You were right next to us before. Did you think I was unaware? Elder Sima exclaimed. The people from the mysterious Mist Academy are too overbearing that we implore the Elder to take a stand for us. Indeed, Elder Yin, the actions of the mysterious Mist Academy are utterly heinous. Please advocate for us. The disciples of both sects gritted their teeth in unison. Throughout this expedition, their magic cores have been snatched away, as well as their clothes and spirit weapons. How could they possibly accept such indignities? Nonsense. Which rule states that one cannot seize items? At the beginning, many from our academy were also robbed by you. Exactly. If you lack the strength, how can you dare to utter such words? Do you still have any shame? Indeed, this is the nature of the expedition. If you must blame someone, blame your own inadequacies. Just then, a powerful voice cut through the commotion. It was Yin Nantian. His expression was ominously dark. The outcome of this expedition had left him at a loss for how to report back to the sect. However, there were indeed prior stipulations. Everything that transpired during the expedition was deemed normal. But once outside, no further violence was permitted. This matter is settled. Do not bring it up again, but them. Are my words ineffective? I very well. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chun returned, shortly followed by Lin. Observing Lin Yi's beaming countenance, Jiang Chun felt an intense resentment rising within him. Well, since most have returned, we should head back. Upon our return to the academy, rewards will be distributed according to your performances. Everyone, please proceed, He Yuan announced. Although some students had yet to return, he had no intention of waiting any longer, as it was customary for a few to perish during each expedition. Wait, at that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. It was one of the 5 elders who had previously led the mysterious Mist Academy. Ho Qian, what do you mean by this? Elders Wang and Zhu have yet to return. They may have fallen victim to foul play. They are esteemed elders of our academy. We cannot allow them to perish unjustly. We must ensure that the culprit pays with blood. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Both elders had met with misfortune. What could this imply? Did he know who the perpetrator was? Among them, Wang Xiaoye and Wang Xingyu had displayed palpable anxiety. They were unaware of how Wang Badan had perished. But they knew that Elder Zhu had been killed by Lin. Murdering an elder of the academy constituted a grave offense. Although he had acted in self-defense, if the academy pursued the matter, just then, a broad hand gently patted her shoulder. It was Lin Yi. Ho Qian, are you implying that the murderer is among us? Surely you must be delusional. They are all of golden tier cultivation. How could it be possible? Perhaps others cannot, but Lin Yi can. With that, Ho Qian's gaze bore into Lin Yi with unwavering intensity. He had received a death order this time. Lin Yi must not return, or he would meet his own demise. Thus, he devised this scheme to utilize others' hands to eliminate Lin. Chapter 35. The ice soul cold blade this. Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Yi, including He Yuan. Impossible! How could Brother Yi ever kill Elder Wang and the others? This is slander, spoke Ma Pai Jin, his disbelief evident. Humph, Lin Yi, do you dare to assert that they did not perish at your hands? Is that all you have to say? Lin Yi scoffed, rising to his feet. What do you mean? What I mean is abundantly clear. You are clearly intent on making a move against me. Come forth. I shall grant you 3 strikes. Arrogance, to have killed an elder of the academy. And yet you dare to boast so? If I do not slay you, it would be an injustice. Enough with the charade. Are you not weary? Indeed, I did kill them, but what of it? Did you not wish to kill me from the very start? Strike, and I shall send you to reunite with them. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Should you instigate me, it will not suffice to merely smash your skull. Ha ha! Arrogant fool, just because you possess a modicum of strength. Do you believe yourself invincible? Today, you shall meet your end. Elder Ho laughed heartily, then flicked his hand, summoning a pure white great blade into his grasp. The moment the blade appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted drastically. Even some low-level students trembled in the cold. The ice soul cold blade. How could it be in your possession? He Yuan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the long blade. The ice soul cold blade was a 6th-tier spirit weapon. With a single swing, all things would shatter in ice. While a bit of an exaggeration, it was enough to convey the weapon's terror. Yet it had always been in the hands of the Grand Elder. How could it be here? Lin Yi, prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, Elder Ho wielded the long blade, charging forth with the intent to end the battle in one strike. Stop! He Yuan bellowed, rushing forward, but he was too slow to catch up to the murderous Elder Ho. Lin Yi, dodge! Quickly, dodge! Just a bunch of rabble. Lin Yi scoffed, his right hand forming a fist, and instantly, azure light enveloped his fist. Ethereal blue dragon apparitions coalesced above his knuckles. Bang! The clash of blade and fist reverberated throughout the heavens. In that instant, Elder Ho's expression changed dramatically, as if he had been struck by a train, and he was sent flying backward. Witnessing this scene, He Yuan's face was filled with horror. With a single punch, Lin Yi had defeated Ho Qian, even while he wielded the 6th-tier spirit weapon, the Ice Soul Cold Blade. Just how formidable was Lin Yi's strength? Impossible. This cannot be. How could you possibly be so powerful? Ho Qian's expression was one of disbelief. He had thought he could slay Lin Yi with a single strike, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Though you think a 6th-tier spirit weapon is truly formidable. With a single step forward, Lin Yi unleashed a mighty palm strike, and a colossal hand materialized. Following a blood-curdling scream, Ho Qian was crushed into a bloody pulp, firmly adhered to the ground, as though he could not be pried loose. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples of the mysterious Mist Academy collectively gasped in shock. To slay a yellow-tier elder with a single move. How ruthlessly savage. Alas, let us return, as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Ho Qian, who was beyond salvation. He Yuan sighed and spoke that in response. Lin Yi remained silent. After all, such is the nature of humanity. I cannot spare the life of one who seeks to take mine merely to accommodate the feelings of others. On the warship, Lin Yi observed the receding landscape outside, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. Since leaving the village, he had encountered an overwhelming series of events. Jiang Chun, who bore a striking resemblance to Meng Ying's Mu Qiuan, and the various happenings at the Piaomiao Academy had introduced him to pressure he had never felt before. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours soon elapsed. After an unceasing flight, the group finally returned to the academy. Upon seeing the familiar scenery before him, Lin Yi sensed an unusual aura, causing his brow to furrow slightly. You all should head back, He Yuan said gravely, sensing that something was amiss. After parting from the group, Lin Yi dashed towards the teaching building of the academy. Young master, you have returned. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Li Zhen, who wore a cheerful expression, though his pallor suggested he was not entirely well, and his aura was somewhat disordered. Uncle Li, you're injured. What happened? Lin Yi asked, his expression darkening. He was aware of Li Zhan's capabilities. Anyone who could injure him was certainly not an ordinary foe. Oh, it's nothing, just a minor injury. Let us discuss it inside. Li Zhan then recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that after their departure, a faction led by Li Zhan had begun to suppress the faction headed by the Grand Elder. Initially, everything was under control, but unexpectedly, a shadow had appeared, wounding Li Zhan and allowing the Grand Elder's faction to escape. A shadow. Could it be a member of the demon clan? Lin Yi inquired. Previously, at the fierce Beast Mountain range, he had witnessed Mu Qiuan summon hellish creatures, leading him to believe that this shadow was indeed a manifestation of the demon clan. Indeed, the demon clan's desire to eradicate my kin remains unquenched. It is a pity that Zhao Tianming has allied himself with them. Alas, Li Zhan lamented, he had grown up alongside Zhao Tianming under the Grand Elder's guidance, fostering a deep bond that pained him to see his former friend consorting with demons in the pursuit of the position of Academy head. Which was why he had hesitated to act before 3,000 years had passed since the last repulsion of the demon clan, and now that they had resurrected, it seemed that turbulent times were once again on the horizon. If we could repel them 3,000 years ago, we can surely do so again, Lin Yi declared, harboring an intense loathing for the demon clan. Let's hope, so by the way, my master has sent word, instructing you to remain in the academy and await the right moment for your return. Just then, Li Zhan spoke up that, the old man has contacted you. How is he? Is he safe? You? Li Zhan was at a loss for words. It was quite inappropriate to refer to one's grandfather in such a manner. However, he understood that Lin Yi was merely jesting. Rest assured, my master is well. However, with the emergence of the demon clan, it seems he will soon be busy again. That's just how he is, always wandering about. With his strength, he should be fine. Well then, Uncle Li, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Yi turned to depart. Sighing, Li Zhan watched Lin Yi's retreating figure. Why do you not reveal the truth to him? At that moment, an old man in a black robe emerged from the void. I know Lin Yi's character. If he were to learn that his master's life hangs in the balance, he would be unable to remain calm. Given his current cultivation, he is still quite far from being able to handle such matters. With a soft gasp, Li Zhan's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? I'm fine. I didn't expect that a demon lord had been hiding within the academy. What became of them? They were severely injured and fled in disarray. I have already sent people to pursue them for Zhao Tianming. You clearly had the chance to eliminate him. Yet, he and I grew up together. We were like brothers. Enough. Handle it as you see fit. I must take my leave. Chapter 36. The astonished Yurushwang Lin Yi. I hear you have slain Elder Wang and the others. Inside his dormitory, Lin Yi was reclining on his bed, engrossed in a book when Yurushwang entered with a rather displeased expression. What is the matter, Mentor you? Lin Yi, did you really kill them? Yes, they sought to kill me. So I killed them. Is there a problem with that? Lin Yi nodded, that he was no saint. If someone aimed to take his life, he would not simply let them go. Alas, you are too rash. While they are indeed despicable, they are, after all, elders of the academy, and part of the Grand Elder's faction. That if he finds out, you will be finished. You must leave at once, or it may be too late. Observing the anxious expression on Yurushwang's face, Lin Yi felt perplexed. Did she not know what had transpired in recent days? Why are you staring at me? Hurry and go. If the Grand Elder learns of this, you will undoubtedly die. Mentor you. I find you particularly beautiful in this moment. Lin Yi, it's hardly the time for jokes. Yurushwang was a loss for words. Was Lin Yi exceptionally bold or merely naive? After all, they were dealing with the Grand Elder, the second most powerful figure in the Piaomiao Academy, with rumors suggesting that his strength rivaled that of the Academy head. Yet Lin Yi still had the audacity to jest. However, the next moment, she froze as Lin Yi grasped her delicate hand. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Thank you for your concern, as Lin Yi held her hand, her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a surge of inexplicable emotions. Yet this was not the time for such thoughts. The Grand Elder could arrive at any moment, leaving no room for hesitation. Lin, I mentor you for certain reasons. I cannot explain everything to you, but trust me, I will be fine. You need not worry, W. By the way, I obtained something during my time at the Fierce Beast Mountain Range that I wish to give to you. Just as Yu Shuang was about to speak, Lin Yi interjected. He then produced a burlap sack from his storage ring. Hearing this, Yu Shuang finally comprehended. Lin Yi had a good relationship with the academy head, and even Elder Zhou, who managed the cafeteria, had a close bond with him. And no matter how formidable the Grand Elder was, he would have to consider the influence of these two figures that it seemed she had been too hasty in her concerns. As a result, her face grew even warmer, resembling a ripe apple. How could she be so anxious over a student? Mentor you, I recall that you wield a sword. What do you think of this? With that, Lin Yi drew forth a spirit sword radiating a greenish aura from the sack. The moment the sword appeared, a powerful presence emanated from it, filling the entire room with a greenish hue. This is, upon seeing the spirit sword, Yu Shuang's eyes were captivated. Though it was merely an 8th-tier spiritual weapon, it was still usable. Well, mentor you won't find it beneath your dignity, will you? Yu Shuang felt as if she were questioning her very existence. Merely an 8th-tier spiritual weapon? Was that even a reasonable statement? It was known that 8th-tier spiritual weapons were scarce in the entire Qian domain, and those that existed were typically wielded by unparalleled powerhouses. Yet in Lin Yi's words, it was reduced to something merely adequate for use. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I appreciate your kindness, but to be candid, she certainly coveted the 8th-tier spiritual weapon. But it was far too valuable, and she had nothing of equal worth to offer in return, making her hesitant to accept that, is an 8th-tier spiritual weapon really that valuable? Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered. Had he not possessed anything better, he would have thought presenting an 8th-tier spiritual weapon was somewhat embarrassing. Mentor you, that notion is misguided. This is but a spiritual weapon, given your kindness to me during these days. Please accept it. Also, here are some trivial elixirs and spirit stones. Take a few as well. Having concluded his speech, Lin Yi once again retrieved from the sack the exquisite spirit stones and 6th-tier elixirs he had previously looted from Jiangchun, handing them to Yu Shuang. This is truly an exquisite spirit stone, my heavens, and there are 6th-tier elixirs as well. Yu Shuang was utterly flabbergasted. Had Lin Yi genuinely gone out for training? One might mistakenly believe he had pillaged some sect. And such precious items, packed in a mere sack. Gazing at the still plump sack, she doubted it contained solely these treasures. You mentor? These items are far too valuable. I truly cannot accept them. She felt as though she might lose her sanity. What kind of monster was Lin Yi? You mentor, I understand these items may seem trivial, but at present they are all I possess that I hope you won't look down on them. And I shall strive to procure better gifts for you in the future. Trivial? Frankly speaking, Yu Shuang was tempted to crack open Lin Yi's head to see what peculiarities resided within. Exquisite spirit stones as trifles. 5th-tier elixirs as trifles. Then what was she currently utilizing? Were they inferior to mere refuse? Facing the treasures before her, it would be disingenuous to claim she was unmoved. In truth, it was hard for anyone to remain indifferent. Furthermore, her cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and possessing such items could potentially facilitate her breakthrough to the next stage. Lin Yi, why are you so generous towards me? Because you are my mentor, and you care for me. Is it solely because you regard me as your mentor? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi's words stirred a sense of loss within her heart. Very well. You mentor, please accept these items. As for other matters, rest assured, I am fine. I will require your guidance in the future. Well then, I suppose I do need these items. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. Thank you. After Lin Yi's repeated insistence, Yu Shuang finally accepted what he deemed as trifles. That's more like it. Now, is there anything else? Nothing at all. I shall resume my reading. No, nothing. Subsequently, Yu Shuang departed, and Lin Yi returned to his book. Time passed swiftly in this pleasant manner, and before long, half a month had elapsed. During this interval, the Piao Academy had experienced considerable upheaval. Due to the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the disappearance of the Academy's Grand Elder and his faction became common knowledge, leading to a flurry of rumors circulating within the institution. Some claimed the Grand Elder had defected, while others asserted they had perished. There were even whispers suggesting they had ventured to a secretive location for training. Amidst this turmoil, Li Jun refrained from making any statements, and Lin Yi, naturally, was content to remain uninvolved. Regardless of the rumors, the internal strife within the academy had diminished significantly following their disappearance, much to the relief of many students, who found this state of affairs rather agreeable. Chapter 37. The Battle of the Prodigies, Piaomiao Academy. Teaching Building. Wuyo, how has your training been of late? Are there any areas in which you find yourself perplexed? The sect's ranking battle is imminent. Do you feel confident? Li Jun inquired with a slight smile as he regarded his disciple. Lin Wuyo, he held a high regard for this student. While he may not possess the extraordinary talent of Lin Yi, he was nonetheless a remarkable figure within the entire Qian domain, and indeed the East Wilderness. Rest assured, Master, my training has been progressing well. However, Lin Wuyo nodded. Though his tone lacked conviction, in the past, he had faced the upcoming competition without a hint of anxiety, even if it meant confronting the second-ranked contender, Lu Wuchen. Yet, Lin Yi's emergence now weighed heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. It wasn't that he lacked excellence. Rather, Lin Yi was simply too monstrous. Having vanquished 3 Grand Elders, not to mention a being of golden caliber, such achievements were simply dazzling. Indeed, the current situation is tumultuous. It is likely that significant events will unfold in the near future. You must strive to grow swiftly, so that even in my absence, you can stand steadfast. Li Jun sighed, reminiscing about the time he trained under Lin Tian. Lin Tian had spoken similarly to him, and now he found himself passing on the same wisdom to Lin Wuyo, a true testament to the cycle of mentorship. Master, has it truly come to this? Even you find yourself at a loss. Wuyo, the world is vast beyond measure. What can I claim to know? Li Jun chuckled. He recalled his own youthful arrogance, believing his master to be invincible. Yet he later realized the world was far grander, and he was merely a frog confined to a well. Beyond the Qian domain lay the East Wilderness, and beyond the East Wilderness were other realms. Even the myriad spirits continent was but a dim star in the expansive cosmos. The Battle of the Prodigies, you say? Understood, Master. Upon hearing the name, Lin Wuyo's eyes ignited with determination. The so-called Battle of the Prodigies was a grand event held once every 50 years in the Qian domain, open to all individuals under the age of 100. Despite the current dominance of 3 major factions, many formidable predecessors remained hidden, their disciples being extraordinary talents in their own right. Each Battle of the Prodigies marked their emergence, as they fought fiercely for their rankings on the Prodigy list. Very well, return and prepare. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. Yes, I take my leave. Youth is truly a blessing. Watching Lin Wuyo's departing figure and reflecting on Lin Yi, Li Jun sighed, a smile gracing his lips. Piaomiao Academy, outer court. Lin Yi lay sprawled upon a desk, dozing, while the impassioned Yu Rushuang lectured at the podium. A faint smile playing upon his lips. Having spent considerable time at Piaomiao Academy, he found himself growing accustomed to this lifestyle. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from behind him. It was a young man he recognized, Wang Lin, who had entered the academy alongside him. What is it? The academy's ranking battle is about to commence. Will you participate? With your prowess, you would undoubtedly secure a position among the top 10. At this declaration, the gathered crowd couldn't help but take a keen interest. The ranking battle was a grand event for Piaomiao Academy, where all the academy's prodigies would gather to vie for their standings. Such a spectacle was a rarity, a sight not to be missed. The thought of witnessing numerous talented individuals clashing on the stage stirred their excitement, for youth is often drawn to revelry. Moreover, attending Yu Rushuang's lectures daily could grow monotonous, despite her striking beauty. As for that, I have yet to decide. I'll see how it unfolds. Why is everyone so enthralled by this? Isn't it merely a ranking competition? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled that to him, such contests seemed merely a means for students to flaunt their abilities. You simply don't understand. The Academy's ranking battle is pivotal for the Grand Prodigy War in 2 months. Prodigy War, what is that? No way, you've never heard of the Prodigy War. You must be from afar. That event occurs once every 50 years in the Qian domain. It is said that the Prodigy War influences one's fortune. The higher your ranking on the Prodigy list, the greater your fortune. Fortune? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled at this revelation. While others may be oblivious to the nature of fortune, he, born into the Lin clan, understood its significance. Fortune is elusive, intangible, yet undeniably real. The path of cultivation is inherently contrarian, and possessing strong fortune allows one to navigate their journey with greater ease. That a prime example is the legendary figure known as the Elder of Fortune, who lived 1,000 years prior. Rumor has it that he possessed little talent in his youth, yet his fortune was extraordinary. He would stumble upon treasures while walking, and when pursued, heavenly lightning would descend to strike his assailants. He had never faced a heavenly tribulation during his breakthroughs, and merely wandering would lead him to the secret realms of powerful beings. Ahem! At that moment, Yu Ruxiang suddenly coughed lightly, glanced at Lin Yi, and then spoke. The Tianjiao battle is a grand event showcasing the most exceptional talents of our Qinyu domain. However, there are certain prerequisites for participation, and only those ranked within the top 10 of our Academy's Tianbang are eligible. Mentor Yu, why is that? What if someone isn't from one of the three major forces? There are some hidden secrets surrounding this matter. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear myself. However, since the establishment of the Academy, those aspiring to participate in the Tianjiao battle have always strived to break into the top 10 of the Tianbang. In the past, she wouldn't have spoken of such things. After all, she was merely a mentor from the Outer Academy, and the Tianjiao battle had little to do with her. But now, with Lin Yi's emergence, she believes he will surely stand out. The Tianjiao battle, you say? How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Not for any other reason, but for the elusive fortune it promised. That he couldn't help but think of Jiang Chun, who must have emerged at this time and joined the Wan'er sect for a reason related to this very matter. For some inexplicable reason, he had been feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding lately, as if something monumental were about to transpire. His recent experiences had only reinforced his belief in this instinct. Well, let us continue the lesson. The Academy will issue a notice regarding the Tianbang ranking battle, and you will naturally understand the situation then. Now, where do we leave off? Yes, we were discussing the application of spiritual energy. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the day of the Tianbang ranking battle arrived. Chapter 38. Ego is awesome in the Grand Plaza of the Inner Academy at Piamiao Academy. The atmosphere was utterly electrifying. The Inner Academy was distinct from the Outer Academy, nestled within a vast mountain range that housed the Piamiao Academy. The spiritual energy here was abundant, far surpassing that of the Outer Academy. Today, the usually tranquil Inner Academy was in a state of fervor, not for any other reason than the commencement of the Tianbang ranking battle. The Inner Academy is so beautiful. It's a world apart from the Outer Academy, exclaimed Wang Xia, her eyes sparkling with excitement, surrounded by fellow Outer Academy students. Typically, students from the Outer Academy were not permitted to enter the Inner Academy. However, every year during the Tianbang ranking battle, the Academy made exceptions to allow Outer Academy students to experience the strength of the elite, thereby benefiting their cultivation. What a pity we haven't reached the silver level yet. Otherwise, we could apply to train in the Inner Academy. P. Jean lamented. Ever since following Lin Yi into the fierce Beast Mountain range, he had become Lin Yi's devoted follower. Indeed, but it's curious. Where have so many of the senior students from the Inner Academy disappeared to? Don't talk recklessly. If the Academy elders hear you, you'll be reprimanded. What on earth is happening? Why has there been no news for so long? Could it be true what the rumors suggest? Since the last new student trial, many students had inexplicably gone missing. Observant individuals discovered that these missing students were closely associated with the Grand Elders faction, including the third ranked on the Tianbang, Wu Changfeng, who had also vanished. This situation inevitably stirred a sense of unease. Lin Yi remained silent, but he understood that the disappearances were linked to Uncle Li, having made a decision to confront the Grand Elders faction. Those individuals were unlikely to escape unscathed. The reason this matter had not been made public was likely to prevent the other two sects from taking advantage of it. Lin Yi, is that you? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind the crowd, and two graceful figures emerged, Lu Qing and Lin Xinyu. Wow, It's senior sister Lu and senior sister Lin. They must be here for the Tianbang ranking battle. Upon seeing the two women, the crowd's eyes sparkled, particularly those of the male students, who were utterly captivated. There was no denying that both women were impeccable in beauty, figure, strength, and popularity. Itsu too. Long time no see. Lin Yi smiled faintly, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, especially with Lu Qing, whom he had playfully slapped on the rear before. Humph. Are you here for the Tianbang ranking battle too? This time, I will take my revenge. Lu Qing huffed coldly, having diligently trained to surpass Lin Yi. Oh, is that so? Then I wish you good luck. You... Just wait. With an indignant huff, the two women departed. Duty guh. Did you do something to offend senior sister Lu? Why does she look at you with such a strange gaze? It feels like you played with her heart and then cast her aside. Ma Pijin exclaimed, admiration etched across his face. You truly are amazing. Iguh, I would never let such a beauty slip away. I'd be holding her in my arms every day, discussing life's ideals 18 times a day. Others looked on with envy, though Wang Xiaye felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Sigh. Wang Xinyue sighed, glancing at her sister, who wore a not-so-pleasant expression. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. How did he suddenly become a heartbreaker? It was a pity Ma Pijin wasn't pursuing a career in editing with such wild imagination. Speaking of editing, why did that word even cross my mind? Don't think too much. There's nothing between us. It was merely a misunderstanding. Let us move on. We understand that you're a man. After all, that's only natural. You can't help it if your charm is overwhelming. Get out of here. A swift fist met Ma Pijin's head, and Lin Yi remained speechless. He had no idea how a non-existent rumor was becoming a topic of discussion. Soon everyone in the academy would know. And how would he ever navigate life in the academy after that? Junior brother Lin, we meet again. As they reached the center of the plaza, Lin Wuyo smiled gently. Beside him stood Ho Qing-song and Du Ling. Both regarded Lin Yi with a hint of trepidation, having heard of his impressive achievements, and now his presence only meant their rankings would suffer. Senior brother Lin, it's truly you. So handsome. No wonder you're the top of the Tianbang. Exclaimed a female student, her excitement palpable. Senior brother Lin, it's been a while. Your strength has grown even greater. Lin Yi nodded, noting that Lin Wuyo had successfully broken through to the golden tier, achieving the status of golden 3 stars. Indeed, I have gained some insights during this time, but I still fall short compared to junior brother Lin. Lin Wuyo replied, a hint of concern shadowing his expression. He recalled that during their last encounter, he could still gauge Lin Yi's strength, but now he felt as if Lin Yi was an unfathomable ocean, with depths unseen. Senior brother, you're too modest. Anyway, I'll go register now. Very well, junior brother, please proceed. As the sun ascended higher, the plaza became increasingly crowded. This year, Tianbang battle promised to be nothing short of spectacular, and no one wished to miss it. Whoosh! At noon, just as the crowd awaited eagerly, several figures descended from the sky, led by Li Zhen. Each of them exuded an overwhelming aura, all possessing strength above the golden tier. Dean, most of the academy's students have arrived. Shall we begin? Spoke a middle-aged man clad in a red robe. Very well, you may proceed. Li Zhen nodded, then flew toward the elevated platform in the plaza, while the middle-aged man soared toward the central battle stage. The annual Tianbang battle was about to commence. This year, due to unusual circumstances, several students previously on the Tianbang would be unable to participate. However, that mattered little. He believed that all present were the future of the academy, and with them, the academy would continue to thrive. This year's competition follows the same format as before, proceeding in 2 stages. The first stage involves the Season Sky ranking contestants accepting challenges from new participants, lasting for a single day. After this day, 49 slots will be determined, and the Sky ranking will commence tomorrow. Now, let us invite the brilliant contestant from the previous Sky ranking, as the middle-aged man concluded his announcement. Figures soared from the crowd, ascending towards the battle platform. There were as many as 35 individuals. These are the prodigious contestants from the last Sky ranking. Among them, Lin Wuyo stood out prominently, clad in a blue robe, making him appear as a crane among chickens, remarkably dazzling. Chapter 39, I don't mind only 35? I never expected there to be so few this time. Observing the individuals on stage, the audience began to murmur. Although it was common for a few to be absent for various reasons, it had never been to such a significant extent. It seems the Academy must have encountered a serious issue. Who will be the first to challenge? Please step forward. I will. With that declaration, a man towering at 2 meters took flight. It was Sun Tao, a figure who nearly ascended the sky ranking in the previous year. Making a comeback after a year, presumably seeking to claim a spot on the ranking. Upon seeing him, the audience whispered among themselves, Sun Tao, whom do you wish to challenge? Elder, I wish to challenge Ma Yao Tian. What? Ma Yao Tian? He dares to challenge Ma Yao Tian, who ranked 30th last year. At that moment, a man with a face full of pockmarks approached the battle stage. It was Ma Yao Tian, the formidable contender ranked 30th in the previous sky ranking. You wish to challenge me? Indeed, I aim to challenge you. Very well. But do you understand the consequences of challenging me? You better not regret it. Subsequently, everyone else withdrew, leaving the stage to the two. Why on earth would Sun Tao challenge Ma Yao Tian? This is perplexing, remarked Ma Pijin, his expression one of confusion, a sentiment shared by others. Logically, on the first day, one only needs to secure one of the 49 positions, and it would be entirely sensible to target those ranked lower. Why challenge someone ranked higher? Although it is not stated that failure to challenge means one cannot challenge again, battles do entail risks. Should one exhaust their energy or sustain injuries, the subsequent circumstances could prove quite unfavorable. After all, it is not solely you who can issue challenges. Others can challenge you as well. Sun Tao is concealing his strength. It appears he desires to make a remarkable impression, Lin Yi stated. A faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, that explains it. But Ma Yao Tian is a formidable contender ranked 30th in the last sky ranking. A year has passed, and his strength has undoubtedly improved. Will he succeed? Hard to say. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Sun Tao. He seems slightly stronger. Upon hearing this, Ma Yao Tian's expression darkened. How could someone assert he would lose right before him? This is intolerable. However, upon realizing it was Lin Yi who spoke, he conceded, Fine, you are the authority, your word is law. Yet he remained unconvinced of his impending defeat, thus directing all his frustration towards Sun Tao. Begin, with a loud shout. The battle commenced. Without hesitation, Ma Yao Tian produced his 2-meter-long staff, intending to demonstrate its might to Sun Tao. Simultaneously, Sun Tao revealed his own weapon, a circular object resembling a donut. Kill! Both roared in unison, one wielding the staff and the other brandishing the circle. And the two clashed fiercely on stage. Undoubtedly, both possessed formidable strength, resulting in an exhilarating spectacle that prompted the audience to erupt in cheers. Stab him. For heaven's sake, use your staff properly. Sun Tao, ensnare him. Yes, ensnare him tightly, preventing his staff from being extracted. That's it. Keep it up a few more times, and he will falter. Hurry, what is taking so long? Have you not eaten? Your speed is abysmal. Accelerate. He is almost out. As the battle raged on, the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, particularly among the new contestants witnessing such a clash for the first time. Breakthrough. A quarter of an hour later, Ma Yao Tian roared, his hands moving rapidly to form seals, causing his already massive staff to grow even larger. Gripping it tightly, he struck down with tremendous force. One blow to alter destiny. At that moment, Sun Tao also shouted, causing his circle to tremble and multiply into dozens of circles dancing in the air. One circle to shake the world. Boom! The staff and the circle collided in the air, resulting in a thunderous crash that resonated throughout the square. Ma Yao Tian staggered back, his complexion turning pale. You have reached silver 5 stars? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. This battle is mine to win. Not even Jesus can stop me. Sun Tao exclaimed excitedly, his right hand manipulating the circles as they hurtled towards Ma Yao Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Already injured, Ma Yao Tian could not unleash his full power, and with the circles raining down upon him, he was ultimately knocked off the stage. Sun Tao emerges victorious. Who else wishes to take the stage? I will. Witnessing Sun Tao's triumph, those eager to challenge surged forward, and a slender man rushed up. I challenge Chun Song. Boom, boom, boom. Once more, the battle platform became a stage for spectacular combat. Ego, who will win this time? Naturally, it was Ma Pijin asking, as his cultivation level was merely bronze, rendering him incapable of discerning much. He could only inquire of Lin Yi. This time, Chen Song will win. Indeed, after 5 minutes, the slender man was sent flying off the stage. Subsequently, numerous challengers took to the stage, and each time, Ma Pijin would ask Lin Yi who would emerge victorious. Each answer Lin Yi provided was unfailingly accurate. Without a single misstep, in the end, challengers ceased their fighting and merely awaited Lin Yi's verdict. If he said they would win, they would engage. If he predicted defeat, they would concede and prepare for the next challenge. This, on the high platform, a group of elders from the academy looked on in speechless amazement that is it truly possible to have such an occurrence. The outcome of challenges no longer relies on combat, but rather on Lin Yi's predictions. This is simply astonishing. Next, who will take the stage? By now, it was afternoon, and due to Lin Yi's precise foresight, the day's challenge progressed rapidly. Those intending to challenge had all participated, while those who remained were not inclined to do so. Let me, at that moment, Lin Yi spoke, stepping forward onto the battle platform. The instant he appeared, all eyes in the arena turned towards him. There was no way around it. Although Lin Yi was a newcomer, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was the one who had defeated 3 esteemed elders. Who do you intend to challenge? Upon hearing this, those already on the sky ranking grew frantic. What if he challenges me? That would be catastrophic. Is there anyone who wishes for me to challenge? I am open to any opponent. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Chapter 40, second on the sky ranking. Lu Wuchen, what the heck? Is this what a big shot says? Open to any opponent. Ego is incredible. This is the sky ranking competition, yet seems trivial in his eyes. Lin Yi is so cool. Just for this statement, I've decided to become his little fan. This guy. Upon hearing this, Ru Shuang, seated among the elders, wore an expression of disbelief. She knew Lin Yi well. He showed no regard for others' feelings. Humph. I will definitely defeat you. Lu Qing observed this scene, snorting coldly. However, she had no intention of stepping forward at this moment. After all, the competition was not yet concluded, and if she were unable to win and sustained injuries, she would be vulnerable to being challenged. Let me have a word with you. At that moment, a deep voice resounded. A young man wielding a blood-red blade appeared on the arena. His countenance was frosty, and his gaze burned like a torch, emanating a dense aura of bloodlust. Lu Wuchen, the second on the heavenly rankings. It is truly he. Upon sighting the young man, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Lu Wuchen was an exceedingly enigmatic individual. Under normal circumstances, one would hardly catch a glimpse of him within the academy. However, no one dared to question his prowess, for he was the one who nearly claimed the top position last year. Lu Wuchen, is it? Quite intriguing. Very well, let it be you. Lin Yi nodded as he spoke. Why has this child ascended so soon? A sigh escaped the lips of an elder atop the platform. Lin, I can see that you are formidable, but defeating me, Lu Wuchen, will not be an easy feat. Hence, I urge you to reveal your true strength. Fixing his unwavering gaze upon Lin, Lu Wuchen declared that in truth, he had only returned to the academy yesterday, only to find such a significant event had transpired. Along with the emergence of Lin, he was indifferent to most matters, yet he held a keen interest in the young prodigies of the new generation. Ever since his defeat to Lin Wuyo last year, he had diligently trained, and this time, his sole objective was to secure the top spot on the heavenly rankings. No one could obstruct him. Not even Lin Yi. Is that so? Then let us begin. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. He could discern that Lu Wuchen's cultivation was at the golden third stage, akin to Lin Wuyo, with a surging vitality coursing through him, likely the result of training in a physical enhancement technique. Very well. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Wuchen struck, gripping the blade in his right hand. Torrents of crimson light erupted from the weapon. The blood-red radiance coalesced. A colossal shadow of the blade manifested above the arena. The blade's shadow was immense, engulfing the entire stage, and simultaneously, a formidable aura, as if intent on annihilating all, surged forth. In an instant, the The spectators felt as though they were facing a terrifying beast, causing many weaker students to falter and fall to the ground. Is this the power of the second on the heavenly rankings? It is utterly terrifying. Blade intent. Lu Wuchen has actually comprehended blade intent. A middle-aged man clad in black robes gasped in astonishment from the high platform. Blade intent, an ethereal state akin to sword intent or spear intent, can significantly enhance one's combat prowess. However, attaining such comprehension is exceedingly challenging. It is a matter of talent rather than mere cultivation. Numerous powerful individuals at the golden level and above have failed to grasp this elusive concept. Kill! Lu Wuchen roared, swinging his blade directly at Lin Yi with a single devastating strike. The sky was drenched in bloodlight, exuding an aura of utter destruction. Dominant blade intent, you say? Quite interesting, observing the blade's radiance that stretched 100 feet into the sky. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He stomped his right foot, unleashing an aura reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast. Roar! At that moment, a golden dragon materialized behind him. A dragon, a colossal dragon. Lin Yi is actually summoned a dragon. The crowd was left in utter shock at this spectacle. A dragon, a legendary divine beast. Any technique associated with dragons is inherently formidable. As the blood blade swung and the dragon roared, the two titanic forces collided in the air, causing the entire arena to tremble as if struck by a missile. Dust and debris enveloped the stage, and a terrifying shockwave from the explosion swept across the arena, shattering the ground beneath. Fortunately, the middle-aged man acted swiftly, preventing the dreadful shockwave from spreading further. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Minutes later, the dust settled, revealing the situation on the arena. Lin Yi stood there, his expression unperturbed, unchanged from when he had first ascended. Even his garments bore no creases. In stark contrast, Lu Wuchen appeared pale, a ghastly wound marring his right hand, crimson blood trickling down his arm and staining the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire assembly was astounded. Although they knew Lin Yi might prevail, especially given his past feats against elders of the yellow stage, they had not anticipated such an effortless victory. Not a scratch on him, while Lu Wuchen was left in such a dire state. One strike, just one strike to defeat Lu Wuchen, and Lin Yi emerged unscathed. This is his true strength. Lin Wuyo's gaze fixated on Lin Yi atop the arena, turmoil brewing within him. You have lost, Lin Yi stated calmly, then descended from the arena. Lost? I have lost? Hearing those words, Lu Wuchen's face turned even paler. He had returned with the aim of claiming the top spot on the heavenly rankings. Yet now he faced such a dismal defeat. As the one directly involved, he understood clearly that Lin Yi had restrained his aura at the last moment. Otherwise, he would not have sustained such minimal injuries. Alas, observing Lu Wuchen's dejected demeanor, the middle-aged man sighed and ascended the stage. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and no one stepped forward, since there are no challengers. The contest concludes here today. Tomorrow, we shall commence the Heavenly Rankings competition. I hope you all achieve commendable rankings. With that, the middle-aged man departed, followed by the elders of the academy. Good heavens, Ego is so impressive. He even brought Lu Wuchen down with a single blow. That's absolutely incredible. Ego, I have decided, from now on, I shall be your #1 follower, and wherever you lead, I shall follow without question. Ma Pijin's spirits soared, feeling as if he had devoured a dozen bowls of delight. With Lin Yi's astounding prowess, he must seize the opportunity to align himself with such strength. Allowing others to take that chance would be a grievous mistake. Lin Yi, congratulations. At that moment, Lin Wuyo approached, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Thank you, Lin Yi. I never anticipated you to be so formidable. We were in the wrong before, and I hope you will not hold it against us. Lin Xinyu spoke, finally convinced that the previous incident had been a misunderstanding. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi had directly confronted them, they would have had no means to counter him. Miss Lin, you are too kind. We are all comrades in arms. There is no need for such formalities. As long as you do not harbor grievances against me, that suffices. Humph. Lin Yi, though you may be powerful now, I shall eventually surpass you. Lu Qing huffed disdainfully. Despite her bold words, she understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, defeating Lin Yi was highly improbable. Chapter 41. Are you satisfied? Is it not delightful to converse with these lovely ladies? At that moment, a gentle voice broke through, and Yu Shuang appeared behind him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Mentor Yu. Upon seeing Yu Shuang, the other students greeted her before departing, leaving only Lin Yi and her. Mentor Yu, what brings you here? Have you been captivated by my earlier display of prowess, wishing to offer yourself to me? Lin Yi chuckled, smack. In the next instant, a hand landed on the back of his head. Will you refrain from such loose talk in the future? Yu Shuang feigned anger, though a sense of joy stirred within her heart for reasons unbeknownst to her. Mentor Yu, you've made a breakthrough. Congratulations. Lin Yi suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, Indeed, my cultivation has progressed somewhat in recent days. Largely thanks to you, I am grateful. Oh, there's no need for such formalities. What are we, after all? Do we really need to say thank you? Oh, what are we? A teacher-student relationship, of course. You are my mentor, and I am your student. Mentor you. Surely your mind isn't wandering, but that is understandable. With a man as exceptional as I, my charm is simply irresistible. Smack! Another slap came crashing down, a reprimand for your arrogance. Well, let me express my gratitude to you this time. How about I treat you to a meal? Yu Rushi spoke up. Having received such a grand gesture from Lin Yi, she wished to reciprocate in some manner. Oh, I see. That's fine, but treating me to a meal isn't as simple as it sounds. You must be prepared for quite a financial strain. With that, Lin Yi dashed out. But I can't order anything too expensive. After all, I'm a poor person. Hurry up, or it will be too late. Joyous moments are always fleeting, and before long, a day had passed. Ushering in the next. Today, the square was even more crowded than the previous day, as it was time for the ranking competition, and naturally, everyone was eager to witness it. Since everyone is gathered, I shall not prolong my words. The ranking matches will proceed, as before, determined by drawing lots. There are a total of 49 numbers, where number 1 faces number 49, number 2 faces number 28, and so forth. Should there be an odd number of participants, one will receive a bye and advance directly to the next round. Now, let us commence the drawing. Upon this announcement, all 49 contestants stepped up to draw their lots. Which number did you draw? Upon seeing Lin Yi come down, Ma Pijin inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Lin Yi then revealed his drawn lot to everyone. It was number 1. What the heck? Ego actually drew number 1. Well, there's nothing strange about it. It doesn't matter what number it is. Lin Yi shook his head. To him, the number held no significance, as rankings were not determined by numbers. Now, numbers 1 and 49. Please take the stage. The drawing concluded, and the middle-aged man announced, as a robust figure soared onto the platform. It was Fan Tong, ranked 12th last time. Who would have thought it would be him? The luck of number 1 is quite unfortunate. Who dares to challenge your grandness? Fan Yi, come forth and witness my prowess. On the stage, Fan Tong exuded confidence, having spent a year preparing for this ranking competition to achieve a commendable result. He was certain that as long as he did not encounter any of the top 5 opponents, he could sweep through the matches. However, in the next moment, he was left bewildered, for he saw Lin Yi striding towards the combat arena. No way. Number 1 can't be Lin Yi, right? Ha ha. This is amusing. Look at Fan Tong's expression. It's as if he has just lost 100 fathers. This is the swift retribution for his earlier arrogance. Just moments ago, he was flaunting, and now he is cowering. It's absolutely hilarious. What were you just saying? Stepping onto the stage, Lin Yi smiled at Fan Tong, his gaze holding an unusual glint. Lin Shitty, please spare me. I was intoxicated earlier and merely spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart. Fan Tong lamented internally. How could his luck be so wretched, encountering Lin Yi in the very first match? Oh, is that so? Yes. Very well, I should go easy on you. Thank you, Lin Shitty. Before Fan Tong could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground, Lin Yi's hand grasping his right foot. Then, bang, bang, bang. With Lin Yi's relentless swinging, Fan Tong was transformed into a human hammer, crashing down repeatedly onto the ground. The resounding thuds caused the spectators below to grimace in sympathy. This, The elders observing from the high platform were left speechless. Lin Yi was treating Fan Tong like a sandbag. With each impact, accompanied by Fan Tong's heart-wrenching cries, they felt an inexplicable pain in their faces. After a minute, Lin Yi finally halted, glancing at the now battered Fan Tong, and smiled slightly. "Fan Shixiang, are you satisfied?" "I'm satisfied, you old man. I feel as though I'm about to be beaten to death." Fan Tong internally protested, unable to comprehend how he could be asked for his satisfaction after such a beating. "Satisfied, satisfied, I am very satisfied. Lin, should I? You am. Satisfied indeed. Then I shall deliver a couple more strikes." No, I'm not satisfied, I'm not satisfied." "Ah, it appears that Fan Shixiang thinks my strength is insufficient. Allow me to exert a bit more effort." What the heck? Fan Tong felt he was on the brink of insanity, being battered for being satisfied, and then facing more force for being dissatisfied. It was utterly infuriating. Bang! Another thunderous impact reverberated, shaking the combat stage. And at that moment, Fan Tong's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Whoa! Upon seeing Lin Yi finally cease his assault, Fan Tong could not help but burst into tears. Lin Yi wins. Next, number 2 versus number 48. Please come to the stage. Time passed amidst a series of fierce battles, as everyone was determined to strive for their place in the celestial rankings, unwilling to concede easily. Soon, the first round of combat concluded. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. The victors were undoubtedly elated, while the defeated felt utterly dejected. Not only had they been soundly beaten, but they were also eliminated, which would dishearten anyone. However, overall, there were no unexpected occurrences. Those ranked highly in the celestial standings emerged victorious, with the exception of Fan Tong, who simply had the misfortune of facing Lin Yi. Chapter 42. The day is growing late now. We shall commence the second round of the ranking matches, where the advancing contestants will come to draw new numbers. The middle-aged man announced from the combat stage. Soon, everyone had drawn their new numbers. With Lin Yi drawing number 13 today as before, the matches will proceed in order of the draw numbers. And after this, the last 4 will compete for the 10th position. Oh, is it about to start? How exhilarating! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The top 10 of the celestial rankings represent the most formidable contenders. Many had come primarily to see who these elite individuals were. After all, those within the top 10 were eligible to participate in the celestial hero battle, signifying that they were unparalleled geniuses from the Qian domain. Now, may I invite number 1 and number 25 to the stage. As the announcement concluded, 2 graceful women ascended the platform. Among them, Lin Yi recognized one as Lu Qing, who had persistently claimed she would defeat him. Her opponent appeared to be a woman in her early 20s, seemingly named Meng Ling. Perhaps you should concede. You are no match for me. On the combat stage, Lu Qing stated with an indifferent expression. Last time, she ranked 5th in the celestial standings, while Meng Ling was merely ranked 40th. And it was already quite a feat for her to have made it to the second round. I want to give it a try. Meng Ling shook her head, although she was aware that she was no match. She did not wish to concede without attempting. It left her feeling quite unsatisfied. Very well. With that, Lu Qing made her move, summoning a fiery red long sword into her hand. The sword danced gracefully, flames swirling around, manifesting fiery serpents that soared into the sky. Go. With a pointed blade, 9 fiery serpents surged toward Meng Ling. The terrifying flames raised the temperature dramatically wherever they passed. I could see that moment. Meng Ling swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a series of water curtains that coalesced into a massive water shield before her. Boom! The fire serpents charged through the air, their unmatched force colliding with the water shield. When the 5th fire serpent exploded, the water shield finally succumbed, shattering under the pressure, and Meng Ling was unable to withstand it, flying off the combat stage. Point 1 battle. Lu Qing wins. Next, number 2 versus number 24, as the fierce battles unfolded. The crowd's enthusiasm ignited, with resounding cheers echoing like a tidal wave, reverberating through the skies. However, as the rounds progressed, anxiety began to grip the hearts of the spectators, for they feared encountering Lin Yi. After all, if even Lu Wuchen was no match for him, what fate awaited them? At this moment, Lin Yi wore an expression of utter disbelief, realizing that he had been exempt from the match on the 13th. Once all the battles concluded, the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had witnessed Lin Yi's formidable prowess. Even now, Fan Tong's face was still swollen like a pig's head, and they had no desire to experience that for themselves. After an exhilarating series of contests, the top 13 students had been determined. Now, let the 4 who ranked last step onto the stage. The middle-aged man glanced at the last 3 contestants, including Lin Yi, who had been granted a bye, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a surge of amusement within. What the hell? Upon seeing Lin Yi's figure, the faces of the other 3 contestants turned as pale as ghosts. Competing against Lin Yi, ranked 10th? Wasn't that akin to courting disaster? Their luck had truly taken a turn for the worse. Now, you shall draw lots to determine your matchups, battling one-on-one to identify the strongest among you, who will then enter the top 10 on the heavenly rankings, and own need for that. Just as the middle-aged man announced the drawing of lots, Lin Yi spoke up unexpectedly that, "Oh, what do you mean? Elder, I believe there's no need for such trouble. It's getting late, and everyone is weary from watching all day. It's time to return for dinner and rest. Therefore, to save time, let the 3 of them confront me together." Hearing these words, the other 3 contestants were at a loss for words. Was this even a reasonable thing to say? What do you mean it's getting late? Should we not rest and eat? Do we not matter? Do we have no pride? Well, in that case, what do you all say? Well, fine, I agree, I concur, everyone agrees, so I have no objections. In an instant, an unprecedented scene unfolded on the battle stage. 1 against 3. Lin Yi was being excessively audacious, attempting to take on 3 opponents at once. Although his strength was undeniable, every individual who made it this far possessed considerable skill. It seemed at this time he was bound to stumble. On the high platform, an elder voiced his opinion. He held Lin Yi in low regard, deeming him overly arrogant. Oh, really? I believe there shouldn't be any issues. Lin Wuchun was defeated by him. And while these 3 possess decent strength, they pale in comparison to Lin Wuchun. The effectiveness of 3 individuals working as a team cannot be matched by a single person. Teamwork among 3 requires synergy. These 3 have never coordinated before. You think they can unleash 300% of their strength? Unbeknownst to them, the 2 elders began to bicker, leaving Li Jun equally speechless. Junior brother Lin, I recognize your strength. In a one-on-one duel, none of us can rival you. But if you wish to take on 3, do not blame me for what follows. On the battle stage, one of the men spoke, casting a glance at the other 2, his eyes gleaming with determination. Everyone yearned for a place in the top 10, but due to Lin Yi's overwhelming strength, they had contemplated surrendering. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi proposed such a challenge, igniting a flicker of hope within them that if they could first defeat Lin Yi, their opportunities would still remain. "Let us begin." Lin Yi smiled slightly, then took a bold step forward, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being. Roar! 3 golden dragons manifested behind him, charging directly at the trio. Feeling the might radiating from the dragons, the expressions of the 3 contestants shifted dramatically, although they had witnessed Lin Yi's battle against Lin Wuchun. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Now they understood why Lin Yi had the audacity to make such claims. He was too powerful. Confronted by the dragons, they felt as though they were facing an ancient beast, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably, leaving them devoid of courage to strike. "I concede. I concede." Moments later, one of the trio uttered, Lin Yi's aura was too formidable. He simply could not withstand it. "I also concede. I also concede." Alas, I am defeated. With the trio conceding one after another, it signified Lin Yi's victory in this confrontation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi waved his hand, and the 3 dragons vanished into the sky. The top 10 of the heavenly rankings had now been established, and the contest for the top 10 would commence tomorrow. With that, the middle-aged man departed, and the others gradually dispersed, though the excitement within their hearts lingered for quite some time. Chapter 43. The 9 True Words of the Taoist Gate. The following day, in the early morning, the weather remained splendid. Today marked the pinnacle battle for the top 10 of the Academy's heavenly rankings. The inner courtyard square was already bustling with people. Lin Wuyo, brother Lin, he has arrived. Additionally, brother Lu Wuchen has also come. Sister Lu has arrived too. All of the top 10 are here, as the Academy's prodigies made their grand entrance. The crowd erupted with excitement, for these were the 10 most formidable students of the Academy. Ego is here. Ego is here. Everyone step aside. Just then, a voice rang out. Ma Pijin approached with palpable excitement. And not far behind, Lin Yi strolled in leisurely. Ever since aligning himself with Lin Yi, his status within the Academy had soared, and many students began to respectfully refer to him as Brother Pijin. The moment Lin Yi arrived, the square erupted into a frenzy. There was simply no denying Lin Yi's prowess. Competing in the heavenly rankings as an outer courtyard disciple was unprecedented, and having defeated Lu Wuchen, many believed even Lin Wuyo could not contend with him. Moreover, with his handsome looks and cheerful demeanor, he naturally became the object of affection for numerous female students within the Academy. Wow, so handsome. Iga, I love you. Please, with your looks, you should take a good look in the mirror. Do you think Iga would even notice you? Nonsense, you fool. Even a dog would be scared of you. Let alone a ghost. You're full of it. No, you're the one talking nonsense. Your entire family is talking nonsense. Observing the heated exchange among the female students, Lin Yi felt utterly bemused. What on earth is happening? Am I truly this popular now? A small sense of joy bubbled within him. Since everyone is gathered, let us commence, the middle-aged man announced, surveying the assembled crowd. The so-called top 10 battle royale is merely a ranking exercise. Significantly easier compared to the previous day's contests. After all, everyone has a grasp of each other's abilities, and entering the top 10 grants access to the upcoming talents battle in 2 months. So no one will be overly reckless. The rules for the top 10 ranking competition differ from the previous 2 days. It is a free challenge. Therefore, achieving your desired ranking depends on your own strength. Who will step forward first? I shall. Just then, a voice echoed, and a graceful figure ascended the battle stage. None other than Lu Qing. Today, she donned a striking red dress, resembling a fiery sprite, undeniably eye-catching. It's Sister Lu. I didn't expect her to be the first to take the stage. I wonder who she plans to challenge. As Lu Qing stepped up, the crowd was taken aback. Lin Yi, come up, radiant as a beacon. Lu Qing pointed directly at Lin Yi, her fighting spirit igniting. Though she recognized she was not Lin Yi's match, she still wished to test her mettle. What? She is actually challenging Lin Yi. How could this be? Lin Yi has defeated Brother Lu. Could Sister Lu possibly be his opponent? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in disbelief, all wearing expressions of incredulity. Oh dear, this girl. Watching Lu Qing on stage, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, then stepped forward, soaring onto the battle stage. You are not my opponent. So what? I wish to try. Very well, let us begin. Boom. As her words fell, Lu Qing sprang into action, her hands swiftly forming seals as a formidable aura emanated from her being. In an instant, terrifying flames surged, reaching skyward. The moment the flames appeared, the temperature on the battle stage skyrocketed, making Lin Yi feel as though he were engulfed in a sea of fire. Flames engulfed the sky. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of flames gathered above her head, surging toward Lin Yi. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in sheer horror. The firestorm was terrifying, and those standing below the stage felt as though they were on the verge of being incinerated. Let alone Lin Yi, who stood upon the stage. Not bad. Observing the inferno, Lin Yi smiled slightly and pointed his right hand forward, unleashing a burst of azure light that sped towards the firestorm. Boom! A sky engulfed in flames, a singular beam of azure light. Visually, the two were of entirely disparate realms. However, upon the encounter of the inferno with the azure light, it dissipated with the grace of pure snow in spring, vanishing swiftly from the sight of the onlookers. This left everyone in a state of bewilderment, including the elders seated upon the high platform, their expressions one of utter astonishment. What manner of technique is this? How could such a terrifying conflagration be extinguished so effortlessly? It is simply beyond belief. Nonetheless, Li Jun nodded slightly, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes, and that moment of the fire's disappearance. Lu Qing was also struck by a backlash, a substantial spurt of blood erupting from her mouth, her complexion paling instantaneously. Yet, amidst all this, her gaze grew even dimmer. she realized she was no match for Lin Yi. But never anticipated her defeat would be so catastrophic. With but a mere flick of a finger, she had succumbed. Alas, beside the battle stage, Lin Sinew could not help but sigh. She was acutely aware of Lu Qing's prideful nature. Such a loss would surely weigh heavily on her spirit. Yet, there was little she could do. Lin Yi was far too formidable. Lin Yi has triumphed. Who shall step up for the next round? At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. "Allow me to take this match." A voice rang out, and a man wielding a blood-red blade ascended to the battlefield. This man was none other than Lu Wuchen. Brother Lu has taken to the stage. It seems he intends to challenge Brother Lin Wuyo. The crowd below erupted with excitement upon witnessing Lu Wuchen's presence. He was indeed one of the Academy's most exceptional geniuses. Had it not been for the emergence of Lin Yi, whose strength was almost overwhelming, he might have had a genuine shot at claiming the top spot. "Lin Wuyo, step forth and engage me in combat." With a blood knife poised, Lu Wuchen declared he held no interest in challenging anyone else. Lin Yi was too strong, and the others far too weak. Only Lin Wuyo piqued his interest. Very well, upon hearing this. Lin Wuyo chuckled lightly, then soared into the air, landing on the battlefield. Boom! Boom! As the two ascended to the stage, without uttering a word, they unleashed a fierce battle intent. Two terrifying auras erupted from the battlefield, soaring into the heavens, shaking the very foundation of the world. "Kill!" They both shouted in unison, charging towards each other. The blood knife slashed horizontally, a blade of light spanning dozens of yards as if cleaving the sky. The long sword danced, unleashing a storm of sword light akin to a meteor shower upon the battlefield. Both were immensely powerful geniuses. Their combat was a grand spectacle, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. This was the epitome of a peak duel. Previous matches had either showcased an overwhelming disparity in strength, resulting in a swift defeat, or they were merely skirmishes lacking the intensity exhibited by these two. "Brother E, who do you think will emerge victorious?" As the two engaged in their fierce battle, Ma Pijin inquired in Katia's words. The attention of all present shifted towards him. Even the elders on the high platform cast their gaze in his direction. Lin Yi had accurately predicted the outcomes of several previous bouts, and everyone was eager to hear his thoughts. I believe it will be Lin Wuyo." Lin Yi pondered briefly before responding. Although he had not faced Lin Wuyo in combat, he could sense his strength. While both Lin Wuyo and Lu Wuchen were at the third level of the yellow stage, Lin Wuyo's aura felt more substantial. Strangely, Lin Yi sensed something amiss about Lin Wuyo, as if something lay hidden within him. Boom! Just as Lin Yi concluded his statement, Lu Wuchen unleashed his power, swiftly forming hand seals, conjuring a blood-red figure of immense size behind him. The blood shadow loomed ominously, tinting the entire realm a chilling crimson. "This is a law avatar. Brother Lu has actually manifested a law avatar." The crowd gasped in shock that a law avatar was the hallmark of a genius. Those capable of manifesting one were undoubtedly exceptional talents. "Lin Wuyo, surrender to me." With the appearance of his law avatar, Lu Wuchen's aura surged, and he bellowed at Lin Wuyo, stepping forward with a colossal blood figure. Boom! The impact of his step was terrifying, reminiscent of an ancient demon. The stage shuddered violently, spiderweb-like cracks forming beneath them. Yes, that's so. In the face of Lu Wuchen's overwhelming power, Lin Wuyo calmly replied, then stamped his right foot. Instantly, a myriad of dazzling colors erupted from behind him, 5 spiritual swords radiating various hues. The 6-spirit sword formation. This is Brother Lin's signature technique. The crowd erupted into cheers. Last year, Lin Wuyo had employed this very technique to defeat Lu Wuchen and claim the top spot on the heavenly rankings. And now it reappeared. Spirit, weapon, fighter, all, formation. As Lin Wuyo continued to perform hand seals, 6 massive characters appeared above each spiritual sword, a total of six. This the 9-character true mantra of the Taoist sect. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The 9-character true mantra was an unparalleled, profound skill akin to the 6-character mantra of Buddhism. The 9 characters were spirit, weapon, fighter, all, formation, array, advance, forward. It was astonishing that Lin Wuyo could utilize 6 of them. Go! The 6 spiritual swords, imbued with the 6 true seals, surged forth like 6 celestial bodies, advancing toward the colossal blood shadow. Bang! 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 Upon their collision, an overwhelming force erupted, sending shockwaves that prompted nearby students to hastily retreat, fearing the ferocity of the battle would engulf them. Boom! As the 6 characters detonated, they transformed into a sword light spanning hundreds of yards in the sky. Slash! With a decisive gesture, Lin Yi pointed, and the heavens shifted as the battlefield could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing entirely. The massive sword light cleaved through the air, directly targeting the blood shadow. Chapter 44. Zhu Wuning no. The sword light was too formidable. Lu Wuchen's blood shadow had already suffered significant damage from the explosion of the 6 characters. It could bear no more and disintegrated completely. In that instant, Lu Wuchen was also caught in the backlash. Sent flying like a kite with severed strings, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as death. He has won. Brother Lin has triumphed. The spectators were left in utter shock. Was this the power of a top-tier genius? It was utterly terrifying. They feared they could barely withstand even a fraction of that aura. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Lin. If Lu Wuchen, so fearsome, was vanquished in a single blow, how powerful must Lin Yi be? I concede. Lin Yi spoke to Lu Wuchen before turning his gaze towards Lin Yi, a far more terrifying battle intent erupting from him. Brother Lin, may I challenge you to a duel? The arena erupted into chaos at his words. Even the elders on the high platform were filled with excitement. Would the 2 strongest geniuses finally face off? Meanwhile, Yu Rushuang looked on with concern for Lin Yi, though she understood his strength. Lin Yi's previously displayed prowess was alarming, and she feared. Very well. At that moment, Lin Yi nodded and stepped onto the collapsing battlefield. He was not one to shy away from a challenge, if a battle was to be fought. Then he would engage. All students retreat immediately. The middle-aged man shouted urgently, recognizing the impending clash between the 2. The previous battle had been so intense. This one with Lin Yi would surely be cataclysmic. You are strong, but I am not weak either. On the battlefield, Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, declaring that a far more terrifying aura erupted from him, manifesting a colossal figure nearly 200 yards tall behind him, his law avatar. Buzz! As the manifestation of the law emerged, a brilliance akin to a sword slicing through the very fabric of the heavens and earth appeared. In that moment, all present felt as though a sharp blade was poised at their throats. The specter of death looming ever closer. Brother Lin Yi surprisingly unveiled his law manifestation right from the outset, evidently overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by Lin Yi. Typically, one only unleashes their full strength when confronted by a rival of superior prowess. I hope you can display your true capabilities with a manifestation in place. Lin Yi pointed his sword at Lin Yi and spoke, eager to ascertain the extent of Lin Yi's strength. As you wish. Lin Yi nodded, and with a flourish of his right hand, a 7-colored spear materialized, its presence resonating with a force that seemed poised to pierce the heavens themselves. That a 9th-tier spiritual weapon. The elders on the high platform were utterly astonished. The aura emanating from the spear was terrifying, instilling a sense of impending doom even within them. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression darkened considerably. Being closest to Lin Yi, he felt the intensity of the threat most acutely. No wonder he dismissed the 8th-tier spiritual weapon as inconsequential. What is your true origin? In that instant, Yu Rushuang finally comprehended the meaning behind Lin Yi's earlier words. Indeed, possessing a 9th-tier spiritual weapon rendered the 8th-tier weapon trivial in his eyes. Fight. The 2 formidable auras clashed upon the arena, and ultimately, Lin Yi could no longer withstand the pressure. With a fierce roar, his colossal form swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth. One sword to vanquish gods and demons. Beneath the weight of that singular strike, even the gods and demons recoiled. Yet, faced with such a formidable blow, Lin Yi merely shook his head. He directed his spear, summoning 9 massive golden divine dragons, their roars resounding through the heavens, instilling awe and fear. Upon their passage, the very fabric of space trembled. Boom! The clash of dragon shadows and sword energy produced a thunderous sound, followed by the remaining 8 dragon shadows charging forth once more. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 resounding impacts echoed, shattering Lin Wuyo's grand manifestation. Only for 4 more dragon shadows to surge ahead. 8T this moment. Lin Wuyo's complexion turned ghostly pale as he sensed the chilling breath of death. Is this truly the extent of his strength? Weakly shaking his head, he resigned himself to his defeat, an utterly crushing defeat. Disperse. Just then, Lin Yi waved his hand, causing the remaining 4 dragon phantoms to dissipate into the ether, restoring the arena to its former tranquility. This silence and unprecedented stillness enveloped the arena. 8T that moment. All gazes were fixated on Lin Yi, standing upon the battlefield. Incredibly powerful. Even Lin Wuyo was unable to withstand a single strike. Is this truly the strength possessed by a youth of not yet 20? Even the middle-aged man stood in stunned silence, captivated by Lin Yi's presence. Lin Yi emerges victorious. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and declared the outcome of the battle as his voice fell. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to a tidal wave. In that instant, Lin Yi became the center of the universe. Ego is amazing. Ego is so handsome. I love you. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Ma Pijin, Lin Yi's self-proclaimed #1 subordinate. With such an impressive leader, how could he not strut about the academy with confidence? This fellow was always so unfathomable. Observing Lin Yi's figure, Yu Ruxiang shook her head in exasperation, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. The battles continued in pursuit of the top 10 rankings, with everyone exerting their utmost. However, none could match the overwhelming impact that Lin Yi had previously demonstrated. A day swiftly passed, and the top 10 rankings were finally revealed. Lin Yi rightfully claimed the first position, Lin Wuyo the second, and Lu Wuchen the third. Lu Qing secured the 4th place, followed by candidates from the previous year's heavenly rankings. The grand competition had concluded flawlessly. Seeing all of you, I am confident that our academy's future will be bright, yet we must remain humble. There are always those more skilled than ourselves that I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. As the event drew to a close, Li Zhen took the stage to speak, subsequently distributing rewards. Each of the top 10 received an ancient token. According to Li Zhen, this token served as proof of participation in the grand competition for the talented. The venue for the competition was a mystical location, accessible only to those in possession of the token. After the event, Lin Yi returned to his previous life, engaging in discussions about life with fellow students at the academy. The majority of whom were female. He occasionally teased Yu Ruxiang, leading a fulfilling and joyous existence. Time flew by, and a month swiftly passed. With the grand competition for the talented approaching, most of the top 10 students departed the academy in search of their fortunes. The grand competition was not akin to the academy's heavenly rankings. Countless experts awaited, and although they excelled within the academy, their strength would be insufficient to stand out among the numerous prodigies. One day, Lin Yi reclined leisurely on the lawn, engaged in a philosophical discussion with 2 beautiful senior sisters. Iga, something's wrong. At that moment, an urgent voice broke through, and Ma Pijin rushed over in a flurry. Seeing this scene, Ma Pijin's face flushed with embarrassment. His boss was flirting, and he had interrupted him. How unfortunate. What happened? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. A fool has come to our academy to issue a challenge. This fool is so arrogant, claiming that our academy is filled with trash, and many seniors have fallen his hand. I had no choice but to. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. He then strode toward the academy. Is this really all that the mysterious academy has to offer? Perhaps it should be renamed the Trash Academy instead. Just as he reached the academy's entrance, Lin Yi overheard a boisterous voice proclaiming, "Is this the best your academy can offer?" A gaunt-faced man stood before the academy, jeering at it, while behind him, several students from the academy's heavenly rankings lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions grim. Do not be so arrogant. If our seniors had not departed, what chance would you have? Wang Xiaoya exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. This man was insufferably arrogant, having injured several students upon his arrival. and his viciousness incensed her greatly. Oh, what a little beauty! Haha, come here, let big brother give you a hug. Staying in this trash academy is pointless. Come with me to a better place, the man leered, lunging toward Wang Xiaoya with a repugnant demeanor. Ew. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in fury, yet the man's strength was overwhelming, leaving no one capable of standing against him. Helplessly, they could only watch. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Naturally, to do something enjoyable. Ahaha! Just then a figure appeared before Wang Xiaoya, none other than Lin Yi. You brat, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Do you know who I am? Offending me will only lead to your demise. The man glared furiously at Lin Yi, his expression twisted with rage. Ditto. And who might you be? If I told you, you'd be too frightened to speak. My surname is Zhu, my given name is Wuning, and my master is the mountain sage. What? Upon hearing that name, Lin Yi was left speechless. Zhu Wuning. Is that really a name someone would take? How about it? Are you frightened now? If you're sensible, kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, slap. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed, leaving a conspicuous imprint on Zhu Wuning's face. You dare hit me? You're seeking death. Zhu Wuning was enraged. This was the first time since his emergence from seclusion that he had encountered such insolence. How could he tolerate being struck? With a furious roar, he charged at Lin Yi, intent on demonstrating the consequences of crossing him. Chapter 45. Departure. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps resounded, leaving Zhu Wuning's face swollen. After being struck thrice in quick succession, Zhu Wuning was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why had he failed to see his opponent's movements? No, he must have simply let his guard down. Otherwise, how could a mere trash academy student be his opponent? Yes, it was undoubtedly his own carelessness. Upon finishing his words, he waved his right hand, and a long sword emanating a crimson glow materialized before the crowd. The instant the sword appeared, the temperature around them surged dramatically. Kid, I've changed my mind. I shall reduce you to ashes, he declared, his words laced with hubris. Observing the foolishness of Zhu Wuning, Lin Yi wore an expression of utter disbelief, and with resolute strides, he brought his foot crashing down upon him. Bang! Lin Yi's strength was terrifying. It was beyond what Zhu Wuning could withstand, and he was immediately crushed into the ground, his struggles proving utterly futile. Impossible! How can you be so strong? He exclaimed, with a cold snort. Lin Yi unleashed a flurry of stomps, precisely targeting Zhu Wuning's face. Before long, Zhu Wuning had transformed into a grotesque visage resembling a swollen pig's head. Witnessing the spectacle, the other students were left speechless. Lin Yi's ruthlessness was unparalleled, having literally stomped a person into a pig's head. M.A.P. Jean, get to work, Lin Yi commanded. Understood, replied Ma P. Jean, who cheerfully approached, a grin plastered across his face as he beheld the defeated Zhu Wuning. What do you intend to do? My master is the mountain sage. You, Zhu Wuning stammered, I don't give a damn. How dare you offend my brother? Today, I will strip you bare, Ma P. Jean retorted, extending his hands toward Zhu Wuning. The poor fellow, having had his cultivation completely sealed by Lin Yi, was utterly defenseless. Lin Yi, what is Ma P. Jean doing? Wang Xiaoya inquired with a perplexed expression. Nothing much. Just making a little profit. Best you look away. It might be a bit too much for you. Lin Yi replied dismissively. I am not small. I have grown quite ample. Thank you very much, Wang Xiaoya protested, puffing out her chest indignantly. Indeed, you are rather ample, Lin Yi acknowledged, nodding towards her, much more so than the average person. What are you staring at? Ah, Ma P. Jean, Zhu Wuning began, but was abruptly cut off. Shut it, you deserve this, Ma P. Jean exclaimed, delivering another resounding slap, his hands moving with increased urgency. Damn it, this spirit artifact is actually 5th tier, and these trousers as well, he muttered incredulously. What the hell, a grown man wearing a belly band. And it's also 5th tier. This is utterly absurd. The exclamations continued as Ma P. Jean skillfully stripped Zhu Wuning, leaving him entirely bare, even devoid of his shorts. Enraged, Zhu Wuning fainted from the humiliation. This is utterly disgraceful. This is too pathetic. What should we do about him, Amiga? Ma P. Jean asked, Just find a pit and toss him in. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Oh, all right. After saying this, Ma Pijin hoisted Zhu Wuning and marched toward the academy's exit, while Lin Yi returned inside, leaving the other students in a state of bewilderment. Why did these two work together so seamlessly? It seemed they had engaged in such antics before. In the following days, numerous challengers arrived at the academy, only to meet the same fate as Zhu Wuning, stripped and beaten into a pig's head, then unceremoniously discarded. A Pijin sighed. Why does only one come each day? It would be splendid to have more. That night, beneath a starry sky atop a mountain peak within the academy, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, his body radiating a cerulean glow, harmonizing with the stars above. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. It was Li Zhen. The 9-heaven star technique has reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Well done, Li Zhen remarked, nodding at Lin Yi. Uncle Li, what brings you here? Lin Yi inquired, halting his cultivation. Oh, just taking a stroll that I saw you here and wanted to check in, Li Zhen replied. But Uncle Li, this feels rather pointless. I can see through your intentions. Speak plainly. What is it? Lin Yi said, recognizing Li Zhen's tendency to seek him for a specific purpose. Nothing escapes your notice. The battle of the prodigies is about to commence, and chaos will soon ensue in the Qian domain. I plan to seal the academy during this period to ensure the students' safety. So you should... Lin Yi interjected. I see. You want me to leave, don't you? Although he intended to depart soon. He was eager to witness the battle of the prodigies, an event that attracted many hidden families and was linked to the elusive concept of fortune, something he could not afford to miss. Understood. I shall leave in a couple of days. By the way, Uncle Li, are you concealing something from me? You seem somewhat off that... No, not at all. With your intelligence, how could I possibly hide anything from you? Li Zhen stammered. Rest assured, I will take care of the senior brothers and sisters outside. They shall not encounter any troubles. But since I am leaving, perhaps a little reward for my efforts? Lin Yi pressed. Li Zhen sighed, bemused by Lin Yi's mercenary nature. You're asking for treasures even as you depart. Do you think I'm richer than you? With a resigned sigh, he produced an object resembling a brick and handed it to Lin Yi, albeit with evident reluctance. This is a 9th-tier secret treasure, the heaven-turning seal? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment upon examining the brick-like artifact. Indeed, it is my entire fortune. Just don't break it, Li Zhen cautioned. Uncle Li, your reasoning is flawed. You cannot take back a gift once given. I shall hold on to this for you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to, Lin Yi declared, swiftly stashing the artifact in his bag before hastily departing. Li Zhen was left speechless, muttering to himself, from now on, it's all on you. Be cautious. I have faith that nothing will be too challenging for you. After all, you are his son. As he watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, Li Zhen sighed and vanished into the ether. Mentor you, I must take my leave. I shall miss you dearly. Could you offer me some comfort before I go? Lin Yi lamented within the academy dormitory, where Yu Rushuang looked utterly bewildered. She had merely come to check on him, only to find him in tears. Are you truly leaving? She asked, her heart inexplicably heavy at the thought. Yes, I shall miss you. But there is no alternative. Could you comfort me just a little? Lin Yi implored. How am I to comfort you? She responded, flustered. I've lacked maternal affection since childhood. I long for someone to embrace me. Would you allow me a hug? Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't it? We are, she began, but Lin Yi cut in. What is inappropriate? You are my mentor and I am your student. It's perfectly normal for a mentor to provide warmth to a student. Surely you don't think otherwise? Well, if you insist, just for a moment. Yu Rushuang acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. However, in the next instant, she felt Lin Yi nuzzle against her chest, causing her face to flush crimson. Wow, so large and so fair. Lin Yi marveled internally, his excitement overwhelming him as he playfully squeezed. Suddenly, both were caught off guard at a thunderous voice echoed. Lin Yi, I didn't mean to. I was wrong. Please, don't slap me. The following morning, the sun bathed the earth in golden light, and Lin Yi was in high spirits. Not only had he acquired a 9th-tier treasure from Uncle Li, but he also managed to embrace Yu Rushuang, and even squeezed her. Though his cheeks still stung, the academy's entrance. A throng of people had gathered to bid him farewell. What happened to your face? Ma Pijin asked, perplexed. Who else in this academy could possibly contend with Lin Yi? Upon hearing those words, the countenance of Yu Shuang instantly flushed a deep crimson, a flicker of guilt emerging within her heart. And no, it's nothing that I accidentally bumped into something yesterday. Well, after I leave, you all must practice diligently. When I return, if I do not witness your progress, I shall be quite displeased. Yes, understood. Rest assured, Igo, we will definitely train hard. Good, good. Train well, and in the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall take you all out to see the world. All right, I won't say more that I'm off now. You Dao sure. I will miss you. Get lost. As Lin Yi walked out of the academy in a daze, the students looked on with expressions of reluctance. Among them, Yu Shuang felt a twinge of regret. She had intended to express some words of concern, but Lin Yi's unexpected statement had left her furious. However, recalling the events of the previous day, a small sense of happiness flickered within her heart. Is there some untold secret between you Daosher and Igo? Where is this place? The others gaze at Yu Shuang, their faces filled with confusion as they watch Lin Yi's receding figure. Ahem. Return to your training. Until I am satisfied, you are not permitted to emerge. Understood? With a light cough, Yu Shuang turned and strode inside, followed by the other students. Lin Yi was headed to participate in the Battle of the Elites. While they were to focus on their training, Chapter 46, Du Linge, the Du clan, I smiled triumphantly, my heart brimming with delight. On the winding mountain path, Lin Yi strolled leisurely while singing at the top of his lungs. His spirits exceptionally high, whoosh. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and a figure appeared before him, Du Ling. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yi was taken aback. Had she not left the academy long ago? How could she possibly be here? Lin Shitty, you certainly have an exquisite taste. Du Linger smiled at him. Not bad, but what brings you here, Du Shiji? Have you returned from your training? I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Lin Yi was further perplexed, unsure of her intentions. Lin Shitty, could you do me a favor? Du Linger inquired, her cheeks flushed and her eyes brimming with anticipation. Please feel free to ask, and I shall assist if I can. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? What? Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the situation. Had she really been waiting for him just to ask this? Was his charm truly that substantial? Yet he could not deny that Du Linger was quite attractive, having developed nicely. Lin Shitty, please do not misunderstand. I am in dire need of your help. I merely require you to pose as my boyfriend and accompany me home. I assure you, I will repay you. Du Linger hurriedly clarified, anxious that Lin Yi might misconstrue her intentions and think her a loose woman. Du Shiji, just tell me what you need. Sighing, Du Linger explained her predicament. As it turned out, her family belonged to a renowned clan, and they had arranged a betrothal for her at a young age, but she had no affection for the man. Consequently, she had come to the Piao Miao Academy to refine her skills. But recently, her family had sent word requiring her return. So, you want me to serve as a shield? Lin Yi grasped the situation and spoke up. Du Shiji, if you don't like him, why not simply call off the engagement? Why put yourself through this? Alas, my grandfather is overly focused on loyalty. The elder of the Song family once saved his life, so, another old man who traps his descendants. Lin Yi couldn't help but think of his own grandfather, who had often led him into troublesome situations that I shall assist. But how do you plan to proceed? Previously, I made an agreement with that Song sure. If I can find someone more outstanding than him within 2 years, he would consent to annul the engagement. Hence, is that a death wish? Such a name exists. Lin Yi was incredulous. Why did he keep encountering such formidable characters? First Wang Badan, then Ma Pijin, followed by Zhu Wuning. And now another Song? Sure, this was truly absurd. All right, I agree. However, I must attend to another matter and may not be able to stay long. Did I ask that acceptable? Thank you, Lin Shitty. That is perfectly fine. Currently, due to the Battle of the Elites, Song Sure has returned to his family. So as long as we return, all will be well. Du Linger exclaimed enthusiastically. Originally, she had intended to seek help from Lin Yi, but he had left the academy the very next day after the ranking competition and had not been seen since, leaving her no choice but to turn to Lin Yi. Very well, let us depart. Lin Yi nodded and followed Du Linger as they set off. As the two left, a sudden disturbance rippled through the space where Lin Yi had stood moments before. And a graceful figure emerged, shrouded in black cloth, a faint aura of murderous intent radiating from her. This was none other than Murong Wan'er, the very person Lin Yi had encountered in the Ferocious Beast mountain range. Lin Yi, this time you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With a cold snort, Murong Wan'er's figure flickered and vanished into the void once more. In the Qin domain, the Great Ming Kingdom, Qingyang Town, as one of the three major towns in the Great Ming Kingdom. This place was bustling with activity, countless figures meandering through the streets. At the entrance of Qingyang Town, two silhouettes descended from the skies. Having traveled for over a day, Lin Yi and Du Ling. Finally back, Du Linger gazed at the scene before her. Her expression complex. It was impossible not to miss home after being away for so long. Yet thoughts of her family's circumstances filled her with agitation. Lin Shitty, this is my hometown. Let's go inside. Linny nodded in agreement. For many years, he had been cultivating the village, and only recently had he come to the Piao Miao Academy, making him unfamiliar with such places. Stop! Just as they were about to enter the town, a loud voice rang out, and a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard approached them with a stern expression. The city gates are closed for today. Please return another time, he said coldly, eyeing Lin Yi and Du Linger. How dare you? I am Du Linger of the Du clan. Do you dare to obstruct me? Du Linger was furious. To be barred from entering her own home was utterly unacceptable. Du Linger, you are the young lady of the Du clan. However, I regret to inform you that even as the young lady, you cannot enter. Do you wish to die? Du Linger, this is the order of young Master Song. No one is permitted entry today, so hurry and leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and dozens of figures rushed in. Surrounding the two, the atmosphere became tense, clearly indicating a willingness to resort to violence at any moment. Song sure, I dare you to try and stop me. Today I shall enter, and let us see who dares to obstruct me. Du Linger felt her temper surge. She shouted angrily and stepped toward the city gates. Being denied entry to her own home was an affront, especially with Lin Yi accompanying her. If they could not resolve this, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Young Master Song has given orders. Anyone who dares to breach this is to be executed without mercy. Do not force my hand. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. A formidable aura emanating from him, a golden-level cultivator. Feeling the oppressive energy from the middle-aged man, Du Linger's expression darkened as she realized he had reached the golden level. I shall count to 3. If you do not leave, do not blame me. 1, slap. Just as the middle-aged man began counting, a loud crack echoed, and a bright red handprint appeared on his face. Who? Who struck me? Slap. Another resounding slap rang out, leaving a conspicuous handprint on the other side of his face. Kid, was it you? The middle-aged man seethed with anger, humiliated to have been slapped twice without seeing his assailant. His gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Aside from his men, only Lin Yi and Du Linger remained. His own men would not dare strike him, and Du Linger did not seem the type, leaving only the man before him as the likely culprit. Now you realize, such utter rubbish. What did you say? Not only are you foolish, but your hearing is also poor. How dare you act so arrogantly in such a pathetic state? Lin Yi scoffed disdainfully, then struck again with a resounding slap. This blow was significantly more forceful than the previous two, sending the middle-aged man flying while spewing blood from 2 broken teeth. You dare to hit me? You seek death? Kill him! The middle-aged man bellowed, prompting the surrounding soldiers to rush towards Lin Yi with lethal intent. Lin Yi, be careful. A mere throng of rabble. There is no reasoning with such imbeciles. If we must speak, let it be through our fists. Lin Yi sneered coldly, then stepped forward, charging at the group. Bang, bang, bang. With a flurry of over 100 punches, soon dozens lay sprawled on the ground. Their faces swollen grotesquely, the middle-aged man's visage the most astonishing of all, resembling a round ball with his features entirely obscured. Seeing this spectacle, Du Linger gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked by Lin Yi's decisiveness in taking action. However, this feeling was rather exhilarating. You dare to strike us? Let young Master Song know, and you will surely perish. To hell with young Master Song and young Master Ma. Anyone who dares provoke me shall be reduced to a mere pig. It seems you are quite unconvinced. I should have brought my P-Gene along. Now I must handle this myself. With a sinister grin, Lin Yi extended his hands towards the middle-aged man. What do you intend to do? I'm a member of the Song family. If you harm me, the Song family will not let you off, nor will the Wan'er. Bang! Another punch landed, and Lin Yi paid him no heed, commencing his method of denuding. Before long, the middle-aged man was stripped bare, left with not even his shorts. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. What kind of person is this? A pervert. While I have heard of women being stripped, I have never witnessed a man being stripped so thoroughly. If word of this gets out, how will we ever show our faces again? However, at this moment, they were so thoroughly beaten that they could hardly lift their legs, leaving them with no means of escape. Shortly after, dozens of bare figures appeared at the city gate. Lin Yi, this Dulinger, was left speechless. Lin Yi was far too ruthless, not only beating others to such a state, but stripping them of all dignity. Does Lin Yi have such a peculiar inclination? Never mind, these garments are wasted on him. Better to give them to someone in need. Sister Du, let us depart. After cursing loudly, Lin Yi swaggered into the city, with Dulinger hurrying to keep pace. Upon entering the city gate, Lin Yi was greeted by a bustling street filled with figures, his heart swelling with joy. This was indeed his first visit to such a place. Akin to Lu Lao Lao wandering through a manor, he was thrilled to gaze here and there. Chapter 47. The annulment of engagement. Qingyang Town, Du residence. This is my home. Once we enter, our titles should change. Otherwise, if others find out, Du Linger said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. In order to annul the engagement, she had no other choice. Very well. Shall I call you Ling then? Then I shall call you Ego. After their agreement, they stepped inside. Well, if it isn't my dear sister, why have you returned today? It seems you are eager to marry young Master Song after learning of his return, even after being so defiant before. Just as they entered, a sharp, cutting voice resonated as a young man clad in a white robe appeared beside them. Du Leisure, if you wish to ascend to the Song family, that is your affair. I have returned to annul my engagement, so step aside. Du Linger coldly retorted, her expression quite displeased upon seeing the man. Annul your engagement? Du Linger, you may not be aware, but young Master Song has just secured third place in the Wan'er's grand competition and has even broken through to the golden level. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, the young man scoffed. Songshur has reached the golden level. Du Linger's face paled at the news. Just then, a large hand clapped her shoulder. It was Lin Yi. Whether or not you can defeat him is not your concern. Why should you be worried about it? Lin Yi had never been one to endure grievances. If you provoke me, I will beat you so thoroughly that your mother won't recognize you. Back in the academy, I held back due to the old man's instructions and because Dean Li was involved. But now it matters not who you are. If you dare provoke me, I will make sure your mother won't recognize you. Golden level, platinum level. What do I care? You are so arrogant. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Oh, and what are you? Speak another word, and I will make sure your mother won't recognize you. Very well, since you dare to be so brazen, come forth and seize him. Let us see how you can make me unrecognizable. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures rushed from all directions, surrounding Lin. I dare you to try. Du Linger shouted fiercely. I could see that moment. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to obey. One was a young master, the other a young lady. What are you all doing? Hurry and apprehend him. Anyone who dares to move, do not blame me for being impolite. Both shouted with authority, and Du Ling even drew her sword, indicating her readiness to strike at any moment, which left the onlookers too intimidated to act. Du Leisure, is it? Though I do not know who bestowed upon you that name, it appears today I shall grant you your wish. Lin Yi erupted into laughter, taking a bold step forward. Just you. Du Leisure fumed, unleashing a powerful aura. However, the next second, he was left dumbfounded, for his aura had no effect on Lin Yi whatsoever. In an instant, Lin Yi landed a punch on his face, causing his right cheek to swell dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of punches left Du Leisure dazed and bewildered. Lin Yi's speed was so swift that he could barely even catch a glimpse, let alone defend himself. This pig head is quite decent, symmetrical on both sides. Go fetch your mother and see if she can recognize you. Desolation felt utterly despondent. You beat me up, and now you want my mother to come identify me? What about my dignity? Who dares to cause a ruckus in my residence? At that moment, a powerful voice boomed, and a middle-aged man in his 40s soared into view. This man was Du Tao, Du Linger's father and the current head of the Du family. Father, Du Linger exclaimed upon seeing him. Linger, you have returned. Why didn't you notify me? I could have sent someone to welcome you. And who is this? Good heavens, what sort of pig-headed creature dares to act wildly in my Du house? Seeking death. Upon seeing Desolation, who had been beaten into a pulp, Du Tao shouted angrily, delivering a kick that sent Desolation flying like a kite with its string cut. A mouthful of blood sprang forth. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Even Lin Yi was left speechless. This guy is ruthless, truly impressive. Father, it's me, Desolation. Desolation lamented internally, having just been pummeled and now being mistaken for a pig-headed creature by his own father. What a wretched fate. Huh. You are Desolation. What on earth happened? Du Tao exclaimed in shock, feeling a bit embarrassed that he did not recognize his own son and mistook him for a pig-headed creature. Father, it's like this. Du Linger recounted the events that transpired, including the incident at the city gate. Sighing, Du Tao replied, Linger, it is my failure as a father. I am sorry. This must be young Master Lin. Yes, the previous matters are indeed not your fault. You truly have a means to assist Linger in annulling the engagement? I will do my utmost. Lin Yi nodded and said, I am truly grateful to you. With a companion like you, Linger, I feel reassured. However, the strength of the Song family is indeed formidable, and I have heard that a significant figure from the 10,000 Demon Sect has also arrived here, which explains the earlier scene at the city gate, a prominent figure from the 10,000 Demon Sect. Father, do you know who that is? Du Linger asked anxiously. This could potentially affect her decision to withdraw from the engagement, and she needed to be cautious. Well, I am not entirely certain that it is said that he has an impressive background, and even the leader of the 10,000 Demon Sect holds him in high regard. What? Upon hearing this, Du Linger's expression changed dramatically. If even the leader of the 10,000 Demon Sect respects him, then who could he be? With him here it might be. She instinctively glanced at Lin Yi. While he merely shook his head, dismissively, he could roughly guess who had come, but why was he here? Alas, let us just go inside for now. You all assist the young master in applying some medicine. Understood? After speaking, Lin Yi and the others proceeded inside. Meanwhile, in Xingyang Town at the Song family estate, within the grand hall, several members of the Song family were engaged in lively conversation. Seated at the highest position was a young man, Jiang Chun. Rest assured, young Master Jiang, your matters are our Song family's matters. We will certainly assist you in finding it, spoke a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, named Song Zhong, who was the current head of the Song family. Indeed, young Master Jiang, do not worry. Our Jiang family will fully cooperate with you. Well then, I appreciate your efforts. If it weren't for the grand competition of talents, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Jiang Chun replied with a nod. Suddenly, a frantic voice interrupted. This is bad. A major crisis has arisen. A group of nearly a dozen shirtless men rushed in, their rather comical appearance drawing stares. How dare you? Do you not see that I am entertaining distinguished guests? Are you seeking death? Song Zhong roared angrily. However, upon seeing their appearance, he became speechless. Song Chung, what is the meaning of this? Head of the family. You must take charge. We were just at the city gate. What? That little girl from the Du family is so audacious. This is utterly intolerable. Someone go to the Du family and bring that little girl back. How dare she strike someone from the Song family? Song Zhong raged, furious that the Song family, the foremost family in Xingyang Town, could be so insulted. Father, now is not the time for that. Linger is to become your daughter-in-law. This would not be good at all. Here, Song Chung has brought some spirit stones. Consider a compensation for your losses, but be more cautious next time. Not everyone can be stopped, understand? Yes, young master, Song Chung replied, his face pale as he nodded and left, feeling aggrieved. Did you not say that no one could enter? And now you are blaming me? He thought, but dared not voice his frustrations. What sort of person is this Du Ling? Rest assured, Brother Jiang, she is my fiancée, Yi, and it will not affect us. That is for the best. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Jiang Chun stated coldly. Yes, 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 certainly. Song Shi repeatedly nodded, his heart racing that he knew well that Jiang Chen's background was immense. Even the leader of the 10,000 demon sect held him in high esteem, let alone a small family like his own, that if he disrupted Jiang Chen's plans, it could lead to the annihilation of the Song family at a mere wave of his hand. Young master, this is terrible. Just then, another voice rang out, causing both Song father and son to look extremely grim. Are they truly intent on this? One after another, proclaiming calamities. What is happening? A middle-aged man in his 30s entered. Sensing an ominous atmosphere filled with a faint killing intent, I report to you, head of the family and young master, that the Du family has come, and they demand a withdrawal from the engagement. What did you say? Song Shi roared in fury. The Du family wishes to withdraw from the engagement. Yes, young master, Du Linger has brought a young man to announce the withdrawal. Boom! In an instant, Song Shi erupted, a fierce aura emanating from him, causing a tempest to whip through the hall, shattering tables and chairs into powder. Where are they? In the front courtyard. The middle-aged man was horrified. He had not anticipated the young master would react with such fury, indicating that this situation was indeed dire. Song Shi. At that moment, Jiang Chun voiced his displeasure. Gradually, Song Shi's aura began to dissipate. I apologize, Brother Jiang. It is of no concern. Is there anything you require assistance with? No, it is merely the Du family. I can handle this. I will go and take a look at. I hope Brother Jiang will not take offense. Go ahead. I will accompany you to see. With that, they all headed towards the front courtyard. Chapter 48. A reunion with Jiang Chun in Qingyang City. At the Song family estate's front courtyard, Du Linger felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She understood that withdrawing from the engagement was no simple matter. But she had no desire to marry Song Shi. With no other choice, she steeled herself to come. In contrast, Lin Yi appeared remarkably at ease, sipping tea while muttering. What kind of tea is this? It's worse than what my pet Wonkai drinks. Is this fit for human consumption? And this water tastes worse than what my little black uses to wash his feet. The members of the Song family could only look on in disbelief. Are you here to drink tea, or what? Were it not for the Du family's influence, would you even think of drinking tea? Go drink urine instead. Moreover, this tea is a precious biluakan. Most people can't even get a taste. And here you are, nitpicking. If it weren't for the presence of the Du family, I would have beaten you senseless. Free tea, and yet you complain? Head of the family. At that moment, a voice rang out as Song Zhong and others entered. Upon seeing them, Lin Yi immediately recognized his old acquaintance. Jiang Chun. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's face, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He missed Jiang Chun immensely. After all, the items from their last encounter had proven very useful, and several beautiful senior sisters at the academy had treated him exceptionally well. What is he doing here? Upon spotting Lin Yi, Jiang Chen's face darkened. The memory of being robbed by Lin Yi left him feeling quite unhappy. Yet, he had no means to confront Lin Yi. In terms of lineage, Lin Yi was of a higher status, being the young master of the Lin clan, while he was merely a scion, lacking any real confidence. Even with the swordsmanship inheritance from Li Tai Bai. Brother Jiang, do you know him? Know him? Who knows him? Jiang Chen snapped that I wish I could avoid him altogether. Oh, upon hearing this, Song Shi felt a slight relief. If Jiang Chen knew him, it would complicate matters. The fact that they did not know each other was preferable to Du Tao. What brings you to my Song family? I hear you wish to withdraw from the engagement. It seems you do not regard my Song family with any respect. Song Zhong's tone was icily cold. The arrival of the female party to withdraw from the engagement was an immense affront. One he could not accept. Brother Song, you are mistaken. This marriage was a mistake from the outset. What era are we in now? Matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. We, being older, should refrain from meddling. Du Tao replied with a slight smile. To be honest, he felt uncertain about the situation. Had it not been for Du Linger insisting on coming, he would have hesitated to show up. After all, Song Shi's strength was formidable, and if the engagement could not be retracted, it would bring disgrace to the Du family. Linger, you know how I have treated you. Do you not understand what this means? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? The speaker is Song Shi. To be frank, he holds a considerable fondness for Du Linger. for her physique, beauty, and innate talent are all remarkably admirable. To have the opportunity to court such a woman is indeed a privilege. Although he has several paramours within the Wan'er zone, it is quite normal for a man of stature to have multiple wives. However, Song Shi believes that matters of the heart cannot be forced. If I do not harbor affection for you, I cannot possibly marry you. We had an agreement in the past, and thus I have come here today, though we are no longer young. Let us not squander our time. Du Ling'er let out a cold huff. Dislike is dislike, and coercion yields no fruitful outcome. In her heart, she had already resolved to call off the engagement. Even if it meant facing death, she would never wed him. Ha ha ha. Splendid. It appears you have come prepared this time. So, it is this brat who wishes to defeat me. That will not be an easy feat. Young man, do not say I did not warn you. Aspiring to rise could cost you your life. So think carefully. At that moment, a murderous, intense surge within him directed at Lin Yi. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anything he desired yet could not attain. Damn it, this fool. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Chun cursed inwardly. This idiot actually harbored murderous thoughts against Lin Yi. Was he seeking death? Nonetheless, he had no intention of intervening, for Lin Yi's fate held no relevance to him. And with Lin Yi present, perhaps his own matters would resolve. Oh, is that so? I must admit, you possess a great deal of audacity. Given your words, if I do not make you call me father today, I would be remiss. Such insolence, the audacity of this young brat to act so arrogantly. Does he truly perceive my Song family as a soft target? I had no desire to stir up trouble. Matters of affection are straightforward. Love is love, and dislike is dislike. Since Ling'er does not favor you, it would suffice to annul the engagement. Must you insist on believing yourself superior? If that is the case, I shall resort to my own methods to resolve this. Ha ha, splendid. It has been years since anyone dared to speak thusly in my presence. Today, you shall surely meet your demise. And you, Du Ling'er, you wretched woman, do you think you can escape my grasp? It is impossible. Song Shi spoke coldly in that moment. A singular thought consumed him. To kill Lin Yi and subject Du Ling'er to utter humiliation. Song Shi, enough? What use is there in saying so much? Come. Just as Du Ling'er was about to say something, Lin Yi interjected. This fool still wishes to kill me. He is utterly unaware of his own peril. Yet he found himself intrigued by Jiang Chen's presence. He knew that Jiang Chen would not appear in a place devoid of treasures. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Die. Song Shi bellowed, unleashing a ferocious aura that erupted from his being. In an instant, a tempest roared, and waves of blinding light coalesced around his fist. Die. With that utterance, Song Shi, like a specter, appeared directly before Lin Yi, striking down without a moment's hesitation. He intended to demonstrate the consequences of offending him. One could not deny that Song Shi's strength was commendable. His punch was formidable indeed. It's over. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun pressed a hand to his forehead. Lin Yi, be cautious. Du Ling'er shouted anxiously, realizing that Song Shi's power exceeded her expectations. Lin Yi was under her protection, and should anything happen to him, she could never forgive herself. However, in the next second, she was utterly taken aback. As Song Shi's punch bore down upon him, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly. With his right hand clawed, he effortlessly reached forward, grasping that ferocious punch as if it were but a feather. His hand clamped down like an iron vice, rendering Song Shi's struggles utterly futile. Impossible. Who are you? How can this be? Song Shi was struck with terror. His full-force strike had been effortlessly thwarted. How could this be? He was aware that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden second tier. A full-force punch should not be so easily withstood, even by someone of the golden fourth tier. There is nothing impossible. Do you think yourself formidable? In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. With a cold snort, Lin Yi exerted force with his right hand, lifting Song Shi effortlessly. Then came his signature series of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Lifting Song Shi, Lin Yi mercilessly slammed him into the ground. In an instant, anguish cries echoed, and the onlookers gaped in horror. Song Shi was being treated as a mere punching bag, pounded down with increasing intensity, his face swelling grotesquely. Stop! Song Zhong bellowed, his expression akin to one who had lost 18 fathers. Yet Lin Yi paid him no mind, continuing his relentless assault. You dare to harbor murderous intent against me? Is this not courting death? I command you to cease. Song Zhong roared, releasing an aura of terrifying wrath. He was genuinely enraged. Brother Song, this is not appropriate. Such matters should be resolved by the youth themselves. Your interference is unwarranted, Du Tao interjected, stepping forward to shield Song Zhong. Compared to Song Zhong, he was in high spirits, never anticipating that his daughter's choice would be so formidable, able to overpower the so-called top genius of Qingyang Town. Song sure, and, at such a young age, if he were granted a few more years, the Du family could dominate Qingyang Town with this advantageous connection. How effortless that would be. Du Tao, you mean? Do you seek to provoke a conflict with my Song family? Humph. Song Zhong, I shall state this clearly. This is a matter for the younger generation. Should they engage, I shall not intervene, but if you intend to strike, you must first pass through me. What of war? Does my Du family fear you? At this moment, Du Tao was resolute, prepared to protect Lin Yi at all costs. Very well, should you wish to strike. Then come. Just then, Lin Yi executed a complete 360-degree turn and flung Song Shi away toward Song Zhong, addressing him directly. Having struck your son, what shall I do about you? I shall strike you as well. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, both Du Tao and Du Ling are paled. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi would dare to confront Song Zhong, who possessed the strength of the Golden Seven Stars. Although he had just battered Song Shi, how could he possibly stand against Song Zhong? Very well. How brazen of you to disregard my Song family. Today, you shall surely die. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face the full might of the Song family. Upon hearing this, Du Tao's expression soured considerably. He had been bold enough to confront Song Zhong because he held the moral high ground, but now that Lin Yi intended to challenge Song Zhong, he could not intervene. Moreover, should a conflict arise, the Du family's strength was lacking. At that moment, Jiang Chun spoke up. With a single step forward, a breathtaking sword aura manifested, directly suppressing Song Zhong's presence. Young Master Jiang. The entire assembly was left in shock. Even Song Zhong wore a face of confusion. Was Jiang Chun not one of their own? Why was he obstructing him? Master Song, please refrain. This matter pertains to the younger generation. And your intervention is misplaced, Jiang Chun sighed. Yet, inwardly, he felt a wave of disdain. Were it not for my own need for you, I would not bother to intervene. With your paltry strength, you dare challenge Lin Yi? If he were to be killed, who would I turn to for assistance? Chapter 49. Dragon Essence Humph. Out of respect for young Master Jiang, I shall spare you today, but next time, bang! Just as Song Zhong contemplated sparing Lin Yi for Jiang Chen's sake, a fist suddenly struck his face, instantly bestowing upon him a panda-like eye. You fool! If you lack the courage to act, then say so plainly. Why all this pretense? If you will not strike, then I shall. Lin Yi sneered, unleashing an overwhelming aura that engulfed the entire courtyard, causing all present to flee in terror. Who are you? In that moment, Song Zhong was utterly flustered. The strength of this individual far surpassed his own. How could this be? This person appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet possessed such formidable power. Who could possibly be behind him? How could I have even considered striking him? My heavens, realizing this, he felt a tremor of fear grip his heart. As for who I am, that is beyond your comprehension. With a decisive stride, Lin Yi lunged forward, delivering a brutal barrage of blows to Song Zhong's face. Exhibiting an astonishing ferocity, poor Song Zhong was utterly defenseless, and before long, he was reduced to a grotesque visage resembling that of a swollen pig's head, a perfect match alongside his son Song Shi. Lin, brother, that should suffice. It would be quite undesirable to kill him. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Chen finally spoke, genuinely fearful that Lin Yi might take things too far, as he still required Song Zhong's assistance for his own matters. Humph. At this remark, Lin Yi let out a cold snort and eventually ceased his onslaught. The sight of Song Zhong in his current pitiful state was nothing short of tragic. Not only did he resemble a pig, but he had also lost several teeth, blood gushing from his mouth. I am eternally grateful for your mercy, Lin, brother. Now, what are you all waiting for? Shouldn't you quickly present the marriage contract? Are you seeking death? Why, yes, yes, yes. Song Zhong and his son felt a deep pang of humiliation. To be beaten so thoroughly and still be compelled to annul the marriage was a grave affront. Yet Lin Yi's overwhelming prowess and seemingly formidable background rendered them utterly cowed. Had they not witnessed Jiang Chen's profound respect towards him, they dared not voice any objections. Subsequently, both parties annulled the engagement. And Lin Yi returned with Du Ling and others. Jiang brother, what on earth is his background? Even you. After everyone had departed, Songshi could no longer contain his curiosity. Not inquire into matters best left untouched. He is not someone you can provoke. The fact that he spared you is already a favor to me. Here are some recovery pills. They will aid your injuries. Once this matter concludes, I assure you, you will not be neglected. Yes, thank you, Jiang brother. In Xingyang City, at the Du residence, Lin Yi wore a perplexed expression. Since his return, Du Tao and Du Ling, his parents, had gazed upon him as if he were a treasured gem, their eyes gleaming with admiration, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Lin Xinzi, oh no, son-in-law, I never expected you to be so formidable. For Ling Yi to be with you is indeed her fortune from 3 lifetimes. Ha ha ha, truly a manifestation of ancestral blessings. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Du Tao interjected eagerly, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. Imagining that his daughter had found such an impressive figure, he thought to himself, wouldn't the Du family reign supreme in Xingyang town henceforth? Father, Iga seems a bit weary. Let him rest for a moment, please. In contrast to her father's exuberance, Du Ling felt somewhat awkward. After all, Lin Yi was merely assisting her, not genuinely interested in her. This thought left her feeling a tinge of disappointment. Lin Yi was not only handsome and powerful, but also willing to lend a helping hand. As a girl, it was impossible not to feel a flutter in her heart. However, she was acutely aware that her own qualities did not match. Right. Lin Xinzi should rest. I shan't intrude further. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. By the way, Ling, make sure to spend quality time with Lin Xinzi tonight. Be proactive. Here, I have a precious manual, one developed during an intimate moment with your mother. Study it diligently. With that, Du Tao produced a well-kept manual titled The 36 Strategies of Love before taking his leave. That manual? Du Ling stared at the book in her hands, confusion etched across her face. What did her father mean by this? Why present her with such a manual? As she flipped it open, her cheeks flushed crimson. This was certainly not a manual in the conventional sense. It was. She cautiously glanced at Lin Yi, relieved to find that he was not paying attention, and quickly concealed the manual. Lin Shitty, I truly appreciate your help this time. Please let me know if you require anything. I'll prepare it for you. Miss Du, you are too kind. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. However, I may need to stay here for a few more days. Would that be acceptable? Absolutely. Please feel free to remain as long as you like. Then I thank you. Miss Du, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right. Lin Yi exited, while Du Ling instinctively retrieved the manual her father had given her. Her face still flushed as she began to peruse it. That night, the moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the Du residence, which glowed brightly beneath the celestial glow, resembling a maiden clad in delicate silk. Breathtakingly beautiful. On the rooftop of the Du residence, Lin Yi sat serenely, quietly observing the scenery beside him. A gentle breeze tousled his hair and billowed his robes, making him appear ethereal, akin to a celestial being, enchanting all who beheld him. Come forth. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke softly. I never anticipated Lin brother to possess such refined tastes. The air shimmered, and a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Jiang Chun. While my taste may not be particularly refined, the prospect of treasures arriving does elevate my spirits. Would you not agree, Jiang brother? At this remark, Jiang Chun fell silent, recalling how Lin Yi had previously seized many valuable items from him, leaving him quite displeased. However, in the next moment, a broad smile graced his face. It seems Lin brother anticipated my arrival and chose to wait for me. Speak. What assistance do you seek from me? Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging him. Lin brother is direct, so I shall be as well. I have come to request your assistance. Oh, It wouldn't involve the lairs or tombs of ancient masters again, would it? Last time, you took all the benefits for yourself, leaving me with naught. Lin Yi replied with a smile, recalling the great boon he had received from the last venture. Have you ever heard of dragon essence? Dragon essence? You possess information about it? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled at the mention. He was well aware that dragon essence was a treasure of the dragon clan, rumored to have the ability to alter a person's constitution, potentially endowing them with a celestial dragon body, and it greatly benefited one's cultivation. However, dragons were exceedingly rare and formidable. How could an ordinary person possibly acquire such a treasure? His gaze turned inquisitive towards Jiangchen. Is this lad truly so fortunate? How does he know about everything? I stumbled upon this information by chance at the Wan'er sect. It is said that not far from Qingyang town lies a mountain range known as the Fallen Dragon Range, where a 7th-tier demon dragon once fell. A 7th-tier demon dragon. Lin Yi was astonished. A 7th-tier demon dragon equated to a superpower at the starry human level. If dragon essence truly emerged, it would be an unparalleled treasure. Why would you share this information with me? Wouldn't it be better to keep it all for yourself? Previously, I did entertain such thoughts. However, I have recently learned that other clans have also emerged. Along with various hidden masters, with my current strength, I could handle one or two, but against a larger number, I would struggle. Thus, I thought you'd so. What do you say? Jiangchen replied with a grin. Confident that Lin Yi could not resist such temptation. Others from different clans. You say? Lin Yi's eyes gleamed at this revelation. The emergence of members from the 4 great families suggested that significant events were afoot. However, he felt no trepidation. Harassing children was indeed rather dull, that if a fight were to occur, it would be against those who were ripe for plucking. Very well, but let us agree on the distribution beforehand. Otherwise, you may end up taking it all again, and that would be a considerable loss. Fear not, Lin brother. This time, I assure you it will be different. Should we acquire the treasure, we shall split it evenly. How does that sound? Good. Lin Yi nodded. He was well aware of Jiangchen's character. An even split was out of the question. Yet he too held a similar mindset, and in the end, it would depend on their respective abilities. I will investigate this matter over the next few days. Once I have news, I will inform you immediately. You will likely remain here during this period, correct? Indeed. With that, Jiangchen took his leave, and Lin Yi also departed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During these 5 days, Lin Yi stayed at the Du residence, occasionally venturing out. Whether it was due to the upcoming heroic war or the leakage of information regarding dragon essence. A steady stream of visitors arrived in Qingyang town, further enhancing its already bustling atmosphere. Inside a tavern room in Qingyang town, a woman clad in black gazed gravely at the figure kneeling before her. Are you certain of what you have said? Your Excellency, I must convey the utmost truth. Our esteemed master has instructed me to inform you that it is imperative to seize the dragon essence. And moreover, other individuals of significance are also en route. Dragon essence, you say? Very well, I have understood. You may return now. Mu Qiuan nodded, and in an instant the cloaked figure vanished. To be honest, she was rather taken aback. She had originally come here with the intention of eliminating Lin Yi, only to discover the unexpected presence of dragon essence. This was truly astonishing, and it seemed that the sect had dispatched others as well. This situation was becoming rather troublesome indeed. Chapter 50. The Ji family, Ji Ming in Qingyang town, within the Yulong mountain range. A vast expanse of towering mountains stretched before one's eyes, interspersed with dense forests, occasionally interrupted by the fearsome roars of savage beasts, creating an atmosphere of terror. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds echoed through the air, and 2 figures appeared atop a colossal ancient tree. None other than Lin Yi and Jiangchen. There truly a fallen demon dragon here? Lin Yi inquired, glancing around, perplexed, as he sensed no trace of energy. Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated this matter. Several millennia ago, a demon dragon did indeed perish here. Additionally, I previously dispatched individuals to scout the area ahead. There's a particularly peculiar location that I believe is where we must go. Jiangchen affirmed with a nod. Then we shall. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak further, several more piercing sounds resonated, and 3 figures swiftly soared past, heading toward the horizon. This is not good. It seems others share our intentions, Jiang Chen remarked, his expression darkening that I hadn't anticipated that there would be others swifter than ourselves. Let us pursue them and see. Lin Yi's countenance was equally grim. After all, the presence of more competitors meant diminished opportunities for him. Consequently, the two of them ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight that a quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi and Jiang Chen paused, confronted by a vast, bottomless chasm before them, where the three figures they had observed earlier had also halted. Senior brother, is there truly something we seek within this abyss? A young man clad in a blue robe spoke, casting a wary glance at the unfathomable depths. Absolutely. A member of my family once discovered a bloody dragon scale here. This indeed marks the site of a divine dragoness fall. However, due to the urgency of the situation at the time, we did not venture down to investigate. Subsequently, that elder met with an untimely demise, severing the flow of information. I only recently learned of this. A man in his late 20s nodded in agreement, his expression brimming with excitement that a divine dragon. What a treasure it would be. If we were to obtain it, we would undoubtedly secure our place in the upcoming competition of prodigies. Our master would be immensely pleased. Another young man, approximately 21 or 22 years old, exclaimed with fervor, "3 mere wretches aspire to claim such treasures. How foolish!" At that moment, a voice emerged, causing the three to pale in shock. "Who goes there? Step forth and cease your pretentious antics." Whoosh! With a swift motion, a young man clad in golden armor emerged from the void, wielding a golden sword. His commanding presence radiated a formidable aura, reminiscent of a war deity beneath the sun's glow. "Who are you to dare covet our treasure? My master is a figure of renown, the celestial cloud sage. Recognize your place and depart at once." The celestial cloud sage, you say? Allow me to enlighten you. I am Ji Ming. Ji Ming, you hail from the Ji family? Upon hearing that name, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically, for their master was a reclusive expert, well aware of the Ji family's reputation. Didn't it say that the 4 prominent families dwell in seclusion? How is it that we encounter a member of the Ji family here? Ah, you are aware of my family. However, it matters not, for soon you shall all become corpses. The golden-armored man snorted dismissively, stepping forward to engage the three in combat, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. "Ji Ming, I never expected you to be here as well." Upon seeing the golden-armored man, Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing him as a fellow member of the 4 prominent families. The Ji family. It seems rather affluent. In contrast to Jiang Chen, Lin Yi's gaze was fixated intently on Ji Ming's armor, realizing it was of the 8th tier, if he could strip it from him. After spending so much time with Ma Pai Jin, he had unwittingly developed a taste for the thrill of undressing. The T.O. slay us will not be so simple. Let us fight back, with a resounding shout. The 3 of them surged forward, determined to confront Ji Ming. Merely a trio of insignificant creatures, Ji Ming scoffed derisively, waving his hand to unleash a radiant golden sword beam that cleaved through the air. The brilliance of the blade shattered trees in its path with ease. Bang! 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 The sword beam was overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, the 3 were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. How can you be this strong? Impossible! The trio's faces contorted in disbelief. Even when combining their strength, they could not withstand a single strike from their adversary. How could this be? There is nothing impossible about it. Perish! With another swing of his sword. The 3 did not even have time to scream before they were cleaved into 6 pieces, dead beyond revival. Come forth. After dispatching the 3, Ji Ming coldly surveyed the void to his left, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Truly a genius of the Ji family. His strength is remarkable. Yet in my presence, you shall find only death. As his words faded, the air began to shimmer, and a figure cloaked in black emerged. The man bore an unusual appearance, with 3 eyes upon his forehead, and he stood in the air, devoid of any discernible aura, as though he were not present at all, that a member of the 3-eyed demon clan. I did not expect the demon race to make an appearance, Ji Ming remarked coldly, though a hint of concern flickered across his face. 3 millennia ago, my clan descended, had it not been for your 4 prominent families. we would have already informed the entire Wanling continent of our return. Now, we have returned, and none shall stand in our way. Prepare to become a trophy for our banner." With that, the three-eyed man vanished from sight in an instant. Is that so?" Slash! With a derisive smirk, Ji Ming wielded his sword and struck at the empty space behind him. Immediately, the void trembled, and the voice of the three-eyed man was forced out. "How could you possibly discern my location? This is inconceivable. Inconceivable. I once drove your kind away, and I can do so again. I have yet to slay a member of the demon race. You should be the first to fall beneath my blade. Kill." The long sword danced, radiating golden brilliance that a beam of light akin to the sun erupted from Ji Ming's hand, sending a multitude of sword beams toward the three-eyed man. The sword beams devoured the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword beams rained down, the area within 100 miles erupted with explosive force, rendering it utterly terrifying. Alas for the three-eyed man. Under the onslaught of the sword beams, he was ensnared, unable to evade their grasp, and was left with no choice but to endure the assault. Moments later, as the sword beams faded, the three-eyed man's condition was dire, dark blood oozing from his body. Now is the time to strike. If I do not act now, when will I? Having sustained such grievous injuries from Ji Ming, the three-eyed man let out a roar, and simultaneously, two ghostly figures materialized beside him, causing the void to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the two figures charged toward Ji Ming. Their sudden appearance caught Ji Ming off guard, and he was sent hurtling backward. "You are formidable, yet you shall still perish at my hands." Observing this scene, the three-eyed man sneered, joining forces with the two figures to confront Ji Ming. "Is that so? Have a look behind you." The three-eyed man was taken aback. Upon turning, he beheld a figure wielding a multicolored spear, none other than Lin Yi. Simultaneously, another figure beside him, Jiang Chun, swung down a massive hammer with great force. Boom! The spear struck fiercely, and the hammer crashed thunderously. The two had appeared so suddenly that they sent the three-eyed man and the other figure flying, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. "You did this on purpose. What other choice did I have? Do you truly believe you can eliminate me?" With a cold snort, holding a long sword, Ji Ming charged forward. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the 6 individuals on both sides. Boom! 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 Each party comprised formidable fighters, and as they clashed, the intensity of their confrontation reached explosive heights within 100 miles. Everything was rendered null and void in that moment. Die, with a long spear in hand. Lin Yi let out a disdainful snort, and immediately 9 dragon shadows appeared, rushing towards the three-eyed man. The 9 dragons conquering the heavens was overwhelming. The unfortunate three-eyed man, already injured, stood no chance against this strike and was engulfed by the colossal dragon. Yet this was not the end. Lin Yi swiftly moved his right hand, launching the spear he held. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Instantly, the three-eyed man's body was pierced by the spear, and his life force gradually faded away. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi resolved his battle, the other 2 also successively dispatched their opponents. Thus, the battle concluded. "Jiang Chun, it's you? I didn't expect to find you here. And who is this?" Upon seeing the two, Ji Ming exclaimed in surprise. Previously, he had sensed someone in his presence, but had no idea who it was, only to realize it was Jiang Chun. Ji Ming, how come you are here? This is Lin Yi, the young patriarch of the Lin family. You must have heard of him. Lin Yi, it's actually you. I never expected to see you here. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Ji Ming was even more astonished. Among the 4 great families, the other 3 families maintained interactions, but the Lin family was different. They had remained reclusive for many years, said to be undergoing some family crisis. Encounter the divine body of the Lin family here was truly unexpected. Are you also here for the demon dragon? Ji Ming inquired. You know about the demon dragon? Indeed, it's not just me. Many people are aware of this news now, which is why my family sent me here. Soon, I fear many others will arrive, and this place will become quite lively. How did you learn of the demon dragon's news? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. It seemed as though he was the only one uninformed. Others were already aware. In truth, this is not a secret. The demon dragon was a traitor of the dragon clan, who allied with the demon clan. Eventually, it was slain here by an elder of my clan. Many know this news. But it is understandable that you Lin family members who have remained hidden are unaware. Chapter 51. The Arrival of the Strong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned to Jiang Chun. Well, I actually knew about it long ago. I just didn't know its exact location. I wasn't trying to deceive you. Jiang Chun replied, feeling exasperated. So, what exactly are you here for? Lin Yi said, unsatisfied, realizing he had been misled. Reflecting on it, Jiang Chun's purpose for being here was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, how could it involve both the Tomb of the Kings and the Demon Dragon? Of course, it's for the Battle of the Prodigies. Are you not here for that? The Battle of the Prodigies? Isn't that just a competition for geniuses in the Qian domain? Given your status, you would specifically come out for that. Lin Yi expressed his confusion. If not for the rumored connection between the Battle of the Prodigies and destiny, he would not have considered participating. Who told you the Battle of the Prodigies is merely a competition for the Qian domain? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Chun and Ji Ming looked at him in disbelief. What do you mean? It seems your Lin family has indeed remained hidden for too long. The Battle of the Prodigies, also known as the Battle of Destiny, is not limited to the Qian domain. The youth from the entire eastern wilderness will participate. It is said that the victor will receive information about immortals. Immortals? Lin Yi was utterly astonished. Immortals are beings that transcend humanity, cultivating through 8 levels, from Black Iron to Glory Monarch, 1 level per day. It is rumored that even above the Glory Monarch, there exist other ranks, collectively referred to as immortals. However, the path to becoming an immortal is elusive, and no one truly knows if it exists. Many regard it as mere legend. Yet, as a member of one of the 4 great families, he understood that immortals are not just a fable, but a tangible reality. However, it is said that the path to immortality in the myriad spirits continent has been severed, making it nearly impossible to achieve. I never expected that this Battle of the Prodigies would concern immortals. Indeed, the path to immortality is elusive. Just think about it. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Therefore, this Battle of the Prodigies will see countless prodigies emerge. Even the members of the Imperial clan will participate. Ji Ming nodded in agreement, though his expression darkened. The Imperial clan is the most powerful among the 4 great families. If it were the Lin family in its prime, they might have had a chance to contend, but now the Lin family has declined. What? Are you saying that desolation is also participating? Indeed, the divine body of the Imperial clan, desolation. Ji Ming's gaze turned to Lin Yi. It is rumored that Lin Yi is also a divine body, yet his strength seems a bit desolation. Upon hearing that name, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He certainly knew about the divine body of the Imperial clan. It was a figure renowned throughout the myriad spirits continent, someone he had heard of since childhood. In a way, if that guy shows up, who could possibly match him? What is the point for the others? Jiang Chun felt despair. He had hoped to make a name for himself, but now it seemed futile. Although he believed his strength was decent, it was incomparable to that of desolation. Forget it. The Battle of the Prodigies is not limited to the eastern wilderness. Even if he appears, he may not necessarily participate here. So we still have hope. Since we're here, let us venture down and see. Perhaps we might gain some fortuitous encounter. Besides, it won't be long before more people arrive, and it would be troublesome to go down then. Good. The 3 nodded and flew directly into the abyss. Just after they departed, a large group of people flew over. The traces of battle here indicate that someone has beaten us to it. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a crown, his expression somewhat grim. What should we do, senior brother? Whoever dares to touch me, Murong Wan'er, shall undoubtedly perish. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, then vanished as he flew down into the abyss. The others followed suit, all choosing to descend without any intention of relinquishing this opportunity. Returning to Lin Yi, as he flew down from the cliff, he felt a faint pressure that grew stronger with each descent. Ultimately, even he could only shield himself with spiritual energy to withstand the mounting pressure. Roar! At that moment, a colossal roar echoed. Instantly, the faces of the 3 lit up with joy, for the sound was that of a dragon's roar. It should be just ahead, Jiang Chun exclaimed, then accelerated forward, with Lin Yi and Ji Ming not far behind. matching his pace. After a while, the three arrive at a vast clearing, their expressions filled with astonishment. Before them lay a dragon bone, stretching thousands of feet long, its dark body shimmering with black light, emanating a terrifying pressure. Roar! Just then, another roar resonated as a miniature black dragon appeared in their sight. This little black dragon was only a few feet long, yet the aura it exuded was identical to that of the dragon bone. Dragon soul. Upon witnessing this, Ji Ming exclaimed in surprise, his face alight with joy. The so-called dragon soul is merely the soul of a dragon that has condensed into a physical form. It is said that the dragon race is a remarkable species. Upon death, their 3 souls and 7 spirits do not descend into hell, but wander in space, waiting for a chance to condense into a dragon soul, potentially allowing them to resurrect. Of course, this is merely a legend, and no one truly knows its veracity. However, the dragon soul is indeed a precious treasure. Consuming it can nourish one's spiritual power, and there's a chance to acquire an invincible skill from its original owner. Lin Yi whoosh, just as Jiangchan was about to speak, 2 piercing sounds broke the air, and Lin Yi and Ji Ming simultaneously lunged towards the tiny dragon. Damn it! Jiangchan swore, rushing forward as well. He had no intention of letting the dragon's soul slip away. In an instant, the 3 unleashed their full power, engaging in an intense battle. The dragon soul is mine. I hope you can give me some convenience, and I will compensate you later. The 3 individuals were all exceptionally powerful, and the dragon soul was not something to be trifled with. Consequently, none of them could seize it at that moment. Ji Ming, unable to conceal his displeasure, spoke up. Ji Ming, perhaps you should withdraw. I can offer you compensation. Lin Yi jested. Who in their right mind would withdraw from such a treasure as the dragon soul? If anyone is to withdraw, let it be you. I certainly will not. Indeed, treasure should naturally belong to the capable. If you desire it, then you must demonstrate your true prowess. Jiangchen nodded in agreement, then flipped his right hand, revealing a colossal hammer that he swung down towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not idle either. Wielding a multicolored spear, he retaliated with a fierce thrust aimed at Jiangchen. The 2 energies clashed in a deafening explosion, causing the very earth to tremble in response, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Very well, if that is the case, do not blame me for what follows. Ji Ming bellowed, brandishing a golden sword as he charged at the 2. All 3 unleashed their full might, and the intensity of their battle escalated dramatically. The dragon's soul roared fiercely, joining the fray. 1 sword to vanquish evil, 1 sword to subdue souls. Celestial stars, heed my call, grant me dominion. Great wilderness war hammer, strike down all. As the conflict raged on, the 3 warriors grew increasingly ferocious. Revealing their ultimate techniques, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble under the weight of their battle. I have encountered the dragon soul. It is indeed heaven's blessing. I declare that this dragon soul belongs to Murong Wan'er. Anyone who does not wish to perish should step aside. At that moment, an enthusiastic laugh echoed through the air as the previously mentioned middle-aged man appeared. He was overjoyed, having stumbled upon the dragon soul, his luck seemingly unparalleled. Yet in the next instant he was engulfed by 3 terrifying assaults, sent reeling backward, heavily injured. Fool! Lin Yi and the others cursed in unison, disregarding him as they continued their struggle for the dragon soul. Murong Wan'er thought to himself, what a disgrace. I merely sought to show off, and now I am besieged by 3. Must I forsake my dignity? My junior brothers are watching. Attack! He shouted inwardly, rallying his remaining allies. For the sake of the dragon soul, for the sake of their cultivation, and for the chance to earn their senior brother's favor that night, they charged forth. Boom, boom, boom! With the addition of these fighters, the battle devolved into chaos, each participant fiercely vying for the dragon soul. Clear the field! Ji Ming roared, abandoning Lin Yi and Jiangchan to confront one of the incoming opponents, just as I wished. No problem. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Jiangchan also directed their efforts towards others in pursue the dragon soul. All moral considerations vanished. Here, it was kill or be killed, for no one could resist the allure of such a treasure. Kill! The battle intensified, shaking the heavens and earth alike. 9 stars explode. Lin Yi formed a seal with his hands, summoning 9 massive star-like apparitions that surged towards an adversary before him. What? The individual was taken aback, panic-stricken at the display of power. Who is this person? He is far too formidable. I must flee. However, his speed proved insufficient, and he was obliterated by the explosive force of the stars, leaving no trace behind. Having dispatched his opponent, Lin Yi surged forward, reaching for the dragon's soul. You dare? Upon witnessing this, everyone's expression shifted dramatically, and they ceased their fighting, turning their attention towards Lin Yi. Humph. None shall impede me. Lin Yi snorted, and in that instant, a massive figure loomed behind him, towering hundreds of feet tall. Buddha's avatar. The giant stepped forward, blocking the path of the crowd, while Lin Yi himself moved decisively towards the dragon's soul. Ha ha ha! To think I would encounter the dragon's soul. Just as Lin Yi's fingers grazed the dragon's soul, a cold voice resonated from the void. A figure clad in black emerged, brandishing a sword aimed directly at Lin Yi. With a single stroke, a tempest surged forth, unleashing an icy, deathly aura. People from the underworld? Lin Yi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the arrival of such foes at such a critical juncture. Yet he was resolute. He would not relinquish the dragon's soul. You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for what comes next. With a clenched jaw, Lin Yi unleashed a formidable aura that enveloped the area. A suit of azure battle armor materialized around him, enveloping his form entirely. The sword struck the armor, producing a resonant clang. Yet Lin Yi remained undeterred. Tier 9 battle armor. How is this possible? The black-clad assailant gasped in disbelief, astonished that Lin Yi possessed such formidable protection. Humph! Perish! With a cold snort, Lin Yi radiated brilliance, and beams of light shot forth like arrows, forcing the black-clad figure to retreat in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi grasped the now fatigued dragon soul firmly in his grasp. Chapter 52. Chaotic Azure Lotus Hand over the dragon's soul, where you will undoubtedly meet your demise. A booming voice rang out, and the black-clad man's face flushed with fury. An intensely cold energy erupted from him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, freezing the ground beneath. Others cast glances at Lin Yi, including Jiang Chun and Ji Ming, who displayed their dissatisfaction. With the treasure so close, no one was inclined to consider ethics. Though the 4 major families held some ties, competition reigned supreme. Desire the dragon's soul? Come and take it. Lin Yi sneered, fully aware of the situation. He was not afraid to claim the dragon's soul. Seek death? Then I shall eliminate you first, the black-clad man bellowed, summoning a crystalline sword that shimmered with brilliance. He swung it, unleashing waves of white sword energy that hurtled toward Lin Yi without hesitation. Simultaneously, the others joined in the fray. Humph! Merely a pack of insignificant fools. Lin Yi scoffed, swiftly forming seals with his hands as a golden azure lotus began to materialize behind him. As the lotus emerged, a chaotic energy surged forth, enveloping the battlefield in its embrace, causing all to feel as though they waded through thick mire, their abilities severely hampered. Chaotic Azure Lotus, you are the divine body of the Lin family. The black-clad man was visibly shaken, retreating hastily. Divine bodies typically manifested with extraordinary phenomena, and Lin Yi was no exception. Think you can escape? Not a chance. With a flick of his wrist, the azure lotus glimmered with a brilliant light, culminating in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the surrounding area. Cough, cough. In the wake of this assault, the expressions of all changed drastically. Those of lesser strength were left battered and on the brink of death, while others, though they survived, bore various injuries. This the power of the Lin family's divine body. Truly terrifying. At that moment, every face reflected shock. The emergence of a divine body rendered one invincible among peers. It was no mere boast that, oh, you still cling to life? Then allow me to send you on your way. Lin Yi observed the severely injured black-clad man and chuckled lightly. The multicolored spear reappeared in his grasp, aimed squarely at his adversary. With a horizontal thrust, 9 gigantic divine dragons manifested, charging toward the black-clad assailant. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated through the air, shaking the very heavens. "Not good," the black-clad man cried, attempting to retreat into the void. Yet in the next moment he was struck dumb with disbelief. The void had solidified into an impenetrable barrier, rendering escape impossible. How is this possible?" The black-clad man was horrified, unable to fathom how Lin Yi could seal the void. However, Lin Yi paid him no mind, sweeping his spear once more, intent on establishing his dominance. Boom! Deprived of his ability to evade, the black-clad man was struck head-on by the massive dragon, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth with abandon. Boom! The spear followed swiftly, piercing through his chest, pinning him within the void. In the vast void at this moment, Lin Yi approached like a war god, advancing step by step, with each stride intensifying the aura he emanated that if he did not strike now, then when? The figure cloaked in black panicked, shouting urgently. Instantly, two shadows emerged from behind Lin Yi, launching themselves forward with deadly intent. Has he finally reached his limit? Casting a disdainful glance at the two behind him, Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle, and then two azure lotuses materialized amidst the chaos. What? Boom! Two resounding explosions echoed as the two black-clad figures were obliterated into nothingness, vanishing from existence. Impossible, impossible. You are merely at the golden level. How can you possess such strength? The black-clad figure was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom Lin Yi's overwhelming power. After all, those two had only been slightly weaker than himself. Yet they were annihilated by Lin Yi with ease. Could this truly be the extent of power achievable by someone at the golden level? Absolutely not. Shaking his head, Lin Yi stepped forward, appearing before the black-clad figure. Grasping his spear, he flicked his wrist, and the figure erupted, reduced to a shower of blood and flesh that rained down upon the ground. The black-clad figure is dead. Do you wish to continue fighting? After dispatching his foe, Lin Yi glanced indifferently at Jiang Chun and Ji Ming, speaking with a composed tone. This at his words, both men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance. Very well, I am no match for you. I shall not contest. Jiang Chun sighed, surrendering to the inevitable. Lin Yi's display of power was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of standing against a team. So be it. You have won. Ji Ming conceded with a resigned nod, choosing to relent as well, before making his way toward the colossal dragon bone. Their primary purpose for this journey was the dragon marrow. The emergence of the dragon soul had taken them by surprise. Thank you both for your assistance, Lin Yi acknowledged. Then with a wave of his hand, his celestial form and entire presence suddenly vanished, as he too approached the dragon bone. The dragon bone was immense, measuring thousands of feet in size, with an overwhelming aura radiating from it. Think that after so many years of death, such a terrifying presence could still emanate. Truly, the strength of a stellar warrior is fearsome. Gazing at the dragon bone, Jiang Chun marveled. Cultivating through 9 layers, each layer represents a different realm. From black iron to the glory of kings, each tier presents a unique challenge. Currently, he was merely at the golden level, several ranks below the stellar warriors. The 3 of them then arrived at the spine of the dragon bone. For if there were indeed dragon marrow, it would only manifest here. Ji Ming began to rapidly form hand seals, as mysterious runes burst forth from his palms, shooting toward the spine, illuminating the surroundings. Drops of crystalline liquid appeared before their eyes. There truly is dragon marrow. Witnessing this scene, the 3 rejoiced, astonished to find such an abundance of dragon marrow. As Ji Ming continued his incantations, more drops of dragon marrow emerged, eventually coalescing into a droplet roughly the size of a human head in the air. This is the dragon marrow. Let us divide it equally. Ji Ming smiled, gesturing to claim the dragon marrow. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A graceful figure cloaked in black emerged from the void, reaching out to snatch the dragon marrow. How dare you? The sudden occurrence took the 3 by surprise. Yet fortunately, they were formidable individuals, and in that instant, they all lunged for the dragon marrow. Boom! For powerful hands converged in mid-air, and the human-sized droplet of dragon marrow was shattered into 4 portions, each caught in their grasp, with Lin Yi obtaining nearly a quarter of it. Once they had divided the dragon marrow, The black-clad woman vanished into the void. "Want to flee?" Ji Ming shouted, immediately pursuing her. While Jiang Chun swiftly followed suit, they could not allow such a significant amount of dragon marrow to be taken from them without a fight. However, Lin Yi did not join the chase. He had already acquired the dragon soul and a considerable amount of dragon marrow, deeming further contention unnecessary. Moreover, he sensed something unusual in this place, as if there were hidden entities he had yet to discover. After circling the dragon bone several times, Lin Yi's expression grew grave. He was acutely aware that this sensation could not be mistaken. Yet after searching for so long, he had uncovered nothing. Alas, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi sighed, then soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Just as he disappeared, the ground began to tremble violently, and a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, materialized in the void. Clad in a black robe, he bore 2 prominent dragon horns atop his head. Is this the divine body of the Lin clan? Quite intriguing. I nearly drew his attention, the young man murmured, then turned his gaze to the massive dragon bone. The world knows that our dragon clan's marrow is precious, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that our physical forms are our greatest treasures. A01. It has been 3,000 years. It is time for you to return. With a sweeping gesture, the young man commanded the colossal dragon bone to tremble violently, soon transforming into a miniature version of itself that he then reached out, grasping it, before vanishing into the in an instant. Tranquility returned to the surroundings. In Xingyang town, at the Du family estate, after returning from the fallen Dragon Mountain range, Lin Yi spent a day resting before seeking out Du Ling. "Junior brother Lin, are you truly leaving?" Du Linger said with a hint of reluctance. Thanks to Lin Yi's assistance, she had not only extricated herself from her engagement, but her family had also experienced rapid growth, all of which was due to Lin Yi. "Yes, I have overstayed my welcome here. I must take my leave. Thank you for your care over these past days." Lin Yi nodded. His purpose for this journey was to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies. And upon learning that this event was not limited to the Qian domain, but encompassed the entire eastern wilderness, he had formulated plans that if he were to participate, he must strive for a place. Especially upon hearing that the divine body of the imperial clan would also make an appearance. Though his strength was commendable, it still paled in comparison to those true top-tier warriors, especially given that the past 5 years had squandered much of his time. "Very well, take care of yourself. Once I've finished with family matters, I too will venture out to hone my skills that I look forward to our reunion." "Yes, senior sister Du. Take care that I am off." With that, Lin Yi soared in the sky, disappearing from view. Sigh. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Du Linger sighed that he has left. At that moment, Du Tao appeared beside Du Ling, also letting out a soft sigh that, "My child, silly girl, do you think you can truly hide this from your father?" Lin Yi is a divine dragon of the 9 heavens. Our Du family is still too small. "Father, I'm sorry. I should not have deceived you, did I? Why speak of such things? My daughter, some matters cannot be forced." He lamented, and once more, both father and daughter gazed skyward. Chapter 53. The 3 Great Families of the Qian Domain. Have you heard? Liu Yi Dao of the Wanma sect is set to battle Tai Kuang of the Xingyun Pavilion in 2 days. In the Qian Domain, in Wanshang City. After departing from Xingyang City, Lin Yi arrived here, and upon entering the city gates, he overheard such news being spread. Liu Yi Dao is a peerless genius of the Wanma sect. Prior to Jiang Chen's arrival, he was the sect's foremost disciple, renowned for his immense strength, while Tai Kuang is hailed as the greatest talent of the Xingyun Pavilion. The impending clash between the two has captivated countless spectators. Liu Yi Dao and Tai Kuang. Intriguing indeed. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi smiled faintly and resolved to stay and observe. This battle was certain to attract numerous formidable figures from the Qian domain. Perhaps he would even encounter individuals from the Miao Miao Academy, for he had promised Li Jun to look after them. As the news spread far and wide, the once modest town of Wanshang City in the Qian domain suddenly became bustling with a multitude of visitors. In the Wanshang City, at the Yulai Inn, Lin Yi sat at a table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. It must be said that despite the town's lackluster reputation, the culinary delights here were quite remarkable. Savoring the exquisite dishes while admiring the beautiful night scenery brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Senior brother, there's no one here." Let us sit at this table. Just then, a gentle voice rang out, and a strikingly beautiful woman appeared beside his table, accompanied by two young men. Both of them exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly signifying their profound cultivation. This young master, I am Yue, and this is my senior brother Wang Tianming and my junior brother Zhao Yang. May we share this table with you? The woman spoke to Lin Yi with an apologetic tone. Humph, just a country bumpkin. We can simply chase him away. Why waste words on him? The one speaking was Zhao Yang, his tone exceedingly domineering. Hey, junior brother, how can you speak like that? What did our master instruct us before coming out? No rudeness. Wang Tianming interjected, his tone markedly more amiable than Zhao Yang's. My apologies. Good sir, I truly regret the inconvenience. My junior brother is still quite young and may speak a bit indiscreetly. I hope you won't take offense. I offer my sincere apologies on his behalf. Wang Tianming continued. It's no trouble. The place is already crowded, so do take a seat. Lin Yi replied graciously. Thank you so much. Junior brother, don't forget to apologize. Wang Tianming urged. Brother, what do you mean? Have you forgotten the master's words? The world is vast. Do not underestimate anyone, understand? Fine, I'm sorry. Zhao Yang grumbled, plopping down into a seat, clearly displeased. However, Lin Yi chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that their meeting was merely a fleeting encounter, and there was no need to let such trivial matters spoil his mood. May I inquire your name, fellow cultivator? You must be here for the Tianjiao battle as well. I am Lin. I'm not participating in the Tianjiao battle, merely taking a stroll. Lin Yi shook his head. Yes, that's so. It is a pity, for I see that Lin brother is quite talented. Not partaking in such a grand event seems a loss. Indeed, it is regrettable, but my cultivation is insufficient. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to witness it, as it is a grand occasion. Yes, this Tianjiao battle will see the emergence of many hidden geniuses, a plethora of strong contenders. I have even heard that the three great families are also involved. The three great families? Which three? You don't even know about the three great families? Country bumpkin. They are the most renowned families in our Qian domain. Though the three major sects appear powerful, the true geniuses and strong practitioners belong to these families, particularly Huangfu Zhantian of the Huangfu family, who is hailed as the #1 genius of the Qian domain. Zhao Yang sneered disdainfully. Junior brother, my apologies, Lin brother. However, my junior brother speaks a measure of truth. While the three powers are currently at the forefront, those with insight understand that the three great families possess strength that rivals, if not surpasses them. They have simply chosen to remain hidden for various reasons. With this Tianjiao battle, they will surely emerge, and it won't be long before the Qian domain is engulfed in chaos. Wang Tianming remarked, though he himself felt uncertain given the multitude of emerging talents. The three great families? This is the first I have heard of them. Besides the Huangfu family, who are the other two? The three great families are the Huangfu family, the Dugu family, and the Shangwan family. My junior sister belongs to the Dugu family. This battle between Lu Yidao and Quantia is drawing the attention of all three families, which is why there are so many people here. Oh, at this revelation, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at Dugu Mingwei, surprised to learn that she was from one of the three great families. Indeed, my elder brother Dugu Wuji is already on his way here and should arrive shortly today as for the Shangwan family. They're sending Shangwan Tianyu, their foremost genius. This event is not merely a clash between Quantia and Lu Yidao. It is also the first grand appearance of our three great families before the world. Dugu Mingwen nodded, her eyes filled with admiration when speaking of Dugu Wuji. After a brief conversation with them, Lin Yi decided to take his leave. With the onset of the Tianjiao battle, more and more geniuses were emerging, which brought him joy, for he relished the opportunity to witness so many young powerhouses. Of course, regardless of the three great families or the four great families, he felt no fear. Upon exiting the inn, Lin Yi approached a towering structure known as the Cultivation Tower, specifically designed for the purpose of training. He intended to refine the dragon soul, and this was undoubtedly the optimal choice. After paying a considerable sum of spirit stones, Lin Yi ventured to the innermost depths of the Cultivation Tower, where the spiritual energy was remarkably dense, though only in comparison to other areas of Wanxiang City. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yi waved his hand, summoning the miniature dragon soul before him. With a deep breath, he swallowed the dragon soul whole. The dragon soul entered his body. A torrent of immense spiritual energy erupted within him, akin to a nuclear explosion in its ferocity. The wild energy transformed into a terrifying storm, radiating through his limbs and bones, causing him to feel as if he were swelling with this overwhelming power. Lin Yi's expression shifted. He quickly activated his family's secret arts to guide and refine this energy. As he continued to refine the dragon's soul, his spiritual strength steadily ascended. Boom! After half a day, a tremendous sound reverberated within him, and a fearsome aura erupted from his body. Did I actually break through? Lin Yi exclaimed in delight, astonished to find that during the process of refining the dragon's soul, his cultivation had reached the peak of golden 8 stars, with only a step remaining to reach platinum level. This was truly an unexpected boon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Within this time, Lin Yi had completely refined the dragon's soul. His spiritual strength was now significantly amplified, and his cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of golden 9 stars, just a step away from platinum level. That moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flickered within them. An invisible black dragon shot forth from his gaze, undetectable to the naked eye. Boom! In that instant, the entire cultivation tower shook violently, startling the other cultivators present. Indeed, this spiritual attack is formidable. I shall name it Black Dragon Wave. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, as this was the soul attack he had comprehended from the dragon soul. He was confident that with such soul power, no one at the golden level could withstand it, and even those at the platinum level might struggle to respond. Thud, thud, thud. However, just as Lin Yi was about to leave, he suddenly felt his heart racing violently, an unbearable pain surging in his chest. What is happening? Is this the king's heart? Witnessing this, Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. This was the first time since obtaining the king's heart that he had experienced such a sensation, causing him to feel a twinge of panic. Yet before long, the excruciating pain subsided, and a stream of information surged from his heart, cascading into his mind. Lin Yi's joy erupted as he realized that this information pertained to insights on the platinum level. Drawn from Li Bai's cultivation experiences, it felt akin to having a cheat activated. Everything he had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became clear, and from now on, he would merely need to absorb spiritual energy to progress steadily. What a remarkable treasure! Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The insights from the king's level were undeniably invaluable to him at this moment, a treasure no amount of wealth could exchange for. It has time to head out. After spending a quarter of an hour digesting this information, Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the exit of the cultivation room. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that only a handful of people remained. The rest had seemingly gone to witness the great battle between the two formidable contenders. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi took flight, vanishing into the horizon Wanxiang City, beside a vast lake. Throngs of people had gathered, all gazing skyward at two figures. Lu Yidao, I have heard that you strike only once. I am curious to see if this is indeed true. The speaker was a man resembling an iron tower, none other than the prodigious talent from the Starry Pavilion. Quang Tai. Is that so? The reason I strike only once is that my opponents fall with a single blow. I hope you will not disappoint me. Arrogance, to think you can defeat me, Quang Tai, is a pipe dream. In this battle of heroes, there shall undoubtedly be a place for me, Quang Tai. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom. Prepare yourself. Lu Yidao snorted coldly, then flipped his right hand, conjuring a massive flaming battle blade, towering as high as a human head. Slash! With a single stroke, flames engulfed the sky, and a fierce wind howled, transforming the world into a sea of crimson. Chapter 54. Farewell. Lin Yi got a blade that splits mountains. Above, a blade of flame, hundreds of feet long, appeared before the astonished crowd. The blade cut through the air as if it could sever mountains, exhibiting unparalleled dominance. Is this Lu Yidao's famed technique, the mountain-cutting slash? No wonder he is regarded as a peerless genius of the 10,000 Demon sect. His power is terrifying. The onlookers were filled with awe. Witnessing the sheer ferocity of this strike, boom, with a mighty roar from Lin Yi, the colossal blade descended. However, Quang Tai was no pushover. As the blade fell, he too sprang into action, with a thunderous shout. A massive phantom of a demonic bear materialized behind him. Roar! The demonic bear's roar resonated, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the lake surged with tumultuous waves that he had summoned the manifestation of heaven and earth. Thud, thud, thud! At the moment the bear appeared, it launched a colossal punch at the flaming blade. The force of the punch seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. Bang! The blade and the punch collided in mid-air, unleashing a ferocious shockwave that swept in all directions. The aftermath was so powerful that countless rocks and trees turned to ash, and the spectators' expressions shifted dramatically as they fled in panic. Yet, amidst this chaos, three figures stood their ground like unyielding boulders, impervious to the ferocity of the shockwave. What? Who are they, that they can withstand such a terrifying force? The crowd was astonished. Even formidable warriors of the 6th or 7th star in the yellow rank would struggle against this aftermath. Yet these three seemed utterly unfazed. Moreover, judging by their youthful appearances, they were all under 30 when did so many prodigies emerge in the Qin domain. How intriguing! At that moment, one of the three, clad in a blood-red robe, spoke with a dispassionate tone. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly extinguished the raging shockwave. Quite impressive, but merely somewhat interesting. It is still far beneath our standards. Another man chimed in, stomping his foot, causing the surroundings to fall into utter stillness. Observing this scene, both Lin Yi and Quang Tai wore grim expressions. This was supposed to be their stage. What was the meaning of these three clowns? They dare to overshadow us. Is this something we can tolerate? Ha! Dugo brother, Shengwan brother, it seems they are quite displeased. Let us not waste time. We shall dispatch them first, and then resume our contest. At this moment, the third man suddenly burst into laughter, his figure flashing as he soared into the air, landing before Lin Yi and Quang Tai. Come at me together. Upon their first meeting, he spoke with utter disdain, dismissing the two without a second thought. Arrogance. Who are you to speak so boldly? Quang Tai fumed. This fool was disrupting his battle and had the audacity to suggest they team up. This is intolerable. You are merely two insignificant ants. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huangfu Zhantian. Huangfu Zhantian. Are you of the Huangfu family? Upon hearing this, both Lin Yi and Quang Tai's expressions changed. They had certainly heard of the three great families of the Qin domain, but had thought they remained hidden from the world. That TOC one of them here. Did that imply the other two? What does it matter if you are Huangfu Zhantian or a ground-splitting fool? You dare to disrupt my affairs? I shall deal with you first, Lin Yi shouted, and once again, the blade's radiance surged forth, aimed directly at Huangfu Zhantian. This strike was even more formidable than before, leaving the onlookers astounded. That all you've got? You cannot wield a blade like this. Facing the terrifying blade, Huangfu Zhantian merely scoffed, forming his fingers into a blade and gently slicing through the air. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light emerged, and the ferocious flaming blade was cleaved in two, shattering effortlessly. Puff! With the blade shattered, Lin Yi suffered a backlash, spitting out blood and turning pale. Impossible! How could you be so powerful? Lin Yi was filled with dread, unable to comprehend how his powerful strike had been so easily thwarted. This cannot be. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, daring to claim you can secure a place in the battle of heroes. Enough, go down now. Buzz! Huangfu Zhantian stomped his right foot into the void, and in an instant, countless radiant blade lights erupted from him, shooting directly at the two. The blade lights roared, as if the very sky were being sliced apart. What? Realizing this, both Quang Tai and Lin Yi were horrified, hastily channeling all their strength to withstand the terrifying blade lights. Yet the power was overwhelming, far beyond their capability to resist. Both men were sent flying, blood spewing forth, with deep gashes etched into their bodies, leaving them in a pitiful state. This is the genius of the three great powers. Easily crushed. In my presence, you are but insignificant insects, Huangfu Zhantian sneered contemptuously. He held the three sects in utter disdain. Were it not for certain family matters, he would have long since challenged the three great powers, proving that their so-called geniuses were merely a bunch of trash. Hearing these words, the crowd's expressions darkened considerably. Many present were from the three great powers, and to witness such arrogance was shocking. This fool was openly insulting them, disregarding their authority. Oh, Huangfu brother, it seems this group of insects is still unconvinced. Observing their expressions, the man in blue remarked mockingly, and if they remain unconvinced before absolute power, they are but ants, struggling in vain. Is that so? At that moment, a cold voice echoed, and a handsome young man emerged from the crowd. Lin Wuyi, of the mysterious academy. Upon seeing him, the crowd erupted in excitement. Although the three great sects were usually at odds, in such a situation, they stood as one. This man dared to insult the three great powers. It was a blatant affront. Senior Lin, it appears you have gained quite a bit during this time. Your cultivation seems significantly stronger. Seeing Lin Wuyi, Lin Yi exclaimed in delight. Lin Wuyi had reached the golden 7th rank, surpassing both Lu Yidao and Kuang Tai. Oh, yet another insect. You dare to challenge? Huangfu Zhantian glanced at Lin Wuyi disdainfully. Eye in his eyes. Lin Wuyi was no different from the previous two. The strength of my three great powers is not for you to casually comment upon. Since you are so arrogant, let me experience your ultimate skill. To be honest, Lin Wuyi was angered. As a member of the mysterious academy, he would not allow the academy to be insulted, even by those from the three great families. Oh, challenging me, how commendable, but your strength is woefully inadequate. With that, Huangfu Zhantian formed his fingers into a blade and slashed directly at Lin Wuyi. Boom! With a single stroke, all things were annihilated. Humph! Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wuyi's expression turned exceedingly grave. With a flick of his right hand, 6 spiritual swords manifested simultaneously, while the 6-character incantation of the Taoist gate emerged before him. Slash! The 6 characters gleamed in unison, transforming into a breathtaking sword light that surged forth with great ferocity. Boom! At that moment, the sword light collided with the blade's aura, producing a sound of explosion even more powerful than before. Leaving the entire assembly in shock that he blocked it, Lin Wuyi managed to parry one of his strikes. Oh, to think he could withstand my blow. He possesses some skill. No wonder he dared to challenge me. But this is merely the beginning. Huangfu Zhantian bellowed. In the next instant, a battle blade radiating black light materialized in his grasp. The moment the blade appeared, a chilling, murderous aura enveloped the heavens and the earth. A 7th-tier battle blade. Ghost Extinguisher! How dare a mere ant challenge a dragon, oblivious to its own mortality? Since you seek death, I shall grant you that. With his right hand gripping the blade, Huangfu Zhantian swung down fiercely. Whoa! This strike was terrifying. Beneath the blade's aura, a chilling wind howled, accompanied by the ghostly roars of the damned, evoking a sense of dread akin to being hunted by malevolent spirits. Law manifestation of the world. Arise! Lin Wuyi's complexion turned ashen as he unleashed his law manifestation, and an enormous figure materialized behind him, rushing towards the blade's aura. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Only a full-force effort might yield a glimmer of hope. Still too weak. On the ground, the other prodigies from the 2 clans shook their heads in dismay. Though Lin Wuyi's strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Huangfu Zhantian's wrath. Boom! With a single strike. The weeping ghosts echoed as Lin Wuyi's law manifestation was cleaved in two by the terrifying blade light, vanishing into the void as his law manifestation shattered. Lin Wuyi suffered grievous injuries, spitting blood as he was sent flying backward. His aura instantly wilting. It wasn't that he lacked strength. It was simply that Huangfu Zhantian was too formidable. With such meager power, he dared to provoke me. Now, you shall die. At this moment, Huangfu Zhantian let out a disdainful snort and stepped forward, aiming to strike Lin Wuyi down once more. What? The crowd gasped in horror, unable to fathom that Huangfu Zhantian had actually intended to kill Lin Wuyi. Yet this individual was far too powerful for them to contend with. Even if they wished to save Lin Wuyi, they were powerless to do so. Lin, be cautious. A delicate voice rang out, and a graceful figure dashed forward. It was Lu Qing from the Misty Academy. Flames erupted around her, seeking to intercept the terrifying blow. Lu, retreat. You are no match for him. Lin Wuyo shouted frantically, his eyes filled with panic. Huang Fujiantian was far too strong. He could not withstand him, let alone Lu Qing. Though she possessed a fire spirit body, her cultivation level was still too low. You foolish creature, I shall slay you. No one shall obstruct me. Since you wish for death, I will ensure you descend into the abyss together. Upon witnessing this, Huangfu Zhantian roared, and the speed of his blade's descent quickened further. A mere insect dares to challenge me. If I do not slay you, where lies my dignity? At that moment, despair enveloped Lin Wuyo. His own demise mattered little, but he felt a deep sense of guilt for endangering Lu Qing. However, just as he resigned himself to his fate, a figure appeared before him. It was Lin Yi. With a cold snort, Lin Yi unleashed a punch, and astonishingly, the formidable blade light was shattered by his fist. What? The crowd was left in stunned silence, even Huang Fujiantian wearing an expression of disbelief. He was well aware of the strength of his own strike. How could someone shatter it with a single punch? Lin, is that you? Upon recognizing Lin Yi, both Lin Wuyo and Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they were safe. Yes, you both take a rest. I shall handle this. Lin Yi nodded, turning his gaze toward the grim-faced Huang Fujiantian. Who are you, to meddle in my affairs? What are you even worth? I am Lin Yi of the Misty Academy. You think you can kill my senior brother? The Misty Academy. Huang Fujiantian's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Such a formidable individual had emerged from the Misty Academy? Are you afraid? If so, let the three of you attack together. I would rather not be accused of bullying you. Lin Yi scoffed. He had witnessed the three prominent families belittling the three major powers, and it left a sour taste in his mouth. After all, they were all human. Why must they elevate themselves above others? If you believe yourselves to be powerful, then I shall simply surpass you. You, arrogant, seeking death. At this declaration, the three members of the prominent families wore icy expressions. This person dared to challenge all three families at once. It was an utter insult. Huangfu, you take a breather. I shall deal with this arrogant fool. I will show him the consequences of offending me. The speaker, Wuji, had already marked Lin Yi for elimination. No one had ever dared to act so brazenly before him. Dugu, you speak erroneously. Why trouble yourself? I shall handle it. Shengwan Tianyu added coldly, a fellow prodigy from the three prominent families. He was equally incensed. How dare a mere member of the Misty Academy speak so boldly? I shall take care of this. You all rest for now. No, it must be me. He who insults us must perish without a trace. In an instant, the two began to bicker, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. What on earth was happening? Very well, why don't you both join forces? This bickering is pointless. If you seek death, then come at me. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke up. Seeking death. The two roared in fury, yet they did not ascend to the fray. After all, they were both prodigies. Even if they managed to kill Lin Yi, they would lose face in the process. Prodigies are proud and value their reputation. Fools, if you 1T strike, then I shall. Observing the two's folly, Lin Yi felt exasperated. Could there truly be such foolish individuals in this world? With a single step forward, he seemed to teleport, appearing directly before Huang Fujiantian. Fist out, dragon's roar, boom, with a single punch. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, its momentum overwhelming, capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. What? Lin Yi's speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that Huang Fujiantian could not react in time and was sent flying by a single punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Huang Fujiantian had been thrown back by a single punch. The spectators were left astounded. They had all witnessed Huang Fujiantian's formidable strength previously. Yet such a powerful figure had been knocked back by Lin Yi's fist. Just how powerful was Lin Yi? At this moment, even Wuji and Shengwan Tianyu's expressions grew solemn. Now it is your turn. With Huang Fujiantian sent flying by a punch, Lin Yi chuckled coldly, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Wuji, delivering another punch. Wuji was sent reeling backward. Another punch followed suit for Shengwan Tianyu. At this moment, the entire assembly was left in shock, their mouths agape, particularly a young man among the crowd. his face twisted in terror. This was Li Liang, who had previously looked down upon Lin Yi at the inn. 3 punches sent the 3 greatest prodigies flying, and he had dared to label Lin Yi a country bumpkin? It was over. This time was truly over. He would certainly not let me off. Arrogance die. The 3 shouted in unison, their auras erupting as they charged toward Lin. Being sent flying by a single punch ignited their rage. They no longer cared about dignity. Their sole thought now was to kill Lin Yi. Is this truly how it ought to be? Why do you insist on putting on airs? Witnessing the 3's aggressive approach, Lin Yi smiled faintly. He simply could not comprehend their mindset. Did they need to be beaten first before they would act? It was truly perplexing. Buzz, at that moment. Lin Yi's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, and an overwhelming presence erupted from him, suffocating the entire arena. If the Lin Yi of moments prior had resembled a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness, the current Lin Yi appeared divine, almost godlike. Bring forth the spear. With a commanding gesture, a resplendent 7-colored spear materialized in his grasp. He then swept the spear across the air, conjuring 9 formidable dragons that loomed in the sky. Engage! With a mere point of the spear's tip, the dragons unleashed a thunderous roar and charged directly at the trio. What? The dragons are terrifying, akin to deities descending from the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of all present, causing the expressions of the 3 adversaries to shift dramatically. Now they comprehended why Lin Yi had the audacity to challenge them simultaneously. His power was utterly daunting. Yet, as prodigies of the 3 great clans, they would not retreat in the face of such might, each summoning their most formidable abilities. Heavenly Blade shatters the firmament. Fish shadows shake the heavens. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. At that moment, 3 terrifying auras erupted in unison, transforming the heavens and earth, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that enveloped all, instilling a sense of doom in every soul present. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the skies, causing the ground to tremble violently, sending the onlookers reeling in panic. But a minute later, as the dust settled, every gaze was fixed on the heavens, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Who would emerge victorious? Above, Lin Yi stood nonchalantly amidst the chaos, seemingly untouched by the earlier cataclysm. In stark contrast, the 3 from the great clans bore blood at the corners of their mouths, their once mighty auras now diminished. Impossible! How could you be this powerful? Their faces paled in disbelief. The realization struck them hard. Their combined efforts had inflicted no harm upon Lin Yi. This was unfathomable. For the first time, panic flickered in their eyes. They had anticipated this to be a glorious battle for their clans, yet they found themselves facing Lin Yi. Is this truly your strength? Pathetic that my pet, Wankai, is far superior to you. Lin Yi's disdainful words pierced the air, igniting their fury. You dare to mock us? Though they were unaware of who Wankai was, Lin Yi's tone was infuriating. Proud geniuses, they could not tolerate such humiliation. And more hiding. Let's unleash our full power. At that moment, Dugawudi spoke up, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Lin Yi was too formidable. Without a concerted effort, defeat was inevitable. This battle not only concerned their reputations, but also the honor of their clans. They could not afford to lose. Agreed. The other 2 nodded resolutely, and together they unleashed an even more potent aura, followed by colossal figures emerging behind them. Manifesting their avatars, the trio synchronized their efforts, compelled by Lin Yi's overwhelming force to fight with all their might. The sight of their colossal avatars left the onlookers in awe. Kill! They roared in unison, charging at Lin Yi with an unstoppable momentum. Interesting, yet still insufficient. Lin Yi sneered at the spectacle before him. Instantly, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, and 3 invisible black dragons surged toward the trio's foreheads. The trio cried out in agony, plummeting from the sky as their enormous avatars dissipated alongside them. What? The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? They had not witnessed Lin Yi making a move. Could it be that the 3 had suddenly succumbed to madness? Such a notion was too absurd to fathom. How could all 3 simultaneously lose their senses? Hey, why did they just fall? One murmured. Could be a ruse. High above, Lin Yi spoke, revealing a massive brick in his hand, the very one bestowed upon him by Li Jun. With the brick in hand, Lin Yi vanished and reappeared behind the trio, delivering a crushing blow to each with a single strike. The unfortunate trio, already weakened from the soul attack, succumbed to unconsciousness upon impact. In a shocking display to the astonished crowd, Lin Yi proceeded to rummage through the trio's belongings, exclaiming, "Wow, these members of the three great clans are quite affluent. This spirit artifact is 7th tier. Splendid. It shall be for my pet Wankai. This storage ring is quite nice, a gift for my Wankai. Oh, this attire is inscribed with a 5th tier formation. Excellent. It's for Wankai as well. Goodness, even the belt is of high quality. I don't even possess such fine items. That's all for Wankai. These shorts are decent too. 5th tier. Still for Wankai." Before long, 3 figures devoid of clothing lay on the ground, leaving the spectators utterly speechless, in their minds. A singular thought echoed. "Master, do you need another Wankai? I too wish to be your Wankai." Chapter 56. The Tuoba clan junior brother Lin. Lin Wuyo and Lu Qing exchanged glances, astonished by Lin Yi's audacity. Stripping the trio bare before such a crowd was an act of unparalleled boldness. They mused that upon awakening, the trio would surely be enraged beyond measure. Yet, truth be told, such a spectacle was rather exhilarating. However, in stark contrast, Lu Yidao and Quang Tai felt a profound sense of sorrow. They had initially believed that with their own strength, they could carve out a place in this contest of prodigies, but it became evident that the true power of both the 3 great clans and Lin Yi far exceeded their own. Sighing, the two exchanged glances before departing. Having completed his antics, Lin Yi delivered a kick that sent the trio soaring into the sky, transforming them into 3 shooting stars that vanished from sight. With the battle concluded, the crowd began to disperse, their eyes alight with the thrill of witnessing not only the 3 great clans, but also the formidable Lin Yi. Half an hour later, within an inn in Wanxiang City, Lin Wuyo and Lu Qing gazed incredulously at Lin Yi, who was devouring a large piece of beast meat with childlike delight. Who would have imagined that the previously domineering Lin Yi now appeared so juvenile? The contrast was striking. "Junior brother Lin, I truly appreciate your help earlier. Without you, we would—" "Brother, that sentiment is misplaced that we are all from the Misty Academy. Naturally, we should assist one another. Besides, the culinary delights here are quite exceptional. Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Just as the trio relished their meal, miles away in a secluded valley, Huang Fuzhantian and his companions finally regained consciousness. Something felt amiss. An eerie chill enveloped them. Particularly below, where the breeze was uncomfortably brisk, in the next instant, 3 thunderous roars echoed across the valley. Who the hell is so despicable? The ferocious beast within the valley quaked in terror. By the way, brother Lin, how did you end up here? Lin Yi wiped his mouth after finishing a sizable chunk of meat. The distance from Wanxiang City to the Misty Academy is considerable. Had I not accompanied Du Linger here, I wouldn't have found myself in this place it's a long story. Lin Wuyo sighed, glancing at Lu Qing. When I departed from the academy, I encountered some fortuitous circumstances, but was subsequently pursued by a group of cloaked figures. Later, I met junior sister Lu, who was also being hunted. Fortunately, we were rescued by a benefactor, and upon hearing of the challenge between Lu Yidao and Quang Tai, we decided to investigate, only to unexpectedly cross paths with you. As Lin Wuya recalled the harrowing experience of being pursued, an expression of profound distress marred his countenance. The group of cloaked figures was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him utterly outmatched. Had fortune not favored him, he might well have met his demise. Indeed, those dark-clad assailants were terrifying, and I have heard whispers that many renowned prodigies have fallen victim to their relentless pursuit. It appears they have deliberately set their sights upon us. Lu Qing remarked gravely, "Dark-clad figures. Could they possibly be from the underworld?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively pondered. However, he quickly dismissed the notion that if they were truly denizens of the underworld, given their combined prowess, escape would have been utterly impossible. After all, he had first-hand experience of the formidable strength possessed by such beings. It seems that in this upcoming contest of excellence, all manner of supernatural entities have emerged. What are your plans moving forward? Sighing, Lin Yi replied. With merely half a month remaining until the grand competition, I intend to find a suitable place to diligently cultivate, striving to secure a position among the elite. His heart was heavy, sharing sentiments akin to those of Liu Yidao and Kuang Tie. He had once believed that his abilities would suffice to attain a prestigious rank, yet now it appeared he had fallen woefully short. Well, that sounds reasonable, but for the sake of safety, we should seek a more secure location. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded. The academy was initially the safest haven. However, the distance from it was considerable, and with the competition imminent, returning now would consume precious time. Moreover, the passage of time is inconsequential when it comes to cultivation, and he feared missing the grand event, a scenario he could not bear to contemplate. In that case, if you do not mind, I could find a suitable place for you. What do you think? Just then, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea and spoke up at O. Lin Shitty has a fitting location in mind. Yes, but it is somewhat distant. If we were to go, we must set out immediately. That poses no issue. As long as we can cultivate safely, I am agreeable. Very well. Let us depart shortly. Lu Shiji, what are your intentions? Lin Yi glanced at Lu Qing. To be frank, he felt somewhat troubled by Lu Qing. Her tenacity was formidable. I shall not accompany you. I plan to venture into the Liang's secret realm. The Liang's secret realm? Lu Shimi, are you considering? No, that is far too perilous. With your current strength, entering there would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Wuya exclaimed anxiously. The Liang's secret realm? Hearing this name, Lin Yi cast a glance at Lu Qing. He was aware that this secret realm was quite renowned in the Qian domain, perpetually accessible and not owned by any single faction. Yet, it was fraught with danger. Legends say that among 10 who enter, 11 meet their end. The extra one is merely an unfortunate soul undeterred by superstition. To date, no one had ever emerged from within, rendering it a forbidden zone in the Qian domain. He was astonished that Lu Qing would even contemplate such a venture. I understand, but my current abilities... Lu Qing sighed. While she was considered quite capable within the academy, the onset of the competition had illuminated a harsh reality. Her current strength was utterly inadequate. Take this recent encounter, for instance. Had it not been for Lin Yi's timely intervention, she would likely have perished. Being a proud individual, she was disinclined to remain stagnant, hence her decision to take a gamble. As a fire spirit body, her only chance to awaken rapidly lay in taking risks. Otherwise, missing the opportunity presented by the grand competition would leave her deeply unsatisfied. But oh, why must you do this? Observing Lu Qing, Lin Yi sighed. He empathized with her sentiments, for he too was grappling with similar thoughts. How about this? I will first escort Lin Shixiang to safety, and then I shall accompany you on your journey. Just then, Lin Yi interjected. Regardless, Lu Qing was a member of the academy, and since Li Zhen had entrusted him with her safety, he could not idly stand by and watch her court disaster. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the Liang's secret realm. No, I cannot drag you into this. If Shidi insists, there may indeed be hope, but we must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi's formidable prowess might indeed offer a glimmer of hope for survival. For reasons he could not quite fathom, he found himself harboring an unshakable trust in Lin Yi, as if no challenge were insurmountable for him. The origin of this confidence eluded him. Very well. It is settled, then. I too wish to explore. Perhaps I might uncover some fortuitous opportunity. This, very well. Lu Qing hesitated but ultimately nodded, well aware that Lin Yi's presence would enhance their chances of success. Let us be off. With that, the three of them soared into the sky, vanishing into the vastness of the heavens. Half a day later, in a desolate and barren mountain range. Shitty, what is this place? Lin Yi inquired, perplexed. He surveyed the surroundings. It was extraordinarily desolate. Could this truly be the location Lin Shitty had chosen? To be honest, had it not been for Lin Yi's involvement, he would have considered departing. The spiritual energy here was far sparser than in Wanxiang City, rendering any attempt at closed-door cultivation a mere waste of time. Lu Qing shared similar sentiments. Shixiang, this place is anything but ordinary. You shall soon see. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and with a flourish of his hand, an ancient-looking token materialized in his grasp. As the token appeared, the very fabric of reality shifted. An array of extraordinary lights flickered upon the token, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar symbol in the sky. Buzz! At that moment, the air trembled, and an elder clad in animal skins emerged from the void. The elder exuded an imposing aura, standing amidst the ether like an unparalleled war deity, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. This a diamond-level superpower. Upon seeing this elder, both Lin Yi and Lu Qing were utterly astonished. How could such a formidable figure be concealed here? This was impossible. Such beings were akin to the Academy's leadership. Young master, is it truly you? Upon spotting Lin Yi, the elder's expression shifted to one of exhilaration, exclaiming loudly, Uncle Tuoba, it has been far too long. Lin Yi responded with a gentle smile. This elder, known as Tuoba Kwang, had once been a subordinate of Lin Yi's father and had resided here ever since. Lin Yi had visited this place once when he was around 7 or 8 years old, which was why it had come to mind. The young master has grown so much. You resemble the master so closely. Had he been here, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As he spoke, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed the elder's face. The master he referred to was Lin Yi's father, Lin Xian. Since the age of 3, Lin Yi had not seen his father. Having been raised by his grandfather, he had inquired about his parents on multiple occasions. But the only response he received was that they had gone to a faraway place and would return someday. This day. Lin Yi remained in the dark regarding the nature of that distant place. Uncle Tuoba, I have come with a request for your assistance. No need for formalities. Let us discuss matters inside. With a wave of his hand, Tuoba Kwang conjured a door of void before the trio. They followed him inside. Once inside, Lin Yi and Lu Qing were utterly astounded as they gazed around. They beheld rolling mountains, towering trees that scraped the heavens, an abundance of spiritual energy. Ferocious beasts, previously seen only in ancient tomes, roamed freely on the ground, while formidable avians soared through the skies. The entire scene resembled a return to the primordial era. Lin Shitty, where exactly is this place? It appears to be your first visit here. Young friends, this is the territory of my Tuoba clan as friends of the young master. You're also friends of the Tuoba clan. Feel free to visit whenever you wish. Upon hearing these words, both individuals felt an immense joy within their hearts. The spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the outside world. Even the Academy pales in comparison, that if one could cultivate here for an extended period, the results would surely be remarkable, yielding great benefits with minimal effort. Uncle Tuoba, I wish to borrow your cultivation tower for a while. My senior brother intends to enter seclusion for some time. There's no problem, he replied. The young ones in the family are rather lazy, and the cultivation tower has been left vacant. Feel free to use ITW. By the way, how is the old master? It has been over a decade since I last saw him. The old man is as lively as ever, enjoying life to the fullest. He simply chased me out. Lin Yi said, exasperated. To be honest, I initially struggled to adapt to life outside. However, after some time, I have come to appreciate it. Indeed, the old master must have his reasons for acting thus. That I shall take you to the cultivation tower right away. A few minutes later, the three arrived before a towering edifice that reached the heavens. The tower was so immense that its summit seemed to vanish into the clouds. Furthermore, an incredibly pure aura emanated from its height, refreshing the spirit and causing even their inner cultivation to subtly resonate. Is this a sacred artifact? Lin Yi felt a sense of disbelief. Such a sensation could only be attributed to a legendary sacred artifact, and he couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. What kind of background does his junior brother possess to be addressed as young master by individuals of such high caliber? The mere thought of his family left him somewhat daunted. This is indeed our clan's cultivation tower. This young friend will cultivate here from now on. Although it may be somewhat lacking, you will have to endure for now. Somewhat lacking? Lin Yi was speechless. If this is considered lacking, what then is the Academy? Surely not even worth comparing? Thank you, esteemed elder, that I shall enter now. With gratitude expressed, Lin Yi made his way inside, for the time before the grand tournament of heroes was swiftly approaching, and he wished to waste not a moment. Uncle Tuoba, why is it that I did not see Xiao Yi this time? Lin Yi inquired at that moment. Tuoba Yi, the son of Tuoba Kwang, had been his childhood companion, and he had come this time to reunite with an old friend. Oh, he claims to be participating in the Tournament of Heroes. This child has grown up, and I can no longer control him. Young master, you too must be participating in this Tournament of Heroes. Correct? Tuoba Kwong sighed, shaking his head. His son had always been rebellious, never heeding his guidance, and he had no choice but to let him be. Indeed, that is the intention with the young master as strength. He is bound to achieve commendable results. Let us retire to the sitting room. This is not a place for conversation, especially with our esteemed guest here. It would be my pleasure to extend my hospitality. Very well. The three then proceeded into an expansive sitting room. Here, here, here. This is some tea and spirit fruit cultivated by our clan that I hope you find them to your liking. You're too kind, esteemed elder. Kindness is not the issue. I would never dare to disdain these offerings. I have never even seen such spirit fruit, and merely inhaling the aroma of this spirit tea gives me the sensation of a potential breakthrough in cultivation. Respectfully, Lu Qing took a cup and sipped delicately. Instantly, a wave of warmth coursed through her, as if her entire being were ablaze, a torrent of energy erupting within her body, flowing to her limbs and bones. Alarmed, she hastily began to circulate her cultivation technique to refine this energy. Watching this, Lin Yi smiled subtly, but refrained from commenting. He was aware of the tea's effects. His first experience had been similar to Lu Qing's. By the way, Uncle Tuoba, are you familiar with the Liang's secret realm? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Since he intended to explore it, he felt compelled to inquire. Given Tuoba Kwong's vast knowledge, he was certain he would be aware. The Liang's secret realm? Of course, I know of it. It is indeed a remarkable place, albeit fraught with danger. What do you intend to do there, young master? Nothing much, merely curious about what lies within, and I've heard many tales of individuals entering but never returning. Those are merely rumors. Those who do not emerge are simply lacking in strength that I've visited once myself. The Liang's secret realm has 5 layers. With your prowess, you should have no issue traversing the first 3 layers. But the 4th layer is somewhat perilous. As for the 5th layer, do not enter under any circumstances. Why should one avoid the 5th layer? Lin Yi queried, intrigued, as Lu Qing perked up her ears to listen. Therein lie certain secrets that should remain concealed. However, since you have asked, I shall share. Are you aware of how the Liang's secret realm came into existence? How so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi pondered briefly. If memory served him correctly, it had mysteriously appeared 3,000 years ago. Originally, that area was not called the Liang's secret realm. 3,000 years ago, it is said that a tremendous fire erupted there, an inexplicable blaze that could not be extinguished by any means. After some time, the Liang's secret realm emerged. This was due to the sealing a 9 nether demon sparrow within. A 9 nether demon sparrow? The legendary creature known for its unquenchable flames and eternal life. Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The 9 nether demon sparrow was an extraordinarily powerful being among the demon race, renowned for its flames. Said to incinerate all in their path. It was astonishing to learn that the Liang's secret realm had come into existence because of it. Indeed, the demon race consists of many factions. The 3-eyed demon race that Lin Yi had previously encountered was merely one of the less formidable factions. However, the 9 nether demon sparrow belonged to an exceptionally powerful lineage. Correct point. 3,000 years ago, the demon race rampaged, and the 9 nether demon sparrow descended upon this realm, claiming the lives of countless cultivators. Eventually, a formidable warrior confronted it, battling for 3 days and nights, ultimately inflicting severe wounds. However, the life force of the 9 nether demon sparrow was far too resilient to be extinguished. Thus, it was merely sealed away. Due to its hatred for humanity, many who ventured inside met their demise by its flames. At this juncture, Tuoba Kwong cast a glance at Lin Yi, his heart heavy with melancholy. The formidable warrior he referenced was none other than Lin Yi's father. Lin Xian. The elder had instructed that all matters concerning Lin Xian should remain confidential, which was why he had withheld this information. Now it all makes sense. Lin Yi finally comprehended the situation. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for another hour, during which Lu Qing regained her composure. The two then rose to take their leave. Tuoba Kwong had intended to accompany them, but Lin Yi declined. After all, This was his own undertaking, and he felt it inappropriate to burden others. Furthermore, he understood that the reason the elder had sent him away was to hone his skills if he sought assistance for every little matter. How would he ever grow? This was also why he had refrained from seeking the counsel of these elders until now. Had it not been for Lin Yi, he likely would not have come at all. I hope the young master does not repeat the mistakes of the master. In the Qin domain, at the entrance to the Liang's secret realm, flames roared relentlessly. For miles around, only the scorched stones remained. Devoid of any other life, is this the entrance to the Liang's secret realm? Lin Yi remarked, gazing at the crimson light barrier before him. Lu Qing, why don't I venture in alone? She suddenly suggested. Truthfully, she did not wish to implicate Lin Yi, for the dangers within were immense, especially now that she had learned of the formidable 9 nether demon sparrows sealed inside. The thought of putting Lin Yi at risk troubled her. What nonsense! Since we are here, we must explore it together. Rest assured, Uncle Taoba has assured us that the first 3 layers pose no threat. Let us proceed. With that, Lin Yi stepped forward, entering the secret realm. And Lu Qing could only sigh and follow suit. Buzz! Just moments after they departed, 3 figures cloaked in black appeared. Lin Yi, Lu Qing, what a surprise to encounter you here. Humph, you truly are seeking your own doom. Wandering into a place fraught with peril. This time, you shall meet your end. One of the black-clad figures spoke with an icy demeanor, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. If any member of the mysterious academy were present, they would recognize him as Wu Changfeng, once the 3rd-ranked individual on the academy's celestial ranking. Yet he now exuded a completely different essence, as if he had transformed entirely, his strength having multiplied beyond measure. Wu, do you know them? A voice echoed beside Wu Changfeng, originating from the figure clad in black to his left. Humph, merely a buffoon. Soon I shall send them to their demise. Wu Changfeng snorted coldly, for he believed that with his current strength, killing Lin Yi would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Very well. We are here for the mission. Should we fail, you are well aware of the consequences. Your personal grievances can wait until the task is accomplished. Understood? Yes, rest assured, Elder. Upon hearing this, both individuals involuntarily shivered. They were acutely aware of what those consequences entailed. Subsequently, the 3 of them strode directly into the secret realm. Boom! As they entered the secret realm, Lin Yi was immediately engulfed by an unbearable wave of intense heat. The temperature was so high it felt as though it could roast a person alive. Lin Yi managed better than most, given his formidable strength, while Lu Qing's complexion paled, forcing her to summon her spiritual energy to withstand the oppressive heat. Like a tea that moment, her face appeared quite ashen. They had merely crossed the threshold, and the heat was already so extreme that advancing further could very well lead to incineration. Now he understood why those who entered had never returned. As a fire spirit body, even he was struggling to cope. How could others possibly endure? Perhaps they were burned to death upon entry. Are you all right? Are you unscathed? No, I'm fine. Let us proceed. Yes, the pair continued forward. And as they delved deeper, the temperature escalated further, causing Lu Qing's pallor to intensify. The effort to repel such high temperatures with her spiritual energy was proving increasingly taxing. Yet, she was intrigued by Lin Yi, who appeared unaffected, as if the heat posed no threat to him whatsoever. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated ahead, revealing a colossal tiger towering several dozen feet high before them. Flames rolled across the tiger's body, releasing an aura of terror that intensified the surrounding heat. That a blazed tiger. Chapter 58. The spirit-devouring ancient tree. Upon sighting the massive blazed tiger, Lu Qing's expression soured. The blazed tiger, a 5th-tier ferocious beast, was equivalent to a human of golden-level cultivation. Its innate fire attribute significantly amplified its combat prowess in such an environment. Although Lu Qing also possessed a fire spirit body, it had not fully awakened yet. Thus, engaging in battle with the blazed tiger here would likely be exceedingly disadvantageous. Lin Yi, what shall we do? Lu Qing inquired anxiously. She knew that Lin Yi could handle the blazed tiger without issue. But the uncertainty of how many more of such creatures lurked within raised her concerns. If combat ensued, it could attract other beasts, leading to dire consequences. After all, The so-called forbidden land of the Blade's secret realm was not something to be taken lightly. What else can we do? We simply defeat it. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. He was unconcerned with the details. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would strike them down without hesitation. In the past, he had engaged in countless similar encounters in his village, and he was well acquainted with the process. But, boom! Just as Lu Qing was about to voice her concerns, Lin Yi made his move. In an instant, he appeared before the Blaze Tiger, delivering a powerful punch. The ferocity of his attack seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. The Blaze Tiger barely had time to emit a cry before it was struck down, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yi then hoisted the tiger's carcass and returned triumphantly. That was so swift. Lu Qing watched in astonishment. A fifth-tier ferocious beast had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. How utterly remarkable. Let us continue deeper. We should find the entrance to the second layer soon. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Awaken her fire spirit body. The higher the temperature, the more effective it would be. Of course, this depended on her ability to endure it, that if she could not withstand it, then no matter how high the temperature, she would perish before awakening anything. Bang, bang, bang. They encountered several more ferocious beasts, all of which fell before Lin Yi's overwhelming strength. As a result, he amassed a notable collection of delectable ingredients. Come quickly. There's a cave entrance. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly shrieked, pointing to a massive opening that appeared before them. Could this be the entrance to the second layer? Let us investigate. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. The two hastily entered the cave. The entrance was vast, and upon stepping inside, an even more intense wave of scorching heat enveloped them, causing Lu Qing's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Everything was eerily tranquil as they traversed the cave, emerging onto a vast expanse. The plain was immense. Stretching infinitely before them, Dai Ti was densely populated with numerous small red trees, each adorned with a handful of vibrant crimson fruits that a delightful fragrance wafted from the fruits, enveloping them in a sensation akin to a refreshing spring breeze. These are Tianyang fruits, and there are so many. Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully. The Tianyang fruit is an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, essential for the concoction of many elixirs. However, this is not its most significant benefit. Within the Tianyang fruit lies a unique energy, known as fire energy by humans. For cultivators of the fire attribute, it is akin to a treasure. Yet such fruits are exceedingly rare. It is astonishing to find so many here. Without hesitation, Lu Qing rushed forward to gather the Tianyang fruits, believing that with such an abundance, she would surely succeed in awakening her powers. However, Lin Yi intercepted her. Isn't it peculiar that there are so many Tianyang fruits here? This is highly unusual. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression turned to one of horror. Indeed, this is the Blaze secret realm. Countless individuals have ventured here before, many of whom were far stronger than herself. If it were truly so easy to obtain Tianyang fruits, how could any be left for her? A sense of dread took root in her heart. She was relieved Lin Yi had reminded her. Humph. What a charade. Just then, Lin Yi scoffed, his eyes gleaming as two invisible black dragons shot forth from his gaze. Buzz! The black dragons shimmered, and the entire plain underwent a dramatic transformation. The once vibrant Tianyang fruit trees began to vanish, replaced by countless skeletal remains. The sight was overwhelming. The plain was filled with bones of humans, ferocious beasts, and many unknown creatures, so densely packed that it sent shivers down the spine. At the center of the skeletal mass stood a colossal tree, its trunk of vivid green, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. Its roots sprawled across the plain, intertwining with the bones beneath. What manner of tree is this? It appears to be drawing nourishment from the remains. Lu Qing was utterly astonished. She had never encountered such a tree, one that thrived on the life force of other beings. And no wonder the plain was littered with bones. It was clear that it was the work of this tree. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had it not been for Lin Yi, she too might have become one of its victims. The spirit-devouring ancient tree. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon the enormous ancient tree. The spirit-devouring ancient tree? What is that? On the Wan Spirit continent, countless life forms exist. among which is a species that feeds on spiritual energy to grow, known as the spirit-devouring ancient tree. This entity is exceedingly fearsome. Legends claim that upon reaching maturity, it can consume all the spiritual energy of an entire world, causing the very fabric of that world to collapse. What? It can consume all the spiritual energy of a world. Lu Qing was utterly shocked. Such a terrifying entity exists. However, the growth cycle of this creature is exceedingly slow. It may take countless years to reach maturity, and the one before them appeared to be merely in its juvenile phase. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated Lin Yi's eyes. Although the spirit-eating ancient tree was undeniably fearsome, it is said that extremes must inevitably lead to reversals. While it could devour countless amounts of spiritual energy, if there were a means to extract energy from it, it would indeed become an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual resources. That he firmly believed that this entity had not been present for long. Otherwise, if a formidable being like Tooba Kwong had discovered it, it would have been captured long ago. Yet now, by mere chance, it had come into his possession. What a stroke of luck! As the young clan leader of the Lin family, he certainly understood how to draw energy from it. Boom! 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 Just as Lin Yi was examining the spirit-eating ancient tree, a series of thunderous roars erupted. The tree's numerous roots shot forth like long spears, aiming directly at the two of them. The speed and ferocity of the attack rendered Lu Qing's face utterly pale. "Step back a bit," Lin Yi commanded, wielding a colorful spear and charging towards the spirit-eating ancient tree. While the tree sought to consume him, it was unaware that he too desired to siphon energy from it. Roar! With a swing of the spear, 9 divine dragons manifested, surging towards the densely packed roots. In an instant, the ground trembled, and fissures resembling spider webs appeared. "Kill!" Lin Yi bellowed, brandishing his spear and attacking once more. With a resounding crack, he severed a root, but countless more surged forward. After a minute, Lin Yi had severed no fewer than 200 roots, yet they seemed inexhaustible, an endless tide. Humph! Observing the relentless assault of the roots, Lin Yi scoffed, then swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, the sky dimmed, and 9 colossal starry apparitions emerged. Hurtling directly towards the ancient tree's trunk, 9 stars aligned. The 9 stars detonated one after another, transforming the entire plain into a wasteland, the spectacle akin to the shattering of a planet. Utterly terrifying. Is this truly his strength? It's horrendous. I can hardly withstand a single strike. Lu Qing gazed at Lin Yi, whose presence was as formidable as a war god, her complexion pale with shock. She had always known Lin Yi to be powerful, yet she was still taken aback by the display. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi engaged in a fierce battle with the spirit-eating ancient tree, in the blazing sun's secret realm, on the 5th tier, the scenery here was starkly different from the previous 4 tiers. There was no searing heat, no ferocious flames, only an expanse of engulfing darkness. Lin Xian, at that moment, a voice filled with fury echoed, and a surging inferno erupted in the void, gradually growing larger until it illuminated the entire expanse. A massive figure materialized that it was a colossal avian creature, the notorious Jiuyu demon sparrow of the demon clan. The Jiuyu demon sparrow was enraged, causing the void behind it to tremble incessantly. However, just then, a total of 81 starry chains manifested in the void, piercing through its enormous form, rendering it immobile. Suddenly, the massive Jiuyu demon sparrow quivered, morphing into an exquisitely beautiful woman with a devilish figure. "Lin Xian, you sealed me for thousands of years. When I emerge, it will be the end for your Lin clan. Since one of your kin has entered here, let us collect some interest first." The woman huffed coldly before vanishing from sight. Explode. As Lin Yi continued his onslaught, the densely packed roots of the spirit-eating ancient tree dwindled, and its vitality began to wane. Lin Yi soared skyward, arriving before the ancient tree, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, 9 starry chains appeared in the sky, binding the spirit-eating ancient tree. Roar, roar, roar. After being sealed by Lin Yi, the spirit-eating ancient tree trembled violently. However, no matter how it struggled, the 9 chains remained unyielding. Gradually, The chains constricted, and simultaneously, the tree diminished in size until it transformed into a diminutive sapling. Indeed, I did not expect to stumble upon such a treasure on this trip, Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile, gazing at the spirit-eating ancient tree in his hand. This was a mobile source of spiritual energy, immensely beneficial to him. After placing the spirit-eating ancient tree into his storage ring, Lin Yi returned to Lu Qing's side. Chapter 59. A reunion with Wu Changfeng. Lin Yi. What is this? Observing his actions, Lu Qing looked at him in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be an extremely terrifying creature? Why had he not destroyed it, but instead placed it into his storage bag? This matter is a bit complex, and I cannot explain it fully right now. Let us continue moving forward. Oh, all right. Lu Qing was a clever individual. Since Lin Yi did not wish to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. After all, her primary purpose for coming here was to harness the flames to awaken her spiritual body, and she had no other intentions. Traversing the plain, the two continued onward, encountering numerous fire beasts along the way, yet none posed a significant threat, all falling beneath Lin Yi's might. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The temperature here had escalated to a terrifying level. Even Lin Yi was perspiring, while Lu Qing, despite her spiritual energy shielding, was drenched in sweat. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, this should be the entrance to the third tier. Should we proceed further? Lin Yi inquired, having noted that Lu Qing was nearing her limits. Continuing downward could prove perilous, although he could protect her. The purpose of this journey was for her to awaken her spiritual body, which required her own strength. Otherwise, the endeavor would be futile. I want to give it a try. Lu Qing shyly nodded. Truthfully, she felt quite embarrassed, drenched in sweat with Lin Yi beside her. The sensation was truly. However, for the sake of awakening her spiritual body, she had no other choice. She recognized that her predicament stemmed from her own weakness, not Lin Yi's influence. All right, but be cautious. If you can't endure it any longer, you must speak up. Understood? Subsequently, the two pressed on towards the third tier. Upon entering, they were immediately met with an overwhelming heat that seemed capable of incinerating the very heavens and earth. Lu Qing's complexion changed dramatically, and her spiritual energy shield shattered in an instant, rendering her pale as a ghost. Just as she felt she would be consumed by flames, a warm sensation enveloped her, revealing Lin Yi's massive energy shield. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Lu Qing nodded, her heart racing. It had been a perilous moment. She had nearly been roasted alive, but Lin Yi's timely reaction had saved her. She couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. This place was far too dangerous. It was no wonder so many had perished here before. Without Lin Yi's assistance, she might have met her end long ago. All right, take a moment to recover before we proceed. Okay. After saying this, Lin Yi turned away, leaving Lu Qing blushing and frozen in place. As Lu Qing recuperated, Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, noticing the landscape was ablaze with waves of scorching flames. Yet no signs of any creatures were present. Given the extreme heat, it seemed even fire element beings would find it difficult to survive. Thank you. I'm better now. At that moment, a soft voice called out from behind him, and Lu Qing finally emerged, her cheeks still flushed, looking utterly adorable. Shall we continue onward? Lin Yi inquired. The temperature here was already exceedingly high. He was unaffected, but Lu Qing might struggle. I fear I've reached my limit. I can only remain here, Lu Qing replied, her expression dimming. She wished to advance, but her strength simply did not permit it. This was as far as she could go. Well, that's fine. Lin Yi nodded, then conjured a translucent robe in his right hand. Put this on. It will help shield you from the surrounding heat, and I've set up a formation on it. If anything happens, I will know immediately. Oh, thank you. Will you continue ahead? Since we are here, we must take a look. There should be no danger in this place. You can rest assured and cultivate here. After speaking, Lin Yi walked ahead. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Lu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. For the first time, she thought Lin Yi was rather commendable. He was just a bit inappropriate. Who would strike someone they just met? Moreover, as this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed once again. Continuing forward, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the 4th level. Throughout his journey on the 3rd level, aside from the elevated temperature, he had encountered no dangers, which puzzled him. Should he venture in to have a look? Standing at the threshold of the 4th level, Lin Yi felt conflicted. After all, Tuoba Kuang had previously mentioned that with his own strength, the 3rd level posed no issues, but the 4th level could be perilous. Yet, having come this far, it would be somewhat unsatisfactory not to explore. For some reason, ever since entering this place, he sensed a familiar aura. Furthermore, upon arriving here, that aura intensified. Well then, let us go in and see. If it proves too dangerous, I can always retreat. Murmuring softly, Lin Yi stepped forward decisively. Meanwhile, in the 5th level, amidst the void, the woman transformed from the 9, Nether Demon Sparrow revealed a cruel smile at the corners of her mouth. Upon entering the 4th level of the Fiery Sun Secret Realm, Lin immediately felt as if he were on the verge of being consumed by flames, compelling him to envelop himself in spiritual energy for protection, which alleviated his discomfort considerably. Surveying his surroundings, he was astonished to find a towering tree of vibrant red growing before him. The tree's appearance was strikingly familiar. It was the Tianyang fruit tree he had seen earlier on the 2nd level. However, the Tianyang fruit tree on the 2nd level was an illusion created by the devouring spirit ancient tree, whereas this one was genuine, a true Tianyang fruit tree. The tree was immense, towering several hundred meters high. On its branches hung numerous fruits the size of fists, emanating a rich, fiery aura. Tianyang fruit. Seeing this, Lin Yi was overjoyed, yet he refrained from rushing forward. After all, this place was fraught with peril, and there could be dangerous creatures lurking nearby. Although he was confident in his abilities, he did not harbor the arrogance to believe himself invincible. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air as 3 figures clad in black appeared above the Tianyang fruit tree. They were the same individuals who had appeared at the entrance earlier. Lin Yi, how could you possibly be here? As soon as they arrived and spotted Lin Yi, Wu Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly radiating a formidable killing intent, he had planned to eliminate Lin Yi after completing his task, yet unexpectedly encountered him here. Truly, a twist of fate. Wu Changfeng. To be honest, encountering Wu Changfeng here piqued Lin Yi's curiosity, and he sensed that Wu Changfeng's aura was markedly different from before. Had he not heard the voice, he would not have recognized him. It seemed that he had undergone quite a transformation during this time. I was just about to find you. I didn't expect you to come seeking death. I won't hold back, Elder. I shall deal with him first. Yes, swift and decisive. The lead figure in black nodded, then soared toward the Tianyang fruit tree. The Tianyang fruit was an exceptionally rare treasure, and they could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. As for Wu Changfeng, he was not worried. After all, he had previously heard Wu Changfeng claim that just months prior, Lin Yi's cultivation was merely at the silver level, and no matter how talented he was, months had passed, and he could only have reached the gold 3 or 4 stars at most, while Wu Changfeng had achieved gold 8 stars. The difference of 4 levels was akin to slaughtering a mere dog, was it not? However, the next moment he was left dumbfounded. Wu Changfeng surged forward, his murderous intent palpable, and his aura erupted in full force. Yet, Lin Yi merely gave a gentle clap. Instantly, Wu Changfeng was sent sprawling backward, spitting blood. This, in an instant, the 3 were collectively stunned. Did they not say this person was merely at the silver level a few months ago? How could he be this powerful? He had incapacitated Wu Changfeng, who was at the gold 8-star level, with a single move. Could it be that his cultivation had also reached gold 8 stars? This was utterly inconceivable. They understood that Wu Changfeng's rapid advancement had come at a tremendous cost to their own strength. How could a mere student from the Misty Academy achieve such feats? Impossible! You cannot be this strong. It is unfathomable. Wu Changfeng felt as though he were losing his mind. He had believed that with his newfound strength, killing Lin Yi would be a simple task. Yet he had been vanquished with a single strike. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. That a few months ago, you were nothing but an ant in my eyes, and you still are. That I spared you before out of consideration for the Academy. But today, you shall perish. Lin Yi snorted coldly, then, in the blink of an eye, dashed toward Wu Changfeng with lethal intent. Not good. Attack. The elder in black shouted desperately upon witnessing Lin Yi's explosive momentum. And the other two rushed forward. That Wu Changfeng was an indispensable part of their mission. Should he fall, the task would be doomed, and they would meet the same fate. This was a scenario they wished to avoid. How dare you, mere chickens and dogs, display such bravado? Lin Yi scoffed, producing a massive brick in his hand. Buzz, 3 spiritual black dragons emerged, hurtling toward the trio. With the brick in hand, he brought it crashing down. Bang, bang, bang! The formidable spiritual assault combined with a heavenly turn seal left the 3 utterly unprepared, and Lin Yi struck each of them with a brick. The unfortunate Wu Changfeng, being the weakest among them, was knocked unconscious by the blow. Chapter 60. Lin Xian, a 9th grade spirit treasure. You actually possess such a treasure? The elder in black glared at the brick in Lin Yi's hand, his expression darkening. No wonder Lin Yi's strength was so formidable. He possessed a 9th grade spirit treasure, something the elder had never even touched. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Here are 2 bricks as a reward. Lin Yi smiled slightly, then charged toward the remaining 2 with the brick once more. Humph. Arrogant. Both individuals, now more cautious, prepared to strike. However, just as they were about to act, 2 more spiritual black dragons shot forth. Spiritual attacks were incredibly difficult to defend against. They were merely at the gold level, entirely incapable of withstanding the onslaught, and were struck squarely, resulting in excruciating headaches before Lin Yi rewarded them with 2 bricks each. Consequently, both fell unconscious. How weak. Lin Yi remarked, shaking his head at the 3 sprawled on the ground. With his current strength, he was practically invincible at the gold level. Even against slightly weaker platinum-level opponents, he felt confident in a fight. He then swiftly dispatched the 2 unconscious individuals, but he refrained from killing Wu Changfeng, as he still had use for him. After rummaging through the bodies, he discovered an ancient, cold token on each of them. The tokens felt icy to the touch and were inscribed with a prominent character. Bye. Lin Yi pondered, perplexed. He had not heard of any faction bearing such a name. He then turned his gaze toward Wu Changfeng. Now he could only seek information from him. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air, causing the atmosphere to grow thick and oppressive. The sky darkened as an aura descended, one that felt as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Who goes there? Lin Yi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering another person here, and judging by the aura, they were an incredibly powerful individual, as expected of someone from the Lin clan. It is a pity you shall perish here. A mocking voice rang out as a woman in a black dress stepped gracefully through the air. The woman's beauty was breathtaking, her figure perfectly accentuated by the flowing black fabric, resembling a strikingly exquisite black rose, inciting an impulse to ravish her. Who are you? Do you know me? Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the woman in black, his tone steely. His heart was filled with an incessant vigilance. The pressure this woman exerted upon him was overwhelming, akin to a fragile little ship adrift in the vast ocean, poised to succumb to the depths of the sea at any moment. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation. Oh, pretending not to recognize me, are we? Lin Xian, I never imagined that after so many years, you would have become so feeble. It appears that these 3,000 years have not been kind to you. Surely, it must be the curse that has manifested. Lin Xian? You know my father? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that this person would be acquainted with his father from 3,000 years ago. In this place, the secret realm of the blazing sun, could it be that this individual was the 9-nether demon sparrow? You are not Lin Xian. Who are you? Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened considerably. She had assumed Lin Yi was Lin Xian, as they bore a striking resemblance. My name is Lin Yi. Lin Xian is my father. Are you the 9-nether demon sparrow? How do you know my father? And what curse are you referring to? His son. And no wonder. Lin Yi felt a sense of melancholy emanating from her as she spoke. Could it be that she shared some history with his father? Who is your mother? Is it Feng Ying, or perhaps Lu Yin, Zhao Linger, or someone else? The 9-nether demon sparrow's tone suddenly shifted to one of excitement, leaving Lin Yi utterly speechless. What on earth? Could it be that my father was some kind of sea king with so many women? I don't even know what my mother's name is. According to my father, she left after giving birth to me. and he departed 3 years later, never divulging anything about her. Humph! What concern is it of yours who my mother is? If you wish to kill me, then come and do it. Ha ha ha, kill you. Indeed, since you are Lin Xian's son, you are destined to die today. That I was unable to kill Lin Xian back then. But today, I shall begin with his son. The 9 nether demon sparrow laughed heartily, with a wave of her hand. A vast inferno erupted in the sky, transforming the entire 4th layer into a molten hell. The flames surged, the temperature rising rapidly, causing Lin Yi's expression to turn grim. This heat was unbearable, even for him. And it continued to escalate at this rate. The searing temperature alone could incinerate him, let alone the prospect of battle. Buzz, he could no longer wait. Lin Yi formed hand seals, and the world around him transformed. A chaotic aura spread forth, revealing a verdant lotus emerging from the void. The sight of the chaotic blue lotus astonished the 9 nether demon sparrow. She recognized its significance to her surprise. Lin Xian's son was indeed a divine body. Boom! The blue lotus surged forward toward the 9 nether demon sparrow, while a colossal figure emerged from behind Lin Yi, his Dharma manifestation. Kill! The 9 nether demon sparrow was formidable, compelling him to unleash his full strength from the outset. If you were your father, I might have feared you a little, but you are simply too weak. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the 9 nether demon sparrow shook her head, then waved her arms, summoning a spectral figure that loomed thousands of feet tall behind her. The spectral figure of the 9 nether demon sparrow appeared, shaking the very heavens. At that moment, the chaotic blue lotus and the Dharma manifestation were consumed in a conflagration of nothingness that was not that Lin Yi lacked strength. Rather, the 9 nether demon sparrow's power was overwhelmingly superior by Lin Yi's estimation. She could unleash at least diamond-level strength. With his current cultivation, he stood no chance whatsoever. Die! The 9 nether demon sparrow bellowed. And the massive spectral figure let out a roar, unleashing a torrent of flames that scorched the heavens. Boom! The flames engulfed the sky, threatening to rend the very firmament asunder. How dare you harm my young master? You seek death! At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, and an elder clad in animal skins materialized before Lin Yi. It was Tuoba Kwang. He flipped his right hand, revealing a massive wolf-toothed club that spanned hundreds of feet. With a swing of the club, he struck down toward the celestial figure. Bang! The 2 titanic forces collided, shattering the ground beneath them, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Was this the might of a diamond-level powerhouse? It was astonishing. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi was profoundly shaken. The strength of a diamond-level warrior was terrifying beyond measure. Yet he felt a burgeoning resolve within him. He too could achieve such heights, or even surpass them. It is you! The 9 nether demon sparrow's expression darkened considerably upon seeing Tuoba Kwang. Humph! 9 nether, Lin Yi is my young master. You truly think you can kill him? If the master were to learn of this, your entire 9 nether demon sparrow clan would face utter annihilation. Tuoba Kwang snorted coldly, despite knowing not where Lin Xian had gone. However, he believed that with Lin Xian's talents, he would have grown even stronger over the years. What? Lin Xian is not dead. Impossible. How could he possibly break the curse? Humph. What kind of person is the master? A mere curse cannot bind him. Just look at the young master, and you will understand. Has the young master already broken the first curse, do you think? The 9 nether demon sparrow's expression shifted to one of horror as she glanced at Lin. He truly has broken the first curse. But even so, what of it? If I could not kill Lin Xian, how could I not kill his son? With a furious roar, the 9 nether demon sparrow unleashed an even more formidable aura that surged toward Lin Yi. The pressure was so overwhelming that it felt as though it could suppress the very heavens, leaving Lin Yi breathless. Seeking death, Tuoba Kwang's expression darkened in fury, with a wave of his hand. He transported Lin Yi to a safe area and charged forward wielding the wolf-toothed club. Instantaneously, a fierce battle erupted. The conflict between diamond-level beings was utterly terrifying. The entire 4th layer trembled as the ground shattered, and geysers of magma erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The two continued to clash, igniting Lin Yi's blood with fervor. This was a pinnacle battle among diamond-level warriors, a spectacle of sheer velocity. Bang! The battle raged for an entire hour. And then came a dull thud as Tooba Kwong was sent flying, spitting blood. So you are injured, and yet you think to obstruct me. The nine nether demon sparrow scoffed, stepping forward to attack Lin Yi. No, young master, run out. Tooba Kwong, in despair, realized he had been grievously wounded and could not provide assistance. With the nine nether demon sparrow's prowess, Lin Yi had no chance of escape. What? At that moment, Lin Yi's face drained of color as he found himself ensnared. Unable to move a muscle. No, I cannot die. I have not yet reached the pinnacle of martial arts. I still wish to see my parents. Lin Yi's heart screamed in defiance, yet the insurmountable gap in power rendered his cries futile. Die! With a swift motion, the nine nether demon sparrow's hand struck forth, and a formidable palm imprint materialized. Buzz! Just as the colossal hand was about to descend, a radiant azure light emanated from Lin Yi. As the light intensified, a figure coalesced in the AIR.IT was a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in white, resembling a celestial being. The instant he appeared, the entire world fell silent. Even a massive hand could not descend further. The man glanced at Lin Yi, then at the nine nether demon sparrow, and sighed softly. Then, with a flick of his right hand, the gigantic hand shattered into fragments. After executing this feat, he waved his hand, restoring the world to its former state. Lin Xian, Father, Master, three voices echoed simultaneously. Let us cease hostilities. In the void, the middle-aged man sighed once more, then gently pointed, causing chains to emerge from the nine nether demon sparrow's body, binding her completely. Yi Xian, you have sealed me for 3,000 years. How much longer do you intend to keep me imprisoned? At this moment, the nine nether demon sparrow let out a desperate roar. Having been sealed for 3,000 years, she had long since grown weary of such an existence. Yet, more painful than the torment of her body was the anguish in her heart. 9 Nether. The duration of your seal is not determined by me, but by you. Only when you truly harbor intentions of repentance will the seal naturally be lifted. Ha ha, Lin Xian, do not deceive me any longer. Do you believe I would still trust you? 3,000 years ago, was the deception you wrought not sufficient to leave me in despair? Two streams of tears cascaded from the eyes of the nine nether, transforming her into a seemingly different person, that if she had once embodied a ruthless demon lord, she now resembled a wronged little woman. Alas, in this world, nothing can be forced. Observing the tear-streaked face of the nine nether, Yi Xian sighed once more, and with a wave of his hand, her form vanished in an instant. His gaze then involuntarily shifted towards Lin Yi. Father, at this moment, Lin Yi's heart was a tumult of emotions. Throughout his life, he had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with his father, yearning to express so much. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. Good child, you've grown so much, splendid, just as handsome as I was in my youth. It pleases me to see you flourish in health. Brother Tooba, it has been a long time. You remain as robust as ever. Master, I failed to protect the young master. I hope you will punish me. It is not your fault. There is no need for self-reproach as for your injuries. Regrettably, I am but a projection here. Otherwise, I could assist in your healing. No matter, these injuries are of little consequence, with some time to recuperate. I shall be well. However, master, where have you been all these years? The brothers have missed you dearly. Tooba Kwong exclaimed excitedly. For all these years, he had sought news of Lin Xian, yet had found no trace. Once, the true form had been cursed and forced to leave the family to ensure he would grow up safely, leaving behind a fragment of itself that would appear only in times of dire danger. Currently, I am merely a manifestation. I know not where my true self is gone, but I do recall that my true form had a matter of utmost importance to attend to. Sighing, Tooba Kwong shook his head. He had hoped to uncover news of Lin Xian, but this was not the outcome he had anticipated. Brother Tooba, I wish to speak with Xiao Yi. You may step outside for now. Very well. Subsequently, Tooba Kwong exited, leaving only Lin Yi and Lin Xian, father and son, within the entire fourth layer of the Burning Sun secret realm. That I know you have many questions, but for now, I cannot divulge everything. I shall only share what is most pertinent to you. Gazing at Lin Yi, Lin Xian began. Your mother is named Wu Ningxue, hailing from the Wu family of Zhongzhou. The reason she departed from you at such a young age was due to unavoidable circumstances. I hope you do not hold it against her. She loves you dearly. It is merely the fault of your father's inadequacy. Furthermore, regarding the curse afflicting our Lin family, I had instructed the clan not to disclose it to you. However, now that you have matured and proven yourself so exceptional, I believe it is time to enlighten you. Millennia ago, a prodigious talent emerged within the myriad spirits continent, demonstrating unparalleled gifts from a young age, surpassing his peers. Yet, as he matured, he made a grievous mistake, falling in love with one who was forbidden. From being a revered genius, he became a despised traitor, in the end, for the sake of his family. He sealed his bloodline, embedding 3 curses within it, thus concluding that chapter. That period marked the darkest era for our Lin clan. Subsequently, another prodigy arose, paving a new path, the 9 heaven star technique we now practice, which enabled our clan to rise anew. However, there is a dire flaw in mastering this technique. Every 3 stages, a curse seal manifests. If one fails to break it, they shall be forever stagnant. You must have felt this burden. At this point, Lin Xian paused, glancing towards the depths of the secret realm. He continued, Shao Yi, regardless of what the future holds, I hope you live joyfully. And if you encounter a good woman, treat her well. Do not repeat my mistakes. You understand? I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is for you to navigate alone. I believe we shall meet again one day. I await you. With that, Lin Xian's figure vanished into the ether. Father, father, father. Lin Yi cried out desperately at the vanishing silhouette, yet his pleas bore no fruit. With a heavy heart, he sank to the ground. His complexion pallid, that he had not anticipated that their reunion would be so fleeting. There was so much left unsaid, yet no opportunity to voice I in the 5th layer of the Burning Sun secret realm. The 9 nether demon sparrows' face was marred by tears. Lin Xian, you could so instruct your son. Why could you not accept me back then? After a lengthy silence, Lin Yi rose, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that Wu Changfeng had been reduced to ashes in the wake of the prior battle, leaving him at a loss for words that he had hoped to glean some information from him. But that seemed impossible now. Buzz! Just as Lin Yi contemplated departing, the air suddenly shimmered with a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy. The 9 nether demon sparrow reappeared, causing Lin Yi's expression to harden. Do not worry. I will not strike at you this time, that I wish to converse. Huh! Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected the very individual who had sought his demise to now desire a dialogue. What do you wish to say? You bear a striking resemblance to him. When I met him 3,000 years ago, he was brimming with vigor, the dream companion of countless hearts, that time. He was unaware that I belonged to the 9 nether demon sparrow clan, and we shared a blissful companionship, appearing as celestial lovers in the eyes of others. However, when war erupted, he returned to his family, and I returned to my clan. Upon our next encounter, we had become foes. As she recounted this, her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Here, we clashed in battle. I was defeated. He could have ended my life, but chose not to. Instead, he sealed me here. I loathed him for his mercy, cursing him for allowing me to endure this suffering. Enough. Years have passed, and I have come to terms with it. The reason I share this with you is to convey that your father is remarkable, truly exceptional. I also offer you a piece of advice. Be wary of the cult of the divine. With that, the 9 nether demon sparrow vanished once more. The cult of the divine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally grasped the situation. His father had rejected this individual for the sake of humanity, inciting her wrath and desire to slay him. Intending to grieve his father, he had not anticipated that his father had once been such a libertine. The cult of the divine she mentioned must be the faction Wu Changfeng currently aligned with, and if she cautioned him, it was evident that it posed a considerable threat. In truth, Lin Yi's head throbbed with confusion. In his previous existence, he had lived carefree, with the elder providing everything, allowing him to focus solely on joy. Yet the weight of recent events had become overwhelming. The demon clan, the hell organization, the mysterious academy. Mu Qiuan, the cult of the divine. These elements entwine like a colossal conspiracy surrounding him. After the upcoming great talent competition, it would be time to return home. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Yi mused. These matters were far beyond his current grasp. and he would need to consult his father to aghast for the family curse and the circumstances surrounding his parents. This was the first he had learned of them. It seemed his father had kept many secrets. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi brushed off the dust from his clothes and departed the fourth layer. At the entrance of the fourth layer, he encountered Toba Kwong. "Uncle Toba, thank you for your assistance earlier. Had it not been for you, it is my duty to protect the young master, but I regret that I could not uncover news of the master," Toba Kwong replied, his mood somewhat disheartened. "By the way, Uncle Toba, was my father truly as unprincipled as they say? Could you share more about him?" The names mentioned by the nine-nether demon sparrow piqued his curiosity. "Young master, do not heed the unfounded claims of the nine-nether demon sparrow. The master was an exceptionally devoted individual, treating every woman with utmost respect. How could he be labeled as unprincipled? In his own words, he sought to comfort those naive young ladies with his meager strength. Allowing them to feel love, that is a noble endeavor, is it not? The master is truly an unparalleled genius of ancient times." As he spoke, Toba Kwong's eyes brimmed with admiration. It was evident that he held Yi Xian in the highest esteem. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was left speechless. Comfort those naive young girls and offer them affection. Wasn't that just the hallmark of a scoundrel? How could one speak so grandly? To think that his own father was such a person. Yet, reflecting on his time at the academy, he realized why he had always been fond of every beautiful girl. It seemed that this proclivity was hereditary. After a brief pause, Toba Kwong finally concluded his lengthy praise of Lin Xian's prowess and charisma. "Well, I've lingered here long enough. I must return. Young master, do visit me more often when you have the time. I will share with you the tales of my adventures with the master." All right. Thank you, Uncle Toba and Lin Xixiang. I entrust you with this." With that, Toba Kwong departed, leaving Lin Yi to make his way back to the entrance of the third level. At this moment, Lu Qing had awakened from her training. Upon seeing Lin Yi, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "How do you feel? It's wonderful here. I am confident that I can achieve awakening on the fifth level. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, At this point, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Throughout their time together, her perception of Lin Yi had undergone a dramatic transformation, and within her heart, there blossomed an unfamiliar yet tender emotion. Chapter 62. The Traces of the Cult of the Divine Confidence on the fifth level. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Although a fifth-level assurance was not insignificant, the possibility of failure remained quite high. Naturally, he wished for Lu Qing's chances of success to be as elevated as possible. He then retrieved several vividly red fruits from his storage ring and presented them to Lu Qing. "Fiery sun fruits? Where did you acquire these?" Lu Qing inquired in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with delight. "With these fiery sun fruits, her odds of success would greatly increase. I found them inside. They should be of assistance to you. For now, focus on your training here. I have scouted the surroundings and can assure you there is no danger." Lin Yi smiled gently, since the nine-nether sparrow had no intention of making a move against him. He believed it would not pose a threat to Lu Qing either, as long as she was present. Her safety was assured. It was time for him to depart and attend to his own matters. Lu Qing gazed at him, her heart touched. No one had ever treated her with such kindness. "What is it? Why are you so good to me? We are fellow disciples. It is only natural to look out for one another. What more reason do we need? I have some matters to attend to and cannot stay by your side. Focus on your training. I believe when we meet again, you will have successfully awakened." "Is it just because we are fellow disciples?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Qing's eyes, but she swiftly concealed it. "All right, then please take care outside. Fear not. You are unaware of my strength." "Are you? I shall be fine. Here, take these items. I must be on my way." After handing Lu Qing a collection of items he had previously taken from Huangfu Zhantian and his companions, Lin Yi departed. "Thank you," Lu Qing murmured softly as she watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, then settled down on the ground, commencing her path towards awakening to, yet another pitiful girl, in the fifth level of the Fiery Sun secret realm. The nine-nether sparrow sighed softly, recalling her own past. Once, she too had shared a bond with Lin Xian, only to end up in such a state. Truly, fate can be cruel, the once mighty sovereign of the nine-nether. When did she become so sentimental? At that moment, a voice echoed behind her, and a shadow emerged, revealing an elderly man with white hair. "That you've arrived? Indeed, I am here to rescue the sovereign from her predicament. Our clan has been in silence for 3,000 years. It is time for us to re-emerge. 3,000 years is indeed a long passage of time. I am not yet ready to go out. Let's wait a while longer. Oh, is it for that young girl? I never imagined the once decisive you would sacrifice your cultivation for the sake of another. This is beyond your concern. Have the old ones emerged? Several of the esteemed elders are nearing their return. This time, the myriad realms shall undoubtedly fall into our clan's grasp. Is that so? After leaving the fiery sun's secret realm, Lin Yi glanced in a direction before soaring into the sky, vanishing into the expanse in the Qian domain, Feng Yun City. This was an exceedingly ordinary town, and at that moment, not far from the city gate. A small grove was the scene of several young men lying on the ground, their expressions filled with fury, bearing numerous injuries. Opposite them stood a group clad in black robes. "Who are you?" "We are members of the 10,000 Demon Sect. You will pay for this. The 10,000 Demon Sect will not let you go." The speaker was a youthful maiden, her complexion pale. She had intended to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies, but instead found herself ambushed here, with several of her senior brothers and sisters severely injured. "Humph, what of the 10,000 Demon Sect? You shall die here today, since you are destined for death. I might as well enlighten you. We are members of the Cult of the Divine, and not just you, but all participants in the Battle of the Prodigies must perish." A disdainful voice rang out from a robust figure among the black-clad individuals. "What? You intend to kill everyone participating in the Battle of the Prodigies?" The members of the 10,000 Demon Sect were struck with horror to hunt down every participant in the Battle of the Prodigies. What kind of organization was this? An ominous feeling crept into their hearts. Enough chit-chat. Eliminate them swiftly. The Saintess is about to emerge. We must not disrupt her affairs. Another black-clad individual commanded, brandishing a ghostly blade towards the members of the 10,000 Demon Sect. While the others followed suit. "No, I do not wish to die. No." In the face of death, despair gripped the hearts of the 10,000 Demon Sect members. Suddenly, the air quivered, and a figure descended from above, landing amidst them. It was Lin Yi, who had journeyed for over a day. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a ferocious aura that sent the black-clad members of the Cult of the Divine reeling, spewing blood and crashing to the ground in disarray. The scene was utterly brutal. The suddenness of the event left everyone in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Who dares to obstruct the affairs of the Cult of the Divine? Are you seeking death? What, the Cult of the Divine? Are they truly formidable? You are Lin Yi. Upon recognizing Lin Yi's face, the burly man's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Lin Yi was indeed a target of their Cult of the Divine, and he was all too familiar with Lin Yi's reputation. To encounter him here was utterly unanticipated, and truthfully, it filled him with dread. Given their strength, they were acutely aware that they were no match for Lin Yi. "It seems you recognize me. I shall send you down to hell, so you need not harbor any regrets." With that, Lin Yi stepped forward, charging towards the members of the Cult of the Divine with an overwhelming ferocity. "Not good. Run." The members of the Cult of the Divine were stricken with horror, scattering in all directions. However, Lin Yi merely chuckled coldly. "Escape? Is that possible?" Boom, boom, boom. With that proclamation, Lin Yi's speed doubled, and he struck down each of the Cult of the Divine members with fatal blows at that moment. The members of the 10,000 Demon Sect were left in utter disbelief. They had personally experienced the might of these individuals, narrowly escaping with their lives. Yet, such powerful beings were incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Lin Yi. It was simply terrifying. 10,000 Demon Sect. Xiao Luoling thanks you, Lin Daoyu, for your timely rescue. The woman who had spoken earlier glanced at Lin Yi and began to articulate her thoughts. To be honest, she felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, the relations among the three major powers were far from cordial, having previously erupted into war. Yet today, they were being rescued by members of the mysterious academy. It's no trouble at all. It was merely a trivial act. I shall take my leave now. Lin Daoyu, wait. Is there something else? Lin Yi queried, gazing at her with curiosity. Lin Yu, I wish to request your assistance. What kind of assistance? Could you possibly rescue our senior brother Lu from the Wan'er sect? Senior brother Lu? Lu Yidao. What has happened to him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's confusion deepened. He had encountered Lu Yidao before and noted his considerable strength. Surely, with his prowess, he would not have provoked any top-tier experts. Could it be that he had encountered misfortune? Sighing, the woman proceeded to explain the situation. It turned out that members of the three major families, previously humiliated by Lin Yi, had been left seething with fury. Consequently, their clan's experts sought vengeance against Lin Yi. However, as Lin Yi had ventured into the Liang Mountains, they could not locate him and instead unleash their wrath upon others. With Lu Yidao being one of the victims, the three major families, you say? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding resolutely. Rest assured, I will rescue Lu Yidao. With that, Lin Yi soared into the sky, vanishing from view. After flying for about half an hour, he arrived at a colossal mountain range. As he surveyed the scene, countless towering trees reached towards the heavens, transforming the entire mountain into a verdant sea. In the heart of the mountains stood dozens of figures. These were indeed the members of the three major families. Among them were Huangfu Zhantian, Dugawudi, and Li Liang, whom Lin Yi had previously encountered at the inn. However, he did not see the figure of Shangwan Tianyu. Not far from them, several figures were bound to a great tree. These were individuals who had witnessed the battle in Wanxiang City, including Lu Yidao and Quang Tai. They were in a wretched state, battered and bruised, blood gushing from their wounds as if it were flowing freely. Some had even succumbed to unconsciousness. Young master, we have searched for so long and still cannot find Lin Yi. Could he have fled? At that moment, a voice rose. A middle-aged man in his 40s spoke. Humph, that Lin Yi is unaware of his own peril. How dare he offend the three major families? If we capture him, we shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Li Liang nodded in agreement. Ever since witnessing Lin Yi's formidable prowess, he had been gripped by fear, anxious that Lin Yi might seek revenge. Thus, he intended to preemptively strike, enlisting the help of the three major families to eliminate Lin Yi and eradicate any future threats. Huangfu Gongzi, isn't this a bit excessive? After all, this celestial talent war is a celebration for the younger generation. If the elders intervene, it could lead to chaos. In contrast to Li Liang's eagerness, his senior brother appeared troubled. The celestial talent war was a contest among the youth, governed by unspoken rules that forbade elder involvement. If everyone resorted to calling upon their elders when a younger generation faltered, it would surely result in chaos. Are you questioning my decisions? Huangfu Zhantian coldly retorted, a fierce aura erupting from him. Instantly, Wang Tianming was sent reeling backwards, spitting blood. Were it not for the relationship between your master and my clan, you would have already met your demise. This matter is beyond your concern. Do you understand? Wang Tianming glared furiously at Huangfu Zhantian, but ultimately chose to endure. After all, the latter belonged to one of the three major families, and he was no match for him. Is it truly the case that the members of the three major families are this tyrannical? This is my first time witnessing such behavior. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the mountains, and a young man wielding a massive hammer appeared. Jiang Chun. Upon seeing him, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Chun here, and, judging by his aura, he seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Even exuding a faint draconic energy, it appeared he had successfully refined the dragon marrow he had previously acquired. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the three major families? If you wish to live, you should leave at once. Are the three major families truly so formidable? Another voice chimed in, as a young man wielding a golden greatsword stepped forth. None other than Ji Ming. Senior brother Jiang? At this moment, Lu Yidao also spotted Jiang Chun. His heart swelling with joy, he was well aware of Jiang Chun's strength and was elated to see him return to rescue him. Who are you? We implore you to refrain from meddling. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, acutely aware that these two individuals were anything but ordinary. Having captured members of the Wan'er sect, do you expect us to simply walk away? I heard that Lin Yi previously stripped you of your dignity. It seems today I shall follow in his footsteps, seeking death At this proclamation, Huangfu Zhantian and Dugawudi simultaneously erupted in fury. Having suffered such humiliation at Lin Yi's hands, it was a lifelong disgrace. They could not believe someone dared to bring it up. It felt like a slap in the face. How could they endure this? The two immediately launched their assault on Jiang Chun, while the middle-aged man joined the fray to Jigo. I will leave that middle-aged man to you. These two fools are mine. Not a problem with that. The two sprang into action, and thus a fierce battle commenced. Both Jiang Chun and Ji Ming were top-tier geniuses among the four major families, their combat prowess formidable. Initially, they pressed the attack, infuriating the members of the three major families. Amidst the intense clash, Lin Yi made his move. With a single step, he materialized among the ranks of the three major families. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from his foot as he stomped the ground, sending all members of the three major families flying. Particularly, Li Liang, who became the target of Lin Yi's special attention, spun 360 degrees in midair before crashing heavily into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Lin Yi, it's you. Seeing him, Lu Yidao and Quang Tai were both astonished. They had not expected Lin Yi to appear, let alone come to their rescue. Enough? I have come at the behest of another to save you. With a sweeping motion of his hand, dozens of wind blades surged forth, freeing the captives bound to the trees. At that moment, Huangfu Zhantian and the others finally recognized Lin Yi's voice. Lin Yi, how dare you show your face? A furious roar underscored the depth of their rage. Preposterous. What are you to instill fear in me? With a cold smirk, Lin Yi ascended into the air and joined the fray. The trio combined their efforts, causing the members of the three major families to crumble under the onslaught, while the unfortunate Huangfu Zhantian and Dugawudi once again experienced the terror of being subjected to a relentless assault. Bang! With a single brick-like strike, Huangfu Zhantian was slammed to the ground. Another blow sent Dugawudi reeling, dazed and disoriented. Meanwhile, the battle between Ji Ming and the middle-aged man intensified. Both fought vigorously, causing devastation to the surrounding trees. Young master, witnessing Huangfu Zhantian's defeat at the hands of a mere brick, the middle-aged man shouted desperately, attempting to rush to his aid. However, Ji Ming was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. His golden sword danced through the air, unleashing terrifying golden sword flashes. Get away from me. In that moment, the middle-aged man erupted in fury, unleashing his full aura, akin to a fearsome ancient beast, powerful and terrifying. A platinum-level expert. Upon witnessing this, Ji Ming's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that this man would be of platinum rank, though the distinction between platinum and gold was merely one letter. Their strengths were worlds apart. Furthermore, given his lineage from the Huangfu family, he was undoubtedly no ordinary platinum-level expert. In an instant, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the middle-aged man, forcing Ji Ming to retreat repeatedly. Let us engage. Lin Yi and Jiang Chun bore an uncanny resemblance. Striking simultaneously, in an instant, the battle escalated once more. A sword illuminated the heavens, a thunderous hammer, a nine-dragon seal of the sky. Three terrifying assaults materialized at once, altering the very essence of the world. Fierce winds howled, and the ground trembled violently beneath them. Seeking death, they dared to challenge a platinum-level might with mere golden-level tenacity? Today, I shall show you what true platinum-level power entails. A middle-aged man roared, and immediately, a colossal figure emerged from behind him. This apparition was overwhelmingly fearsome. Upon its arrival, an oppressive aura erupted, causing the others to be flattened to the ground. Trembling in fear. What does platinum level matter? Today, I shall defy the heavens and cleave you asunder. Witnessing this, Lin Yi's battle spirit ignited. Others, platinum level might seem insurmountable, given the vast disparity in tiers. Yet to him, it posed no threat. Buzz. His eyes gleamed as an imperceptible black dragon surged towards the man with unparalleled speed. A sole attack, unexpected and unpreventable. The middle-aged man was caught off guard by Lin Yi's soul assault. Letting out a muffled groan as his face turned pale, Jiang Chun and Ji Ming would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Two immense manifestations of their power surged forth, charging directly at him. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, the ferocity of the conflict intensified, particularly Lin Yi, who relentlessly unleashed soul attacks while summoning 9 colossal stars that hurtled towards the man. The entire mountain range quaked violently. Bang! Finally, under the trio's relentless assault. The middle-aged man's aura began to wane, culminating in Lin Yi piercing his chest with a single thrust, rendering him utterly lifeless. Uncle Wang, no, please. The death of the middle-aged man drove Huangfu Zhantian into a frenzy. Mysterious runes materializing upon his form. The runes converged, and a massive figure appeared in the sky, a venerable elder clad in a black robe. Who has summoned me? The elder's emergence unleashed a staggering power, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Clan elder, annihilate them. Huangfu Zhantian pointed with his right hand, and the elder immediately struck down towards Lin Yi and his companions with a mighty palm. This blow was terrifying, its force far surpassing platinum level, reaching the realm of diamond-level. Diamond level, truly powerful. Dare to contend with me. Seeking death, just as everyone believed Lin Yi and his companions were doomed. Jiang Chun suddenly let out a cold laugh. Then, an ancient token appeared in his hand. Arise, crushing the token, an aura erupted that eclipsed even the elders, emanating from a 30-something man. Xiao Chun, why have you summoned me? What is happening? The man glanced at Jiang Chun, astonished. Father, someone seeks to kill your son. What shall we do? Jiang Chun replied with a smirk. It's merely a contest of backing. Who fears whom? What? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man erupted in rage, directing his ire towards the elder in the sky. A mere diamond-level insect dares to strike at my son? Foolishness. With a single punch, the colossal palm shattered, taking the elder's phantom with it. Huffed. The elder's destruction left Huangfu Zhantian severely wounded, spitting a mouthful of blood before collapsing. You! Who are you? At this moment, the members of the 3 families panicked. Even a diamond-level powerhouse was no match for the middle-aged man's strike. What was this person's true origin? Who are they? Should I eradicate them? After obliterating the elder, Jiang Chen's father inquired. Bullying my son, this cannot stand. No need. I shall handle it myself. Jiang Chun retorted with a dismissive wave, causing the middle-aged man's figure to vanish instantly. It was already humiliating enough to have my father summoned for a brawl. Having him seek revenge on my behalf, that would be too much to bear. Who am I? You may wonder. Just remember this. Offending me shall be the gravest error of your life. Jiang Chun scoffed, then swung down with a hammer. This strike was immensely powerful, should it land. Even Dugawudi would be left severely injured, if not dead. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A peculiar laughter echoed. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, enveloping everything in pitch black but a young woman, around 18 or 19, gracefully emerged from the void. Clad in a black robe, her slender waist and exquisite features resembled that of a nocturnal sprite, strikingly beautiful, with a gentle flick of her right hand. Dugawudi's body seemed to teleport, appearing before her and evading Jiang Chen's lethal hammer. The laws of the void. Jiang Chen's face contorted in horror as he shouted. Chapter 64. Murong Wan'er. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked gravely, gazing at the woman. The laws of the void. What an extraordinary individual. No, wait. It's not the laws of the void. It's likely a secret technique akin to them. Ji Ming added. To be frank, he too initially thought it was the laws of the void, as such instantaneous movement is not something just anyone can achieve. However, upon closer examination, something felt amiss. The laws of the void are renowned as one of the 10 supreme laws. How could they be so easily mastered? If this individual truly wielded the laws of the void, she would not be so limited. Truly, one of the 4 great families. Your insights are remarkable that I have long admired your illustrious names. Today, I dare to challenge you to a spar. Come at me all at once. The woman smiled slightly at Lin Yi and his companions, her tone courteous yet undeniably assertive. What upon hearing this? Jiang Chun was furious. She dares to challenge all 3 of us? This is blatant disrespect. As a scion of one of the 4 great families, he had never endured such indignity. He had always been the one to face multiple opponents at once. When had he ever been confronted by someone else like this? Moreover, This girl appeared quite youthful, likely much younger than himself. Ji Ming was equally incensed, sharing Jiang Chen's sentiments. Lin Yi, while also feeling a surge of anger, found himself more focused on assessing the young woman. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her aura, as though he had encountered her before. Arrogant girl, allow me to experience your skills. Jiang Chun bellowed, wielding his massive hammer and bringing it crashing down. This time, he held nothing back, recognizing the girl's extraordinary nature. Though confident, he understood that defeating her would not be a simple feat. With this one strike, the winds howled, and the ground trembled as a terrifying aura emanated from the hammer. A hammer to quell demons. Yet, in the face of such a formidable blow, the woman remained unfazed, shaking her head and stating, "You are no match for me." As she spoke, she pointed her right hand, halting the impending strike. In that moment, something extraordinary transpired. Jiang Chen's massive hammer appeared to be obstructed by an unseen force, rendering him powerless to bring it down, no matter how hard he tried. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena was left in shock. Everyone knew Jiang Chen's strength. Even the combined might of the three families could not rival him. Yet now he was so effortlessly thwarted. It was utterly inconceivable. "How is it? Did I not say you are no match for me? Now, retreat." The woman chuckled lightly before shouting again. Instantly, Jiang Chen's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Ji Ming and Lin Yi exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. What sort of power is this? To defeat Jiang Chun so easily is simply unheard of. It felt as if her words alone commanded the very laws. Words manifesting law. Realizing this, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something, though he remained uncertain. "Now, only the two of you remain. Come at me together." The woman cast a glance at the fallen Jiang Chun, then addressed Lin Yi and his companion with a tone as placid as still water, as if this were merely a commonplace occurrence. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming was consumed with fury that he strode out, his eyes ablaze with anger, flickering ceaselessly. "If you wish to challenge us three, you must first pass through me." To be honest, Ji Ming felt no certainty of victory. However, for the honor of the Ji clan, he had no choice but to confront her. He asked for the prospect of all three of them joining forces. That was utterly impossible, for even if they triumphed, it would be a disgrace to owe. "Is that so? You seem quite confident, but fret not. Soon you shall comprehend the chasm that lies between you others. The four great families may appear formidable, but to me, they are nothing more than a flock of mere chickens and dogs." Such arrogance, to deride the four great families as mere fowl and curs. This was intolerable. Ji Ming bellowed, brandishing his battle sword in a furious dance, his entire being radiating golden light. In that moment, the world transformed into a sea of gold, a formidable pressure enveloping the entire realm. One sword sweeps across the 9 continents. The golden sword swept through the air, unleashing a blade of light that stretched hundreds of feet, aimed directly at the woman. This time, Ji Ming unleashed his full power. "Is that all you've got?" In the face of the terrifying sword light, the woman merely chuckled lightly, then pointed her right hand. "Break!" Instantly, the golden blade shattered like a bubble, and Ji Ming was struck by a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as death. Impossible! This cannot be. At that moment, despair consumed him. Born into the Ji clan of the four great families, he had always been confident in his strength. Among his peers, even the one hailed as the greatest genius of the myriad spirits continent, desolation, he believed, could not easily defeat him. Yet this young girl had so effortlessly bested him. Did that not imply she was even more formidable than desolation? How could this be? If that were truly the case, the Ji family would have certainly received word of her existence. "You are too weak. Now it is your turn, Lin Yi, the divine body of the Lin clan. I hope you do not disappoint me," the girl stated calmly, fixing her gaze upon Lin. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. With Jiang Chun and Ji Ming both defeated, if anyone could vanquish this girl, it had to be Lin Yi. However, the crowd held little hope for him, primarily because this woman was terrifyingly powerful, almost invincible. Though Lin Yi was strong, defeating her seemed an unrealistic endeavor. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yi, he stepped forward but did not immediately strike. Instead, he glanced at the girl and smiled slightly. I never expected you to have grown so much. Dealing, you are the D clan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Ji Ming were both taken aback, astonished that this girl was actually from the D clan. Yet they had never heard such news before. Was there another, even more terrifying divine body within the D clan? Apart from Di Shitian, a dual divine body? How could this be possible? Di Linger is dead. I am now called Murong Wan'er. Come at me. The girl's expression darkened as she coldly declared, "Oh, is that so? Murong Wan'er, you say? While I do not know why you have changed your name, defeating me will not be so simple." Lin Yi replied with a slight smile, stepping forward toward the girl. Surprisingly, with that step, there was no unusual phenomenon, nor any aura. He walked as if he were an ordinary mortal, slowly advancing. The atmosphere felt more like a leisurely stroll than a fight. However, this very demeanor caused the girl's expression to darken instantly. It is said that there exists a physique in this world known as the Spirit Master Divine Body, capable of controlling the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, most notably being able to manipulate the spiritual energy of others. However, it has a significant flaw. One cannot use their own spiritual energy first, or else everything becomes uncontrollable. Lin Yi observed Murong Wan'er calmly. He had heard of such a miraculous physique from an elder during his time in the village. Considering the girl's previous abilities, he could surmise the truth. The girl was merely in her teens. Even if she had been cultivating since birth, she could not possibly reach such heights. Only someone with this divine body could achieve such feats. I see. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Jiang Chun and Ji Ming both exhaled deeply, realizing it was not their inadequacy, but rather the nature of her physique. However, they were also puzzled as to how Lin Yi knew this information. They had never heard of it before. The reason Lin Yi was aware was that, after the Lin clan's bloodline was sealed, the clan members had researched such matters for survival. In contrast, the Ji and Murong clans had not undergone bloodline sealing. So their ignorance was understandable. Even if you know, what does it matter? Today, you will still fall to my hands, Murong Wan'er sneered, and with a wave of her hand, a long sword radiating black light appeared in her grasp. The sword swept through the air, and the sound of phoenixes echoed, causing the entire realm to grow increasingly heated. Can you not contain yourself? I thought you intended to engage me in close combat. Lin Yi remarked with a faint smile upon witnessing Murong Wan'er's move, subsequently wielding a colorful spear. The Spirit Master Divine Body, with its unique properties, was indeed immensely powerful. However, as the saying goes, the cycle of heaven and earth ensures that everything has its weaknesses. Otherwise, there would be no need for others to compete. Die. Murong Wan'er shouted, charging forward with lethal intent. That's so. Allow me to experience the true might of the divine body of the D clan. Lin Yi retorted, launching himself into the fray. Boom! 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 The two combatants were extraordinarily powerful, and their clash sent tremors through the earth, causing the very void to quiver. The land within 100 miles was reduced to ruins in an instant, prompting the onlookers to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. 9 dragons conquer the heavens. With a thrust of a spear, 9 dragon phantoms appeared at its tip, roaring towards Murong Wan'er. Without hesitation, she summoned her sword, the blade shimmering with light as 9 phantoms of black-feathered phoenixes emerged. 9 Nether Fire Phoenix. A technique of the demon clan? Jiang Chun and Ji Ming gasped in shock upon seeing the Black Phoenix. The 9 Nether Fire Phoenix was a race even more fearsome than the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow. It was said that in ancient times, during the clash between dragons and phoenixes, the Dragon Clan emerged victorious, while the Phoenix Clan, unwilling to accept defeat, split off into factions, descending into demonic power to gain strength. Thus, the 9 Nether Fire Phoenix was born, and with the amplification of the Demon Clan's power, they became even more formidable than before. Chapter 65. I believe you are a ghost at a Demon Clan. How could this individual be from the Demon Clan? How did a member of the D Clan become associated with them? Ji Ming's expression darkened as he spoke. He had never heard of such occurrences, The transformation of a member of the D clan into a demon was certainly alarming news. Boom! As the dragon and phoenix clashed in the skies. A thunderous sound echoed across the heavens, followed by a cataclysmic force radiating outward in all directions. Retreat! Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun cried out, hastily retreating. The others had already distanced themselves long ago. I never expected you to ally with the demon clan. Now, do not blame me for being ruthless. Following the explosion, Lin Yi scoffed, a wave of overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. Initially, he had presumed that this individual had changed her name due to some enmity with the D clan. After all, the four great families were vast, and it was not unusual for a few members to defect. However, regardless of the circumstances, allying with the demon clan marked her as his sworn enemy. What are the demons? What are the gods? Only powerful strength is the ultimate truth. You members of the four great families are nothing but hypocritical pretenders. Kill! Lin Yi bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals, causing the sky to darken. Countless stars appearing above that moment. A brilliant azure light radiated from Lin Yi, merging with the starlight above. Boom! 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 At that very moment, a shooting star suddenly descended from the heavens, a colossal celestial body. The nine-heaven star, Lin Yi, had astonishingly summoned the power of the stars. Witnessing the spectacle, Jiang Chen's expression was one of sheer horror. This was unlike the starry phantoms Lin Yi had previously conjured. This was a genuine star, albeit a diminutive one, merely a fragment of a celestial meteorite, yet its potency far surpassed that of the starry illusions. The nine-heaven star technique, perhaps, but to vanquish me is utterly impossible. Murong Wan'er bellowed, and with swift gestures of her hands, the ground trembled violently once more. However, this time felt different. It was as if something was about to emerge from the depths of the earth. Roar! Just as everyone's astonishment reached its peak, an enraged roar echoed, and a massive figure materialized before their eyes. It was a monstrous entity with 3 heads, towering hundreds of feet in height, its body encased in scales. Resembling a creature clad in armor. The 3-headed succubus. Indeed, this was the 3-headed succubus, a being from the myriad races of the demon clan. This sight, everyone was struck with disbelief. Murong Wan'er had actually summoned the forces of the demon clan. Boom! In that instant, the colossal star collided with the 3-headed succubus, erupting like a nuclear explosion, casting the heavens and earth into a state of dread. Silence ensued, an unprecedented stillness. That moment, all were rendered speechless. None could have anticipated such a terrifying battle to unfold today. Could this truly be the explosive power of a golden tier individual? It was utterly terrifying. Drip, drip. Just then, a sound of dripping water pierced the silence, and one could see Lin Yi's face pale dramatically. A gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on his right hand. Blood dripped incessantly to the ground like raindrops. Looking over at Murong Wan'er, she too appeared exceedingly weakened, her very form teetering on the brink of collapse. Both had engaged in a battle that exceeded their capabilities, resulting in their injuries. Die! Brandishing his spear, Lin Yi roared and charged directly at Murong Wan'er. Anyone who allied with the demon clan must perish. Yet, at that moment, Murong Wan'er chuckled, raising her right hand. Halt! Instantly, Lin Yi felt as if his spear weighed 1,000 pounds, utterly immovable. Ha! Lin Yi, it appears you still underestimate my physique. Although I cannot control your spiritual energy while using mine, I can cease its use at any time. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with astonishment. Is it possible for it to be such? She could stop at will. The rhythm of battle was entirely in her hands. After all, battles between powerful beings are ever-changing. One cannot simply fixate on whether the opponent is utilizing spiritual energy. Can they? However, at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly let out a cold chuckle, and an invisible black dragon surged forth, heading straight for Murong Wan'er. It was the soul's secret art, Black Dragon Wave, he had comprehended from the dragon's soul. Bang! This scene unfolded so suddenly that Murong Wan'er had no time to react, and she was sent hurtling away that a mouthful of blood erupted from her. Ew, how does it feel? I sent it exhilarating. There's even more to come. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but next time, fortune may not be on your side. Murong Wan'er snorted coldly. Then, with a swift motion of her right hand, a rift appeared in the sky, and she leaped into it, vanishing from sight. What? Lin Yi was utterly taken aback. By the time he attempted to pursue her, it was already too late, and he could only let out a faint sigh. Thus, the battle concluded. Brother Lin, what on earth just transpired? How did you discern her identity, and know she possessed the spirit's sovereign physique? Moreover, how did you break her control over the spirit? Jiang Chun hurriedly approached, his mind swirling with a million questions. Well, to be honest, I was uncertain at first. I was merely taking a gamble, and to my surprise, I guessed correctly as for how I recognized her. It was because I had met her before. At this juncture, Lin Yi's expression grew grave that in his youth, he had accompanied the old man to the imperial clan, where he encountered a little girl, a pitiful child, shunned by her family, bullied by her siblings. Back then, Lin Yi had conversed with her, learning her name was Di Linger. Had he not seen her today, he might have nearly forgotten this. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiang Chun wore a speechless expression, clearly conveying 5 words. I don't believe you. However, Lin Yi was not inclined to elaborate further, nor did he intend to inquire more. With the emergence of the demon clan, it seemed that significant events were afoot in this gathering of prodigies. It appeared he needed to return to his family. It was Ji Ming who spoke, his face etched with concern. The demon clan, the arch-nemesis of humanity. Murong Wan'er's appearance today signified that the demon clan would likely make a significant move soon. Brother Jiang, Brother Lin, until we meet again. With that, Ji Ming's figure flickered and vanished into the ether. Jiang Chen's expression was equally grave. He glanced at Lin Yi and said, I too must return, but before I do. With that, he cast a glance at Huangfu Zhantian and Dugawudi, a cold smirk gracing his face. What do you intend to do? What are your plans? At this, the two were filled with terror. They were seething. They had initially believed this gathering of prodigies would be their opportunity for fame, yet they found themselves repeatedly thwarted. This is far more comfortable than being a young master in the family. Do what? What do you think? Jiang Chun then strode forward, charging directly at the two. Bang, bang, bang. A minute later, the faces of both were swollen like pigs' heads. Yet this was not the end. Jiang Chun proceeded to strip them bare. Then with a kick, sent them soaring into the sky, allowing them to experience the sensation of being a shooting star once more. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi was left speechless. These two were exceedingly unfortunate. Encountering such a predicament for the second time, that if I were in their shoes, I would surely be left with psychological scars. Well then, Brother Lin, I shall take my leave. We will meet again during the gathering of prodigies. With that, Jiang Chen departed, and the others also bid their farewells, leaving Lin Yi alone in the aftermath. Observing the ravaged surroundings, Lin Yi let out a deep sigh. The current situation was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The 4 great families, the Hell Organization, the Cult of the Deity, the Demon Clan, the Gathering of Prodigies. Everything hinted at a singular message. Chaos loomed on the horizon. Whoosh, just as Lin Yi prepared to depart. A shadow flitted by like a specter from the horizon. A graceful figure, Yu Qiuan. How could she be here? Seeing this silhouette, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He was certain he had not mistaken. This was indeed Mu Qiuan. He immediately soared into the air, pursuing the shadow. After flying for a while, Lin Yi found himself in a massive cavern, where a figure was staring directly at him. It was Mu Qiuan. You deliberately lured me here? Lin Yi inquired, his expression darkening. The Hell Organization was a nefarious entity despised by all, and naturally, he bore no fondness for it. Long time no see. At that moment, Mu Qiuan's aura shifted dramatically. She appeared entirely different from the last time he had seen her. Yet, Lin Yi sensed a familiar essence emanating from her. Mengying, is that really you? What has transpired? Why have you transformed like this? Why have you become Mu Qiuan? Lin Yi spoke with fervor. He had previously speculated but later dismissed it. Above all, he was reluctant to believe that his close friend could become a heartless assassin. But now he had no choice but to accept the truth. The person before him was indeed Mengying, his former companion. Alas, there is much entangled within this, and I cannot explain it all at once. I sought you out this time to request a favor, considering our past friendship. What favor? Lin Yi was perplexed. She was asking for his assistance. What was going on? Kill me. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What did that mean? Asking him to kill her. If she wished to die, couldn't she simply end her own life? Hurry and kill me, I beg you. Otherwise, it will be too late. Mu Qiuan suddenly became agitated, her expression morphing into one of profound anguish, as if something within her was desperate to escape. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's countenance darkened considerably. In the past, he would have acted without hesitation. Yet now he found himself unable to do so. The individual before him was Meng Ying, his dear friend, the first girl who had captured his affection. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Just end my life swiftly. What on earth is happening to you? Please tell me. I will find a way to assist you. Boom! At that moment, a violent aura erupted from Mu Qiuan's body, and she transformed back into the cold-blooded killer that she had been before. Want to die? Not a chance. Her tone turned icy, as if she were an entirely different person. Chapter 66. Phantom? Rice bucket? What is truly happening? Who are you? And what have you done to Meng Ying? Gazing at Mu Qiuan, Lin Yi spoke with a frigid tone. He could discern that she had undoubtedly undergone some transformation. Otherwise, such a change would be impossible. The Meng Ying he remembered was gentle, kind-hearted, and charmingly generous, someone who wouldn't even harm a rabbit. Yet now, she had morphed into a ruthless assassin. Lin Yi, had you acted sooner, perhaps I would already be dead, and you would be safe. Blame your foolishness. How can a man so soft-hearted become the young lord of the spirit clan? Now you may die. Soft-heartedness. Lin Yi replied non-committally. Indeed, he was sometimes merciful, yet he did not believe he had erred. Meng Ying was his friend. And even in the face of the current Mu Qiuan, he could not bring himself to kill her. You think you can slay me? First, you must subdue me. As his words fell, Lin Yi struck decisively. His eyes gleamed with brilliance as a black dragon surged forth, and simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 9 starry chains that descended from the skies, sealing the entire cave. This time, he was determined not to allow her to escape. Kill! Upon witnessing this, Mu Qiuan's expression turned frigid, and a chilling aura of death and desolation radiated from her. With a sword in hand, her form shifted through countless illusions as she charged towards Lin Yi. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire cave trembled violently under their fierce confrontation. Fortunately, Lin Yi's ceiling prevented it from collapsing. Neither of them held back in their attacks. Every strike was executed with full force. However, Lin Yi was no longer the same Lin Yi from before. The power of the Golden 9 Stars erupted in full force, causing Lin Yi to resemble a war god, driving Mu Qiuan back repeatedly until, before long, wounds began to appear on her body. Seal it. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi bellowed, and the 9 starry chains surged forth to restrain Mu Qiuan. I never anticipated your strength to have increased so significantly. But capturing me will not be so easy. As her words echoed, Mu Qiuan's figure exploded into a myriad of blood droplets that dispersed in all directions. Blood escape technique. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically. He had indeed forgotten that she possessed this ability. He quickly drew the chains closer to intercept the blood droplets, but he was still a moment too late, by the time he managed to block the majority. Mu Qiuan's figure had vanished entirely. Next time, I will surely capture you, Lin Yi declared darkly before departing. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the cave, there lay a vast lake, above which floated a figure, Murong Wan'er, the one whom Lin Yi had previously sent away. She had now returned to her former appearance. Buzz! At that moment, the air beside her trembled, and a blood-soaked figure plummeted down. It was Mu Qiuan. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost, her aura faint. Holy Maiden! Upon seeing Murong Wan'er, Mu Qiuan spoke respectfully. Did you employ the blood shield secret technique again? It's all because of that Meng Ying. She actually went to find Lin Yi, hoping he would kill her. Lin, at the mention of this name, a complex light flickered in Murong Wan'er's eyes. With great matters at hand, do not venture out again. Here are some healing elixirs. Focus on your recovery. By the way, how is your condition now? Thank you, Holy Maiden. I am almost fully recovered. With a sigh, Murong Wan'er gazed into the distance, in the Qian domain. The city of Xianyang.S, one of the largest cities in the Qian domain, it was bustling with activity, thronged with people on the streets. Vendors lined the sidewalks, calling out their wares in a lively cacophony. At this moment, a figure entered from outside, a handsome young man, none other than Lin Yi. After a day of travel, Lin Yi finally arrived here, drawn by its proximity to the venue of the forthcoming Young Hero competition. With only a few days remaining until the event, he intended to take a look around. Observing the vibrant scene, Lin Yi felt his heavy heart lighten considerably. Don't miss out, folks. A grand sale of spirit artifacts. Miss this village and you'll lose the shop. Massive promotion on elixirs. Today they're not 998 nor 598, just 98, and you can take home a tier 4 elixir. Don't miss your chance to secure a good ranking in the Young Hero competition. Yihong Tower is having a huge discount. Brothers looking to unwind should come take a look. As he walked, Lin Yi was surrounded by the lively shouts of vendors. Lin Shitty, is that you? At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a young woman in a purple long dress, beaming at him. It was Du Linga. Accompanying her were several disciples from the Misty Academy, all participating in the Young Hero competition. Sister Du, what brings you here? Lin Yi smiled, pleasantly surprised to encounter someone from the Academy. We are, of course, here to participate in the Young Hero competition. It's been a while. Your strength has grown even stronger, Du Linga replied with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Ever since their last parting, she had found herself missing Lin Yi immensely. Seeing him again brought her great happiness. I trust you encountered no dangers along the way? None at all. It was quite safe, but what about you? Were you in any peril? As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. You don't doubt me. Do you? Country bumpkin, come here. A beauty like this is not someone you can approach. At that moment, a sneering voice rang out, and a young man clad in luxurious attire swaggered over, flanked by 7 or 8 similarly dressed youths. Who are you? Du Linga replied, her expression filled with anger. Oh, the little beauty is angry. I quite like this expression on you. Tell him, who am I? The young man grinned lecherously, addressing those behind him. This is Prince Fan Tong of the great Qian Empire, the champion of this Young Hero competition. Rice Bucket? Hearing this, Lin Yi was left utterly speechless. Was there truly someone with such a name? It was simply amusing. So it's Rice Bucket. A pleasure to meet you. Do you know who I am? Lin Yi asked mockingly. Who are you? Well, I am none other than an Yi, the one and only, renowned throughout Changnan and Qingbei. Come and ask who my father is. An Yi? Such a name exists? Fan Tong looked perplexed, as he had never heard of such a person. Big brother, he is insulting you. At that moment, one of the young men behind Fan Tong spoke up. Watching this unfold, Du Linga could no longer contain her laughter, her radiant smile resembling that of a blooming peach blossom, utterly enchanting. How bold! You dare insult Prince Fan Tong. You're courting death. Attack him, and make him unrecognizable. With that, the entourage behind Fan Tong charged toward Lin. Why, I doubt you dare insult a prince. You're seeking death. However, at that moment, Lin Yi stamped his right foot, and an overwhelming aura erupted, instantly forcing the group of individuals to the ground, struggling as they contorted in agony. You, how could you possibly be this formidable? What do you intend to do to me? I warn you, I am the 3rd prince of the great Qian Empire. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will not let you off easily. The great Qian Empire? What a pathetic place. Is it really that impressive? Lin Yi scoffed derisively. He then unleashed a barrage of punches, rapidly transforming Fan Tong and his companions into grotesque caricatures of themselves. Subsequently, he stripped them of their possessions. Though out of consideration for Du Linga, he kindly left them with a pair of shorts. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. Goodness, is this person a born brigand? After beating them, he still stripped them so thoroughly. Yet, it appears those shorts are quite the fine spiritual artifact. If only you dare treat me this way, I will surely kill you. Fan Tong seethed with rage, feeling as though his stomach might explode from anger. How could a dignified prince of a nation be subjected to such humiliation? Yet he was utterly powerless. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and even a desperate struggle would yield no results. The next moment, panic overtook him. Help! A pig demon has appeared! Quickly, capture the pig demon! It even wears 5th-tier spiritual shorts. Do not let it escape. A loud voice rang out, instantly igniting a commotion in the vicinity. What? A pig demon? Where? Where? Good heavens, the pig demon wears 5th-tier spiritual shorts. I can't even afford those. Step aside. Let me through. I lost a pair of 5th-tier shorts earlier. They must have been stolen by these pig demons. They are mine. Charge. For the shorts. No, for defeating the pig demon. Kill. In an instant, the entire street erupted into a frenzy, with people rushing forward, causing Fan Tong and his companions to faint from sheer terror. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already entered a nearby inn, seated comfortably as he savored a delectable meal. Brother Lin, you are too wicked. That Fan Tong is likely to be beaten to death. Du Linger remarked with a slight smile as she looked at Lin Yi. However, her heart swelled with joy, for Lin Yi's actions were in defense of her, causing her cheeks to flush a delightful shade. It matters not. One must not indulge such individuals. Otherwise, they will persistently push their luck. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He was well aware of how to handle such characters. One must teach them a lesson that if one refrains from retaliating, they may mistakenly believe you are intimidated, leading them to escalate their obnoxious behavior. Only by instilling fear in them will they cease to provoke you. Chapter 67. Tuoba, ye have you heard? The disciples of those reclusive masters have emerged for this year's Battle of Talents. Suddenly, a voice interjected from the side, belonging to a man clad in coarse robes, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men in their 30s. Indeed, I have heard, and it is not just them. Even members of the 3 prominent families from the Qian domain are present. Is that true? They have also emerged? This is going to be exciting. But you may not have heard. Just a couple of days ago, a mysterious figure appeared in the neighboring spirit domain, single-handedly subduing the entire region. What? That is impossible. Both men were astounded. One person, capable of overpowering an entire domain. Surely, that cannot be. I tell you, that individual is extraordinarily powerful. No one can withstand even a single strike from her. Moreover, do you know, she claims to hail from the cult of the divine. The cult of the divine? Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. There had been no mention of such a force in the entirety of the eastern continent. Could it be a newly established faction? If we are speaking of unparalleled geniuses, I have heard of one from the demon domain. The demon domain. Indeed, that is a true paragon of genius. It is said he was born into the dragon clan. Dragons? The dragon clan? The 3 men's faces turned pale with disbelief. The dragon clan was a supremely powerful race across the myriad realms, typically residing in the distant central continent, and there had been no reports of their presence here. Could it be that he had also come for the Battle of Talents? Alas, there are far too many talents emerging this time. With our current strength, we stand no chance against them. Have the dragons also emerged? Listening to their discussion, Lin Yi's expression grew grave. He understood the formidable strength of the dragon clan, and if they were present, would other races not also make their appearance? Truly, a grand age was upon them. Boom! Just as Lin Yi was lost in contemplation, the inn suddenly trembled, and he glanced up to see 2 figures fiercely battling in the sky not far away. One was clad in animal skins, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, while the other was a young man brandishing a blue longsword. Xiao Yi, upon recognizing the figure in animal skins, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was Tuoba Yi, the underling of the Tuoba family. He had previously heard Tuoba Kuang boast of participating in the Battle of Talents, and now he had unexpectedly encountered him here. It is Xianyuan Zhanga, the direct disciple of Elder Tianyi. Who is that individual? He can contend so evenly with Xianyuan Zhanga. The street buzzed with excitement. Everyone had come to witness the Battle of Talents and were eager for the spectacle. Brother Lin, shall we go take a look? Lin Yi nodded, that he understood that the academy students were also curious, but were apprehensive of retaliation from Fan Tong. However, Lin Yi was unbothered. He held no fear for such a weakling. Xianyuan Zhanga, is this all the strength you possess? It appears you are no match for me. In the sky, Tuoba Yi let out a hearty laugh, then brought down his massive wolf-tooth club with incredible speed and force, causing the very air to explode. Humph! Witnessing this, Xianyuan Zhanga roared in anger and began to whirl his battle blade, charging forward with ferocity. The clash between the 2 experts in midair was nothing short of breathtaking, prompting cheers from the crowd below. Yet, as the battle wore on, the tide began to shift. Tuoba Yi fought with increasing ferocity, ultimately gaining the upper hand. Stop! Just as Xianyuan Zhanga was on the verge of defeat. A powerful voice resonated through the air that a young man clad in a white robe appeared before the crowd. Lin Yi recognized him. It was Xianyuan Ti this moment. He exuded confidence, his white garments billowing, radiating an aura of unparalleled grandeur that captivated all. Is that Xianyuan Tianyu, the prodigious talent from the Xianyuan family, one of the three great families? I did not expect him to show up. I wonder if the other two families have made their appearance. Well, they may not be able to come. A young man spoke, recalling how the other two family geniuses had been thoroughly defeated by Lin Yi and Jiangchen. They were likely still recuperating and thus unable to attend. However, as he spoke, Tuoba Yi disregarded him entirely, swinging his wolf-tooth club and sending Xianyuan Zhanga flying. How dare you, Xianyuan Tianyu fumed. I commanded you to cease. Yet you dare to defy me. You have no respect for my authority. Ever since being humiliated by Lin Yi, he had grown particularly sensitive to matters of face. To disregard him was akin to a grave insult, one that ignited his fury beyond measure. Who do you think you are? You think I must heed your command? What gives you the right? Very well, very well. Xianyuan Tianyu laughed in anger, unable to contain his rage at being openly insulted. Foolish fool. With a loud curse, Tuoba Yi intended to leave. Although he found the man intolerable, his strength was indeed commendable. Given his current cultivation level, defeating him would pose quite a challenge in the past. He wouldn't have cared much, but now was different. The battle of the talents was about to commence, and sustaining injuries at this juncture was utterly unwise. You dare to insult me and then leave? Die! Xianyuan Tianyu let out a cold snort. Then with a flick of his right hand, a long spear radiating a crimson glow appeared in his grasp. As he brandished the spear, the sound of a tiger's roar echoed. Exuding an impressive aura that it seemed this man had acquired a new set of equipment recently. Quite impressive. Observing the spear, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of joy within. Another gift of equipment. How touching. Ew. In contrast to Lin Yi, Tuoba Yi's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the three major families, and in terms of family strength, they were indeed superior to the Tuoba clan. It was simply due to the vast difference in population. How many members did the entire Tuoba family have? And how many were there in the three major families? They were not even comparable. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared before him. It was Lin Yi. Xianyuan Tianyu, long time no see. You still look as radiant as ever. Hovering in the air, Lin Yi beamed at him. My goodness, upon witnessing this scene. Xianyuan Tianyu cursed loudly and then, disregarding everything, fled in a panic. His speed was astonishing, leaving Lin Yi utterly speechless. The others, too, were bewildered. He just ran away. He had been so imposing just moments ago. What on earth? Xianyuan Tianyu fled? And at such a rapid pace. Who was this person that could scare Xianyuan Tianyu off at first sight? Could he be a disciple of some reclusive master or a genius from a hidden family? In an instant, speculation swirled in everyone's minds that, is that really you? In the sky, Tuoba Yi suddenly shouted, his face filled with excitement. He never expected to encounter Lin Yi here. This was his elder brother. Hey, Xiao Yi good. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, Tuoba Yi rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Lin Yi felt as though he was lifting a wild boar, which was quite uncomfortable. Why the hell are you hugging me? You're not a girl. All right, let us go down first. Patting Tuoba Yi on the shoulder, Lin Yi said, and the two flew towards the others at the academy. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yi introduced everyone, allowing them to become acquainted. However, watching Tuoba Yi devour his food, Du Ling'er and the others were left speechless once more. Truly, they were good brothers, sharing the same voracious appetite. Iga, what made you decide to go to that mysterious academy? Your old man is really something. What on earth can you learn there? For a moment, everyone fell silent. The mysterious academy was one of the three major powers of the Qian domain, yet they were questioning its value. Had it been anyone else, they would have confronted them directly. However, since he was Lin Yi's friend, they chose to remain diplomatic. Well, the academy has a great environment. the students help each other, and the instructors are amiable. There's much to learn. Lin Yi coughed, attempting to defend his choice. Initially, he had thought similarly, that the mysterious academy was of little worth. But now, his perspective had shifted. IT might not greatly enhance his cultivation. Yet it provided substantial assistance in his personal development, which was precisely what he sought to learn. Moreover, the first layer of the curse he bore was also broken within the academy, though he still remained oblivious to how it had happened. This isn't your style. Be honest with me. Are you going to the academy to chase after girls? This must be your sister-in-law, Tuoba Yi remarked with an understanding expression. This caused Du Linger's face to flush crimson. Yet she said nothing, a flicker of delight dancing in her eyes as she occasionally glanced at Lin Yi. Slap. Lin Yi, exasperated, smacked Tuoba Yi on the head. Instantly, Tuoba Yi crashed down, smashing the table to pieces. You little rascal, already trying to pry into my affairs. Have you not been beaten in a while, and now your skin is itching for it? No, you misunderstood me. I truly didn't mean it. Tuoba Yi stammered weakly. He was well aware of Lin Yi's terrifying nature. The reason he willingly became Lin Yi's subordinate was due to the beatings he had received as a child. Chapter 68. How are we poor folks supposed to survive? Time flew by, and the day of the grand competition for the talents was fast approaching. During this period, Xianyang City grew increasingly bustling. Countless young talents from the Qian domain gathered, creating a lively atmosphere, and battles were frequent. All were from the younger generation, none willing to yield to the others, and even Lin Yi was challenged several times. However, these challenges were deftly handled by his loyal subordinate, Tuoba Yi, who declared, "You wish to challenge my brother. You must first get through me." With a series of overwhelming victories, the challenges against Lin Yi gradually subsided. In the Qian domain, Tuoba clan, Tuoba Kwang gazed solemnly at the message in his hand when suddenly a loud crash echoed, and a handsome figure appeared at the location of the training tower. Finish your training? Thank you, Senior. I shall never forget your kindness. If you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Lin Wuyo spoke respectfully. His time spent in the training tower was incredibly fruitful. Had it not been for the impending competition, he would have wished to train for several more days, and no need for thanks. As a friend of the young master, you are a friend of the Tuoba clan. Feel free to visit often. Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave now. After bowing respectfully once more, Lin Wuyo soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Once he departed, Tuoba Kwang's expression grew grave. Has the time finally come? Sighing softly, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the fourth layer of the Sunfire secret realm, the previously silent fourth layer suddenly began to tremble violently as a figure engulfed in flames soared into the air, causing the entire space to shudder. Finally succeeded. Lu Qing smiled slightly, and with a wave of her hand, an immensely powerful aura erupted from her, causing the ground to begin to collapse. Bottomless chasms appeared before her. It is time to leave. Lin Yi, I wonder what you are doing right now. She murmured softly, rising into the air like a fiery sprite, disappearing into the sky like a tea the moment she departed in the fifth layer of the Sunfire secret realm. The nine-nether demon sparrow opened its eyes, casting a complex glance in the direction Lu Qing had vanished, then sighed. Let the games begin. Just as Lin Wuyo and Lu Qing emerged, similar scenes unfolded across the Qian domain. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the Qian domain turned towards these events. The mysterious academy. Li Jun sat cross-legged in an underground chamber when suddenly a figure appeared behind him. It was the black-clad elder from before. The time has come. We must depart. Finally here, huh? Sigh. I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. Alas, it is unavoidable. I hope things go smoothly for old man Lin. Master, it must be done. Let us go. Both sighed softly, the atmosphere in the chamber heavy with foreboding. Such occurrences unfolded within countless factions across the Qian domain, and on the surface, it appeared to be a contest among the young talents. But in reality, it was a game of power on the entire eastern wilderness continent. In Qian domain, Xianyang City. The sun shone brightly today, illuminating the land, mirroring the exhilaration of the people. In the inn, Lin Yi was resting in his room when an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Tuoba Yi rushed in, exclaiming, Ego, I found out everything. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with interest that in the past few days he had inquired about the Tianjiao battle, yet many believed it to be merely the Tianjiao battle of the Qin domain. This left Lin Yi somewhat perplexed. Logically, such information ought to be publicly announced. After all, he had previously learned from Jiangchan that this was a contest involving the elites of the entire eastern wilderness, indeed, of the whole continent. Thus, he had tasked Obi Yi with further investigation. Brother Yi, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? What do you mean? The good news is that this Qianjiao battle indeed encompasses the entirety of the eastern wilderness, which means we shall encounter a greater number of talented warriors at that time. He was momentarily transported back to his childhood memories with Lin Yi, recalling how they would deal with those who displeased them by knocking them out and reclaiming their belongings. With so many participants this time, such occurrences were inevitable. The thought of it stirred an exhilarating excitement within him. And the bad news? The bad news is that this Qianjiao battle will not take place in a single location. Instead, everyone will randomly enter different maps, which means it is quite likely that we will be mixed in with individuals from other regions. This implies he understood Lin Yi's intention to look after the Academy's participants during the competition. However, under these circumstances, that would be impossible, rendering this news rather unfortunate for him. That's so. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. After all, he had promised Uncle Li to take care of the Academy's students. If anything were to happen to them, it would not bode well. Well, I suppose we shall observe how things unfold. Lin Yi sighed and stepped outside, only to return shortly thereafter, accompanied by several other students from the Academy. Junior brother Lin, you summoned us for? Du Ling'er inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Xiao Yi, please reiterate the information you discovered. Lin Yi did not respond directly, but instead prompted to Obi Yi to recount what he had learned. Instantly, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew grim. They had initially thought that following Lin Yi would pose no issues, but now that certainty was thrown into doubt. This Qianjiao battle was not merely an academy competition. It could very well result in fatalities, and their strength ranked only in the middle tier among all participants if they encountered formidable opponents. The outcome, they were all well aware of the risks involved. The danger is considerable this time, and I may not be able to ensure your safety. Therefore, for your own safety, you may choose to withdraw. Lin Yi's demeanor was serious. He knew that asking them to withdraw would be met with dissatisfaction. After all, the Tianjiao battle occurred once every 50 years. Missing this opportunity would mean there would be no second chance. Yet above their reluctance, Lin Yi prioritized their safety. After all, if they lost their lives, nothing else would matter. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain about their decision. They understood Lin Yi's intentions, yet they felt a strong attachment to the event. Junior brother Lin, I intend to participate. Since I have chosen the path of cultivation, it is destined not to be smooth sailing as cultivators. If we cower in fear, we might as well return home to farm. Thus, I have made my decision, spoke a young man, ranked 8th in the Piamiao Academy. Indeed, I too have resolved to participate. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall accept it. Yes, I shall join as well. The chance to compete is rare. I cannot bear to forfeit it so easily. In that instant, the crowd echoed their sentiments, all opting to participate. This outcome was anticipated by Lin Yi. If given the choice, he too would choose to join. Very well, since that is the case, I wish everyone good fortune in obtaining favorable opportunities. Here are some items. See if any suit your needs, and feel free to select 2 each. With a wave of his hand, a mound of items appeared before them, resembling a small hill. These items were spoils Lin Yi had gathered over the past period, with a significant portion belonging to the 3 prominent families' prodigies. The sight rendered the group's eyes alight with excitement. Junior brother Lin, these, I have no use for them. They should be beneficial to you all. Do not hesitate. Take whatever you wish, for I intend to discard them anyway. Wow, is this what it means to be wealthy? So many treasures, and he says they are inconsequential. He intends to throw them away. How are we, the impoverished, supposed to survive in such a world? This is utterly astonishing. Lin Yi observed the individuals selecting items, a faint smile gracing his face. This was the final gesture he could offer them. From now on, they would have to rely on their own capabilities. After a while, the items were distributed, and everyone was brimming with excitement. In their eyes, these items were treasures, rare to even glimpse, let alone possess. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Only 1 day remained until the Tianjiao battle commenced. Meanwhile, the population of Xianfeng City had dwindled significantly, with many heading towards the venue of the competition. This time, the location of the Qian Domain competition was at a site known as the Zhenma Monument, rumored to have once subdued a supreme demon thousands of years ago. Junior brother Lin. Let us head over as well. Lin Yi spoke up within the inn. Just a day prior, he and Lu Qing had arrived to join the others, and now, only Lin Xinyu was absent from the top 10 of the Piamiao Academy. Originally, they had planned to depart yesterday, but they had waited an additional day for Lin Xinyu. Yet, she still had not arrived. Xinyu. Lu Qing's expression shifted, revealing concern. Lin Xinyu was her dear friend, and she was fearful that something untoward might have happened. The outside world was chaotic, and, considering Lin Xinyu's strength, it was terrifying. How about this? My speed surpasses yours. I will wait a little longer. You all go ahead, if Sister Lin arrives, I will bring her along. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi suggested. Truthfully, he too felt a twinge of worry. He had a slight fondness for Lin Xinyu. I will wait here too. Lu Qing hastily replied, eager to remain until Lin Xinyu returned. That won't do. With my strength, carrying one person is already a stretch. The Tianjiao battle is imminent. We cannot afford to miss it. Rest assured, I will definitely bring Sister Lin along. Indeed, junior brother Lin is correct. If Sister Lin appears, your strength will surely allow you to catch up to her. Remaining here serves no purpose. We might as well proceed. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. At this point, searching for someone outside was no longer realistic. Well, all right then, Lu Qing acquiesced, nodding as she followed the others out, leaving Lin Yi standing alone. Chapter 69. The Zhenma Monument, where could she have gone? Lin Yi pondered, gazing at the desolate surroundings, since leaving the academy. He had heard no news of Lin Xinyu, as if she had vanished from the mortal realm. Could it be that she had met with misfortune? Yet, that seemed rather implausible. After all, she was a top-tier genius ranked within the top 10. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air pierced the silence, and a dark dagger shot toward him at great speed. Humph! Lin Yi scoffed, swiftly grasping the dagger in his right hand. Attached to it was a blue ribbon, bearing a message. If you wish to save Lin Xinyu, come to Chongfeng Forest. It was Lin Xinyu's clothing. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's face contorted with fury. He had not anticipated that she had indeed been captured, and it appeared that he was the target. Did this mean he had inadvertently implicated her? Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Chongfeng Forest was an expansive woodland, densely populated with peculiar trees. At this moment, several figures appeared in the heart of the forest, all cloaked in black. Elder, do you truly believe, Lin, you will come? A deep voice resonated. According to Lin Yi's character, he will undoubtedly arrive. It's just, the black-clad figure began, then sighed as he turned to a petite figure behind him. I am a member of the divine cult. I will surely eliminate him. Rest assured, Elder. Very well. At that moment, a fierce and overwhelming aura descended from the heavens, revealing a man wielding a vibrant, multicolored spear, who appeared before the crowd. Lin, upon sighting this individual, a petite figure trembled involuntarily, but quickly regained her composure. Ha! Lin Yi, I never expected you to truly arrive. It seems you have prepared yourself for death. Humph, do you think this motley crew can challenge me? Where is Lin Xinyu? Hand her over if you know what is good for you. And I might consider sparing your lives. They say you are outrageously arrogant, Lin Yi, but to be so boastful when death is imminent. Do you truly believe you can save Lin Xinyu? Prepare to perish. A thunderous shout erupted as a man in black swung his sword towards Lin Yi with lethal intent. The others swiftly joined the fray, intent on eliminating Lin Yi without a hint of mercy. Is this all you have? Observing the ferocious onslaught, Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle, then wielded his spear, summoning 9 golden divine dragons. The dragons roared, their might unparalleled. In an instant, the foremost attacker paled. sent crashing backward by the immense force of the dragon. Soon, the remaining 8 dragons surged forth, scattering all the black-clad assailants like chaff in the wind. He is far too powerful. We cannot delay any longer. Form a formation. The leading figure in black bellowed, prompting the others to simultaneously weave their hands in intricate gestures. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and flashes of lightning accompanied by thunder erupted. Boom! The lightning blazed like heavenly retribution, striking down towards Lin Yi with tremendous force. This the 9 Nether Calamity Thunder Formation. Lin Yi frowned slightly at the sight before him. The 9 Nether Calamity Thunder Formation is an ancient array, rumored to have slain immortals in the past. Of course, this is merely a legend, for the existence of immortals remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it signifies the formidable nature of this formation. Although he understood that what they were conjuring could not possibly be the true 9 Nether Calamity Thunder Formation, he was nonetheless astonished. No matter how powerful you are, Lin Yi, today, bang! Just as the burly man in black laughed triumphantly, seeking to mock Lin Yi, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the everyone's disbelief. Lin Yi shattered the descending calamity with a single thrust of his spear. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. Impossible! The 9 Nether Calamity Thunder Formation is an ancient marvel. Even a replica should not be breached by someone of mere golden rank. How can this be? Ignorant fools. You seek to kill me without even conducting your research. The Lin clan excels in the study of various formations. How could you be so uninformed and still wish to end my life? Now, you shall meet your demise. With a swift motion of his spear, the burly man's expression froze, and he was pierced through, collapsing to the ground in a state of disbelief. The remaining assailants were struck with terror. Lin Yi was overwhelmingly powerful, too formidable to be hindered even by the 9 Nether Calamity Thunder Formation. Their only thought now was to flee, but could they truly escape? Lin Yi smirked and stomped the ground, unleashing a fierce aura that caused the faces of the black-clad figures to drain of color. Flee! The lead black-clad man shouted, and the others scattered in all directions. Yet it was too late. They soon realized that the surrounding space had become impenetrable, like a solid wall. Wait! Just as Lin Yi was about to capture them all and interrogate them about Lin Yi's whereabouts, the leading black-clad man suddenly cried out, "You cannot kill us. If you do, Lin Yi will also perish. Think carefully. You dare to threaten me?" Lin Yi seethed with rage. How could he allow himself to be threatened? This was intolerable. However, considering Lin Yi's safety, he had no choice but to bide his time. Reveal Lin Yi's whereabouts, and I shall spare you. Lin Yi, she is... Boom! Before the leading black-clad man could finish, a deafening explosion interrupted him, and Lin